Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Doug Buffone, Edward Bradovich, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears get electrocuted by the Chargers. That's right. Unbelievable game. A game that I thought that at the beginning of it, the way the Bears were handling the offense for San Diego, shutting down LT, doing all the great things you need to do defensively to win a football game, they did it. But unfortunately, the offense didn't show up. Unfortunately, the running game didn't show up. Unfortunately, the offensive line, blocking for the running game didn't show up, and it wasn't there. And there's no question in my mind that if you have 4 turnovers, all you have to do is look at different teams at the end of the game. 4 turnovers and the other team has 2 turnovers, you're going to lose the football game. That's exactly what happened. The Chicago Bears cannot run the football. They had Peterson come in who looked decent there for a while, then he fumbles the football. Benson, I am telling you, I had great hopes for this kid. I really did. And I said it, that when the draft came out that I had picked him myself personally, saying that's the guy the Bears need. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything that resembles a running back. So that's something the Bears are going to have to look at. And also, I think the other problem is they have problems with a 3-4. They say they don't, but they do. And especially in the running game, they get closed up. But the other part that was good, first of all, with Babbage being a defensive coordinator, I saw something I really liked. They're more aggressive, and they come after you, especially on third down situations, which I thought was terrific. They will come, they will attack. They did a great job, and they put the guy up in the box. They put the 8-man up in front, meaning they put the pressure on the corners to cover, and they did a hell of a job with that.
What they wanted to do, I think, Doug, was make Rivers beat him passing the ball, because they were going to come and they were going to blitz him. What San Diego was going to do to Rex Grossman, we were going to do to Rivers, and we came up with 8 in the box, and we came with a lot of blitzes, and I liked the defensive game plan that we had. I thought defensively, Doug, all in all, we played one hell of a football game. I hated to see Dusty Dvorak go down, Doug, on a special teams play.
That was a kickoff return, though, right?
That is correct. And usually who they have in there blocking, the big men, are the offensive linemen, Doug, who are guards and centers who do not play one play. Okay? That's who you put in there on the special teams. Who's in there? Dusty Dvorak, who came off of last year, not playing all last year because of a bad leg injury. We get him out there the first game of the year. Who is on the return team? Dusty Dvorak, trying to throw an offensive block, hurts his knee. I hope it's not bad. That falls under the how dumb can you be category.
Well, the fact is, though, Eddie, when you got those guys out there, you take your best player, who you think your best player is, to be out there.
Doug, you're not going to sell me on this one.
Well, Ed, stop yourself.
No.
When you were playing, did you play any special teams?
Yes, I did.
Did I play any special teams? Yeah, I played 6 years.
Yes, we did. And remember when Dick Butkus
played special team?
All right, we did on time. And remember all the guys that were on the team and never stepped foot on the field? And we're on there game after game, and all the others playing on special teams. Remember Dick Butkus, who was our captain, leader of our team? He went to the coach. We won't mention his name. And remember this very well, Doug. And listen to this one, folks, sports fans. He went to the coach, a special teams coach guy that was coaching us for special teams, and want to know why all of us, especially the guys on defense, why are we on the punting team, the kickoff return, when all these teams, when we got guys that are sitting on the bench that never step on the field? You know what his answer was? His answer was, we can't trust them.
That's right.
And that's, you know what Dick's answer is? Well, then what the hell are they doing on this football team?
Well, when you take a look at it.
How about that one?
You've got to do, there's certain things you have to do, and I understand about Dusty Dvorak being out there, and you can take a look at it from 2 different sides. I look at it as being a football player making a block. I don't give a damn.
Doug, hold it. You mean to tell me that Dusty Dvorak is a better offensive blocker than whoever the backup guards are, whoever the backup tackles are, whoever the center are that are activated, that Dusty Dvorak, a defensive tackle, coming off an injury that kept him out all last year, you mean to tell me they couldn't find somebody else to put in there? Is that what you want me to believe?
Oh, it must be true. Then why would he be out there if he wasn't better than the other guys sitting down, and the fact that, they said this guy could probably do the returns? That's what they're looking at. They're going to probably put the best guy out there that can help. And it doesn't make sense. You have a defensive tackle that can block better than a guard, but the fact is there must be a reason why he is out there.
I'll tell you what, I hope it stops. And I hope they learn from this because that was not a very smart move, Doug. And neither you nor is anybody else going to convince me what in the hell in the world Dusty Dvorak is doing out on that special teams when he's a defensive tackle coming off an injury from last year. And by the way, the kid's a hell of a football player.
He's a good football player.
You're damn right
he's a
he
kid
is.
that can really come out there and really help you out. But the disappointing thing to me today was the fact that I wanted to see a resemblance of a running game. I did not see it. I didn't see anything close to being a running game. Now, we shut them down. We shut down at one hell of a back. In the first half, LT had like 12 yards on 9 carries for 1.1 yards. And that wouldn't have been that high, Ed, unless you got those garbage runs at the end of the half.
Right, but it still carried out, Doug. Right, exactly. But it carried out for the 4 quarters. They held them in check. And I think defensively, all in all, Doug, I think we played a damn good football game. I like to see that we were more aggressive than we were the last 6 games of last year, especially in the Super Bowl. I like to see that. I like to see a little bit more of it. And the good thing about all of this is, if there is something good, we've got Kansas City coming in here next Sunday for our home opener.
Well, the thing is this, when you take a look at this team, and last year, the Bears are right there in scoring. They were number 2 in scoring. Well, certain things happened today. Number 1, they didn't get as many turnovers as they normally do. Number 2, they didn't get it from the special teams. If you think about it, last year, as much credit went to our offense, the fact is the defense set them up tremendously every time with interception scoring on defense and also the special teams scoring on special teams. We didn't do any of that today. We didn't do any of that today. In fact, where is that package we were all talking about? Where's that package of Garrett Wolf coming in with Hester? Did you see it? Did you see anything?
I saw Devin Hester in there once every time I saw him is when he lined up at a wide up position. Never saw him after that. Now, if you're going to put the guy in there, do something with him.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you saw what was happening there. They were crunching us. What do we do? Come out with something else. It didn't happen. And once again, though, the Chicago Bears are based on one thing. That's running the football. They're based, 2 things. Defense. You got the defense today. You did not get the running game today. Not even close to being a running game. And on top of that, you had both your backs.
Then why isn't Thomas Jones here? Why isn't Thomas Jones here?
Well, because they didn't want to put this $13 million into him and also $16 million into Benson. It's a business decision.
What do you think
exactly
Tomlinson is making and Turner is making in San Diego?
$2.3 million. That's not what Thomas Jones wanted. He got $13 million, Eddie. He got $13 million to go to New York. And they said, well, we're not putting $13 more million into Thomas Jones. We got $16 million into Benson.
I don't think it was guaranteed, though, Doug.
It is. He got $13 million guaranteed in New York. It's exactly what he got, Ed.
All right.
Let's go out to Nick in Des Plaines. Nick, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. How you guys doing?
What's up, Nick?
I swear to God, I think we're in big trouble because we can't run the ball for nothing.
That's right.
And if we can't run the ball, we're in big trouble, and Grossman cannot make a play.
Well, first of all, Grossman's not going to be that type of quarterback that's going to, come out and take over because the running game is not there. The running game has to be there. And I will say this, though. I'm telling you, it's kind of interesting to watch this team run the football against the regular 4-down linemen. I am telling you, when they get to a 3-4, they get all mixed up. They don't know who's who or what's what. Guys are coming every direction. They're trying to make the calls on communication, who to block, who not to block. And that offensive line, Ed, was not really coming off. Well, they were not coming off on the football.
Doug, they still have to come through lanes. They still have to come through holes.
Yeah.
0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8. Somebody's got to come in there, and no matter who comes in there, Doug, if it's a linebacker, a strong or weak safety blitzing, or if there's a line trick, somebody's got to come into that gap. Somebody will come into that gap, and whoever it is, you got to take them. That should not be a mystery.
Well, the fact is you got the center making the calls. They got to pick up who's blocking who. You saw the one time when Grossman got sacked. You see that sack by Grossman at the beginning of the game? No, the offensive end, Desmond Clark, just flies out of there. The back goes another direction. Here comes a guy barreling down, and Grossman should have probably fumbled or should have been dead by now, but it didn't happen.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. I think what should have happened is if Des Clark was out there, what he should have done, he know damn well that whoever on the outside was coming in, just chug him. 1,001, give him a chug, and then release.
Well, there's something.
Okay, now if there was a call. But, Doug, I cannot believe that Rex Grossman, being a quarterback that he is, that he cannot see and recognize and know that the blitz is coming.
I understand that.
Okay? And what is it? Then it turns into the hot read. He's got to make a move or he fires it, bang, 1-2, and the ball is gone. So part of that, a lot of that falls on Rex Grossman in his inability to read the blitz.
Then I'm part of that too, though, Ed, is the fact that you're right about that, about the quarterback trying to make those calls and those plays. But there's also the offensive line. You know this. The offensive line, there's the situations. They see a guy outside, this guy's inside, this is what we're going to do. We might slide to the right, we pick up the extra guy. I don't know exactly what happened in that particular play. I do know this, that Grossman got whacked. That I do know. But I do also know this, if the Bears can't run, we don't win. Now, we will beat the other teams. We will beat teams that they're basically,
Sure, because you know what they're going to do, Doug? They're going to stuff our run game, and you know what they're going to say? Okay, 4 quarters of football, we're going to stop your run. You let Rex Grossman beat us. That's what they're going to say.
Well, let me tell you.
Game after game, month after month, Doug. If we don't have a running game, that's what they're going to say. And they're going to come after him like Katie barred the door, my friend.
There's no question. And the thing about it is, if you really think about it, San Diego's a hell of a team, 14-2 last year.
Yes, they were, Doug.
The Bears did the same damn thing. They came up into the box and said, you beat us, Phillip Rivers. You beat us.
That's exactly what they did.
They did do that. And the fact is, the kid, well, first of all, they didn't get the turnovers, obviously, that we had. But they did that. They came up and LT had a -1 yards rushing with 2 minutes left in the first half. -1 yard rushing. Here's a kid that averaged 160 yards a game. So we did do that. Where are we wrong then? Where it's not working? First of all, we played at San Diego. That makes a difference. You're on the road. But two, again,
we played them tough.
We played them tough.
I'm going to tell you what, Doug. On both sides of the ball, the kids played hard. I mean, there was no
There's
giving
no
up
question
there.
about
There
that.
was no letdown.
No.
I tell you what, on both sides of that ball, they were hard hitting. They were scratching. They were clawing. And I love to see that in the Bears today. And I hope the heck we have it for the next 15 games because I think that we're going to be okay, Doug. I truly do. And why do I say that? Because Rex Grossman, if we can give him, Doug, if we can get this running game going, all right, it's always the big if, okay? But I'm saying if we can get the running game going and keep people off Rex, Rex can read, and he's an accurate passer. He's got the gun. He can get it done. He can throw with the best of them, Doug. But if he can't, if he gets the rush and they get in his face, and they all know it throughout the league, I know that. But if we can do that, Doug, is what I was saying.
Well, there's no question, Ed, and you take a look even last year. Last year we lost 3 football games. You know those 3 football games we lost? We ran under 100 yards. We didn't run the football well at all. We lost the games. And this is exactly what's happening now when you see
How about
this.
the Super Bowl?
Well,
15 runs the whole first half.
They didn't even try to run the damn ball.
Well, that's exactly right.
I mean, that was a big part of it.
What did we do
because you
best?
saw Thomas Jones rip off a 52-yarder in that football game. And so now you take a look at this game, and I'm saying to myself, okay, fine. You stay in there, don't make the mistakes, do all the things you need to do. But when you turn the football over 4 times, when you got 2 backs fumbling once each, and then you have the interception, which, by the way, is not Grossman's fault. Berrien, I don't know what the hell he was doing. He was lollygagging out there, and he didn't finish up his route. And then, of course, the one with McGowan on the punt that ran into him.
The one thing that's really going to be tough on our running game, Doug, and our listeners, as I see it, Doug, is that we do not have, and Lovie Smith, when he first came, his whole belief was speed on both sides of the ball. Well, in our backfield, we have no barn burners. Except for Wolf, who was the third running back.
You didn't see him at all today, did you?
Right, but listen to me, Doug. We have no barn burners. So when you're a good running football team, you can go outside with tosses or with an end run with a double team on the defensive end and kick out the linebacker. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do when you have speed. When you don't have speed, you really got to hit that line as quick as you can and hope that you can split the seams, okay? Think the other teams don't know that?
Well, especially, yeah.
We have no speed in the backfield, Doug. None.
Well, the thing about it is that when you talk about our running backs, we're more power type of guys. Basically Benson's a power type of guys. Thomas Jones had the ability to, if the thing was clogged up, create something. Benson can't create. He won't be able to create. He's a straight line runner. That's it. Bam, into the line. If you're not getting the holes, you're not getting the runs. And so consequently, he doesn't do those things. But I'll tell you, LT, I saw him today. They made him look terrible. Absolutely terrible that first half.
They played
terrific. They were all over. That kid couldn't breathe.
I'll tell you, if we get this effort, Doug, every week, again, for the next 15 weeks, out of this 53-man squad that we have, we're going to be in a lot of these football games, and we're going to win a lot of damn football games, because I tell you what, again, they fought hard today for 60 minutes, and I hated to see us lose. But, in fact, we did lose. Let's correct these mistakes. We got Kansas City coming in, and there's nothing we can do about it now, but we're going to break this thing down for the next few hours here. But I'll tell you what, things like Dvorak being on special teams, Doug, that is a huge mistake. And whoever the coach was that put him on there, and the other coaches saw it and, well, yeah, that's okay. A defensive tackle on a kickoff return team throwing an offensive block.
Well,
who came off all last year, didn't play one down, and he comes in, he's playing good football now. He's a starter for us, and what the hell is he doing on that team? Nobody in the world is going to explain that to me.
Well, I think what it is because of a better player. For example, when you see, like, basically Adonijay, you see Adonijay do what that?
Don't say that. You say a better player. You mean to tell me the guy's backing up?
It must be. Why is he out there,
Ed? Suck?
Why the hell is he out there? There's got to be a reason why he's out there. They didn't put him out there because his name is Dusty. There's got to be a reason why they're playing him, Ed. Like they have Adonijay coming down on the kickoff, the opening kickoff. Man, he hits Sproles, puts him out of the football game.
Doug,
you say, why put defensive tackle on there?
Again, he's a defensive player. That's all he's ever played.
He's a tackle.
Okay? He's not an offensive guard, a tackle or center who every play throws a block, has the timing down, et cetera, et cetera. He had no business being on the kickoff return team. And I hope the hell his knee isn't so bad that the kid can't play. Because if it did, that would be a damn shame.
Well, it would be, and I don't think he was hurt to any extent when they did.
I hope he wasn't.
But the fact is, though, Ed, I look at it this way. I want to put my best players out there I can put out there. That's exactly how I look at it. And that is why I know you said about Butkus going to I remember that, going to the coaches. But it was
true.
The
coach says, I can't trust them.
Yeah, well, he couldn't. I don't know what the hell the answer is. Well, then, yeah, that's the answer. The guys who were out there.
Well, it's unacceptable.
Well, it is unacceptable.
But it's unacceptable then. It's unacceptable now.
Let's go out to Ian on the northwest side. Ian, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yes, thanks for the OB and Doug. This is AK Baby Luther Vandross. I was watching the game. I think that Central Business should get on an airplane and leave Chicago and bring Jones back because Jones was a street runner, and Central Business did not show up. The defense was there. If they keep going the way they're going, we're in trouble. And defense is always there, but Central Business, no.
Well, yeah. If you take a look at today's game, was it San Diego? Is that why that happened? But let me ask you a question then. What I saw Benson today I didn't like at all. But they shut down LT, so are we saying LT's a bad runner? Of course not. We went up there and did something with the guys in the special, that special defense where you're up there with the 8-man front. You're taking care of. Now, Tomlinson came back at the end of the game. The things he does well, they give him a screen, he runs extremely well. Then throws the old option pass coming out of the backfield for a touchdown. So he contributed. But the one thing that you really get pissed about, Benson, is the fumble. I mean, that you don't want. If you're not getting the yards, then certainly don't give him the damn football back. I was shocked that Peterson gave him the football back also. Because it looked like to me that when Peterson was in the game, he was running better. I don't know if it was me, but I know this. I think at one point in time he was averaging like 6 yards a carry. So there's a big difference. But you're right about one thing. If we can't run, we can't win. That's going to be a fact. And I think if you look at the rest of the teams in the division today, if I'm wrong, which I don't think I am, I think all three won. I think Minnesota won. I think Detroit was beating Oakland, and Green Bay won.
They were beating Oakland with about
3 minutes left.
About 3 minutes left.
Yeah, and then Green Bay won. They beat Philadelphia, which Philadelphia is supposed to be a hell of a team.
Yes.
So, you know what? This thing's going to get tight. So for us to beat our own guys in our division, who I don't believe are as strong as the AFC, because I think the AFC is stronger than the NFC. But fact, Eddie, if we can't run, I don't care how bad those teams are supposed to be, you're not going to win the football games.
Right. So, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions all week about the running game, about Cedric Benson. How well did we block the 3-4 defense? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions asked tonight, tomorrow, and the next couple of days. But I will not sell the Bears short, Doug. I'll tell you what, these kids,
they worked hard.
Were out there.
They hustled.
They played their hearts out.
Yeah, and there was a hell of a football game. It reminds you of games back in the day where it was just slugging and banging. Who's going to make the mistake? Who's going to do this or do that? And the Bears came up short.
But you know what it looked like to me, Doug, and I wonder to how many of our listeners out there, what it looked like to me, and all in all, when it was at the end, it seemed like, who really didn't play up to par? Who really didn't play up to par for 4 quarters? And I looked at Rivers. Looked at San Diego on their side, Doug. Defensively, I think they did some good things, and offensively. But Rivers, to me, didn't step up to the plate. We put pressure on him because we know if we could rattle him too. And then I look on our side, And I think, all in all, who was the leader of our offense? Who was the guy that touches the ball first and makes us go? I don't think Rex Grossman played a great game, Doug. So I think if two people didn't play up to snuff, and didn't show what they really can show, were on both sides of the ball, and I think they were both the quarterbacks, and it shows in a pathetic performance, really, on both offenses, Doug.
Yeah, and what it tells you, too, Ed, also you have to look at maybe the defenses had something to do with it. San Diego's defense and our defense. And a lot of times when you do get that kind of pressure on a quarterback, it makes a big difference.
Don't you counter? Don't you come out in halftime and don't you counter?
Well, it seemed to me San Diego got better in the fourth quarter,
okay.
In the third quarter, I think. But our running game never got better. You know, it just didn't. It wasn't there.
No.
And their running game got a little better, but it was not better than really ours was, because we did something. You shut down. Man, I'm telling you, how hard it is to shut down LT. To shut this guy down, we had a minus 1 yard rushing.
They did a phenomenal job.
Exactly. Let's go out to John in the South Side. John, you're on the score.
Hi guys, thanks for the call.
Hi, John.
Yeah. The guys, the story tonight, tomorrow, until the next week, and probably all season is already what you're talking about. Is Cedric Benson going to be the man?
Right.
Through one game,
get used to it.
Through one game, it's safe to say no. He better pull it together real fast, or we're going nowhere. One side, no guys, I'll let you guys go. I'm done with Mike Brown. I'm done with him. I was done with him 2 years ago after the Carolina game. I'm done with him now. He is the carrying of the Chicago Bears. No more, no less. Thanks, guys.
Why are you done with Mike Brown?
Do we still have the caller?
Mike Brown had an interception today. He recovered a fumble, made some hits. Why would we be down on Mike Brown? When you take a look at that defense and, the mistakes they made here and there, but there weren't enough. They scored. San Diego scored 14 points. 14 points they scored. All 14 points came off a turnover.
Doug,
we scored 3.
Could John
Alex
maybe
Brown?
be? Yeah. No,
I don't know. I have.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Could he be referring to the injury to Brown that he got hurt again?
Maybe. Well, maybe that's it.
Is that what John's referring to?
That's the kick.
Because the last 3 years or whatever.
Yeah.
He goes down, and let's hope it's not a serious injury, but I don't think nobody knows.
Well, Lorenzo Neal clotheslined him. He did clothesline.
But what I'm saying, but I think that's maybe what John's referring to.
Yeah, I don't think his play
is
not
guessing.
that. Yeah, maybe it's because he's hurt. Sure. That could possibly be talking about that. Let's go out to John and Wheaton. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. Good to talk to you.
Thanks, John.
Hey, a couple things. First of all, I think the last caller, John, was right. I think he's more frustrated because, once again, we see Mike Brown is injured. So I think that's where his frustration is.
Yeah, that's what I think it was, too.
Yeah, I agree with you, OB. A couple things. Fundamentals on offense, particularly with holding on to the football, that's a big thing. And, of course, we're going to keep beating a dead horse here, but the running game, obviously, I think we found out today that the Bears right now, and I know it's the first game of the season, they need to sharpen up their fundamentals on offense, and that's, running through those drills where you're holding on to the football and not fumbling. And let me get your opinion on this, Doug and OB. I was kind of hacked off when the Bears were kind of driving. I forget how much time was left in the game, maybe 6 or 7 minutes, or 5 minutes, and they were running. They had those 3 run plays, 3 straight run plays, and it was like 4th and 1, and when they needed the yard, they couldn't get it. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, where was the tight end in this play? I mean, I saw Des Clark twice today, and hopefully when Olsen gets back, that will make a difference too. But why didn't they throw to Clark on that? I don't understand, And I know it's early, but you just can't get to the Super Bowl and win in the playoffs if you're not holding on to the football. Your thoughts, guys? Thanks.
John, all day today, we could have passed over the middle all day long today on San Diego. If you watched every play, if you followed the ball where there was run, that middle was open for the tight end on post pad. I mean, for the wideouts on post patterns or deep routes in, hooks in, tight end slants over the middle. It was open all day. All day the middle was open, John.
Well, the thing with Des Clark, too, and I thought they come up with a great play, and the ones you're talking about was a 20-yard play, was out of the end zone.
Right, out of the end zone. It was an up
Des
and over.
Clark, so they hit him. There's no question if Greg Olson's in that lineup, it makes it a better offense. But what bothers me a little bit, though, we've heard about this Hester and Wolf package, about putting these guys together and what they can do. We didn't see anything from that. So I don't know if that's in the back of their head. They didn't want to do it. Maybe it was because of the 3-4. I have no idea about that. So That's what it's going to be. What are we going to do, an update?
If Milwaukee beat the Reds also 10-5. The Cardinals, meanwhile, are tied with Arizona 4-4 in the 7th. On the south side, Johan Santana strikes again. He and the Twins beat the White Sox 5-2 at U.S. Cellular Field. Golf, guess who? Tiger Woods wins the BMW Championship at Cog Hill. And in tennis, it was Roger Federer winning the U.S. Open. Jesse Rogers will be at Balmoral Park tonight at the racetrack from 6 to 8 p.m., so he's there now till 8. Balmoral Park, located at 26435 South Dixie Highway in Crete. You are listening to the exclusive radio home of the Chicago White Sox, 670 The Score. The next Sox broadcast is tomorrow night at 6:35 when the Sox take on the Indians. I'm Brian Peruk on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. And now back to Doug and OB.
Thanks, Brian. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears' loss 14-3 to San Diego. And Ed and I were talking a little bit during the break here, and looked at, and I wanted to ask Ed this, playing defensive line. There were times, Tommy Harris came off on the football, and I know he was in that neutral zone, but it was so quick. I don't think the refs even saw it. In fact, on that 2-yard line, the ball was hardly even snapped, and he was across that line. Yeah. Did not call it, but he was coming off on the football. Unbelievable.
Well, I'll tell you what, he came to play today.
Boy, did he.
I'm going to tell you what, that's a Tommy Harris that certainly before the injury, what we've seen, this kid, is he a legitimate difference maker? There's no question about it. And the other kid I think, Doug, that's going to be good for us is Dvorak. Here's a kid, I watched him in the exhibition season playing, Doug, beating double teams. It's tough enough to beat one guy, but when you consistently can beat a double team, that's big-time stuff, and I hope the kid is good. But Tommy Harris was off on the ball, Doug. He was firing off on it all day long.
Oh, yeah, he was coming up the ball.
He was doing exactly what he's done before. He gets up into the gap, and he creates havoc.
It was so fast, the refs couldn't even call it.
That's right. Lightning fast.
Lightning. Let's go out to Jack in Anthem, Arizona. Jack on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, Dougie?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, I moved from Wrigleyville to Arizona about a month ago, and I miss Chicago, miss everybody, and I even quit Mr. V's to come out here. You know Mr. V's Pizza.
Sure.
How you doing, though?
Good, doing real good after today. Not so good.
I'm so darn ticked off about the Bears' offense. They should never get rid of
Thomas Jones.
Thomas Jones. They should. I don't know whose idea it was, but they made a mistake. There's no running at all. There's nothing, zero.
Well, we had
defense super. We need an offense. We need running back. We need something.
We had Cedric Benson, who had 19 carries for 42 yards, a 2.2-yard average, and Adrian Peterson carried it 7 times for 38 yards for 5.4. On the really downside, both of them fumbled the football. So as a team, they averaged 3.1 yards. And the good thing defensively, Tomlinson had 17 carries for 25 yards for a 1.5-yard average, and that is fantastic.
Yeah, just think if Benson had those numbers. I mean, even though he had 2.2, Tomlinson had 1.5. But the one thing about Tomlinson, there was the screen passes, there was a touchdown pass he threw,
right?
And everybody knows he can do it. We don't know if Benson can do it. That's why I think half of us are half nuts. It's not like a defense came out and said, hey, we're going to stop Benson. They stopped Benson. Oh, don't worry about it. Next week's another week.
Doug,
we haven't seen it yet.
Doug,
he hasn't proven it to us yet that he can be that bad.
Doug, let me tell you what this management and the coaching staff has done. 5 years, nobody can challenge Rex Grossman. First 3 years, he didn't even play. You couldn't bring anybody in to challenge him. Is that not correct?
Well, sure.
No? Okay.
That was their guy.
So 5 years, you can't bring anybody to challenge him. They anoint him the starter. Nobody can come in and challenge him, which to me, Doug, I don't know if I've ever heard that before in my many years in professional football. We have a running back situation. This is Benson's 3rd year, okay? Trade away Thomas Jones. Give him the job. He did not earn the job, Doug. Again, so we have 2 main people on offense that are given jobs and protected. My question to you and to our listeners, why?
Very simple.
Why?
Very simple.
Why?
And it's simple.
What is it?
$16 million. I am telling you what happened when rookies come in and you put that type of money into a guy. It's an investment. It's $16 million went into this guy. He has to be your guy.
Then it was the wrong $16 million. It was the wrong read, Doug.
Then maybe what will happen in 3 years, they'll say, we made the wrong mistake. But they can't, what they don't want to do.
In the meantime, football is a now game, Doug.
I understand that.
It's not tomorrow. It's not the next day.
Ed, you know and I know. It's still a business. It's still a business with players. Hey, let me ask you a question, Ed.
I know where you're going with this.
No. I want to ask this question.
All right.
Let's say Benson came in. And let's say Benson was a 7th-round pick. Would Benson still be on this team right now?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. Because
well, let me ask you this question.
To play that.
If we had our two backup quarterbacks, Greasy and Orton, go in the Super Bowl game, fumble the ball from center twice, throw an interception back for a touchdown, and still come out and fumble again, would they be on this team?
I'll tell you this.
Or would they be gone?
Once again, and take a
would
look.
They be gone?
Take a look at management. Take a look at what's going on. They want to find out who our quarterback can be for years to come. This year is going to be a different story. Let's say, for example, they come out next week and Grossman stinks up the place. I will guarantee you they're going to have a hook for the guy this year. Be totally different. But the fact is, when it comes down to it, they laid everything they had into Benson.
And everything they had into Grossman.
Exactly. And they want to see if it
works
out. But let's don't forget, they went to the Super Bowl last year with Grossman, but with Thomas Jones. Now, I'm going to take heat on this too, because I picked Benson in the mock draft, and I can't see it anymore. I can't feel it. I don't see it. I don't know if it's all the blocking, whatever the reason is. There was one run he had today. Did you remember the one run he had? It was a power run. Remember, he just busted through there
for about 12 yards.
Exactly.
Yes.
12 yards. But it's not consistent enough. What was his numbers again? They were brutal.
Benson had 19 carries for 42 yards for a 2.2 yard average.
That's not going to cut it.
Okay, well, maybe he'll cut it against Kansas City.
Well, I hope so.
We all hope so.
But here, we've been saying that. How long have we been saying this?
Doug, we've been saying it year after year after year.
Yeah, we've been saying, okay, well, don't worry, just give him time. Well, time is now, because you're running out of time. In other words, each game is so important. I understand what happened today, but you know what? I guess what's really bothering me is when you get a defensive effort like you had today, and you can't come out with a win, that bothers me.
Yep.
That really bothers me.
Yep.
Let's go out to Jim and Justice. Jim, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be and Doug.
Hey, fellas.
Hi, Jim.
Say, I am really hot about this. When is Ron Turner going to be taken to task for his idiotic play calling and
his game planning? His game planning, Jim.
Yes. But I don't see it. I hear these accolades for him during the week on the score, and I've never been a Ron Turner fan. He did nothing in Illinois. I just don't see where he gets that play calling when there was 6 minutes left in the game, where he ran 3 times in the middle, was pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
And another point I'd like to make is we do not have a running back, fellas. If you really look at it, and you guys are really knowledgeable about football, I've been watching football since '63, and you can tell when a running back has it. Benson doesn't. Adrian Peterson doesn't. There was a play, particularly 4th and 1, where Adrian Peterson ran straight into the line, and that whole right side of the field was wide open if he bounced the outside. I just don't see it, Buzz, with your comments on that.
I was listening to NFL Live the other day, and they had the 2 running backs on. They had Marshall Faulk, and they had Terrell Davis. And Benson's name came up because they were talking about playing against San Diego. And it's just not those two, but they came out and said it. He's basically an average back. He's a back that it's average, a back that's doesn't have any flash, a back that can't make those plays you're talking about, a back that when things are not there can create. He can't create. He almost reminds me of a fullback at this point in time. But something's got to change, guys. Somewhere along the line, someone's got to take over. Now, I saw Cedric Benson today, not Cedric Benson, but Adrian Peterson run a little bit better. And I saw him run, he had an average of 6.2 yards a carry. But that fumble, once again, and that's what you worry about, Adrian Peterson. Can he carry the load? Can he also be the guy that's going to be out there for the full time during the game? That's the biggest problem the Bears have right now. And you're right. They got to find somebody to be able to carry that football. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Demet, and Doug Buffone. 312-644-6767, talking football. Give us a call.
Let's get after it.
With their blitzes and kind of having some stunts with the defensive line that, made it, hard for our guys to get out onto some of their blitzes. But, they did a good job and at times got to the quarterback. But, like I said, it was mostly, our fault why we didn't get in the end zone.
That highlight is from WBB Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and also Rex Grossman talking about the fact that they did not know the stunts had, the stunts coming back and forth, the 3-4 defense, the pressure on them, the whole 9 yards. You know the story.
Our listeners are smart enough to smell that one out. You mean to tell me, all week we're playing against San Diego? All year, all summer, all training camp, everything, it's the game we're going against. They play a 3-4 defense, and all of a sudden, my God, they're playing a 3-4 defense. What do we do now?
Well, you would think, but it seems like they have problems all the time against the 3-4. But I'll tell you, hey, hold it. Let's don't take credit away from San Diego either, by the way. I mean, they have a hell of a defense.
Yes,
they got two great linebackers, and inside that Jamal Williams, the guy's a manhandler. But there were certain times during the course of that game I thought we could have did something better.
Doug, you could have ran quick openers. One of the things against the 3-4 is quick openers. You double team the nose tackle. You come across with the offside guard, kick out the offside defensive end, and you run a quick opener up the middle on a trap play. You can run a switch up the middle. There's a lot of things that you can do against a 3-4 defense. And all of a sudden, this becomes a mystery to Rex Grossman. That's the way I interpreted what he said. Mm-hmm. It's a mystery.
Well, not only a mystery, but it seemed like they were confused. See, that always comes in. Confusion always comes in.
Doug, how long did they have to plan for this game?
Ed, what did it sound like to you? Did it sound like confusion to you? The fact that they didn't know what was going on, the guys run some plays.
That's exactly
when a guy
correct.
Says they run some trick
and that's
plays,
why I
you
think
say,
Jim,
why don't we pick them up?
Jim, our last caller, he says he's had it with Turner, basically with the game plans. Now, why is Rex Grossman, after the fact, after the game is over with, saying that some of the schemes that they couldn't, they was hard for them.
They didn't pick them up.
They couldn't pick them up on a 3-4 when they had all of training camp, 4 exhibition games to key in on this one game. Lovey says we're ready to play. Well, guess what? The game's over with. Our number one quarterback says they weren't ready.
You're listening to the
Dicky Luke
post-game show, Eddie. I can't help you with that, buddy, because you know exactly what it is. When they say that, when anybody player says that, that means that during the course of that game, they were not prepared for something that was done. When somebody tells you, well, they were doing trick plays or they were doing twists, turns, you weren't ready for that.
Doug, isn't that why you have coaches? Isn't that
why
there's an alternate plan?
Yeah.
Isn't there plan B or C? Isn't that why you pay coaches millions of dollars to figure this out? If running to the left or the right isn't working, what do you do?
Ed, why you're yelling at me? It's not my problem. For Christ's sake, Ed, I saw what happened out there. I understand. I agree with you. But when somebody says that, that means that somewhere along the line, they weren't ready to pick those things up. Was it something
and what I'm saying to you, Doug, that's not acceptable.
I know it's not acceptable. I agree 100% with you. I agree 100% with you.
It's not acceptable.
Right. But normally what happens with these guys when they come out, they'll say, look, they confused us with this. They did this instead of what we're thinking about. They were going to do that. Make a long story short, the fact is that we did not run the football very well. We had 4 turnovers. That was, that's starting why this game was lost. That's where it was. Because let me tell you something. You could say the same thing about North Turner,
Doug,
too.
we were in this damn football game. This is another game that we could have. Could we have won this game? Yes, we could still have won this football game.
Absolutely.
But we didn't.
Let's go out to Wild Bill in Hyde Park. Wild Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Mr. O'Bradovich and Mr. Buffone, 2 of my childhood heroes.
That's right, RB.
I'm 51 years old, Mr. OB, and I don't want to be redundant. My stepdad, he's gone now. He loved you, OB.
Well, thank you.
You're very welcome, damn it. Listen, OB, the guys before you, Jim, he stole my thunder. What in the blue hell is Ron Turner thinking about? Oh, and Doug, OB. Yeah. It was a reporter. I'm not going to say what station. He said Cedric Benson is a 10, man. I hate to believe that. And also, that we had a couple of bad breaks, but that's part of football. And the third question I have, gentlemen, is poor Mike Brown all of a sudden become injury prone because he's so small? Doug, a guy that played with you, hell of a quarterback, always got hurt. My buddy Allen Ellis. And I'm going to shut my big mouth, and you two should be Hall of Famers. Listen up. I love you both. AOB.
Yes, sir.
I don't care what Duck Coach thinks.
Well, Bill, thank you, my friend.
Why, Bill, thank you.
Well, you talk about all these things. I know it's the first game of the season. See, our expectations now are not anymore just to win the division. When we look at this team,
again, Doug,
we look at the team to be good enough to beat somebody in the AFC, and if that means you could beat somebody
a lot
in
of
the AFC,
people think
you can win the world, you can win the Super Bowl.
That's the best team, in the AFC that we played today. And still at the end of the game, we had a chance to win in the football game with the confusion and with, the lack of offensive effort. By that I mean converting on third down, going down and putting points on the board. And that's what it's all about, because the best defense in the world, Doug, is a good offense. Why? They eat up the clock.
Well, that's it. And to eat up the clock, you have to do one thing. You got to run the football. Now, San Diego couldn't do that. But what happened was, they started out with that short passes, and I will hand this to Babbage, though. And this is what I really like about Babbage so far. That cover two, everybody talking about that cover two, I didn't see that cover two that much today. What I saw was guys in there aggressive. I saw on third down situation that Urlacher, instead of lining up 5 or 6, 7 yards deep, is right on top of this center. Those guys are ready to come. They're ready to be aggressive.
A lot of window dressing, Doug.
Yeah. To me, that's a big plus the way that defense is going. That in itself makes it worthwhile watching that game today.
Doug, again, and I said it just a bit ago, and I'll say it again. That whole team. I mean, those kids. To me, they played their hearts out. I mean, they weren't accepting anything, and they were doing everything possible. To me, on both sides of the ball, do the best of their ability. And they were hitting as hard as they could and running and doing everything they could. And my hat's off to the kids for stepping up to the plate there. What I failed to see is offensively that we couldn't change, or we had the wrong game plan going in, and we couldn't change on the run. And that's why you pay coaches millions and millions of dollars to come through for you, Doug, in a game situation. Okay? Have the right game plan going in. If it doesn't work, you have to have the ability to change, which we did not, Doug. And what earmarks it is Rex Grossman's, his words. They were confused.
Yeah, well, they were confused on the blitzes and the 3-4. Yeah, exactly. But see, the one thing about it, and you mentioned something about paying the coaches millions and millions of dollars, that also pertains to the athlete, too. And especially when we get back to our running game. We're going to go back to this, and all week this is going to be talked about. There's no question in my mind, because what we saw today.
Does the athlete have to perform? Yes, he does. But on certain running plays and certain passing plays, everybody has to block a certain guy or go to a certain area and pick up somebody or make a fake or do whatever they have to do. Now, who has to put them in that position? Whoever calls the play, whoever sets the game plan, Doug.
Well, this is for sure.
Does that make sense?
Well, here, did you see a lot of large holes today?
Did I see a lot of large holes today?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No, there weren't any.
Because both defenses were coming after both offenses.
Right. So they weren't there. So maybe we're jumping a gun a little bit. But yet again, the 2 fumbles kind of bother me also.
Sure.
The 2 fumbles cost us. Like I said, they got 14 points, San Diego. All 14 points came off of turnovers. How much pressure do you want to put on your defense? Now you probably want them to score like they did before.
Right.
So now you want you to score a touchdown. Or maybe your special team guy run back 100 yards. Let's go out to Big Dog in Oak Lawn. Big Dog, you on the scoreboard, O'B and Doug.
Hey, nice to have you guys back for another season.
Thanks, Big Dog.
Hey, a couple things here. If our tight end didn't pick up the end on the 2 sacks, why didn't our running backs pick up the block?
He went the other way.
And also, I don't see any of the running backs saying, I want the ball. I want to do it. I want to carry the team. I want to be aggressive. I want to score some points. Thanks a lot, guys, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right, Big Dog. That's the one thing, though. He's brought up something here interesting. I mean, if you take a look, maybe I'm reaching on this, but with Cedric Benson, the body language, the idea of the fire, there's something there. But most running backs, you look at them, they got something going. Maybe I know it's not there yet. Maybe everybody thought today was going to be the day, although they picked the wrong team to play against. The fact this is going to be the day they're going to run a lot against this team. But
this was the perfect day for him.
But
damn right.
He could
go
do
against
today,
a terrific defense, and let's see what the hell you can do.
But it's all set all year. Been set. Don't worry about Cedric Boy. Look what he did against San Diego. Wasn't even close. Let's go out to Mark in his car. Mark on the score will be in Doug.
Hey guys. It's great to talk to you. I'm not in my
Mark.
car anymore, though. I'm in a grocery store now, but
all right, Mark.
I just wanted to say a couple of things, man. I want everybody to kind of relax a little bit. I saw our defense hold a very good offense for almost 3 quarters to nothing.
Mark, no question
about
it.
I've been questioning that. Here's a team, San Diego, averaged 31 points a game last year.
I think a couple of things on offense. The running game. Here we go. The running game, and of course Rex needs to be able to read a blitz coming in, and so I agree with everything else you guys are saying. Thanks for my call, guys.
Okay. Mm-hmm. You know what, Mark? The thing is that where the question falls in, Doug, is what did we score today?
What did we score?
How many points did we put up?
About 3 big ones, and that came off turnover. And the thing about it is that last year, sometimes we got away at murder because, one, we got the interceptions and scored touchdowns.
Right.
And two, special teams come up and scored a lot of points. And three, they put you in great field position. All those things weren't there today.
Right.
And so that's when you look at that offense, Ed, that's why you have to say to yourself, it has to get better.
Right.
Let's go out to Reed and Morton. Reed, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Reed.
Not as good as I am, I'm sure. Right now, I'm upset. You know, first of all, the caller said Mike Brown. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mike Brown played his butt off today. He got hurt on an illegal play, period. Okay, Mike Brown is a man among men. He is awesome. So, on top of that, our D was great today. Grossman played well. Benson, he needs a hat because he's a bust. He is Rashaan Salam without the talent. And the last thing I can ask you guys, why is Daniel Manning back deep on the kickoffs? We have a guy named Devin Hester who can run it back. I'm sorry, but this was ridiculous. Our team played their hearts out today. I'm tired of this stuff, but at the same time, don't put it on Rexy. Don't put it on Turner. Don't put it on anybody except for the running backs. AP, he's my boy. He needs to just keep running the ball hard like he was doing. Thanks, guys.
You saw Hester came into the game and on the kickoff return and ran 29 yards. I don't know if they don't want him to get hurt, but once again, I'm kind of still taken back by the fact that we saw during training camp, all the stuff that Hester was doing. They said, look at the great catches. I was there. I watched them. This play, that play, nothing today. I mean, there wasn't even an attempt to the guy, was there, Ed? I mean, I saw him out there once or twice, but Garrett Wolf, not same thing, not out there. Where's that package we were talking about?
Right. If there's some things that are bothersome, there's goods and pluses. You lose. Obviously, the minuses are going to jump up in your face. But, well, let's get to it after the break, Doug.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears and the Chargers. Bears lose today 14-3. Ed and I'll be right back.
Just talking offensively, we never established the run. We have to be able to do that. You have to run the football, especially on the road. Can't turn the ball over, and you have to be able to hit them with a few big passing plays. So never got in sync offensively.
That was Lovie Smith talking about today's game. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Doug Buffone, Ed O'Bradovich. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And then Lovie was talking about some pass plays, which obviously you need some big pass plays, but you still need somebody to run the football. And that's going to be the biggest thing that I think most people are going to be talking about, Ed. That's not going to go away because of the fact of Benson. We all been questioning it. What's going on there? And what's going on with that running game? Can you do it? Can you have a guy? Can he do it? And they have to answer that question pretty soon because as we speak right now, Minnesota's 1-0, Detroit's 1-0, and Green Bay Packers are 1-0, and the Chicago Bears are 0-1. So it could possibly be that the division is going to be stronger than we thought it would be because the Packers knock off Philadelphia, at Lambeau Field. Minnesota has a good showing. And you see what Detroit did coming back and being Oakland at Oakland. So it's not going to be as easy as we think it is. So that's why that running game has got to get back in order for the Chicago Bears to be up there. I mean, you can't get every game and you're going to be winning, in the game 3-3, to 7-3, 10-7, something like that. You're going to have to put some points on the board.
Well, I'll tell you, after today's game, Doug, everybody's got to take a long look at themselves on the offensive side of the ball. They really do. I'm not talking. The effort was there, it was wonderful, but the play setup. And the execution should have been a lot sharper, a lot better, because this is the game you've been shooting for since you lost the Super Bowl, because you want to start out the 2007 season, 1-0. Mm-hmm. You want to get it going on a good note, and that didn't happen today. As a matter of fact, it was kind of even though we had a chance even to the end of the game to still win it, Doug, when you lose that way, it doesn't set well.
Let's go out to Steve in Northbrook. Steve, you on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hello?
Hello, Stevie.
I'm sorry, yes. I was actually just eating a couple hot dogs.
Oh, that's good.
So I just want to talk about the Bears. And, everyone's always blaming Rex and stuff like that. But let me say I'm a big, huge Chicago White Sox fan, and I always listen to Chris Ranji. I don't know if you know who Chris is.
Oh, sure.
But he does all the White Sox stuff. And I'm seriously saying this. I know you guys are going to laugh. You're probably going to get really upset, but I think we should maybe get Aaron Rowand.
Has this guy been drinking? And where does this moron come from? Huh? Let's go out to Sean or Schuster. We got Schuster now? Let's go out to David Schuster. David, what's up, buddy?
Well, I'm not going to talk baseball. I'll tell you that little.
Get Aaron Rowand, he said. Please, what are you going to do with him?
I don't know. He can't pull at the guard and he can't tackle. So the heck with him right now. You know, guys, it could have been a really good day out here, but it turns out to be just the opposite. Really a bad day. Not only did they lose the game, but it really looks really bad for Mike Brown, who was in tears after the game. And we're going to play a cut from him in just a second.
What is it? His knee?
Well, they're calling it a sprain, and you know, OB and Doug, that's the way they always do it right after the game until they do the MRI. But the player always knows before anybody else, and he was in tears.
What a super individual this kid is.
And you know what, guys?
Just a super guy.
He was playing well again today.
Oh, yes. An interception and a fumble recovery. That Lorenzo Neal hogtied this guy. I mean, that was an illegal block. If you take a look at the way he hit him. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, why don't we just hear from him? He talks about his injury. We'll get this out of the way.
Sprained knee right now. But like I said, it doesn't look too good. It's a shame. Hurts my feelings really bad. And it's just life, though.
And at that point, we just let him go because he was in tears. He knows what's upcoming for him. And I hate to say it, guys, I can't conceive that this is another season-ending injury for this guy right off the bat. I just can't see him coming back after so many devastating injuries.
Obviously, David, it has to be serious.
What a fine young man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What a fine young man.
Part of that defense, guys, and I'll tell you what, that defense played magnificent today. They shut down, in my opinion, the best running back in football, but he also showed you, even though he didn't have that many yards, 17 carries, 25 yards, he reminds me a little bit of Walter Payton because he found other ways to beat you with the halfback option, and he scored a big touchdown at the end of the game. But this one boiled down to, and I'm sure you've been beating it to death, turnovers, the ineptitude by the offense to produce any points when really I think one score by the offense today. If they would have gone up 10-0, I think this game would have been in the Bears' back pocket for sure.
Yeah, the question here, and we'll get a lot of questions from OB and myself, but even from the fans calling in, is Benson and what's going on with that situation. And obviously, he had the fumble, though Peterson had a fumble also. But the guys are questioning the running game. We were supposed to be running off the bus. Remember that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We heard it all during the preseason. We didn't see it one lick. And you know what? I hate to put too much credence in the preseason, but we never saw it. And it's almost like last year we didn't really see that much in the preseason, but that we knew what Thomas Jones can do. Cedric Benson is still a question mark, as much to us, really honestly, guys, as to his teammates. And until he proves it to his teammates, there's a doubt in their mind as well. And, I was looking at him, and I'm no expert on football, but I was looking at him, and it sort of reminded me in golf, they always tell you to keep your head down. Well, in football, I think when you're running through the line, I think you need to keep your head up. And I noticed a lot of times as he was running through the hole, his head was down and he was going down rather quickly. And there's got to be some doubt on those offensive linemen's parts and maybe everybody else on that team. Can this guy do the job?
Now, you talked about Mike Brown's injury. OB was really concerned about Dusty Dvorak. What's going on with him?
They called it a sprain as well. He did not have a wrap on his knee, unlike Mike Brown at the end of the game. So we'll find out more about him tomorrow. Those are the only two names that were mentioned. They're both mentioned as knee sprains. But again, listening to Mike Brown after the game, you have to think his is much more serious, some kind of torn something or other in that knee. So it just doesn't look good for him.
And I guess too, though, the fact that maybe Greg Olsen will be ready next week could add to that offense. But the one thing that really bothers me is that we were down in training camp, Shoes. We were watching them and all this. Where was Hester and Garrett Wolf today? Where was that little package you're supposed to see of making a difference in a football game, bringing them in and out? Didn't see hide or hair of these guys.
We didn't see Devin Hester until, if not the beginning of the second quarter, the end of the first quarter, and actually even on the first play from scrimmage on offense, he was absolutely a decoy and it was interesting watching it because I noticed that he ran down the field on the right side. Not only did the cornerback go after him, but so did the deep safety, and then they ran the play to the other side of the field. So I think in that instance, they were just testing the defense to see what they would do in those situations, but they never came back to him at all. So really, it was a waste. And a total waste.
Well,
and he really, other than maybe one kickoff towards the end of the game, he didn't actually go for some other ones either. He had a chance to return a punt. He called for a fair catch. He was an absolute non-factor today.
Yeah, David, I tell you, the one thing that looked at me that was open all day long was over the middle.
Mm-hmm.
For post patterns, up and ends, slants, hooks, curls. I think the middle was wide open all day. That's how I saw it all day long. And when we did throw a pass, it was over the middle, and we had some good results. We should have been going there till they tried to shut us down and then go to the out-and-up patterns, but we didn't do that either.
And you know what, Eddie? It's so frustrating because sometimes, and it's the same thing with Grossman, sometimes he's so good and sometimes he's just the opposite. I mean, on some of those plays across the middle and he was facing a pretty heavy pass rush, he looked really good. And
yes.
He threw a couple of nice sideline patterns as well. But then when he had other guys open, he overthrew them, he bounced them in. He is so inconsistent, and I understand why the fans are just driven mad by this guy.
Well, you take a look at his quarterback rating today, and I think it was, it'll be 53.7?
Yeah, his 53.7, and Rivers on the other side of the ball was 73.3 QB rating.
Yep.
So, and then when you have 4 turnovers with that, and you have 2 running backs that did not run, and hey, hold on, don't let the offensive lineman off the hook here either.
No, they didn't
see
open
any
up that many
gigantic
holes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but and they faced a very, very, and I'll just put another very in there, very good San Diego team, top to bottom, especially on defense, with some wonderful, talented players on that defensive side of the ball. But they had a chance to win this game, and I'm telling you, you just had the feeling if they could have scored just one time on offense to open up a lead, not have any turnovers after that, this game would have been in the Bears' bag. And I got to give a lot of credit to the Bears' defensive line, each and every one of them. Tommy Harris, even though he clearly jumped off sides on that one play that caused the fumble, he was magnificent today. I thought Mark Anderson was really good against the run. I thought Alex Brown was good against the run and, of course, blocked that field goal. Top to bottom, I thought the Bears' defensive line was superior today.
Yeah, when Alex Brown blocked that field goal, I said, here we go. I mean, that's something that really can set a team afire. There you go. Then I saw the guys on the defensive line. They were after Phillip Rivers. They were after. Trust me. And this is the thing about Babbage. I saw what he called today. An outstanding game for him.
Yes, he did.
Outstanding because he wasn't afraid to put these guys in the box and say, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take that guy, LT,
Rivers, we're going
to eliminate it, and
we're going to put 8 in the box, and we're going to blitz the hell out of you, and we're going to stop you running. We're going to shut down number 21. Now you, back there, you beat us.
And he did it. I mean, those guys did it. They put the pressure on the corners, but the fact was, look at all these guys. There was nowhere LT could run to. There wasn't a spot he could find for him to run.
It reminded me so much of the 85 team when they got into the playoffs and they faced Eric Dickerson, who obviously was the best running back probably in the game at that time, I think. And they totally shut him down, too, because you can. If you got a great defense with great players and a great scheme, you can shut down just about any running back and then allow somebody else to beat you. And even Rivers today, and he was pretty decent, 22 of 31 for 190, but he didn't beat the Bears. The Bears beat themselves with the 2 turnovers by the running backs and, of course, the play by McGowan. Get out of the way. The ball's right in front of you. Get out of the way. He didn't do it. Killed him.
All right, Shoes. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, guys.
Take care, buddy. That was David Schuster.
Well, I hope that, and it was really sad to hear
about Mike,
during his own interview there, and then he just couldn't, he kind of lost it at the end there. And, there's a kid,
he plays his heart out. He's smart. He has everything going for him to play in the game. And tell you, I don't know if you remember seeing the play, but Lorenzo O'Neal, I mean, he gave him one of those, like, hooks with his arm right around his neck. Now, it must have twisted his body as he was going down for the knee. I thought he hurt his neck or his shoulder, but apparently it's the knee. When he says, well, the knee is strained, but obviously when the player tells you that, it's a little different than that. It must be more serious than what they're letting on it to be.
Well, I hope Dusty DeVore, I hope he's okay. And it's, I hope both of them, hope we hear better news tomorrow.
Let's go out to Sean in San Antonio, Texas. Sean, you're on the score.
What's up, Doug OB, man? How y'all doing?
What's up, Sean?
I've been listening to the show, man, holding online and everything. I'm kind of pissed off, man. I'm calming down a little bit, man, but I hate going to a work week, man, after a Bears loss. Really do, man. All my coworkers know I'm a big Bears fan, and they just rag me all week long, But anyway, man, I'm going to tell you one thing. 2 individual people is holding this team back from winning the Super Bowl. We all know who that is. Rex Grossman and Cedric Benson. Rex Grossman, I don't know if this guy has some incriminating photos of Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo or something that have them in some type of compromising position or something, because this guy cannot get his job ripped from him for no reason. This man can't keep I ain't never seen a starting quarterback in the NFL who can't keep the snap. Can't even get the snap from under center and fumbles the ball away like he does and throws the ball away. He has no pocket awareness. He can't. He rushes under pressure. The guy can't throw the ball underneath pressure. We need Brian Greasy to come up in, a 10-year veteran who's calm under pressure, who can deliver the ball, know how to dump the ball. Let me tell you something else about Rex Grossman. This guy, I don't believe he knows the playbook totally. When that pass was intercepted by Bernard Berrien, a lot of people, Troy Aikman made the comment on the game. He said that Berrien ran the wrong route. No, I believe that Rex Grossman didn't know where his wide receiver was supposed to be, because he didn't know he was supposed to throw the post over the middle, because Berrien clearly was going to the post in the middle. And Grossman, who had all day to throw, threw it to the corner, into the coverage, and that's why I got picked. But another thing, man, this guy, let me tell you about Cedric Benson. This guy, Cedric Benson, I don't understand what his problem is. It takes him 19 carries to get 42 yards. This man has no vision in the field, no vision at all on the football field. It's going to take him 40 carries just to get 100 yards. We don't have that much time in the game to do that. Now, on those three running plays up the middle in the fourth quarter, when all he needed to do was get 2 yards, he tried to force himself straight up the middle when you can clearly see that everything was bunched up in the middle, wide open. There was huge lanes on the right and the left side of the field. This man didn't see anything. Thomas Jones last year in the playoff game against the New Orleans Saints had a similar situation, but Thomas Jones has field vision as a running back. What he did in that game was cut back. When he saw that everything was bunched up, he bounced off of that hole, off of all that bunched up crowd, and he got outside, and he ran it in for a touchdown. The field was wide open. That's what Thomas Jones brings to this football team. Cedric Benson reminds me of Curtis Enos, a fifth-round overall pick who has no potential, who's all about his college career, on his things that he did in the college game, but he has no translation to the NFL game at all.
Sean, you know, unfortunately, I think there's, or fortune, whichever side of the coin you're on, that I think a lot of people share his thoughts.
Yeah, until he proves otherwise, if he can prove otherwise.
How about Grossman and them both, you know, and I think you're going to get pros and cons on both sides. I don't think there's going to be anybody in the middle on the Grossman or Cedric Benson, you know, which way they are, Doug. I think they're going to be one way or another, for or against.
Well, this is for sure, Ed. If, for example, the Bears in the next 3 games don't improve offensively, and Grossman doesn't bring that quarterback rating up to around 90 or so, something like that, they're going to make a change. And the change will be Brian Greasy, because they can't wait. You can't wait. If things start to fall apart, you have to make your move. There's no question in my mind if that's the case, and you think that Brian Greasy
You really believe that?
Yeah, I really do.
Okay. Oh, you mean they'll start him?
Yeah.
They'll start him.
They'll start him. Because they look at this team, and what they're seeing is...
Say we're 2-2, and we're going, okay, we're 2-2.
He's bad.
Or we're going into the 5th game, and we lose.
Yeah.
Are you saying the 6th game they're going to start...
Greasy.
They're going to start Greasy.
No question in my mind.
Okay.
Because why I say that, Ed? Because they take a look at it, and they're going to say, we got this defense here. We got this defense that's outstanding. All we're asking for is some points. Now, all we're asking for is, you know, somebody to control the football, not make mistakes, do whatever you have to do to win. But I keep going back to this. For him to be that good quarterback, Grossman to be that quarterback, he needs, like most quarterbacks, he needs the running game. Now, Ed, what do you do to get the running game going? Where do you get we don't have any running backs, do we? We got 2 backs, Adrian Peterson and Benson. They didn't go out and find anybody else, or somebody else can come in and play. So these 2 guys...
They know we have absolutely no speed back there.
There's no speed.
There is no speed back there. And if you don't think that doesn't help the defense, whoever you're going to play against, and
Absolutely.
They know you have no speed...
Makes it easier to play.
You betcha.
Let's go out to Adam in Barrington. Adam, you on a score? It'll be in Doug.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
All right,
What's up, Adam?
A couple of quick points. First of all, a few calls ago, what the hell is, quote, a Rexy, end quote, about? That's the problem. The guy's name is Rex. He's not Rexy. He's not some 13-year-old kid that we're still patting on the head. That's the main issue, is how this guy's treated. And I honestly don't think the guy knows his playbook. And he sure as hell isn't deaf at reading coverages. Second point, Leftwich is out there. What do you guys think of the chances of us at least rolling the dice with this kid? Why? I mean, there's no way in hell we should just leave this guy out there when we're definitely up the creek as far as
Adam,
quarterback.
Adam, just stay on the line a second. I can answer that for you very quickly and very easily. For 5 years, Grossman has been here. We've tried to get other quarterbacks to come in here, and the only way that they would come in, some very good quarterbacks, was as a backup. They were told they were not allowed to compete for the starting job for 5 years. So if you think right now that Bear management, and with Lovie Smith's blessing, that they're going to go out and bring Leftwich in here, it's never going to happen.
This is the one NFL team where the position of starting quarterback is ordained. It's just a little ridiculous. Now, running back, you have what you have. They're going to have to make the best of it. Even at some point, perhaps moving Hester back there. But
Adam, you know what the whole bottom line is here? You have a short window in the National Football League to go to the Super Bowl and win it. You're not going to win it 5 years in a row, 10 years in a row. You're not going to win it 6 out of 8. You're lucky if you get there once in a 15 years, or once in 12 years, or once in 22 years, or once in 17 years, and you've got to get there. And the Bears' window is short. Nobody's getting younger on this football team. They still have basically a good offensive line. We've got a defense that can take us to the Super Bowl. It's now. It's now. And if Leftwich is the guy to come in here, and if he can help us, I say let's go do it, Adam. But that's the bottom line, Adam, to our listeners. It's a short window. We do have the team to win a Super Bowl. There's some weaknesses that we have to correct, but, Doug, the key to it all is, my friend, it's that short time period, pal. And we got to get it done.
But see,
because if you think we're going to be doing this 5 years from now, that we're going to be getting in the playoffs, it's not going to happen.
And see, I really believe this. I believe that Brian Griese can do it. I believe he can. And I also believe that last year, when they had the Ram game, when they gave 50%.
Adam asked the question, do you believe they'll bring Leftwich in here?
No.
Just to even take a look-see at him?
No. I don't believe that. They got Kyle Orton sitting there. I'm telling you, they got the guy. They got the guy to come in here. What they need, I'm telling you.
You're saying they got the guy in Griese. What they're saying, they've got the guy in Grossman.
No, but it's eventually.
And in the meantime, we put 3 points on.
What I'm saying, if it's not Grossman, they can go to Griese just like that. Who are they going to go to in the running game just like that? Who are they going to do it? Adrian Peterson? Then they better start looking at it.
That's who they're going to go to.
Exactly. Okay. And that's what it has to be able to do it. Because I'm telling you, Grossman, Brian Griese, Leftwich, all these guys, you better have somebody that can run the football. You better have somebody who can run the football. Phillip Rivers is lucky that he's got a guy like
Doug,
LT.
And Turner backing him up. And Turner backing LT up.
The two back system.
You betcha. And we had it. We had it here.
But they won't, again, get back down to it. They're not going to pay $16 million and $13 million to the other guy. They're not going to do that.
Well, when is Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo and one of his coaching staff going to be called to task on this? If you think that's what it is. And
I know that's what it is.
Almost all of our listeners believe that that's what it is. Sure. When is somebody going to take them to task on this?
Can't take them to task because it's not their call. Because it's management's money. So they're going to say, I got $16 million invested in Benson. I can't pay the other kid, Thomas Jones, the $13 million that he wants. The kid was good to us, Thomas Jones, the year before. I'm going to do him a favor. I'm going to let him go to New York, where New York can give him the $13 million. I'm going to take my $16 million guy, move him up the ladder, and let's see what we have. That's the only way they can look at this thing from a business point of view.
You got a guy collected $16 million.
$16 million, exactly. Just like a heartbeat. We're going to take a break. Obradovich and Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Before you cut out, and again, we got, we've been doing this for a long time, and we go back, and it's so interesting to our callers. And I tell you what, you get some guys that maybe had a little bit too much or whatever, but I tell you what, kudos to these guys. Some of them really ask some great questions.
Oh, absolutely.
They really do.
And look at it. The lines are filled. I understand.
Yeah.
We played a hell of a team today. I thought defense, we played a hell of a game, and now we're looking down the road. And there's nothing wrong with trying to pick on the team and find out what can make it better.
That's what we're talking about.
Sure. I mean, it's, everybody's
Doug,
criticizing.
Well,
I'm not criticizing anybody.
We scored 3 points.
And we didn't run anywhere. So that's what we're looking at. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed, I was looking over the defense and looking over who made all the tackles. And one kid we haven't talked about, I thought had a pretty damn good game on some of his coverages and his tackling, Hunter Hillenmeyer. And Hunter had 9 tackles.
Right.
Lance Briggs had 8. Adam Archuleta, being up in the box, doing all the things he was doing, 7 tackles. Urlacher had 6. Tillman had 6. And Ugunlie had 5. Mike Brown had 4. Mark Anderson had 4. And Alex Brown had 3. Now, the 2 sacks came from Adam. Oh, no. Ugunlie had 1. And then, of course, Mark Anderson had 1. So, you know, there was no question about the defense, what they did. And I think that was the big question going in there. Everybody thought, well, how are we going to stop this guy? How are we going to stop LT? How are we going to stop Antonio Gates? How are we going to stop, Phillip Rivers? Well, the Bears did do that. And they gave up 14 points. And that all came off turnovers.
Right.
And
Bears defense,
their defense was just
terrific.
I mean, you could have won a ton of games just with the defense.
Let's
That's
go
about
to
the
the
Mims in South Holland. Mims, you on the score with OB and Doug.
What's happening, fellas?
All right, Mims.
Hey, listen, I just want to, first of all, say I respect your opinions on everything, right?
Okay.
But we need to boil this down to that if it's a 2-minute drive or whatever, when we get down, I'm trying not to get too excited, but I'm just saying, I mean, if we get down, we know our quarterback cannot bring us back, and that's the basis of this whole conversation. You could talk about Cedric and Adrian, and we can talk about everybody. You know what I'm saying? But if you can't pass the ball, if you panic and throw the ball out of bounds, you know what I'm saying, or you have no pocket presence, he's not a natural. I've been the biggest Rex advocate since he came to the league because he's got a rocket for an arm, but he does not have the help me with the words, fellas.
With the wherewithal.
Right. He does not have the presence. And let's get on with it. He is not the man. And you can talk about Cedric, everybody beating Cedric up or whatever. Cedric is a beast, Adrian is a beast, and we draft this guy out of Northern. He's a beast, and we got 3 running backs that can get the job done, but it all boils down to everybody knows that if you blitz this guy, he can't handle the pressure. And that's what the whole conversation is about. Come on, fellas.
Mims, let me tell you something. It was kind of interesting. On the Score Radio, it was either today or yesterday, I can't remember, last couple of days, they were interviewing, I can't remember, Doug, who it was, a player from San Diego Chargers, and he was talking about...
Louis Castile.
Talking about Rex Grossman?
Right, from Northwestern, yeah.
What do you think he said about Rex Grossman?
Well, he said he can't handle the pressure.
He can't handle the pressure.
Right. That's not news.
We know that, Doug.
Yeah.
We knew that last year.
Exactly.
That was throughout the league.
Sure.
All you got to do is get in his face, and this kid can't handle it. And now when you've got players, actual opponents, saying that out in public, like, okay, what is it? Houston, there's a problem. Chicago, there's a problem.
Sure. And the fact is, if that's, how it goes.
I mean, Doug, the
those
guy actually
films are
said
sent
it.
everywhere.
Who was it, Castile that said that?
Yeah. He said it. He's a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And he said the fact is, we know if we get in his face, we pressure him.
They know
basically.
that. That's the
right.
thing that people
that's
know.
What we want to
same
do.
thing in Indianapolis. They said the same thing about Grossman.
Yeah. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears. Lost to the Chargers, 14-3. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed, let's head out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Batavia. Mike, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB.
Hey,
what's up, Mike?
Hey, yeah, I just want to start off by saying our defense is great. I love what our defense did against Damian Tomlinson. I only have a couple of issues with the defense. I do not like the Chargers screen pass. The Packers run the same exact screen pass, and it kills us every single time. And the Bears, in my opinion, lost the Super Bowl somewhat towards that same screen pass because the Colts did the same exact thing with Dominique Rhodes. And then my other problem with the Bears' defense today was, where was Urlacher? Urlacher is supposed to be our big middle linebacker. He's supposed to be crazy like Mike Singletary, hit guys. And like you said, he only had 6 tackles, and Hunter Hillenmeyer was the guy who had, 8 or 9?
He had 9, yeah.
Yeah, and I believe Urlacher should be leading our defense, and that's what he should be doing. Now, on to our offense, And I know you guys were talking, I think, Doug, you mentioned about Adrian Peterson being the guy to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And during this game, when Cedric Benson had his fumble, and I believe he's a head case, and he was out on the field and got benched, and then Adrian came in and had his fumble, and we still had about 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and we got the ball back. Why didn't we go to Garrett Wolf? I mean, the kid is small. I understand that. But, I mean, he can catch the ball in the outfield, and he has enough talent, and he's proven enough talent in the preseason that he can catch that ball and he will not drop it. I mean, he was a Heisman candidate, and I just believe Garrett Wolf is going to be our premier guy, and I hope the Bears realize that and go to him. And that's all the questions and the things I have to say.
Well, I asked a question about Garrett Wolf also. I don't want Garrett Wolf to be my main back or the guy that's in there all the time, but I don't understand why we didn't use him. Why didn't we bring him in the football game and a lot of times use that check off, maybe let him see what he can do out on the flat, try to put more pressure because, Ed and I talked about it, we don't have speed in that backfield. Sometimes you got to change it up here and maybe by putting Garrett Wolf in, but we didn't see the guy. Is he hurt? Is something wrong with the hamstring? I'm still confused. Like I said, I was down in training camp. I saw it. I saw Garrett Wolf catching the football. I saw them working on plays for Hester. All these things about, nobody can cover Hester. Hester's this, Hester's that. Nothing today.
Doug,
where was it? Give me something. Give me an attempt. Show me something. There was nothing. I don't even know if the ball was even thrown to the guy. I don't know how many times he was even on the field, Ed.
Right. I tell you something. I love to see Wolf in there, Doug. And guys with speed, you love to see them because of all the different things that they do. Put them in the slot position, put them in motion, Doug. There's a lot of things that they could do. But let's see what happens. It's the first game. I know we're 0-1, and the other three teams won. But we got Kansas City coming in, and we can right this ship. And we damn well better.
Well, it's amazing. Real quickly before we go, the guy called in talking about the screens, and he's absolutely correct. The Bears have been probably the worst running screens and the worst against screens.
Forever.
I don't know why that is, but to me that's a real big weapon. But, he's right about Green Bay. They love that screen. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our number 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go to Aaron in Galesburg. Aaron, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak to both of you.
Thank you, my friend.
Hey, reason I'm calling is, one, more of a fan of the NFL, not a Bears fan, diehard Dolphins fan, so I'm hurting with you guys tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I wanted to bring up, and it's not the beat the dead horse thing, but it just seems to be a continuing problem I see across the league, and that is uninspired play. And today, I watched the Bears today. Cedric Benson not catching the ball out of the backfield, when he doesn't have, he's got another defender 10 yards away. It just seems like there's no inspiration in the offense at all to get anything done. And not to compare guys like Rex Grossman to greats of the past, but, what does Rex Grossman need to get inspired enough to realize that he is an NFL starting quarterback with a defense that is second to none? And any other quarterback or running back in the NFL would be totally thrilled and excited to have that type of opportunity. And it just seems week after week, year after year, we keep hearing the same thing. It just seems to be uninspired play. And I just wanted to make that comment because I'm wondering if it all comes back down to the fact that Rex is so protected that he goes in and out every week going, well, I'll still be there next week. When you had guys back in the day who put on the uniform, played every game like it was going to be their last, did everything they could possibly do to help win, and not complain about it. So today, what I feel like I saw was just uninspired play, at least offensively for the Bears, and that's my comment.
Well, I think what we could do, Aaron, is you're going to be on one side or another here with this deal, and it's still I'm reading in between your words, and it sounds like you're not a Rex Grossman fan. You know what I'm saying, Doug?
Oh yeah.
And Aaron, it's a difficult situation, and when you talk about anybody on offense, any team in this league that has the defense the Bears has, and you have that window to get to the Super Bowl, you want to give it everything you have. And I think what you were talking about is Rex constantly makes these mistakes about fumbling the snaps, fumbling the football, throwing these stupid interceptions, and then after the game's over with, that he says he's going to correct it, and he wants to be a great quarterback. He wants to be known as a great quarterback, and he's going to correct these mistakes, and it comes back week after week, and he still makes the same mistakes. And, Aaron, I don't have an answer for you. And it's quite obvious that Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith and Ron Turner believe he's the wherewithal. That's very, very obvious. And when, where, and how this guy is going to be dethroned, I have no idea.
Well, the fact you talked about the defense, and I saw the inspiration there today. The defense was fired up and ready to go.
I think he was referring to the offense.
Oh, I know he was, and I was trying to compare the two.
Yeah.
But the offense, you almost have to try to maybe stay calm, try to make the right play, the right call, the whole 9 yards. But I take a look at the running backs, and that's where I look at running backs. And a lot of times, remember Thomas Jones last year? You could see it. You could see that he really wanted it. Now, whether he was fighting for that position and he didn't want Benson on his back, whatever the motivation was, that motivation was there. For example, I saw today there was 3 short yard plays. I saw Benson go in for a short yardage. It was like maybe 2 yards or 1 yard to get it. It was different. I didn't see somebody going in there like hell bent for leather, and I'm going to get this 2 yards. No one's going to stop me. I'll run over anybody. I don't care if there's a damn hole there or not. When it's short yardage, you got to go get that thing. And that means hitting that hole 100 miles an hour. You got to make it happen. We didn't see that. And then we come back and same thing happened. Short yardage to me is all desire. Coming from a back and a lineman. It's all guts when you need to make that play. It's 2 yards or a yard and a half. We could not get 2 yards or a yard and a half on a short yardage play. That tells me there's a problem somewhere. Because those short yardage takes that, and it has to be an effort by you beyond play. In other words, you got to go out there and say, I'm taking this thing over, I'm going to run over. And you forget about ability. It comes to the wanting that 2 yards. And I didn't see that happen today. Let's go out to Jeff in Jackson, Florida. Jeff, you're on the score. Jacksonville.
Hey, guys, just got a quick question for you. I want to hear your comment on, and then I'll go ahead and take it off the air.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears have implemented this 2 kick return, man back on scheme that they've changed after last year, breaking all the records returning kicks. I'm just curious what you think about that because putting Manning back there, you saw what other teams are going to do the rest of the year. They're going to kick it to Manning, and they're going to take the ball out of Hester's hands. And I think, I don't buy the fact that Hester can't run side to side because last year we saw how successful it was. And even if you force the team to kick it sideline to sideline like that, we saw the Colts do it in the Super Bowl. We saw the result. And a lot of those kicks will go out of bounds if they're trying to shank it to the sideline. I just want to know what you think about Manning and Hester both being back there because I think it eliminates one of the weapons the Bears have because teams are going to take it out of Hester's hands now. And I just want to hear your comment on it, and I'll take it off the air. Thanks a lot.
Well, if it was me, I'd try to get that ball in Hester's hands any way I could. You saw what he did the last time on the kickoff return in this game. He runs it back for 29 yards. Totally different when he's out there making those catches.
Well, he's got that great peripheral vision, Doug.
I would play him as much as I could play him. And people worried about, he's got to play offense. He didn't play that much offense. So where did he help us last year the most? And that was returning the football. And what 6 touchdowns?
6 touchdowns, right.
So, that's a ton of touchdowns. And not to mention, you were absolutely correct when you said the fact that really screws guys up when they punt, when they do kickoffs. The ball's going out of bounds, they want to go short, you get the ball on the 40-yard line, your field position's better. That is something, then, if you're not going to use him that much on offense, and you were worried about maybe him playing him too much, then majority of the time, then use him on the kick returns. And then if you want to spot play him once in a while, that's what you did today with him. You wasted the guy today. You wasted his talent. You wasted the speed that he has.
Good call.
Good
call. Absolutely, Doug.
Let's go to Anthony and Carroll Stream. Anthony, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Anthony?
Oh, man, just that game. That is horrible. Well, the defense was great, of course. Everybody's talking about that.
Yeah.
But it was a play. 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, 2nd and 2. I'm thinking in my head because I read up on this stuff because of fantasy, and I'm like, all right, play action. I'm looking, the whole front 7 was stepping up to the line to stop the run, and I'm looking at the the matchups, and the defensive backs are their Achilles heel. So I'm thinking 2nd and 2, go deep, run play action, go deep. They run the ball, and Cedric Benson that guy has no attitude at all. He just runs and he's like, oh, I didn't get it. Okay, let me go off the sideline. And, you know, it's just like he has no emotion. Even once he fumbles, he puts the hat on. He gets benched, and he doesn't look like, you know, like he's mad at all. He's just like, oh, it's another day in the park. And Grossman, I like Grossman. I'm a fan of him. But I'd say the one word that his problem is adjustments. It's like he calls a play in a huddle, and he goes to the line, and he's thinking, Barry, and he throws it to Barry. Oh, bad play. And his adjustments, I mean, it's just bad. Everything is just bad about him. I'm looking at Phillip Rivers. I'm like, okay, he's thinking, how to make these plays. And it was a great running game, of course, that, helped them out. But Benson, they should do the same thing they did to Thomas Jones a couple years ago. They should go draft a running back next year and see how he plays then.
I know, the fact is that Benson.
Thanks, Anthony.
Absolutely, Anthony. The Benson has to come around better than he played today. There's no question about it. But I remember the play you're talking about, and that's why I said before about emotion and desire, that you needed that 2 yards. You needed to get first downs. Now, I saw at one time that when San Diego came out, and obviously you think they're going to run it. It was 2nd and 2 for them. They went play action. Caught everybody up in there because everybody was up in the box, and, of course, they made the completion. So, yeah, you would want to see more out of Benson. You want to say, come on. Sometimes you want to go up and give him a slap across the head and say, come on, let's go. Yet, it seems like there's a barrier there or something. I don't know what it is. But, like I said, I heard some good backs. Gale Sears was one of them. Terrell Davis, Marshall Falk. All these guys were talking about Benson, and I'm telling you, the best you could get out of him, that he was average.
Well, actually, yeah, the talk about him is from some of the many greats that have played the game, and when you hear it on the radio, Doug, and most of them, it's all negative. It's not good about Benson.
Yeah.
Okay? So, I mean, it's not us.
And Benson's got to turn it around.
Yes.
He's got to be the guy. Let's go out to Jay and Gurney. Jay, you're on the score.
How you doing, guys?
All right,
What's up, Jay?
Very disappointed tonight. I think the coaches blew this game. They had 5+ months to prepare, and you don't get the ball to our best player, which is Devin Hester. They blew this game on special teams. The one kick that San Diego punted, where he put pointed the ball to the ground, and I believe that was intentional. They saw something on tape from the Bears. The special teams coach, whatever you can do, get the ball in Devin Hester's hands, because when he touches the ball, good things happen for the offense, for the defense. He ignites everybody, and the Bears, to get him one touch is just deplorable. And my second point is the defense. I'm not high on the defense. They pissed me off. They got 2 players, Antonio Gates and Tomlinson. That's all they had. I don't even know who Vincent Jackson, the other receiver. And we couldn't stop 2 players. And that's all I have to say, and I'll hang up.
Well, what do you mean you couldn't stop them? I mean, in fact, they've scored 14 points total. And all those 14 points came off of turnovers. They stopped Tomlinson cold in his tracks. Antonio Gates, caught some passes coming across the middle.
9 passes for 107 yards.
107 yards. If you take a look at total yardage for San Diego, I believe they get totals, 263 yards. The Bears, I don't think could have played a better football game, to be honest with you. Now, our offense need the Bears to take away the football. And see, we got a little complacent here about it. Last year, the offense, and everybody talks about our offense scoring and all that. Our offense last year had 36 turnovers. 36.
Number 1 in the league.
Right. No, 36 turnovers.
Turnover, okay.
We were 28th in the league. But the number 1 in the league, defensively, takeaways
Excuse me, I'm sorry,
had 44 takeaways. Right. The top of the league. Just think if we didn't have those takeaways. Where in the hell do you think we would be if we were normal? A normal team would probably have about 30-some takeaways, 32, 33. That means it would have been a -3 turnover ratio. Our defense has been covering our offense's ass for the last 3 years. Just say what it is, and it's exactly what's happening here. When the takeaways don't come and you don't score off the takeaways, well, then there's a major problem for our team. The Bears' offense has to learn to do it on their own. That means Rex Grossman, That means Benson. That means the offensive line. That means all those guys. No longer, sometimes you can't get a football game where you're going to get a short field. Every time we give you a short field, okay, there's only 25 yards, 27 yards. Today it happened once. Yeah, we scored a field goal because it was of a turnover. And today we had 4 turnovers. What did that cost us? So we didn't have the takeaways to cover our ass for the 4 turnovers. We should have had 6 takeaways.
Right, Doug,
we couldn't get 6 takeaways.
We couldn't convert on third down. We had 3 out of 11, Doug.
Yeah.
3 out of 11.
So,
you got to convert on third down.
Let's go out to Linnell in the south side. Linnell, you on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, OB, Doug?
All right, Linnell.
Nice hearing you all again this year. My comments is basically about the play calling. I didn't particularly care for the play calling overall, particularly on the offensive
You
side.
and me both.
I definitely appreciate the fact that we're more aggressive defense. I like what Bob Babbitt's doing, Lovie Smith, and how he got the team prepared defensively. Offensively, for some reason or another, we just are not proactive. We're more reactive to what our defense do. I thought we should have passed when we ran. I thought, particularly the first couple of series, I thought we should have did a couple of dumps to kind of loosen up the defense a little to give the opportunity for our running back. Cedric Benson, I'm like you, Doug. I'm a big fan of Cedric Benson. I thought that when we picked him in the first round in the 4th pick, I thought that was a good deal. I don't know exactly what the problem is.
I don't either. I'll be honest with you, Linnell. I wish I knew.
I wish I did too, but for whatever reason or another, I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt. This is the first game. I thought this game would have been closer than what a lot of people expected. I listened to you and Lawrence Holm earlier, where you all thought that San Diego was going to score like 24. It was going to be 13. Right. But I thought it was going to be a much closer game, and I thought the Bears had a chance to win if the special teams could have scored, the defense could have scored. But particularly the offense would have had to score at least 10 to 13 points, I thought. And one of the other elements of the team could have scored, which would have been enough to win that game.
But, Linnell, what happens, Linnell, is that, and hang on, Linnell, if you still, all right, if you still listen, hang on. But what happens, Linnell, like Doug just mentioned, your defense isn't going to be there for all 16 games. They're not going to take 2 takeaways, 3, 4, 5, 6 takeaways a game for you, maybe score a touchdown or cut the field short for you, where you got to go on a fumble, interception, or a pass, where you got to go 40, 30 yards to get 3 points or a touchdown. There are times when the offense has to take it. They have to convert on third down. They have to eat the clock up, and they have to put points on the board. They have to be accountable, and they weren't accountable today. And the bottom line is, Linnell, they scored 3 points. Mm-hmm. I mean, any way you want to cut it. They scored 3 points. I don't care who they're playing. It's not acceptable.
If I asked you guys, tell me who the playmaker is for the Bears. Tell me the guy on offense that is a playmaker, a guy that's dreaded, a guy that's feared, a guy that you looked at and said, boy, I tell you what, we better watch this guy if he gets the ball.
Is there a Tomlinson on our offense? Is that what is there an Antonio Gates on our offense? Is that what you're asking me? I would say no.
Okay, now, the closest one to that, and this is what bothers my ass, the closest one to that is Hester. Would you not think that you would sit down?
But he's not on the offense. He doesn't start.
But he doesn't have to be. There's plays you can put in. When you're sitting down preparing for a game plan, you say to yourself, how can I get the football in this kid's hands? Tell me the guy that has speed. Tell me the guy that can run like hell. Tell me the guy that one missed tackle, he can do certain things.
But, Doug, they're not going to start him. They're not going to play him 60 plays a game.
It doesn't have to go 60. It does not have to go 60. What I'm telling you is that's why I was so excited about Hester and Garrett Wolf. There are times in a football game you don't need 60 plays. You need 1. And so what I'm saying is, if you got a guy that can hit a home run, you certainly want him at the plate.
I kind of agree with you saying, but I disagree with you. I want to concentrate on the 11 guys you got out there starting on offense that are being paid to play these positions, and they're professional. Can you bring Devin Hester in on certain plays and in certain yardage situations? Yes, you can, and that's great, and that's all well to do. But you got to have an offense. You got running backs, you got receivers, you got tight end, you got a lineman. They got to put it together. If you're hoping and praying that one guy's going to come in, and that being Devin Hester, and he's going to be the big savior for the offense, and that's how we're going to win games, him coming in 4 times a game, boy, we are in deep doo-doo, pal.
I got news for you, Bucko. without somebody
Bucko.
doing it. Bucko, yeah. Without somebody doing it, Ed. If you got a weapon, and you got a weapon there that could
Doug,
be used.
He's not going to come in for 4
then
or 5
use him on
plays.
kickoff returns and punt returns.
I'm not talking.
Use him somewhere.
We're talking offense.
Well, that's the offense.
That's
part of the
special
offense
teams.
is special teams. Part of the offense last year was him. He was part of the damn offense. And this today, he touched the football
scored 6
one time.
touchdowns last year.
Well,
Set a record, okay?
Well,
offensively.
how many times he touched the football today?
Not many.
One.
Not many. But my point is, he is not going to come in 4 times and walk on water.
Here,
it's not going to happen.
He doesn't
in this
have
league.
to walk on water 4 or 5 times. I mean, every time that kid touches the football, something could happen. I can't
have him touch it on special teams where it counts.
Put him
where
in
he
there.
Makes it. I agree with you, but on offense, it's not going to happen.
But here's the point, though: if you're going to use him not on kickoff and punt returns, then have his ass in there in the offense.
I agree with you, and I understand that, Doug. But, I mean, he is not going to be the wideout that's going to play on our offense. He's going to be a starter on offense at a wideout or a flanker back or anywhere. It's just not going to happen.
Let me ask
you got to go with the guys that play the position.
Let me tell you something. You put Garrett
They
Wolf.
have to be accountable.
You got to put Garrett Wolf in when you play Garrett Wolf?
You're damn right I would.
Well, sure. So you look at something. We talked about it. The speed is something that you need during the course of a game. There are times you need the power. Those usually times on bad weather days. But all today, I got a weapon sitting there, Hester, and I see this kid handle the football one time, and he gets 29 yards on a kickoff return. If I don't want to use him on punt returns, then certainly I'm going to try to find a way to get him the football on offense.
Doug, we could go round and round about this and go with Dusty Dvorak, okay? What about him on a kickoff return team, throwing a block?
I have no problem with that, Ed. I'm telling you, I have no problem with that.
Well, I do. Big problem.
Then obviously he's better than the guys that are sitting on the bench to make that block.
Doug, damn it. Now, let me tell you something. You're telling me that a defensive tackle...
Ed, I have to be telling you that.
Okay.
Or else the other guy would be in there.
Then what are those backup guards and backup tackles on our team? What are they doing on the team then?
I have no clue. All I can tell you is this. If they're going to put Dusty Dvorak in a return...
And he hurt his knee.
I don't care what he did.
Our starting defensive tackle.
I understand that. But
and you got guys sitting getting splinters on their backside.
And so the guys getting splinters on their backside obviously are not as good as him for some odd reason.
Then what are they doing on the team?
I don't know. We're going to ask Lovey that question. The fact is, when you got a guy like that and they put him out there, there's a reason they put him out there. Just like they put Adonijay on the kickoffs. Here comes the tackle running down full steam ahead.
It's hard-pressed for me to believe, Doug, that Dusty is one great offensive blocker, okay?
Then why would they put him in there, Ed?
How about stupidity? How about stupidity?
Ed, you think they could be that
How about
stupid?
just plain
Ed, they
stupid?
Can't be, no one could be that stupid.
Really?
No one could be that stupid.
Really?
Seriously.
Okay.
Who could be that stupid, Ed?
Doug, it speaks for itself. That situation speaks for itself. You or nobody else is going to tell me or convince me that Dusty, being on a kickoff return, and they had all those offensive linemen out there, that's all they do is block every play. That's what they're taught to do. And we have a rookie who didn't even play last year because of a bad leg, and he's a starting defensive tackle, and they got him on a kickoff return team throwing a block, and we've got guys sitting on their backside that don't even get in there. Are you kidding me?
Maybe Dusty should be playing offensive guard then. I mean, think about it. If you take a look at it and take a talent, and
what
if
the
a guy
hell
has
are you? What?
Well, sure, the guy must have some talent about doing something like that, or they wouldn't put him on.
How about it was sheer stupidity that he was on there?
I can't believe that. I can't believe they're that stupid. No one's that stupid.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. He's Ed O'Bradovich.
Stupid.
I'm Doug Buffone.
Hey, getting our callers.
312-644-6767.
I don't know what my partner's drinking over there. I got him a Diet Coke.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And we talk about the loss today, and I was just thinking about the certain things what caused it. But you can't win if your quarterback has a 57 rating. You can't win with 4 turnovers.
53.7.
53.7. And also your running back has 2.2 yards per carry. So you add all those things up, that means you're going to lose. I don't care how good your defense is. It's just not strong enough unless you come up with 6 or 7 takeaways, which the Bears didn't do. So obviously The turnovers got to be rectified. The running backs got to go better.
And they've got to
2.2
convert on
yards.
third down, which they didn't do, Doug. I don't care who they're playing.
And that's part of the reason why the quarterback has a 57 rating, because
53.
he wasn't 53. Sorry, I'll give him 4 points. Let's go out to Thomas in Benton Harbor, Michigan. Thomas, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Yeah, so let me first say that I'm a Bengals fan, not a Bears fan.
Okay.
But when it comes to Rex Grossman, necessarily first from when he threw 5 INTs against the Bengals back in 2005, which defines the term horrendous, and then also the Super Bowl, I've been wondering, has anyone else ever used this as a derisive nickname for him, as in Rex, as in car Rex, gross man?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know if they've done that or not. I don't get into that about saying, I know he's out there doing the best he can and trying. But this has nothing to do when you're a pro. Trying is one thing. You need to do all that. You have to perform. That's why they pay you. It's called being a professional. So I don't get off calling somebody gross man or some other word. The fact is, if you're not doing the job, you're not doing the job. And today's rating of 53.7.
Correct.
Not good enough. Not close to being good enough. So that has to change. And Rex is going to have to change. And OB and I were talking about it. I'm telling you, if it doesn't change, he's not going to be in there. Will not be in there.
Here, quickly, the big thing is they had all this time to gear for this game. This is the game that they were shooting for.
Right.
And they had all the time in the world to get ready in camp. A month of exhibition games. You had 4 exhibition games to get these people ready. And to get them ready to play that 3-4 defense against a good football team, no question about it. And I'll tell you something, offensively, Doug, and any way you want to cut it, 3 points and just not being able to run, not being able to do anything.
When I went down to training camp, and we were doing the shows down at training camp, and the first day I walked in there, everybody and their brother, this offense is the best offense I've ever seen.
I've heard, and I'm going to tell you something. I've even listened to the guys on the scores, all our football pundits talking how great the offense is.
Yeah, but let me finish. The fact was, though, when they were saying that, Olsen was a tight end. Garrett Wolf was coming in with Hester making plays down there. Hester was catching the football every direction, beating guys right and left going down the field. None of that happened today. One, Olsen was hurt, so he didn't play. Garrett Wolf didn't get in the football game. And, of course, what happened with Hester. So
Hester got lost in the shuffle today.
He got big time.
Everywhere.
Got lost.
Like he wasn't even
lost, exactly.
Absolutely. Lost in the shuffle.
Maybe he's hurt. I don't know. Maybe Wolf was hurt. I don't know. But
I'd like to,
not in the shuffle.
What I'd love to do is get Mully on and just ask Mully, did you ask these questions? Did you ask these questions about Hester? What do
I don't know. We'll find out more as the week goes on. What was going on, because somebody sooner or later is going to say, "Why didn't we use this guy? Where's the packages we were using on offense? Why didn't we open it up a little bit? Let's do something different." I mean, these questions have to be asked, I would imagine. You're listening to the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talk on football, mister. Give us a call. Welcome back to the Score. Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767.
Doug, welcome back to the
Score.
Score.
Yeah. I got into my 5555.
Yeah, if there's a call 555. Yes.
Let's go out to Bill in Logan Square. Bill, you on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right,
What's up,
Bill.
Billy?
Good. Hey, my question involves for Rex making adjustments, like Obi just said. Why do the Bears and Grossman not use the shotgun more? And when I think about, the great quarterbacks, the Paytons, the Bradys, and I'll throw even Favre in that, on 3rd down and 4, they're constantly using the shotgun. We never use the shotgun, which impedes, his vision and what's going on, and he's got to move his feet and get back. So I'm just curious, is that a Grossman decision? Is that a Lovie Smith decision? On how that all works. I'm just curious, and I'll hang up and listen for your answer.
Hey, Bill, I'll go you one better. Go from a shotgun. How about going from a no-huddle offense? How about putting those two arsenals in your offensive game plan? Under the center, a shotgun, and a no-huddle. How about that? How about that for a novelty?
Well, the shotgun's been a mystery for years, and I don't understand it. And you said something that was probably, I've said it day in and day out. If you take a look at good offenses, great offenses, All those quarterbacks are out of the shotgun. Consistently out of shotgun. Now, we ran out
of the shotgun, and you have to defense. Bill, you have to defense against that as a quarterback under center. So you got Peyton Manning coming out under center. You got him in a shotgun. That's a whole other defensive scheme of things. And then if you really want to confuse the defense and make him work hard all week, when you come out with a no huddle, that's a whole other thing you have to deal with. Why? Because when you come out with a no huddle, you don't have that free of interchange of putting in nickel back, dime back, linebackers, taking out a defensive lineman and putting in a defensive pass rushing guy. You don't have that luxury when you run from a no-huddle offense. So if you can incorporate a shotgun and a no-huddle offense with being under the center, you know how many more headaches you give a defense and how much better you could be? We have one, under the center.
Yeah, you're talking about the Colts. That's what the Colts do. I mean, they come out and they have no huddle.
New England.
New England is shotgun. Dallas is shotgun.
Carolina.
Pittsburgh is shotgun.
Carolina, shotgun. They all have it. They all run with no huddles. Yeah. We don't do it.
Let's go out to Antoine in Rogers Park. Antoine, you're on the score.
Yes, good evening. How you guys doing?
What's up, Antoine?
Okay, I'm glad to be on. Just 2 quick points that I wanted to make right quick. Just 2 quick points. First and foremost, I was telling one of my friends at work last week, before this weekend, I said I am worried not about Grossman, not about the defense, not about special teams. I'm worried about the running game. I was against that whole thing with Benson since the inception because you brought a guy in to compete against a guy who, like as Thomas Jones said, those were starter numbers. Those were not superstar, but star numbers, great numbers, 1,200 yards one year. I think the other year was 1,300 yards. And now this gets off. True enough, this is the first game, but he doesn't run like Thomas Jones. They should have kept him. We had another year on him, and now we're faced with uphill. Teams are wondering, can these guys run now? That was our bread and butter. Now we're wondering, can these guys run? The other problem I have is I am so sick and tired of hearing people beat on Grossman. This game was not Grossman's fault at all. Like the commentators, we could have won the game even with the way Grossman played. He had some great completions today. I mean, we need to be rallying around this guy because the first time I've seen that we've had a quarterback that can throw like this. I remember we had guys, Cordell Stewart, and another quarterback that was like 6'6", white guy throwing at people's feet. I have never seen Chicago fans beat down a quarterback like this guy. I don't get it. I mean, they're expecting a guy to go out there and be perfect when he's young, he's learning, and let's just be glad that he has not pulled a Zambrano for a change.
Well, if you talk about Grossman, the fact is he's got a lot of things going for him. He's got that defense going for him, which is huge. I mean, that's a big part of it. Sure, they're going to give him time to look at it, but how do you know that let's say Grossman can't do it, and let's say he does have this quarterback rating of 57 for the next 2 or 3 games. How do you know what Brian Greasy can do? Would you not go and say, look, put Greasy in the football game and find out if you have such a great defense or somebody can move this football? I understand about Grossman. I get tired of it, too. I get tired of hearing the name. I get tired of hearing about, what he can do or can't do, and the goods, the ups and downs, the bad Grossman, the good Grossman. Sooner or later, you got to level off here. But I'm telling you, before he can level off, you better get a damn running game. Because without the running game, Grossman not doing it. You can take that to the bank.
The best thing that your quarterback can have is consistency. And when you have a situation that they have, we have wideouts, we have tight ends, we have a great defense, and we can get in the playoffs. We can win the Super Bowl. We can get there. All you're asking your quarterback to do is be consistent from week to week. Not do 109 one game, and then the next game you have a 0-point rating or a 1.3, and half the games he's up and half the games he's down. What you're looking for in this league is consistency, okay? And that has not happened. And that's just a fact. Just a fact.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show, and you're absolutely correct about that. I mean, that's what everybody looks for in any position is consistency.
Consistency. Can I win with him?
Right.
Is he going to take us?
Is he going to be there and you don't have to worry about
from
the
week
guy.
to week? And that has not happened.
On the score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767.
Sprained knee right now, but like I said, it doesn't look too good. It's a shame. Hurts my feelings really bad, and it's just life, though.
That was Mike Brown talking about his injury. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Doug Buffone, Ed Obradovich, 312-644-6767. You know, it's a tough thing to listen to a player, you know, when you work so hard to come back and ready to play, and then another injury pops up. I don't know what to say. It's a tough thing. Especially the game that Mike Brown played. He was back to his level of playing, his interception and fumble recovery, the tackles he was making, and then something like this. And so it sounds obviously that, you know, that it is more than a sprain. But we'll find out more about it this week. But Mike Brown is one hell of a football player. Let's go out to Tim in his car. Tim, you're on the Score.
Hi, how are you guys?
All right, Timmy.
I was just commenting on the Bears on how they stopped LT. I thought that was a really great job by the Bears, and I think it was mostly because Tommy Harris came back, and they didn't look like the same defense in the Super Bowl.
Well, the fact that they had Archuleta in there, they had obviously Mike Brown in there at the beginning of the game, and they had McGowan in there. They used three safeties sometimes, and they were. Yeah. And they come up into the box. They weren't sitting back playing their cover two. I guarantee you, if they were playing cover two for that whole game, they'd have got brutalized by LT. But they came up and they played them. And exactly what Babbage, and I got to hand it to him. And then on third down situation, even on 3rd and 14 one time, he brought everybody. He went after him, with the blitz. So they're more aggressive. So
right, as opposed to the Super Bowl game, very passive. They were very aggressive today, and I think we're going to see this for the next 15 weeks, which I love to see. You got to go get after him and create those turnovers.
Let's go out to Eric on the north side. Eric, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
All right, Eric.
Just wanted to, obviously, Grossman took some big hits today that could have put him out. Obviously, the first one, pretty bad. But wanted to just see what your thoughts were on the Bears' offensive line, and if you think Rex has confidence in his offensive line, because it seems like when he's given some time is when he's making good decisions. And obviously football is a quick game, but I just feel like half the time he's not given enough time to make the right decision. And I just wanted to see what you guys thought about the line for the Bears.
You know, most of the time, most quarterbacks in the National Football League don't get the time. And there are times, for example, today you saw maybe at one time that San Diego went into a cover two. And Grossman tore him apart because he's sitting back there and nobody was near him. So most quarterbacks get the pressure on them. But our offensive line basically made some mental mistakes today. And those mental mistakes come from the 3-4. Now, I don't know where it was with the tight end, if it was his part. He was supposed to pick up the first time that Sean Phillips sacked Grossman. But there were a lot of mistakes made in there. The second thing I have about the O-line is I never saw that many big holes today for the running backs. Now, the running backs are one thing. They got to get it better. But a lot of times, too, a running back needs a hole. And I didn't see many of those big holes today with our offensive line.
No, there weren't. And I think the thing that they could have done, actually a heck of a lot better, Eric, was I think when you play a 3-4 defense, I think what you have to do, you have to run at them, right at them. You have to have quick openers and a lot of trap plays because they can do a lot of things with that three-man front, with the four linebackers in the different blitzing situations and come through the different gaps. And how do you attack it? You know, don't let them come up and don't let them dictate to you. Go right at them because they've only got 3 down linemen. If you can neutralize that big nose tackle and kick out their left or right defensive end and open up a hole, and you've got a talented back, maybe you can get 4 yards, 3 yards, 5, 6, 7 yards at a crack and just pound them and pound them and pound them. And that we did not do.
Because I saw Philadelphia play San Diego, and your buddy, what's his name? The defensive coordinator?
Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson. He went after them the same way. And they held LT to about 55 or 60 yards. I mean, they did the same thing. They didn't sit back in their cover two. They became aggressive on them. Right. And I think that's a lot of times, a lot of problems. A lot of teams play them are so afraid of what's going on. Got to go up there and make things happen. Let's go out to Jeff on the south side. Jeff, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. It's nice to talk to you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, I want to make a comment on Ron Turner and how we're using Devin Hester.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ron Turner, in a lot of ways, is how I feel about Rex Grossman. I think sometimes Ron Turner has some pretty decent games calling plays, and other games I just don't know what he's thinking. And the thing that probably irritated me the most today Do you remember the drive the Bears had when it came down to that 4th and 1 when
Sure.
we couldn't convert?
Mm-hmm.
I remember we were making some good pass plays that drive, and then it came down to that 2nd and 1, and I remember telling my father watching the game, why don't we keep on passing here? It's 2nd and 1, but why don't we keep on taking shots? We're looking good right now. And then they run, okay, no big deal. Then they do it again, and then they do it again 3 plays in a row, and not were they just 3 plays in a row, but I think they were identical. I remember they were all runs right up the middle that we couldn't convert. They knew exactly what we were doing. 3 consecutive plays. I don't know if I ever seen a football team run 3 consecutive identical plays before.
Jeff, they were running at the wrong guy. They're no tackle. You don't want to run at them.
Well, they did do that. There's no question. And I think in 2nd and 2 is a perfect time to do play action. To get that football out there, you get it out to a back.
That play action is not going to be effective if you can't run the football.
Well, the fact is you may have to try something because, first of all, if you can't get 2 yards on 3 plays, there's something wrong here. There's something wrong. I mean, it's simple as that. And maybe it was the Jamal Williams, the big, like you said, the big nose tackle, was
Sure.
he causing the problems?
Sure.
Because the one was a trap play. They stuffed the trap play like it wasn't even there. So, yeah, it's a major problem. But, you can second-guess it at the end and say, why didn't they throw the football? Well, first of all, I think it's a good play to go with play action on 2nd down and 1 yard. But if you can't get your first down mentality saying, look, we're going to take 3 cracks of this to get 2 yards, it's impossible. Especially if you're supposed to be an offensive line that's supposed to be as good as ours. Let's go out to Craig and Aurora. Craig, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Listen, we all know that, without a running game, you can't open up the offense, right?
I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, my question is to you guys. I don't know what Cedric, Benson did in Texas. What was his success, and how did he gain a lot of yards? I mean, what did they do? Like the quarterback rollout? I don't know. I mean, obviously
he just
was
ran
very
the football.
successful.
He ran it, Craig.
Yeah, but where?
Anywhere. He ran up the middle to the off tackle, outside. Whole different deal, though. See, different deal now here. You're talking about bigger guys, faster guys that are quicker. You play in college, that's one thing. Go to the pro ranks. Things speed up quite a bit. He hasn't caught up with that yet. And I don't know what the problem is. I really don't. But I do know this, though. This game, if he'd have showed a great game today, that would have been really good news for all of us because San Diego has one hell of a defense.
Yes.
But, he didn't. And I thought Adrian Peterson came in. I said, whoa, he's running a little better because he averaged like 5.2 yards a carry. Then he ended up fumbling. And then Benson fumbled. Boy, I tell you what, that kills you. That kills your offense when all of a sudden your running backs are fumbling.
Craig, it brings into question, like Doug's been talking about all night here. Where was Wolf?
Yeah,
Where was Hester in those special packages that they were putting in and all whole training camp and all the exhibition season? Where were they? Where was it today? Where was it? And if it wasn't in there, why didn't they put it in there? Why? And that's what I hope some of these reporters ask. Why?
Because
why?
When I was down in camp, they worked on that. I remember, I can't tell you how many people come to me and say, boy, I thought our offense looks phenomenal. And they're bringing Hester in at times. And, of course, I said before, our tight end was hurt.
Doug, that's all they talked about.
That's all they talked about.
If you listen to TV stations and read the newspapers, how great the Bears
offense.
offense.
The best offense the Bears have had in years.
How best, okay? The gun goes off. Into 4 quarters, we score 3 points.
But you don't even see the guys that are supposed to make that offense better.
That's the bottom line, Doug.
Yeah. Let's go out to Kevin in his car. Kevin, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, first of all, let me say it's an honor to be speaking with you.
Thanks, Kev.
I have a question calling on your experience. Mike Brown's injury. It seems like every time we look up, he brings so much to our defense. I mean, it's like when you look at him on the field, the defense almost feels like a different animal, but he keeps on getting hurt. I want to know from you guys, as former players, when you get that injury, how much is it the trainer's responsibility to tell you that you're injured, or the players? I mean, is there any kind of chance that he might be overreacting sometimes?
No, not at all, Kevin. It's You know, I wish I could give you a word or a terminology or anything. It's just, I'll tell you what, that old term, bad luck, it seems to follow this kid around. You know, does he have a nose for the ball? Is he aggressive? Is he an intelligent player? Is he a team leader? He's a wonderful young man off the field. And to see this happen to this poor kid, I tell you, it breaks my heart. It breaks everybody's heart because the kid's a quality human being and he's a quality player. And it looks like he might be lost again for the season, or this might be it, Doug. So, Kevin, it's not a good thing.
He goes all through training camp, plays in the exhibition games, does his deal, all set. And it's such a blow to an athlete.
But Kevin, there's what he's asking. Could the trainer spot anything before? No, Kevin. No, not at all. Can't happen.
I was in San Francisco and I tore my Achilles tendon. I mean, I never got hurt. And I come off the field and Freddie Cato was there and he takes off the shoe and he says, "You're finished." I thought he meant you were finished for the game. He said, "No, you're finished for the year." I said, "What are you talking about?" And then I looked down and of course my Achilles was all wrapped up. And I cried like a baby. It was like, somebody said, "Well, how can a grown man cry like that?" Because of the emotion of it, all the hard work, all the stuff you did, and all of a sudden out of nowhere comes this injury. But that's what football's all about. It could happen to anybody.
Right.
Let's go out to Jim in his car. Jim, you're on the score.
Hello, Doug. Obie.
Hey, Jim.
I really feel happy and sad after watching the game today. Happy because I think our defense is really fantastic.
Yes.
There's nothing that I don't know where you can really pick up and talk about a negative. But I think I learned three things in watching the game about the offense, and I think they're quite simple. I wouldn't look to Cedric Benson or any other back and decide whether they're good or bad. And I don't know about Cedric Benson, but what I do know is that San Diego told us something. They said, "We don't think your quarterback can beat us. Therefore, we're just going to concentrate and shut down your backs. And also, we don't." Our Turner essentially said, "Yeah, I share San Diego's feeling about our own quarterback, and I'm not going to open up the game. All we're going to do is try and get him through this game in order to protect him." And then, therefore, the third thing I learned is it's going to be a very long season because of that. It's a very simple plan that the other teams are going to have until they have any reason to suspect we have a quarterback.
Well, there's no question because last year
the cat is out of the bag, Jim. Every team knows
they knew that
it.
Last year. Everybody knew about that. OB and I talked about it all the time. What kind of defensive game plan would you put together if you're playing the Bears?
Oh,
what would you do?
Go after them.
That's it.
I mean, it's not us. It's out. I mean, when you got opponents that you're going to play, and they make a statement, their own players, that when they're playing us, that the thing is to get in Grossman's face. I mean, that speaks.
Until that's changed by him,
huge.
It won't change. That's what the game plan will be.
Get in his face.
Exactly. Let's go out to Charles on the south side. Charles, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Charles.
Yeah, I put most of the responsibility on the offensive line because I remember when Denver was going real well, it didn't matter who you had a running back, they were going to run the ball at a nice clip. And I remember last year, we didn't get running game started because, you remember last year, everybody was playing the run, and we had those big passing games. And our running game didn't really get opened up until around midseason. So, and people claim about how Thomas Jones was a decent back, but the difference is he'd been dashed around, he'd been hit, most of the time been hit behind the line of scrimmage. Now, all I saw all game is that we were not protecting the quarterback. I mean, and there's no way you're going to have a sustained drive if you can't protect the quarterback. Grossman did. He wasn't great, but he did what he was asking him to do. He threw away the ball when necessary, and he didn't. He didn't suck to me. I mean, he had an average game. But I put the most responsibility on the offensive line because they're the most ballyhooed group between the running backs and the quarterback. That offensive line is supposed to be the constant. We should be able to convert a 4-1 no matter who we had at running back, just off a push. I might feel push today.
Well, you're right. They're not letting the offensive line off the hook because they certainly didn't have one of their better days. There's no question about it. But when you take a look at teams, for example, I don't know if you watched the New Orleans playing the Colts. Now, you saw what happened there. You saw what how the Colts attacked New Orleans. New Orleans was playing soft, paying back too deep. So what did the Colts do? They ran the football. Joseph Adai, right at him. Then all of a sudden, New Orleans say, hey, hold it, we got to stop this. So they put a guy in the box. Did you see what Manning did? There are certain times in a football game that you have to make the play. You got to make the play as a quarterback. He made it 3 times because they went for man. And as soon as he read that man, that ball was out of there. And there were guys on him. There were guys flying in on him in his face. Very few times you're going to have the time to throw the football where you're just clean all the time. So Grossman's got to make plays. There's no question about it. But
He's got to see in front of him
where to go with the ball.
He know they're coming. Exactly.
Yeah, you got to go with the ball. But I will agree with this. I didn't think our offensive line played extremely well at all. In fact, I thought they were piss poor. Especially, and I agree with this, that when you get down to the nitty-gritty, when it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 or 2nd and 1, you can pick that up, especially when you got 3 cracks at it. You got to have better blocking than that. Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
All right, Jeff.
I just want to make a comment that I'm already sick and tired of people saying that our defense and special team need to put points on the board for us to win.
Yeah,
that's
what
not their
sounds
job.
like. Yeah.
And I know where you're going, Jeff, and I agree with you before you even get there.
Oh, well, and just give us the opportunity. And we lost to a team that scored 14 points. You're telling me we can't put together 5 drives, kick 5 field goals, and come away with a win today?
Well, yeah, and here's a team that was averaging 31 points a game. I mean, let's face it. I mean, you held this team down to 3 points for how long before things fell apart? And the only reason they fell apart is because, why? You had 4 turnovers.
And I almost feel like Rex is sitting there thinking, God, I hope the defense and special teams score so we can win. It's like, I'm pretty sure the Peyton Mannings and Brady's of the league aren't saying, hope the special team and defense score today.
No, did you see today Tom Brady, what he did?
Oh, yeah, he smeared the Jets.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't need the defense.
All right. Thanks a lot,
thanks,
Jeff.
Guys.
Thanks, buddy. Let's go out to Tom on the north side. Tom, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. What a privilege to talk to you.
Thanks, Tommy.
We're going back and forth about Rex.
Uh-huh.
But here's where he's lost me once and for all. Going into the half, we're protecting a 3-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
He fumbles the ball. Okay, that happens. But where's his mind where instead of jumping on the ball, protecting the possession, he tries to scoop it up with no potential for making anything good happen? That very easily could have and probably should have been 7 points for San Diego.
Yeah, thank
God. We were lucky on that one.
Yeah, Adrian Peterson jumped on that football.
Tom, we were so lucky.
But what's he thinking about? Isn't that kind of a Bush League kind of thing?
I don't know. And most quarterbacks have a tendency when that ball is down there, they're going to go find it. They're going to try to get it. And I think a lot of times, I don't know if he was excited. I don't know what the hell the story is.
Well, to try to get it.
That ball just flipped out of his hands. He was just trying to make a move, and the ball just slipped right out of his hands.
Pull out of his hand. But you know what, Tommy? If I was to take a guess here, and I think it's a pretty good guess that I know some of these quarterbacks, you play with them, they make a play, a stupid play, fumble, do something like that. They think that they can pick the ball back up and rectify it and hit a home run.
And you can't do that sometimes.
You know.
Let's go out to the Fro Dog in the north side. Fro Dog, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, AOB, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, a couple things, and I'll hang up and listen. First of all, this loss goes to the management. I'm talking Lovie Smith, Jerry Angelo.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for Cedric Benson, a guy who gets paid $16 million, I don't care how much somebody's getting paid. I want somebody who's going to help us win a football game. I don't know if Cedric Benson's the answer. When Thomas Jones got traded, I was very frustrated, And the second thing I wanted to point out is with the Grossman and his horrible play. You know what? Every time he's in pressure situations, he's trying to make a play. It's like, throw the ball away or take the sack. Don't try to do anything spectacular. I think on that pass to Bernard Berry, that interception, I think that was Grossman's fault all the way. So that's pretty much it. I think in training camp they should have had an open competition for a quarterback. I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say.
No, there was no open competition. I mean, they said it. Grossman was their quarterback.
Yeah.
There's no even question about that.
Yeah, Dog, they're very adamant about that. There is no open competition. It is Grossman's job till if and when Lovey wants to make the change, and who knows when the heck that's going to happen. But no, that is in stone, my friend.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking Bears. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Doug Buffone, Ed O'Bradovich, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Larry in Rockford. Larry, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, good to talk to you. I admired you guys for a long time, and you're straight shooters.
Thank you, my friend.
I think that these Bears got big problems. That offense has got real problems. Got an old offensive line. You know, they're resting on their pass. They didn't protect them that well. Then you got bad blocking in the backfield. I mean, Benson just clean out missed this guy. Running out for the pass, that guy went right in, smacked Grossman. That guy was right there to knock down.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even look at the freaking guy.
Maybe
and that's why they didn't play that guy when they had Jones, because he couldn't pick up the blitzers.
Well, part of that, is the blocking. There's no question. I thought he got better at it. I watched him during the preseason, and he was
that
picking
guy
up the guys.
That guy was right there.
Yeah.
That guy was right there. He didn't even look at this guy, and that guy cleaned his clock.
Yeah, well, probably, Larry, what happened was he blew the coverage. I mean, he blew the deal. A lot of times you're supposed to pick that guy up. I'm still trying to figure out who was supposed to pick up Sean Phillips when he lined up over the tight end and when he came in wide open in the first play that I thought he separated all the ribs that Grossman had. There was a major problem there. But you're right about one thing. The offensive line did not play well. There's no question about it. You heard even Lovey say it. Whose fault? Well, he said the O-line, his. So when you start picking out and saying, you see all these things happening with sacks and your running game not going and you can't pick up short yardage, you can't blame it all on the backs and the quarterback. You got to look at that offensive line also. Let's go out to Mike in Portage Park. Mike, you're on the Score.
Right. Hey, guys, nice talking to you.
Thank you.
But I just like to say it's only one game. But when Benson fumbled, the next time they got the ball, they came in with AP, and Benson was on the sidelines with a hat on his head. Don't you think he should have went back in? And what does that say? What does that say? Something about their confidence in him, or was AP supposed to get 50% of the carries today?
He did go back in right after that. After Adrian Peterson fumbled, but then he went back in. But a lot of times, too, though, they sit a guy down, especially a young guy, and let him, think about it.
Get his confidence back, get him back in there, and but of course that wasn't to be for whatever the reason or reasons. And then Adrian Peterson comes in and.
Well, here, let me say this, and this is hard for me to say because a lot of times you always want to be right.
Yeah.
But if it was me next week, my starting halfback would be Peterson. Adrian Peterson would be my back.
If what you said was true, the whole world would come down on Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo.
I'm not so sure
for
about
getting rid of Thomas Jones
and
anointing Cedric Benson, the running back, and then after one loss, you start Adrian Peterson to back up and sit down the $16 million man. The world would cave in on him.
Could be a problem, but the fact that I saw both those guys running, the one thing that Peterson has, he has more maneuverability. And I'm not saying Benson didn't grab the job. You talk about giving a job to somebody, that's what you're talking about here.
That's not going to happen. You know that.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Sooner or later, something's got to happen. Either Benson takes a hold of the job, and this is hard for me to say because, I don't know. I thought the kid was going to be outstanding. I thought he was going to be fantastic.
Kansas City come in. We'll get well against Kansas City. We'll be better.
Hopefully. Let's go out to Nunzio in Kenosha. Nuns.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I love your show. I've been listening for a long time. Hey, are we being a little too critical right now, you think?
Well, absolutely. Because you know why? No, why? Because it's time to look at it. It's not panicking. You got to grab it. I don't want to be like what happened to the White Sox. And all of a sudden, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got another game. Hey, don't worry about it. We got another game. Hey, don't worry about it. By that time, it's over with.
I understand that. But, to be honest with you, and to be truthful, the Bears' defense showed, that was a great game. Other than the turnovers that really cost them the game.
That's not the problem,
It would have been 3-0 if, to be honest, if the Bears went to turn those balls over.
No, that's not the problem, buddy.
Give kudos to the Bears' defense. And you know what? You can't take away from San Diego's defense, too, because they're just outrageous as well.
We've been saying this for Nuns for 3 hours, and our defense has played, my God, what a game they played. And as a matter of fact, everybody, even the guys on offensive special team, they played hard. They hit hard. There was nothing left in the old gut bag. I don't think. I think they all played as hard as I think that they could play. I think offensively, we just that inability to convert on third down, it just kills us, and it kills us, and it gets after Rex Grossman. They come after him with everything, and you've got to have that running game going for you, because if it doesn't, it just kills our passing game, Doug.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Eddie, you're absolutely correct, because without the running game, without all these guys, and the worrying thing that I am looking at, he said inability. What if it's not there? What if it went bye-bye? Like you said, the offensive line got older. They're 32 years old. What if Benson can't be the guy that steps in for Thomas Jones? That scares you, because now what?
Well, Doug, if he isn't the guy, then guess what? Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith made a huge mistake.
Absolutely.
And it should sit right on their head.
You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670, Jiffy Lube postgame show, Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Ben in St. Charles. Ben, you're on the Score.
What's up, guys?
All right, Ben.
Hey, I'm not a fan of Grossman. I think one day he will be a good quarterback. Mm-hmm. I think he was injured 2 straight seasons. So he lost a lot of that learning curve, I guess you'd say, that break-in period. But I can't, I think everybody's beating up on him this week unjustly. It wasn't his fault that we lost the game. I really think our running game just didn't seem to have the gusto. Our defense was absolutely spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
I really think if we would have had Thomas Jones or another running back of that level, I think we would have definitely won the game.
Well, there's no question our running game was bad, but a lot of times, too, though, you have to make plays.
Yep.
That means quarterbacks.
That's what it's about, Ben.
You've got to make plays, Ben. I understand what you're saying. So maybe he didn't lose the game, but he certainly didn't win the game for you. Sooner or later, somebody's got to step up and win the game for you.
Ben, he's the quarterback. He's the guy that, Ben, he's the guy that sets the tone. He's the first guy to touch the football. Whether it's pass, handing off, whatever it is, he is the guy. He's the man. He is the man. Just as Peyton Manning is the man with the Colts. And it starts with him. And he's got to be the catalyst. He's got to be the guy that makes it go. He's got to be the spark plug to make it go. Now, do we need him? And like we said, we need him to be good. That's all we need Rex Grossman to do is be good. We have a defense that is, you have 31 other teams in this league that would love to have our defense. Okay? All we need Rex Grossman is to be good. He said he wants to be great, and he makes the same mistakes, and he says, I'm going to correct these mistakes because I want to be a great quarterback. All right, you know what? Let's shoot for good and being consistent. We'll settle for that, okay, Ben?
Let's go out there, Chica in Country Hills. Chica, you're on the Score.
Hello, folks. How you guys doing?
How are you doing?
All right, guys. I'm really pissed at the play call of Ron Turner. He was really, really conservative, calling predictable run plays up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
He was not calling plays where it was going to throw the ball deep to stretch the defense to open up some running lanes. Plus, if they don't trust him, then they need to take Les Wilson out and put in a QB that they can trust.
Well, that'll eventually happen if the thing keeps going on, because let me tell you something. I understand about quarterback ratings, and a lot of us don't even know what goes into it, but it's pretty accurate. You can't have a quarterback average 57 in a quarterback rating. If that happens the next week.
53.7.
Damn, why do I keep saying 57?
I don't know.
All right, 53.7. Either way, it's bad. And so that has to improve. There's no question
and
about
the other
it.
thing is, too, is what you said, Chica, is that Ron Turner himself, who's the offensive coordinator, said he didn't do a good job.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. And we want to thank Ed Obradovich. We want to thank Tim Bach, our producer, Mark Joliffe, Herb Lawrence, our guest, David Schuster, live from San Diego, and the updates with Brian Peruk. Especially thanks to all you callers. We really appreciate it, Ed and I do. Next Sunday, Bears versus Chiefs at 3:15 p.m. and we'll be on as soon as the game ends. Good night, everybody. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Chicago Bears win 20-10 against the Chiefs. In game, I don't know where to start. I will start probably where I should start, and that's with the defense. And what a hell of a job they did. With 2 recoveries, 1 pass interception, and the amazing thing about this football game is no question we asked Benson to run, which he did do. He got over 102 yards. I thought the offensive line did a hell of a lot better job blocking this week than they did last week. There were some holes there, so Benson gets 102 yards.
Kansas City.
And at Kansas City, everybody thought that they would blow Kansas City sideways, and I thought after they got 14-0, that would be the case. But the fact it still comes, it goes back to who the Bears are. They're a defensive team. They're a team when Hester was running wild. Hester accounted for 14 points, 1 called back, a 73-yard touchdown, and Rod Wilson had a block in the back, and so that was called back. But you got to figure, here's what they're leaning on. They're leaning on their defense, and they're leaning on their special teams. Like I said, Benson come back with 100-some yards, but once again, though, with Grossman, start out extremely well. The first drive was outstanding. The Bears took the football, drove it, no mistakes. Then all of a sudden, it seemed like the wheels start to come off, and then the 2 interceptions that he had.
Well, I'll tell you, Doug, what I saw today again was, our Bears defense, Doug, is they're second to none in this National Football League, and they hustled hard, their pursuit, their angles, their gang tackling, and they've got to be the fastest team on wheels in defense on the defensive side of football in the National Football League. But what I saw today, Doug, was Ron Turner, our offensive coordinator, put Rex Grossman in a very comfortable position. And by that I mean he didn't want to get Rex caught up in trying to make something happen off the first or second or third possession. He didn't want him on the post patterns or the fly patterns downfield. Everything was a dink and dunk pass underneath the coverage, convert on third down, run Benson. Then the play action work, Doug, and we actually ran a bootleg. That was nice to see. But the running game has to work. But I think the key to the Bears' success today, offensively, what they did do, Doug, was keep it simple, keep it short, keep it quiet, and an easy game. And that's what I believe, what I saw today, coupled with a great defense and special teams. And I think that's going to be there. That's how they're going to work it for the rest of the other 14 games, Doug. I don't think you're going to see Rex Grossman trying to create things, make things happen downfield. I think you're going to see dink and dunk, run, play action, makes the play action better. I think that's what we're going to see for the next 14 games.
Well, at the beginning of the game, though, and I thought that the Bears did an excellent job when the blitzes came. He hit the hot receiver. I think that was one important thing to do. But when you do play that way, when you do play what you're talking about, which I can understand that's how you do it.
Doug, that's what it looked like to me.
But you can't turn the football over. You see, you can't do it because you're not putting enough points up on the board. Like I said, 10 points came from Hester. That's where it wasn't like your offense took the football and scored points. They did not score points.
Doug, I understand that, but we played the dink and dunk game.
Well, they did, but you can't turn it over when you dink and dunk.
And
here's another little thing, Ed.
You can't. Running backs, they're going to cough it up. Rex Grossman is going to make bonehead mistakes he has in the past, and he made them again today. So, it's just going to happen. Well, you're not going to stop it.
The one on the screen pass, obviously trying to get to Garrett Wolf, I think it was, and then the other one, obviously, where Donnie Edwards made the interception. But the other thing, too, is there was crucial situations in that game. For example, I don't know about our wide receivers. Muhammad had the ball right in his hands. I understand you drop. You're not supposed to drop it. You can't drop it. That ball was thrown right to him. And that meant a difference of moving the football forward. So there's a lot of things here you have to talk about. But I guarantee you, if it wasn't for Devin Hester and if it wasn't for the Bear defense, you could have put a fork in today's game.
Doug, you go back to the fourth quarter today. It was approximately 5 minutes and 40 seconds ago. It was 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11. And we didn't even attempt to make that first down, Doug. They didn't want a turnover at that particular time, and they threw a little 4-yard dink pass, and they were happy to get the ball and punt the football and get our defense out there and hold them again, hold Kansas City's offense. And I'm going to tell you something. You get into a dangerous game like that, Doug. You get into a game, you're trying, you don't want to lose instead of trying to win the football game. And a lot of times up pops the devil. But that sticks in my mind in the fourth quarter, 3rd and 11, and we just tried a little dink pattern. And it's obvious, Doug, that they didn't want to try to go for any kind of a deep pattern to pick up the first down, lest a mistake happen, an interception, and they bring it back for a touchdown.
Yeah, the one thing, though, imagination, they did do it with John St. Clair to get down near the goal line.
Not at 5:40 in the fourth quarter, they didn't.
No, in the first quarter they did. And they made that pass to them, which was a touchdown pass, a 2-yard touchdown pass, good call. But the Bear defense, there was at one time that I think it was like 7 or 8, almost in a row, where they had the Kansas City Chiefs 1, 2, 3, and out. Your opportunities for your offense were tremendous today.
Doug.
You were given every opportunity in the world to put a lot of points up today.
Absolutely, Doug. And I don't know really and truly how much better our defense can play. The last 2 weeks they open up the season in San Diego, and they play a tremendous game against a tremendous football team, a team that we should have easily handled. We should have had a lot more points on the board. Our offense should have showed a lot better numbers than they did, but it didn't happen. But the key is that we won the football game. Now, next coming a week from tonight, we've got Dallas coming in, and that's going to be a big, bad test. And I'll tell you what, Doug, they're going to run the football. They're going to try to run the football at us. They've got a big offensive line, and they're going to try to push our defensive linemen around.
And they will. But here's the difference, though, and this is the difference I've seen between the defense this year and last year. I'm telling you, Ed, it's totally different. These guys are up on the line of scrimmage. They're aggressive. They're going after people. We saw Urlacher get his first sack.
Doug, how many times did we talk about this last year?
I know.
Be aggressive.
I mean,
that's nothing new.
See, I was thinking about, Ed, for honest to God, I thought this would go the opposite way. I thought the fact because Rivera wasn't doing the calls he wanted to call because of that background he had about blitzing along with Buddy Ryan and also Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson, yeah.
But that wasn't the case.
That's always been, you know what, Doug? That's always been a mystery to me because I know the guys that have played with Ron Rivera, played with him, believe that he's not a passive guy.
I couldn't get it.
And I remember Gary Fensick saying that he, because I was with Gary a week after the Super Bowl, we were in Florida, and Gary was going to try to get a hold of Ron Rivera and sit down because he couldn't believe what we were not aggressive. We didn't blitz. We played back.
Yeah.
And that went on for 4 quarters in the Super Bowl. And he says, that's not Ron Rivera. He played under Buddy Ryan. He was coached. He coached under Jimmy Johnson in Philadelphia. And both of them come with everything but the kitchen sink. And he was going to sit down with Ron Rivera, try to have lunch or dinner with him. And he wanted to ask him that question. Lo and behold, about a few days later, guess what? Rivera gets fired.
And what you thought was, when you did hear that, you thought, well, maybe it's Lovie Smith because of the cover.
That's my point.
Let's be soft.
But
now Babbage
was it Lovie Smith telling Ron Rivera?
But why would Babbage come back? Babbage is, he and Lovie Smith are been together for a long time. Those two guys together, and all of a sudden you see this. You see this aggressiveness, and maybe it's because, first of all, these first 2 games, maybe because the wide receivers, let's face it, they didn't have the wide receivers in Kansas City nor San Diego. But the fact was, though, aggressives on 3rd down. In fact, even 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 12, they were going after the guys.
Right.
They were blitzing them.
And you know what? So, so much for that cover 2 defense, Doug.
Well, yeah.
I've never been a proponent of it. The basic idea of it, folks, is that nobody goes over you deep. Nobody gets over you. You never give up a touchdown. Okay, that's supposedly the theory of it. And if you have all great football players, especially a defensive line, that the 4 guys can, that's the premise of it. Well, I think football has changed, and I think what you have to do, if aggressive, you got to be more aggressive today because you can't sit back and let these great quarterbacks like Peyton Manning, you give them the time. I don't care what defense play, you're going to eat them alive. They're going to eat you alive. So what you got to do, you got to get after them. You got to get in their face.
See, the difference, too, though, I look at this, as far as the Bears, their defense is outstanding. But last year, especially the first 7 or 8 games, they were getting takeaways. Now, you say, well, wait, hold it, Doug. Right. The Bears got takeaways today. Yeah, they did. But it was down in their own area. It was in the end zone. They were getting takeaways last year that was setting up so many short fields for the offense. It made the offense look better than it really were because they had a short field to go, so a lot of points were going up. Today's game, if you take a look at it all the way to the end of the game before we saw these takeaways. And these takeaways weren't set up to produce and put the points on the board. Now, if we did not get what we got from Hester today, we'd lose the football game because there's 10 points right off the bat that Hester set up. He did the same thing last year. So if you took last year, the takeaways plus the special teams with Hester, that made it real easy for the offense to score. Now you ask the offense to put the points up on their own. I don't think it can do that right now.
Yeah, Hester had 5 returns, Doug, for 143 yards.
It's unbelievable.
And a 28.6-yard average. Kickoff returns, he had 2 for 29 for a 14.5.
One called back, for 73 yards?
Yeah, right, exactly, or else the statistics would be through the ceiling.
No question.
But all in all, we've got a victory. Benson carried the ball.
That was that I liked.
Yes, he carried the ball 24 times for 101 yards for a 4.2-yard average. His longest run was about 13 yards, and it was nice to see the young man finally get over 100 yards, carry the ball. I'd like to see him carried a little bit more, but I think as time goes on, Doug, we're going to do it because we are a running offensive team. Because if we can't run the football, Doug, because we don't go out of a shotgun, we don't go out of a no-huddle offense, and if we don't run the football, there goes our passing game. Why? Because you can't use play action. Why? Because there'll be no respect for it. So our key is to run this football, and Benson is the key. There's no question about it, Doug.
Yeah, the other thing, too, with Benson today, you saw the plays a little different. You saw him running to his left quite a bit and also to the weak side, which is great. Then you also saw
they were running the 8 and 9 holes.
Yeah, and you saw some tosses. I mean, they get him out of there, and then, of course, they come up and try to bang up the middle. But when you look at that, Benson did his job. The other guys did their job when that run game was the offensive line. There were holes today. There weren't holes last week. So that's all pluses. What's killing the Bears, though, are the blitzes. And the one blitz, that was Adrian Peterson's fault. When Napoleon,
it was.
When Napoleon come up the middle, he misses that damn block, which causes Grossman to get
to the
sacked.
listeners, when the back has to come in and it's a blitz, they know it's a blitz. What the remaining back has to do, if it's Benson or whoever it is back there, Peterson, what you have to do, if you're sitting back in an H position and you know the blitz is coming and you got everybody up on the line and you know exactly what hole or where you got to pick up the blitzer at, what you do is what they call you cheat. You get up, you move up 2 or 3 yards, and you move in about a yard, and you sit down because there you're ready to take the blitz on. Because when that ball is snapped, you got a guy like Urlacher or somebody coming after you that's that quick. For you to get over from that H position to try to catch him, it's very difficult to do. So what the halfbacks have to do, Doug, is cheat a little bit on where they're going to line up at when they know it's a definite blitz and it's coming up from the middle.
Yeah, because he whiffed on the guy. Because he came up to the outside.
Well,
the guy
he was late.
Yeah,
he was late, Doug.
Totally late, and Napoleon made the sack. And I'll say this about Grossman, though. There were a couple times in a game when the blitz did come, he hit the hot receiver. He went to the hot receiver and did make those moves. But in the course of a football game, it seems like, I don't know why he does that. That screen pass he threw was ridiculous. I mean, he should never have thrown the football up in the air like that. And the other one, Donnie Edwards took, he makes mistakes, and you wonder why, because he was going along just right. He, like you said, they put him in this mode.
Right.
This mode where, don't make mistakes.
Don't make mistakes.
Hit the guys. You'll put points up. Be patient. Take your time.
They've got to get confidence back into this kid, especially after those remarks last week by Ron Rivera, mental midget, et cetera, and that people get in his face. He gets shaky and all that stuff. He's got to dispel all those theories, Doug, and he's got to perform.
Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Dave on the northwest side. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you guys doing today?
All right, Dave.
Listen, it's an honor and privilege to talk to both you guys. You guys are two hell of football players, and it's great to talk to you.
Thank you.
Let me just break this down to you real quick. It's 20-10. We mixed and matched the beginning of the first half, thinking and dunking, running the ball. Everything was going good. It's 20-10. Ron Turner is. See, you want bad Rex? Ron Turner puts him in a position to be bad Rex. There's no reason to be throwing a screen pass. Now's the time to run Chicago Bear football down the throat. There's no reason to be throwing passes. See, that's the thing. It's not Grossman. It's the play calling at times. There was no need to be doing it. We were running the ball. Another thing too. I like the sprint of throwing to Benson outside a little bit, but he's in between the tackles. He got most of his yards in between the tackles. That's where his strength is.
Well, David, first of all, there's nothing wrong with calling that screen, because a lot of times you got to slow those guys down. And I love the screen. The screen should be done, but you should be able to throw a screen pass. You should be able to set up a pass. They did it.
We can't do it.
We don't do it.
We can't
do it.
We cannot mentally or physically.
A screen pass is one hell of a weapon, right, Ed?
Yes, it is.
It's a hell of a weapon.
But we can't do it.
We can't do it.
I know we can't.
Why is that?
I
have
no
years
answer
that I've
for
been
you.
trying to get a screen out of them, and I've seen screens kill us. I saw Larry Johnson run a nice screen coming off. I've seen the guys do it against us, But that screen pass is not a bad call. I'm not going to jump on Turner for that. And some other times, too, maybe we don't have the wide receivers to do what we need to do. Like I said, I thought Moose Muhammad, he caught one pass today. The other pass was right to him, and he just dropped it, Ed.
Yeah. Well, you know the thing, Doug, if you look at the whole thing bottom line, again, I think they accomplished what they want to do with Rex is keep him under a leash. Don't go deep, don't get in trouble. Our defense was there again for us. Great defensive game plan, come after the people, doing the run, stopping. But what's a little bit disturbing is we won this game 20-10. We went in at halftime, we were leading 17-7. So in another 30 minutes of football, with supposedly a Super Bowl-bound team, we score 3 points on a team that had no business being with us on the field. That's a little scary, Doug.
Well, it's scary because we thought we saw the improvement.
We scored 3 points in the second half.
We did see the improvement with the running game, but you're right. We didn't see the improvement as far as putting points up.
And that's what it's about, Doug.
Because we'll go back to it. If Hester got 10 of them for us, the defense made 2 stabs at the end, which cost, and let's also don't forget, they got one called back, too, by the way, with that flea flick.
Doug, one of the weak things that we have, and again, I totally believe that this is the most important down in football, and it's the third down efficiency rate. We were 3 of 13, Doug. I mean, we've got to be 6, 7, 8. We've got to be somewhere in there. Time of possession, we had they had about almost 29 minutes. We had 31. And when you see something like that, Doug, does that mean were we converting on third down and we didn't do as good a job as we should have?
That's weak because of the fact that if you have a defense that holds an offense to almost 8 consecutive times, that offense, which Kansas City did today, went 1, 2, 3, and out 8 consecutive times.
They were 5 of 16 on third down efficiency, Doug.
They had him. The fact is that means you're giving your offense the football to do something with it. And you know what? We won the football game. Kansas City's not a good football team. Man.
Right. They had 281 yards, Doug. Tar 239.
Yeah. If you take a look at the stats, they're probably pretty well equally going down to the fact, except for what Hester did, made that turnaround, and obviously what the defense did, our defense did, and making that big play at the end of the game where Timwin tipped it up in the air and Manning makes the interception.
Right.
Because, there was 2 times there, and even after the Donnie Edwards interception, that's 2 times you put pressure on the defense, which the defense stood tall and didn't let them score. Let's go out to Big Doug in Oakland. Big Doug going to score.
How you doing?
All right, Doug.
Hey, listen, I just want to say that your offensive line still looks a little bit sloppy.
Better today, though, Big Doug.
How's that?
It was better today.
Yeah, definitely better, and I like the way Benson ran. But here's the thing, too, guys. They only played 2 quarters of football. And, if you're going to go out and if you want to be a contender, you got to play 4 quarters. And I like your comments on that. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you next week.
Well, there's no question. If you looked at today's game and you looked at the Chicago Bears, can you tell me they're going to the Super Bowl? And you're going to say no. I would imagine then there has to be an improvement that has to happen.
Off that performance today?
Yeah.
And then are you?
There was an improvement from last week, and there got to be an improvement next week when they go against Dallas. Ed, it's real simple when you look at this thing. You say to yourself, we have an offense. What if our defense goes sour? Just for a game. It happens. A defense can make a mistake.
I'm going to tell you how the defense.
Can we score points?
Right. How the defense, which happened last year, Doug. If our offense doesn't get clicking and we don't start scoring around 24 points a game, which we should, that's what we should be able to do, is score 24 points a game. We score 24 points a game, we're not going to lose another game. But if we don't, Doug, the defense is going to last so long. They're going to last so long, and then they're going to start to break down. Physically and mentally.
Right.
It will happen.
But see, here's the point, and this is the fuller what goes in our offense scoring last year. I believe we were scoring, 30 points a game, whatever, something like that. We were number 2 scorer. We were tied. But a lot that went into that scoring was the fact that what the defense did setting up and the defense scoring and the special team scoring. And that's where a lot of that scoring came from. It wasn't as if your team took the football, your offensive team took the football and drove it all the way down. Now, they did that today one time, and they come up with the score. But the fact is they weren't putting points on board. They need help from the special teams, and they need help from the defense to set them up and also to score defensively. We didn't score defensively today, and our takeaways were down in our own side.
You know what, Doug? Last year, as a matter of fact, so far into going to this last game, which I think encompasses about 19 games with the playoffs and everything, the difference in scoring was almost 18 points we had an 18-point cushion, our offense, okay? And that's at home, by the way. I'm talking about at home, not away. At our home, there was an 18-point average difference. Winning margin, almost 18 points in this last 2-year run. So that's been pretty good by our offense.
Well, the fact is, like I said, there's no question that you have to put the points up there. And your team, I understand that. Special teams, they develop it. This Hester is ridiculous. If I'm playing against Hester, I wouldn't even think about kicking it to them. And although you try not to, it ends up like that happened that one time where the ball goes out of bounds and we get the ball in the 40-yard line. So there's a lot of pluses for what's going on with Hester. But the other things that they try to develop Hester today and try to do some plays. The one he dropped. The other one to Garrett Wolf, we tried to make that screen. I think he was in on that screen. That went sour. And so we're trying to do certain things like that. But what kills you is the fact that you turn the football over. And when Grossman came up that interception with Donnie Edwards picked that up, and that screen pass, that's a killer. If you're playing some of the top-notch teams in the National Football League, you're in big trouble if you do those kind of mistakes.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, going back to that particular screen pass, was that ill-advised? Was it? It was just all things bad and ugly.
It wasn't there.
It just absolutely, and it never should have been pitched. And that's the thing you try to keep Rex Grossman out of. I know they wanted to get Wolf in the game. They wanted to use him on the screen.
Right.
And Lovie Smith wanted to make it happen. He wanted to make it. They thought that was the perfect time, the opportunity to do it, and it backfired.
Let's go out to Ken in Gilbert, Illinois. Ken, you on the score with Obie and Doug?
Hey, Doug and Obie, thanks for taking my call.
You got
Long-time listener. Hey, my major concern on this is it's got to be Grossman. I look at this kid going back to pass. He is scared to death. He doesn't, when he does throw the ball, he's underthrown, he's overthrown. He just doesn't look like he knows what he's doing back there. And all these defenses, what I've been watching is they've been coming up the middle, blitzing up the middle, and I know the running back's supposed to pick it up, but you mean to tell me he can't see that linebacker?
Well, see, there's not much he can do about that one. The one you have to worry about is the one that comes from the outside.
Right.
The one that comes from the outside is a hot read. Now, he picked it up 2 or 3 times today. Another time he didn't. But that one coming up the middle, you're counting on that your offensive back to pick up that linebacker. He had no chance on that play, guys.
You know what? And the other thing, too, is when you talk about a defense, if it's our offense or whoever the hell we're playing against, and they're going to blitz and the hot read comes into play, when you play defense, Ken, when you're going to do that blitzing, your cornerbacks have to come up and on the inside of the wideouts. Because the instant hot read is to either flanker on either strong or weak side. That's the hot read. So what the cornerbacks have to do is come up and take that away so he can't go anywhere with it and hope the sack gets to him and it works. That's how it works. Kansas City today, Ty Law, Doug, number 24, when he hit the slant in to, I believe it was Mahatma or Barry, and I can't remember either one, it was the hot read. But if all Ty Law had to do was come up, step up inside, it never would have happened, and they'd have made a sack. But when you do blitz like that, you got to be up and inside of the wideouts.
There's no question. It's not just in Chicago either, by the way. If you look through the National Football League, what they're doing right now, they're saying to hell with the quarterback. Well, we're tired of letting the quarterback be comfortable, and we're playing cover 2, let him do what he wanted to do. We're going to go after the quarterback and force him to do something.
That's why I think the cover 2 is on its way out, Doug. Because you're not going to.
We're not playing it that much. Take a look at it.
Yeah, exactly. Because we become more aggressive, and that's you got a guy like Peyton Manning. What are you going to play cover 2 all night
and
have this?
Super Bowl.
Yeah, have this. That's exactly what we did, Doug, and we got 8 alive.
And the good news about that is when you're that aggressive, you got guys come up, the quarterback doesn't know when you're coming. And that's exactly what happened today. There was twice that Urlacher was on top of this kid, and finally he got his sack.
Right.
His first sack, can you imagine last year? He played all year last year, Ed, and then get 1 sack. Not his fault. You got to put him in position to get that. So now when the guys look at it and they're going over their offense, they're saying, hey, hold on. We played the Bears. Watch out. So that means Urlacher can fake the blitz. They think he's coming. It screws with the mind of the quarterback. Let's go with Todd and Dwight. Todd, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey,
Hey, great to talk to you guys. I just want to say, first of all, I have so much respect for you guys. My favorite part of the week is your post-game show. So
Well, thank you for that.
Thanks,
Thanks,
you for
Todd.
the job you're doing. Hey, couple points and one quick question. Quite honestly, let's put down the Kool-Aid for a second. I know the defense isn't playing poorly, but putting down the bias, last week they were one missed call away from giving up 21 points. This week, a team that's in the bottom tier of the NFL, there's a lucky penalty that had nothing to do with the play. They give up a touchdown. You give up 17 points to the Chiefs.
Block field goal.
Not real good. And then my last point, my question is, when's the last time a Super Bowl champion's most dangerous player was a return man? If this keeps up, I mean, we have no shot against the Cowboys. What do you guys think?
Your question is, when's the last time the most dangerous player you had went to the
Todd,
Super Bowl, and that was last year.
If we had a caller of the year or caller of the day, week, month, or whatever, Todd, it would be you. When was the last time it's your special teams return?
But, that's what we have. Every
Lord.
team is noted for something, but, Todd, you're right. There's no question. You talk about Super Bowls and that, not like we played today. I watched Green Bay play today. I saw this Favre, and he doesn't have anywhere near what the Bears have, but their defense is a hell of a lot better, especially.
He's got he's got one veteran receiver and driver, all the rest
he
are
threw
rookies.
For 3 touchdowns. They were all over him. It's going to pay hell to win these football games. Even Minnesota, it's going to pay hell to win these football games. And like I said, Kansas City came up, their defensive end, Jared Allen, was out. They were beat up. Larry Johnson, who just came back, and he gained 55 yards today, but he's not in true form yet, although the Bears shut him down. So what we're saying is that we need to get better, and we need to get better offensively. And hopefully it's better this time than it was last week, don't
Doug,
you think?
Here,
Benson running the way he ran?
Doug, Todd, let me tell you something to our listeners. To anybody, if you think that Ron Turner and Lovie Smith are going to go full bore, open up our offense and go downfield with the fly patterns, the post patterns, and come out and do all that, that is not going to happen. We're going to play a very guarded game, a hard-running football game. We're going to play the play action, the basic things that we do, and pray that our defense and special teams wins us a football game. I don't think we'll ever see Doug on launching the ball down the field on all these different patterns way down. I think what you're going to see for the rest of the year is a quiet game.
It's amazing. We think about the first 7 games last year with our offense. You remember that offense? And I was saying, I don't like throwing the ball that much.
Until they figured out.
Killed them. And then all of a sudden, what happened?
Until they figured out.
They came after him.
They came after him.
And they said, hey, hold on, we're not going to sit back.
You see what happens to him.
We got to go after the guy. And that's not just Rex Grossman either, by the way. That's most quarterbacks in this league. That's what's happening. They're going after the quarterback. So the key is to stay away from mistakes. And I think he came out with the game plan I liked, because you just take your time, take
exactly
your patience.
Exactly.
You were up 14-0 for God's sakes, even
Right.
though one was back from Grossman. From Hester.
Right.
And so, but then it started to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, but Doug, and again, if you look at all the prolific offenses we have in the National Football League, you saw Green Bay today, and the other teams you watch, they run from under the center, they run with the shotgun, the no huddle, and they give a defense all these different headaches from all these different offensive sets that they can run and pass from, that they have to defense and guard against whoever the opponent is. You'll never see that with us. If we do, I'll be surprised, Doug. But we go from under the center, and I think when you come from under the center, Doug, and if we can't run that football, we're a very easy team to defense against, because we do not go to those other formations and do the run and passing from those.
That's why it was good to see Benson picking up 102 yards today.
Absolutely.
Let's go out to Bob in Lake Zurich. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, I love your show. I look forward to you after every post game.
Thanks, Bob. My friend.
Hey, give me your assessment, both of you, comment on what kind of you were talking, I was listening to you there while I was waiting, but after about the 7th game last year that you were talking about,
right.
and up until this point, give me both of your grade on Rex Grossman and the offense as far as a progression, and I'll hang up and listen.
I'll tell you what, Bob. Rex Grossman, he's got an arm, he's an accurate passer, and given the time, he can read. He truly can. I tell you what, when you give him that protection, and I tell you what, he can be about as good as most people in this league, okay? But the problem is is that when you get in his face, and it's for everybody to see, I mean, it's in front of all of us. All the football pundits across the country pick up on it. When you get in his face, he has problems. But if you can keep him, the defensive lineman and the blitzing people off of him, Rex Grossman, I believe, Bob, can be as good as anybody.
You know, the fact you saw the game.
But they're not
today,
going to let that happen.
No, and one play today, really, I stood up and I was really, really proud of Rex Grossman. Holly came in on him. Remember when he come from the outside and had him? I mean, he almost stripped him, and that's when Phil Simms was talking about good. Grossman's holding on to football.
Right.
Didn't get him. He spins out of it, gets out of problem, then hits I think Musa Muhammad downfield. And the whole thing with that thing was, that's what I'm saying, that's what we need, you know, to get out of trouble. Don't get yourself in more trouble. He did do that. But for Rex, you got to look for consistency.
Right.
For some odd reason, Ed, you're always waiting for something bad to happen with him. You're looking and say, oh, gee, he's doing well now. What's going to happen?
What?
Then all of a sudden, here comes a stupid screen pass, which he never should have been thrown off the back foot going backwards.
Well, he's got to recognize that and see it and eat the football.
Absolutely.
You know what? Huh? Pardon. Yeah. Okay, we got to go to a break.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to take a break. You're listening to the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, talking about the Chicago Bears win 20-10 over the Chiefs. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed, they are lit up, buddy. Let's get out back to the phone lines. Let's go out to Kelly in Bloomington. Kelly on the Score with OB and Doug.
What's going on, fellas?
All right,
What's up, Kel?
Hey, you know what, OB? You're like me. You got to get off the Rex Grossman bandwagon. He had opportunities today when he did not have the pressure and he did not perform. On the screen, he overthrew the blockers. Now, how often does that ever happen? How often do you ever see a quarterback overthrow the blockers?
Not
Kelly,
every day, Kelly.
Not really.
It doesn't happen every day. But why did he do that? I mean, let's face it. Maybe he couldn't see the guy.
He had all kinds of time.
Yeah, but first of all, you saw how he was running away and running backwards. He's off the back foot and just let it fly, let it go up in the air. You know, first, the thing wasn't really wide open in the first place. It wasn't well set up. Maybe there are times you eat that damn thing or you throw it down into the ground, whatever the reason. But that, you can't do that too many times where an offense won't take advantage of that, which the KC didn't do. So what you need to do, and let's face it, guys, we're going to be battling all year.
Yeah, Kelly, listen, let me tell you something. We're not going to run away and hide in the North Division. You got Detroit 2-0, Green Bay's 2-0, Minnesota's 1-1, we're 1-1. We're not going to run away and hide here. We have Dallas coming in next Sunday night, and then after Dallas, we play the 3 division, 1, 2, 3. We go, 4, 5, 6, we'll be in our 6th game, and we play our 3 divisional opponents after next Sunday. So we've got 4 pretty good games coming up, and after 6 games, we should know a little bit better where we are in the North Division and where we are in the NFC. And I don't think you're going to see us doing a wide-open offense. I think everything offensively you're going to see from here on out is going to be very guarded, and hopefully that nothing else breaks down.
Yeah, and teams
you buy that, Doug, what I just said?
Sure, teams that play us are going to say this. Look, you want to beat the Bears?
Doug, like they don't know.
Let's take away Hess.
Come on.
Let's don't give him the football. Let's let him don't set up for scores and that.
But how do you not? He's the guy.
Well, there's ways of punting. There's ways of doing things. I mean, at least try to do it.
Yeah, well.
Kansas City just punted the ball to him, man. And their coverage was piss poor, too, by the way. It was unbelievable. So the fact is that was a big plus for us. There's no question. It's been a big plus for us last year. It made the difference in the game. We'll take that. That's ours. All we know offensively, and you were talking about going downfield. You and I talked about this many times. No matter how conservative you become, you still got to be able to take your shots downfield.
Oh, I'm sure we will, but that's not going to be our mainstay. No. That's not going to be what we do offensively.
Who are our guys? Berrien? What happened to Mark Bradley? He just fade away?
I have no Davis. I don't know what's happened to all of them. I have no idea.
I mean, where is that?
I don't know.
Part of that you still part of it, and I agree with you 100%. You can't go to the football all over the damn place.
No.
But there comes a time when you have to make your move, when you have to make your shot. Who do you make it with?
Doug, here, just quickly, and we'll get right to the callers. We're going to play these teams, And again, I don't want the listeners to get see this guy says. I say it again. We do nothing offensively to put the fear of God into any defense that we play. We're a one-dimensional team, and it's got to work for us, or it's going to be hell pay for it, Doug. So we've got to get better at what we do, and that's running the football, and it's play action pass, because that's what we do. We do nothing else. You get teams at defense, it's easy for them to blitz against us because we don't run from any other offensive set. We just don't do it. And, Doug, that's what's going to happen to us, and that's the scary part. That's the scary part.
You know what the positive part is? You take a look at a football team.
Yeah, I know what the positive part is. Our special teams and our defense.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
2 out of 3. What's left? The only other thing is left is offense. So if you could put that offense together,
all right, Doug,
then you got something going.
And just what I said, but here's what scares you. We put 17 points up the first half. Special teams, that's how we get there. Second half, we come out against a team we really should have put away big time, and we score 3 points.
And almost gave the game away.
Okay, almost gave the game away. That's what scares me, and I'm sure that's what scares the listeners.
Let's go out to John in Algonquin. John, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Yeah.
Hey,
the
John.
bottom line is, my personal opinion, I don't think Rex is going to make it in the NFL as a starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all talking about, does Turner call the right plays? Is the line blocking correctly? Do they have good pass blocking? Blah, blah, blah. The easiest fix to find out is just start another quarterback, one game. It's a 16-game season. Start a quarterback, and if the same things continue, then you'll know, you have a better idea of where the problems are. If Grossman is the problem, start Greasy, one start. And then if Grossman was the problem, you'll find out immediately. If he wasn't, then we got big problems. I'll leave it up to you guys.
Yeah, I think part of this problem here, if you thought the Chicago Bears believed that Rex Grossman is their quarterback, the answer to that is, well, no. We don't know yet because you know why? They have not signed him. If they thought that Rex Grossman is going to be the guy for the Chicago Bears, they would have signed him by now. So they're trying to find out. They're trying to find out if he is the guy. And so right now, they can take a look at this. But if it gets serious, it gets down to where it becomes real dangerous, and Grossman keeps doing what he's doing, you'll see the change. You will see the change because they want to go to the Super Bowl. They're not going to play around this year because if they feel finally, if Grossman has an opportunity this year and he doesn't show them he deserves, and if he does, the contract's going to be a long contract, a 4-year contract with a lot of money. They're not going to throw that money out there. If they feel like down the road here, and this thing is not, he is not the guy, you will see Brian Greasy. There's no question about it. Let's go to Chris on the south side. Chris, you're on the score.
All right, I'm sorry. I just want to respond to the caller 2 calls ago, I believe. He said there's some sort of Rex Grossman bandwagon. I've yet to see that in Chicago. All I've been hearing is bad news about him. But anyways, back to my question. Cedric Benson and Peterson, what do you think? Peterson has moves. Cedric Benson seems to run into the back of John Tate every play. So what do you think about that?
Well, you take a look at the 2 different ball players, and you're right about Peterson. Did you see the catches he made coming out of the backfield? I think that's when he's at his best. When he's coming out of the backfield, making a move, he's one-on-one, makes a cut, does a lot of things. But if you're going to talk about a back that's going to go in there and take the pounding for every play and run the football 24 times, it's not going to be Adrian Peterson for the length of the season. So you want to get him in a game just like they did today. I'll take this all day, all day. You get Benson, give me 102 yards. You give me what Adrian Peterson come in and make a catch that's coming out of the backfield. I will take that. But give me a passing game to go with it.
Chris, real quickly, today's game, you're going to run the football. You're going to need 2 quality backs running the football. One's not going to hammer it, carrying it 24, 35, 40 times a game for 16 games. It's not going to work. So we have 2 backs, and that's what we need is 2 backs to make it through a 16-game season.
Yeah, let's go out to Lawrence Holmes, our beat reporter. Lawrence, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
All right,
what's
Lawrence.
up, Lawrence?
You always hear about moral victories in games. This was almost like a moral loss, wouldn't you say?
Well, there's 2 things that happened, though. The fact was, Benson, that to me was important, and I saw that was better. The offensive line, that was better. We go back again to the same thing. We go back to what happened with Grossman.
Yep, and I'm starting to feel like that maybe this is just who he is, Doug.
Yeah.
And the Bears are going to have to make a decision. Either they can live with the way that he plays, going up and down, or is the alternative better? Is making a change better? Because you look at the first half he had, it was almost perfect. You know, the way that he played, he was like 8 and 9 early on. He was making all the throws, making the right decisions. And then in the second half, it's like his brain locked up. On him. The screen pass that turned into an interception was ugly. He took blame for that after the game was over. And the hot route that he tried to throw to Rasheed Davis, you know, he said he didn't see the linebacker coming over. And those are plays that you can't make in that situation. And I also think that you got to put a little bit of this on Ron Turner, too, especially the series that happened with about 10 minutes left in the game, guys, where they took 55 seconds off the clock. You've got a lead, and you are getting production from your running back. Give them the football and bleed the clock. If that's what your team is based on, time of possession, you know, taking care of the football and your defense, then turn it over to them and let them win the game for you instead of taking 2 passes down the field and not running any time off the clock.
Well, I was kind of surprised, though, that middle pass they threw, I think it was on 3rd down. I mean, they went deep. It was on 2nd down, I believe. Because the third one was tipped. Yeah, and the 3rd one was tipped. They come in after him. And Derek Johnson had a pretty good ball game for, you know, Kansas City. But, you know, I had all these things together. And Ed and I were talking about it. It's, you know, you're seeing the improvement in the line blocking. You saw the improvement in Benson. You know, you got Peterson coming off the bench. He made some nice
team
catches.
that you can get well against.
Right. But it should have been more. And I think that's why we're talking. That's what you're saying. That's what Ed's saying. And that's what the fans are saying. When are we going to see more from Grossman?
Well, I don't know if you are, Doug. I think this might just be his personality as a quarterback. And now the question is, can you win if that's the way that he plays? If it's just that you're going to have this where he makes a brilliant throw. Like, for example, when that play broke down and he makes a 20-yard throw to Bernard Berrien.
That was a great play.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's the type of thing that you wanted to see from him since he came back. But you can't have turnovers in the second half of a game that you have command of. You can't let teams back into a game that they're supposed to be knocked out. I mean, Doug, you and I talked before the game, and OP, I'm sure you were probably on board with this too. There's no way the Chiefs should have been in the same building with the Bears. They don't have enough talent on either side of the ball, other than Larry Johnson and their linebacking core, that they should be able to stick with the Bears.
Lawrence.
And they just kind of let them in. And if it weren't for some penalties, this game would have been a lot.
Hey, it wasn't for Hester, this game would have been over.
Right, Lawrence. Let me tell you something. There's some they're a little bothersome. You know, we can took and pick on a lot of people, but what seems to bother me, and I've said this for quite some time, Doug and Lawrence, that when Rex, let's say the one particular instance where the ill-advised screen pass throw that he did, he comes to the sideline, unbuttons his chin strap. He doesn't see one play. He doesn't go and look at a book, look at the pictures of what the defenses are. Not one coach comes to him, nor does he go to a coach. Does he not get a headset on and talk to Ron Turner upstairs? That should be mandatory. He just made a huge mistake. Not one person talked to this kid on the sideline. That's game after game when he makes mistakes. Look at Brett Favre. Look at Peyton Manning. They come off. Peyton Manning comes off the sideline. The first person he talks to is his offensive line coach. Watch Brett Favre going through the book, looking at the different defenses, the different sets. He's on the headset. He's talking to the head coach. He comes off, makes a huge mistake in a game today, and he stands there. Nobody talks to him. He doesn't talk to anybody. Or am I the only person that saw that?
Well, ordinarily, OB, on that particular play, you're right. Ordinarily, the Pep Hamilton is usually right in his ear.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I've watched an awful lot of it, and the Pep Hamilton, I've seen him one time out of all the mistakes that's been made so far, and that absolutely boggles my mind. As a matter of fact, that's not acceptable. You know, you got the greatest quarterbacks in the game, Hall of Famers playing the game, and they do it. We've got a kid here that's struggling. He makes a mistake. He comes off. Nobody talks to him.
Well, I think that's a legitimate issue if he's not getting the coaching that he needs, especially after a mistake, because that's usually the best time to learn is when you're broken down and they can say, okay, you did this, let's not do that again. But how many times have the Bears coaches already told Rex, don't do that again? And it seems like it's just who he is.
It's obviously not enough.
You know, Lawrence.
And I don't know if it's going to be enough. I think that's a legitimate beef. I don't know if who he is, his personality as a quarterback, this being up and down. I thought that he would have been past this. I think that he probably thinks that he would have been past making some of the mistakes that he made today. You can't win if you make mistakes like that. You can't keep doing that to your defense. They see you take the good and then the bad. They have an 8-minute drive where everything seems to be working. You're making the right calls and you're making the right plays. When you then in the second half, when you have a series where your foot is on their throat and you end up giving the ball back with less than a minute going off the clock, that's not winning football. Even though they won the game, that's not winning football.
Well, here's where the problem lies. And the fact is you're taking a look at this club. You're not looking at a club that, you say maybe they'll win 4 games, they'll win 5 games. You got a defense that's just outstanding. You got special teams that are outstanding. And now you're seeing your running game coming around.
Yep.
What's your weak link now? Do you want to go to the Super Bowl? Do you want to really get there? The Bears are going to have to make a decision real soon here. What the hell is going on? Because you're not going to, Ed and I talked about it, you're not going to waste a defense like this. You're not going to waste a special team like this. And
let me ask, Doug, let me talk. Who are you going to have make the decision? Is it going to be Angelo or is Lovie Smith going to pull the trigger on Grossman?
It's not going to be Angelo because the thing to keep in mind is that Rex Grossman's fighting for a contract. There is no financial investment in him.
Right.
And so the decision is going to be from the Bears head coach.
So you think Lovie Smith's going to pull the trigger?
If yes, I do. I don't think that it's going to come from above. I think that Lovie sees that this team's window for winning a Super Bowl is closing. You know, they have an opportunity in front of them right now with the NFC being weak. You look at it, New Orleans starting off 0-2, the Giants not playing well. There's still another chance for them to go back to the Super Bowl, but it's not enough to just go back for this team. They keep talking about finished, unfinished business. That's been the big quote around camp, around Hallis Hall. How do you end up finishing and winning the Super Bowl? Can you win if the quarterback plays like this? That's the question that and I look at the first 5 games of this season as a way for Lovie Smith to gauge the growth in Rex Grossman.
The first 6 games, we play Dallas next week, and then the next 3 games, Lawrence, are against our 3 teams in the North Division. And after 6 games, we'll know exactly where we're at.
But that's where I think if you need to make a change, then you have to do it after that. You either are going to roll the dice with the way that Rex Grossman is playing, or you're going to make a change. And is the alternative better? So far, they believe that the alternative is not better, that the best quarterback is playing right now. But can you win if that's the way that he plays?
Well, first of all, let's face it. Let's face facts. The defense has been covering the offense's ass for the last 3 years.
And they did it today.
They did it again today.
They weren't for Lance Briggs and Charles today.
How would you like to be an offensive team, be a quarterback of an offensive team that your defense, I think it was 8 straight consecutive 1, 2, 3 and outs.
Yep.
1, 2, 3 and outs. Do you know what that means? You're getting the football 1, 2, 3 and out 8 straight times. My Lord, you should have about 50 points on the board. It should have been like Cincinnati and Cleveland game.
Yeah, and you add to that where you get 2 amazing returns, one that counted.
Exactly.
From Devin Hester, and then have to capitalize. There should have been way more than 20 points on the board.
Doug, don't electrocute us.
Yeah,
Lawrence, Doug got a little excited when he was giving you that little dissertation there and knocked the whole glass of water all over the wires and everything here.
Yeah. We're not off the air, are we?
No, I may be off the air here. I don't know.
Just because don't get me electrocuted. Quit throwing your hands around.
Well, anything happen? Anybody get hurt? I saw.
There were a couple guys that got hurt. You saw that the backup punter that they had.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. How did he go down already?
He got a thigh bruise, and they had to put Robbie Gold in the kick because he has a thigh bruise.
How does a punter get a thigh bruise?
He got hit making a tackle on the sideline, and he went down. And I was talking with Dave Told, the special teams coordinator, and the next guy down, if something were to happen to Robbie, was the rookie safety Kevin Payne. He's the next guy down because he was an all-conference punter in college. So, apparently Brad Maynard is doing a lot better, and they just wanted to give him a week of rest, so I would be shocked if he didn't kick next week. He went down. Alex Brown went down with an ankle. Desmond Clark had an ankle and a knee, but he played through it. a defense is going to get some nicks, and even Adam Archuleta was limping a little bit as he left the locker room. So how many games can you win where you have to rely on those guys to win it? Now, look, the defensive guys, and you guys know this from your time playing, the defensive guys on the Bears, they will take it on their shoulders. They want that responsibility. They thrive on the fact that they can win games for this team. But are you asking them to do too much? When does the offense have to help them or bail them out of a game?
Next Sunday night.
They better come strapped up next week,
You got
boys.
it. That's when they should do it, Lawrence, next Sunday night.
Lawrence, what about Benson? What did you think today about Benson?
I was really impressed. I was impressed that they did. I'll give Ron Turner a lot of credit. They used a lot of different formations.
Exactly right.
They used a lot of misdirection plays.
And the line blocked better, too.
Going outside, they did block a lot better for him, open up some holes, especially on that 16 power play where Reuben Brown, he pulls and opens up the hole for Cedric Benson. It was nice to see him use some of his speed to make some plays. And I was very encouraged. It seemed like what you talked about, Doug, this morning on the pregame show, where you have that issue of pride, and your pride gets hurt when you get called out. Maybe it helped in his preparation for this week because he seemed like he was running with a purpose, and there were some holes for him to run through. I thought his vision was really good today at finding the run lanes and bouncing through them.
It's amazing how you can help your purpose if there's a hole there to run through.
You got that right, Doug.
There was some today, and they did a good job, especially going to the weak side, especially running to his left. Then they even tried the tosses. They're trying to mix it up. But 102 yards. And then on the other side of that coin, they took Larry Johnson, 55 yards. That's all he gets. And they took out Tony Gonzalez, too, by the way.
Doug, I swear, Archuleta was in the box so much it looked like they were running a 4-4.
Yeah, I told you. Put everybody in the box.
Everyone was there, and they did a good job on stopping Larry Johnson from getting off some big runs. He had some nice receptions, but they kept the run yardage to a minimum.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Guys.
That was Lawrence Holmes, our beat reporter here with the Chicago Bears, and we're going to take a break now.
You callers, when you guys hang in there, as soon as you come back, we're going to fire right to you. Hang in, guys.
Danny, Scotty, Rory, Mike, Jason, Big Bear, Steve, Chauncey, Lawrence, all of you. Just hold on. You're listening to Jiffy Lube Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears 20, Chiefs 10. Use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. S-Wing hammers are world famous for their shock reduction, grip, and unsurpassed durability. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Use S-Wing. Eddie, let's head back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. I tell you, Devin Hester's insane.
Isn't he?
That was just unbelievable.
He's,
and especially since, the opposing team knows what he's going to do and he does it anyway. But, hey, the reason I was calling, today almost felt like a loss. I don't know why, but it just did. And with the NFC North getting better and the fact that the Packers don't have any talent, and yet we have more talent than them, and yet they're 2-0 and we're 1-1. And I was a huge Grossman fan. But now, you know what? I would just prefer consistency. I would much rather have somebody who, like Brian Greasy, we know what we're going to get. He's going to be careful with the ball. He may not make spectacular throws that Grossman does, but it's going to be consistent. I'd like to hear what you guys think about that.
Well, there's no way they can go on and if things keep going like this, so I stay where they're at. Because the three components, the defense, the special teams, and the offense, and especially in your offense when your running game is going good, you got to make a decision if your quarterback is not carrying his weight.
Well, that's the thing. Mike, real quickly, I think the thing is what you were talking about, Doug, the consistency with Rex Grossman. And we played 2 games now already. And you talked last year, and what's the one thing that we don't have? And that's what the coaches want to be, consistency. Don't try and be a world beater. We haven't seen it so far. So we're going to see what happens.
And welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Hey, let's go out to David Schuster, our Scores beat reporter. David.
Doug and OB, I'm sure I'm going to echo some of the things that I know you've probably been talking about for the last hour plus. Obviously some good things in today's game, but some not so good things that you have to be a little bit concerned with. Let's start negatively, if you will. Obviously 3 more turnovers today, 7 in 2 weeks. That's not going to get the job done over the long haul, especially against better teams than what they saw today. The offensive line, spotty, missed assignments. The quarterback play, certainly by Rex Grossman, once again, very inconsistent, good Rex, bad Rex. But let's go to the good stuff. Obviously, Devin Hester is absolutely the best at what he does in returning kicks. We witnessed that again today. By the way, we're going to hear from Hester, Rex Grossman, and Charles Tillman in just a moment. And I thought the game by Lance Briggs today was off the charts. He had 12 tackles. He was all over the place. He had a fumble. He recovered a fumble. He batted down a pass. He was just a man possessed today. So, again, some good stuff, some bad stuff, but this wasn't a very good team they faced today.
Not at all, but the one thing you did see, and the other part of the good stuff, you saw the improvement with Cedric Benson, because that's got to have to happen, because we're not going to have anybody really lying in the weeds that can take his spot. And although Peterson did one hell of a job today coming out of the backfield, you still need that grinder, and that's going to have to be Benson. But the one thing you did say, too, is the fact that Grossman, once again, we get into this thing, and every week it's the same story. I thought it started out pretty damn good. I mean, he started out doing everything he needed to do, moving the football, hitting the right guy, and then seems like to me he short circuits. And then all of a sudden there's 2 bad plays right in a row.
Yeah, let's hear from Grossman right now. In the opening half, he's 13 of 20 for 120 yards. Then in the second half, with included a couple of interceptions, he's 7 of 14 for only 40 yards. And he talks about the tale of 2 halves.
We didn't play very well in the second half, but in the first half, I thought we got in a rhythm. I had some long drives, did some good things, but never able to establish a rhythm in the second half. But a win's a win. It's tough to win in this league, and they played real well in the second half, and we didn't play our football.
No, they certainly didn't. And I thought at the end of the game, guys, and maybe you already talked about this, finally they decided to run the ball when they had the lead. But, there were a couple of occasions where they went 3 and out throwing the ball. And, I know you guys are old school. I'm sitting up here wondering, why aren't you just running out the clock even, like early in the fourth quarter, certainly midway through the fourth quarter. They didn't do it until they finally got the ball back towards the end of the game.
Yeah, they took some shots, and they thought maybe they would catch the Kansas City sleeping, thinking Kansas City is thinking the same way you're thinking or I was thinking, run the ball and kill the clock. There's no question about that. But when you take a look at what this defense did today, if they can continue the way they're going at this pace and how they played today and how they played last week and how they just shut teams down. They shut down the 2 best runners in the league.
Yeah, they sure did.
Totally shut them down in these last 2 games.
Yeah, Tomlinson followed by Larry Johnson today. And I'll tell you what, I thought the defense was even better last week, if that's possible. Even though they lost the game, I really thought if not for the turnovers last week, like we talked about last week, they would have won that game 3-0. But, Briggs was outstanding. The defensive line was outstanding. Tommy Harris, once again, proving he may be the best at his position. Brian Urlacher with 9 tackles, including his first sack in a long time. And Charles Tillman with not only the batted pass, but, he's such a sure tackler, even when guys get past the line of scrimmage. So, just wonderful, wonderful plays. Let's hear from Tillman here, by the way, because obviously that play where he tipped the ball to Danielle Manning was a thing of beauty, and I asked him point blank, were you trying to do that specifically?
Not particularly. No, not particularly. I just tried to, honestly, bat it down, but, Danielle made a hell of a play running to the ball and, bringing it out the end zone. Good play on his part.
No question about that. But again, the star of today, no question about this also, Devin Hester, 5 returns of punts for 143 yards, including the touchdown. He had the kickoff return easily returned for touchdown, if not for the penalty on the play. And I just asked him after the game, you make guys look silly, and these are fellow world-class athletes. How do you do it?
With the teammates and the players that we have on this team, I feel that I can do anything. Our guys we got one of the best special teams in the NFL. Them guys go out each and every day and lay it on the line. Even in practice, that's all we talk about is great returns, and we just carry it out on the game.
Certainly credit to his teammate, guys, but he's one of a kind. Already call him an all-pro because he's going to do it again this year.
David, thanks a lot, buddy.
You bet, guys.
Take care. That's David Schuster, our beat reporter, and you're listening to the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number's 312-644-6767. Now let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver. Jason, you're on the Score.
Ed and Doug, love the show.
Thanks, you, my
Jason.
friend.
Hey, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have, me only being 34, but nothing changes, and I'm getting sick and tired of hearing Rex Grossman talk after the games. He just sounds like he'd be dwindled, low self-esteem, 14-year-old kid. I'm getting sick and tired of this, guys. I love Hester. I love the defense. You're saying that the defense has been open. This window's been there for like 3 years. I would say it's been there for like 5 years. And the third point is that hard-gutted wins. That's great and all that. Cedric Benson, today, yeah, he shows up. He suits up for the city and the team of the Chicago Bears, what have you. But, guys, isn't this ultimately going to come down to Lovie Smith and this owner to really realize and say, holy crap, Rex isn't going to get us to the promised land? Thanks, guys.
Yeah, see, Rex took him to the promised land last year. Let's don't take that away from him. But obviously when you go to the promised land, you want to win the game. And that's what you have to look at. But this is a different year. This is a different time. This division is not as weak as it was last year. There's no question about it. That's it. They got to make a decision on this.
Yeah,
especially if your special teams stay the way they are and your defense stays the way it is.
Jason, I think Doug hit it on the head about a half hour or 45 minutes ago where he's talking about he believes, as much as they believe in Rex Grossman, or we've had for the last 5 years, Doug thinks the clock is ticking on Rex Grossman, and they're not going to keep going from game to game making these stupid mistakes and turnovers. And Doug thinks they're going to make a change, and I think you're probably talking here, Doug, in the next 2-3 games if he continues on like this. And it'll be interesting to see because the norm is they protect them and guard them like you can't believe. But, I'm starting to believe maybe what you're saying might be true. We'll never know, Jason.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Chicago Bears 20, the Chiefs 10. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win today, 20-10 over the Chiefs. Let's go out to Rory. And I can't see where you're from there, Rory. Where are you from, buddy?
Out in Matson.
Matson, how you doing? You're on the Score.
Thanks, gentlemen. I'm calling because I'm listening to talk about the improvement, offense needing to improve.
Uh-huh.
This goes back to one person needing to improve because I've seen improvement in the line and in the running back play and the receivers over the last couple of years. The improvement is at the quarterback position, and he talked about it after the Super Bowl, how he's going to improve another year under the system. He's been with Ron Turner. This is his third season, I believe. Same offensive line, receivers pretty much. It's the quarterback. At some point, I'm not going to advocate for putting Brian Greasy in right now. I would say start letting him practice, get some snaps with the first team in practice. Now I would start doing that, and then by the fourth game, I would be leaning toward, if I'm Lovey, if he continues with the same mistakes next game, by the fourth game, I'm going to make a change. This is ridiculous.
Well, I kind of agree with you. The fact is that, you only can take so much, and you're not going to throw him to the wind right away. But let's say the next couple games things don't do well, and if, like I said, you do not throw away an effort like this defense does. You can't do that. You can't get rid of something that is good as what I saw.
We threw an effort a week ago, Doug, a great defensive effort, threw it away.
Exactly. You can't continue doing that. There's no question about it. So you're right. So you take a look at it and say, look, we want a shot at this. I want everything going. I want everything in the engine going perfectly. If I get my running game going, I get my defense going, my special teams going, then all of a sudden they say, wait a minute, my quarterback's not going. I've got to make a change. If that's working that way, I've got to make a change.
Let's hope you're right.
And I think the Bears would do that because what's at stake here is the fact to get back to the playoffs and get to the Super Bowl. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Take it, Ed.
Good thing you're humming low. Come on, let's get to the line.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Mr. Mean Face. Doug Buffone, 312-644.
Mean Face.
676. I said mean.
Oh, you're
not
crazy.
Mean Face,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Bears 20, Chiefs 10. Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Dan in Rochelle. Dan, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's up, guys? It was a long way.
What's up?
I'm waiting on the phone and delivering pizzas. Can you believe that?
Hey, keep going, buddy.
Heck yeah. But referring back to the first few callers about the Cowboys and how, okay, the game, the way we played today, our offense was terrible. But I am not too much more convinced on Dallas's defense. I really refer to Tony Romo as the Rex Grossman of the South. I think that he just hasn't been tested under a good defense. And I think next week's game is going to be a real defensive struggle almost. Or am I wrong? What do you think?
Well, Dallas's defense got lit up by the Giants. They've been giving up a lot of points. The only thing you can say about Dallas when the Bears play them, I'll keep saying this, the Bears, for some odd reason, when they get against the 3-4, there's a little problem. And I think that's going to be happening this week. Now, Dallas' defense against other teams have been lighting them up. I think myself personally that Tony Romo is a pretty good quarterback. That's who I think. In fact, years ago when he came out, I wanted the Bears to draft him. I think he can play. You saw him make a play today where he can create, and he will create. But the Dallas 3-4 is not as good as everybody thinks it is, but the Bears have a problem, Ed.
Well, I'm going to tell you what Dallas has. They have a front five. Their guys are pretty big guys, pretty athletic. So I think when they come against us next Sunday night, I think you're going to see them start to try to pound us, to try to wear us out a little bit, and then have Romo come out with his sprint outs and roll outs and his bootlegs. I think that's what's going to happen next Sunday night. Or that's how they're going to start out.
Well, they have the two backs. They have the two-back system. They run those guys. And
they've got the big offensive lineman,
right.
Doug. So it's going to be.
They try to pound you.
Right, yes.
And I got to tell you, that T.O. on the outside is looked pretty good. So it's not going to be an easy – forget it. Nothing's going to be easy this year, guys. Let's think about this. Nothing's going to be easy the way it's going right now as we look at it. But the fact is we have two things that we really enjoy is their defense, our special teams. Hope our running game, again, is getting better. Let's go to Chauncey in Columbus, Ohio. Chauncey, you're on the score.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Chauncey.
Got a comment and a question. I just wanted to say the Rex Grossman stuff's getting out of control. It's only the second game in the season. I'll take Rex any day and a quarterback we can develop. And I repeat, he will be a Pro Bowler one day. I want to ask the Bears fans if we remember Shane Matthews, Jim Miller, Henry Burris, Jonathan Quinn, Craig Krenzel, Chad Hutchinson, and Cade McNeil. Next question. Mark Bradley looked great in camp. Why aren't we incorporating him into the offense? Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
I don't know, Chauncey. I think Bradley ended up with an injury there for a while, his knee. And don't forget, he's had 2 knee injuries. But I agree with you. I don't know why we haven't seen Bradley in the as far as the wide receivers are concerned.
Well, I don't think you've seen, Chauncey, if you've watched the game, our last 2 games, I don't think you see a very wide open passing game. Yeah. I mean, I know you like Rex Grossman, but I don't think you're going to see that. I think, Clance, what you're going to see is a guarded game, a guarded game plan. I don't think you're going to see deep patterns of deep crossing ends, of fly patterns. I don't think you're going to see deep hooks over the middle, hitch and go. I think you're not going to see a wide-open passing game. And, Chauncey, you mentioned a lot of quarterbacks. Excuse me. You can go back to the 40s and talk about quarterbacks with the Bears.
Yeah, and the fact is it does not relative to what's going on right now. I understand what you're talking about. Geez, we should be happy that we have Grossman. The fact is, though, what is the ultimate goal? Think about this. Forget about personalities. Forget about players. What is the ultimate goal? And the ultimate goal is what they did last year, is get to the Super Bowl. Well, you got to go one step further is to win it. Do you have the guy that can do it? Do you have the guy sitting on the bench and Brian Greasy to do it? I don't know. I have no idea if that's the case. But if these mistakes keep happening, like I said, your defense is not going to cover your ass forever. Things are going to happen. And today they've done it. And last week they did it. But somewhere along the line, and I really mean this, we say, you know what, Doug? Don't ask Grossman to lose a football game. Well, I'm asking Grossman to win a football game. And that's what it comes down to. No longer is it good enough to say, don't worry, we just don't want him to lose a football game. No. What I want Grossman is to win a football game, and then we have a shot of winning the Super Bowl. Let's go to the biggest Bear fan in Milwaukee. Big Bear.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, Big Bear.
Yeah, Doug, you talk, and I've heard it all night long on the program. How many dropped balls by by the receivers.
Yeah,
Are you
Moose
counting?
had one. Moose had one. That was the big
Moose
one.
had one. Hester dropped one.
Mm-hmm.
How many other ones did you see in the first half? First down.
I saw two.
You only saw two.
Yeah, basically where they should have caught the
Well,
football.
You must have your eyes closed because I saw 4 in the first half.
Who?
Berrien, Mohammed. There were a number of drop balls by the receivers that were Clark, that were right in their hands, and they dropped them.
Mm-hmm.
That were for first downs. Now, I'm not an apologist for Rex, but, go over it. I watched the first half so far on tape. I'm going to watch the second half again. I'm the biggest Bear fan in the history of Milwaukee. I love the Bears, and I want to see them beat the Packers so bad I can taste it.
But you know what? A part of a football game, go take a look at any other team or any other teams in the league. You're going to find drop passes. That's all part of it. And then, compensates for that is the terrific catch, the great catch. The guy leaps up over 5 guys. You'll see a lot of that too. So it balances itself out. What it comes down to is the interceptions. That's where the problem is. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, the consistency of a quarterback to be able to play. Drop passes, I know everybody talks about drop passes. Every team has them. They don't say, hey, listen, when that catch the guy made for the quarterback was outstanding, was unbelievable. That's not put in there. It says just a catch. So it balances itself out. When we talk about Grossman is the fact that you got to get more consistent at not throwing that football away, especially in time of a crucial part of the game. Let's go to Hank in Lakeview. Hank, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm not about to jump on the Cedric Benson bandwagon because the Chiefs haven't been able to stop the run for the last decade. Yes, it was an improvement over last week, but the team that we're playing this week was a lot worse. So, Cedric Benson's been known, like in college against Oklahoma, never being able to step up for the big game. And see, the thing is, he'll get his 1,300 yards because he'll roll up 100 yards on the bad teams. But whenever we get against a good team that has any sort of physical intensity, this guy just cannot get it done. And, it wouldn't be so bad if our quarterback situation was better. You've got to either have one or the other. You either have to have a really good quarterback or a really good running back, unless you're the Giants that one year against the Bills. But that was a fluke. That's not going to happen most years. So we either have to shore up the quarterback situation or, there's not much we can do about the running back situation because, we're just pretty much stuck with Benson, and we're just going to have to make the best of the situation, I think.
Well, there's no question, the Benson went against Kansas City today, and you said, correctly said, the fact that, the defense is not that good. And, when you get up against better teams, things happen. Well, that's LT. LaDainian Tomlinson went up against great defense, the Bears. What did he do? He didn't do anything. He got 25 yards. You're talking about, again, also talk about Larry Johnson. There's a hell of a back, right? And he gains 55 yards against the Bears. So, yeah, when you go against good teams, there's a problem. It's very difficult to come up with those yardage. No, not even argue that point because you saw 2 backs in the first 2 games go against the Chicago Bears and not do it. But somewhere along the way, someone's got to pull a little bit more on the rope and make some big plays. And basically it's going to have to come out of your quarterback. I don't think you can get much more out of your defense unless you want them to score. And that possibly could be next, too. They could score, and that could help you out, which they did a lot of it last year.
Well, Hank, the one thing today, we were playing against an inferior team. There's no question about it. And what really would have been bad if Cedric Benson didn't step up to the plate. In other words, if he had 24 carries for 61 yards or 40-some yards, that's not stepping up to the plate against a weak team. But he did. He answered the bell. He went for 101 yards and 24 carries for a 4.2-yard average. Now let's see if he can maintain it through Dallas, through the 3 teams that we play after Dallas, through the North Division. The next 4 weeks will tell a lot about Benson, will tell a lot about Rex Grossman, will tell a lot about our offense. Special teams fine, defense fine. Next 4 games, we'll know a lot more now.
Let's go out to Alex in Beachport. Alex, you're on a score with OB and Doug.
How are you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Alex?
All right, I got 2 quick questions. Why did Gross not go with Musa Muhammad tonight? And when will Greg Olsen play for Ron Turner's tight end schemes?
Well, when Greg Olsen gets healthy, obviously he'll be back to play, and I think that's a big, a big plus to the team. There's no question about it.
I would say, let me just jump in there. When I think he'll be back, Alex will be back next Sunday night. If not so, then he should have put him on some kind of an injured or whatever, done something with him, to keep on going week after week and not using him. So hopefully we'll have him next Sunday night. And
talking about Musa Muhammad, well, yeah. I saw him today make a gigantic block on Patrick Curtain. I mean, he made one hell of a block. He did a tremendous job. I mean, jacked the guy up.
Put him into Monday.
But he also dropped, a pass that was a third down pass that would have made a first down that was right to him that, you should have made. So, yeah, we're not getting stuff out of our wide receivers either. I'm not saying that we have the best wide receivers in the world, but the fact is we have to get our passing game in gear real soon. Let's go out to Rick and Racine. Rick, you're on the score. Rick.
Hello?
Hello, Rick, you're on.
Hi, sorry about that.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I love you guys, love your show, and I love the Bears, okay?
Okay.
I have to disagree with you on one thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree. Last year, I so defended Rex Grossman all year long, and with my friends, and they just said that I was just such a loser for defending him. Then with the off season and everything, and the Super Bowl performance and all of that, I'm on the bandwagon now. This guy, the consistency problem is a problem, and the thing I have to disagree with you guys about is what you said earlier. I was listening, and you said that he got him to the Super Bowl, or they went to the Super Bowl, or he helped them to the Super Bowl.
Rick, hold it. Doug said that, not me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Doug, you said that, hey, you got to give him credit. He brought him to the Super Bowl last year. Well, I disagree. I think Hester and the defense brought him to the Super Bowl last year, just like they're, helping him win games this year. Now, I didn't see the whole game today. I had a Girl Scout function. I'm watching it on DVR tonight, but I've been listening, and me being the Bears fan that I am, I couldn't wait to watch it on TV. I had to listen to it on the radio and everything, what I could.
Well, I think what Doug was mentioning is that Rex Grossman was the quarterback, and he is the leader of the offense. And did we go to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman? Yes, he did. Was it our special teams that were unbelievable, and our defense was unbelievable? Yes, that truly maybe really got us there. But still, he was the catalyst. He's the guy that makes things go on offense. And we did get there. That is a fact.
And don't discount what he did either, by the way. I know there were 7 games he was, had over 100 rating, and the other games that were bad. But you remember the playoff games? You remember Seattle? Well, go back and look at it and see who made the big plays in the Seattle game, in the big throws in the Seattle game to push the Bears to win. So, I mean, he did some of that. There's no question. You can't eliminate him from not being part of what happened last year. But what we're trying to find out here is that can he consistently go from day to day and game to game and all of a sudden start eliminating all these things? Because if you take a look, and I think Bob Babbage and it's only been 2 games. Bob Babbage, the defensive coordinator for the Bears, outstanding. I mean, this is outstanding stuff we've seen here the last 2 games. So we'll see if this continues. If it does continue, what we're saying is we need more out of Rex Grossman. And I agree with you. I'll tell you what, this is a fact. If he doesn't improve or doesn't get better, we're going to run into major problems here offensively because it is a little different this year.
You brought something up. I'd like to ask Bob Babbage, since he was the linebacker coach with the Bears last year. I'd like to ask him, with Ron Rivera.
Yeah.
Was Ron Rivera that came up with the passive offense the last 6-7 games? I'm not blitzing, not going after people, and just dropping back, or was it Lovie Smith? I'd like to ask him that question.
Well, first of all, it didn't seem right. And we'll go back 2 years. And you and I did this game. And I remember the first time, Carolina came to town and Carolina played the Bears? We tore Carolina apart. How
Blitz them every play.
Brown come up the middle. Delhomme didn't know where he was.
Right.
He was throwing hanger knees, and we were intercepting. The second game we played Carolina, all of a sudden we're playing back.
Back on our heels.
Steve Smith is like, the world's greatest in the world. We had so much respect for them, we forgot to play football. But in these first 2 games, what I saw with the Bears, I mean, they're going hell-bent for leather, and I like it.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Sandhog in Ottawa, Illinois. Sandhog, you're on the score.
Hey, OB, Uncle Fuzzy, how you doing?
All right,
What's up, Hog?
Hey, I just really like to give compliments to Rex Grossman in the offense. I think they played one heck of a game today. I think the defense let us down. Just kidding. But,
wait, I thought you've been drinking.
No, I want to know at what point in time does the offensive line and Ron Turner's coaching his calls, come into effect here. I think the offensive line has kind of really let us down, and I don't think that we're getting what we need out of Ryan Turner. I don't know what do you think we can do? I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
Well, first of all, let's understand what happened. The blitz came, that interception Donnie Edwards had, right? That wasn't the line's fault. It was under pressure. He read wrong. I mean, he just read it. He didn't see the linebacker. The screenplay, that wasn't the line's fault. I mean, he just threw the football away. And so the line, the time he got sacked, the time Grossman got sacked, was it his fault when Napoleon Harris come flying up the middle and Adrian Peterson missed the block and he sacked the quarterback? It wasn't his fault. So a lot of these things with the line, I was concerned about the line basically was getting that run game going. I thought they blocked a lot better. But there are times, obviously, I saw today when they blitzed from the outside, he read the blitz and he got rid of it to the right guy. But there are times, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about times during the course of a game that he'll short circuit on you. And that's what we're talking about here, the consistency. And Ed brought it up at the beginning of the show. We're talking about being consistent, trying to get out there and be consistent. So if you can be consistent on this team and not turn the football over the way you have a special teams and a defense playing, you're going to win a lot of games. And that happened last year, obviously.
Yeah, but Doug, it's just not going to happen. I mean, what you're going to see is what you saw today, and hopefully they can refine it with maybe get a little bit better passing game going. And utilize all our. He threw to a lot of different receivers today, especially the
8
first
or 9,
half.
yeah.
Especially the first half, okay? But then the second half, nothing was there. We scored 3 points in the second half, and we're lucky we came out with a win. You know what? Because Kansas City shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you took it last year, the beginning of the year, and, everybody thought that Rex Grossman would be MVP of the year. But what happens, people change. I mean, when they change defenses and they change ideas, how they're coming after you. Rex tore him up the first 7 games or so, and it changed. And so now you know exactly what's going to happen. Now you have to get ready for it, and you're going to ask your quarterback to do better than he's doing right now. Let's go out to Jim in Milwaukee. Jim, you're on the Score.
I first want to say I love your show, and I got a 2-part question. 1, what can they do on offense to get the ball to Devin Hester more often? And 2, Doug, I'd like your comments if you can compare Devin Hester to Gale Sears. I'll hang up and listen for your answer.
What can they do to get the ball to Devin Hester?
What do you think, Ed?
First of all, I don't think he should be on offense. That's my opinion. I think he's good enough exactly where he is. That's his niche. And expound upon that.
Maybe
we have so many receivers, and I know what they're looking for. Actually, Jim, with Devin Hester, they're looking for lightning in a bottle offensively. Okay, that's what they're looking for. One time, can you catch it in a bottle? Is he putting the fear of God into these defensive backs in the National Football League at this time of day, Doug? I really don't think so. I don't think anybody, because Devin Hester comes in at flanker back or a wide out or wherever they put him, I don't think he puts the fear of God into him. I think where he puts the fear of God into him are on the special teams.
Yeah, there's no question in the fact they can't get him, they can't turn him loose. It's almost like they're trying to force the fact that they want to make plays for this kid. They threw him the ball today right through his fingertips.
Right.
He didn't catch it. And so, how do you get it to him? I think a lot of times reverses will work.
Doug, yeah, but you get the passing game going with the people we've got going. We have 3 tight ends. We've got some wideouts. We got speed and Berrien. But there's no continuity there's no flow to our passing game. There's nothing. It's not there.
Well, the fact is, you got 2 guys in Garrett Wolf and Hester that could help you in doing something. And I don't know if they're ever going to get a shot at this. I don't know if they're going to push it. I would certainly find a way. I would try to find a way for him offensively to do something. But like I said, maybe right now, the way the whole offense is going, they need to get themselves in gear first before they add on to it. I would like to see that happen.
Yeah, Jim, quickly before we go to break, let me just say it one more time. We're worried about getting Hester on offense, worried about Benson, we're worried about Rex Grossman. Let's get our offensive coordinator. Let's get some different offensive sets. Let's give the defenses so they cannot zero in on Rex Grossman. Let's give them some different looks as in a quick huddle so you don't get all these blitzing and special people in on defense. a no-huddle offense. Let's go to a shotgun. Let's give the people that we're going to play, let's give them some headaches, something to think about. We come down from under center. That's all Rex room is under center. Easiest offense to defense in the National Football League. That's what we truly have to do, Doug.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Give us a call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767. And all night we've been talking about Grossman, but let me bring back a play that he was outstanding in. And that's the time Grossman, remember, he held onto the ball, and Tumbo Ali was right on top of him, hit him. I thought he stripped him of the ball. But Phil Simms was talking about how he had both hands on the football, wiggled out of that, rolled out to the right side, threw a strike to Berrien, and then Berrien made a great catch, went down the sidelines, and that's when Moose lit up Patrick Surtain. So there were some plays he made. There were some plays I saw him calling the blitzes that he was outstanding. He called the quick slant when he saw the guys coming in from the outside. But what we're talking about here is the fact of the consistency of it. Then we'll go back to what happened, later, and we're saying to ourselves, well, wait a minute, you can't do that. And so that's what we're asking for, the consistency from the quarterback and to make plays. And the Chicago Bears, they played San Diego. They get beat by San Diego 14-3. Hey, San Diego now is playing New England. They're getting their ass whomped 23-0. So it's maybe too early to find out what's really going on here. How bad was Kansas City? Let's hold it back and see what happens against Dallas. I think that's what we have to do right now. Let's go to Big Al in Algonquin. Big Al, you're on the Score.
Hey, Ed, Doug.
All right, Al.
It's an honor to talk to you guys. But I'm a big Rex backer, and I'm actually looking at it as Ron Turner ain't actually really talking a good game. Why didn't we go downfield this game here, especially last game against the Chargers with their soft defense? I'm not understanding. Why aren't we opening up the pass game? It's all short passes, screen passes to the backs, runs up the middle, toss quick pitches. I'm not getting it. You got Rex that can hit someone down the field, accurate, and they're not opening up the passing against soft, back defenses. They're going up against run defenses and trying to break the run defense when they should just, play action, throw it deep, and make them honest. And I'm just wondering what you guys feel about that.
That's exactly what they did last year at the beginning of the year. If you remember correctly, think about it. How many long passes did Berrien catch? Remember,
That's what it was all about, stretching the field.
It was all about stretching the field, throwing it, getting rid of the football.
And then come underneath.
And score and putting points up and doing all these things. That happened last year, remember? And everybody said, hey, wait a minute, you guys forgot about the run game. He said, well, you know what? We're throwing the ball very well. I don't know, damned if you do and damned if you don't. There's got to be a balance there when you go downfield to make that play. And there's got to be a balance of throwing the short passes. I remember last year, I remember distinctly, because of the fact that I'm a type of guy that likes to run the football. And I saw what they were doing. I said, well, hell, if it's working like that, they were spreading people out. They were throwing Berrien. Berrien was murdering people, if you remember. He was averaging 19 yards a catch. Then what happened? The wheels came off. What happened was teams start to blitz more, come after him, not give you that stuff. So there is a balance. And so what they did in this game was come out and say, look, don't make any mistakes. Let's go into this football game, not make any mistakes. Don't turn it over. We can beat this team. Basically, you look at how you can beat a team. We can beat them with our defense, and we'll throw short. Maybe eventually this thing will open up again. But I don't know the answer to that.
Well, Al, Big Al, I don't think there's an answer to it. There might, there's all educated guesses to it, and my educated guess is that what they've seen from Rex is, when he get in his face, he does have problems, and I think they're just going to go to the dink and dunk game and the running game, and the running game gets going good, then they're going to go to the play action. and they actually did a bootleg today. And I think that's what they're really going to look at. I don't think, Al, that you're going to see a wide-open passing game with Ron Turner calling those plays. I don't think it's in the books.
Well, I think every game is a different animal, and I think there's different ways to do certain things. And I'm not so sure the first 2 games they were conservative because of the fact they thought they could win defensively, playing that way and just running the ball. I'm hoping, though, that you do come out with some plays and stretch the field a little bit with Berrien and Bradley.
Well, Doug, it's quite obvious, and to our listeners, that Lovey wants to get consistency out of Rex. They believe in him, so okay, you believe in him. Now, what they want from him is consistency. Be that 75%, 80, 82, 85% quarterback. Don't make the turnovers. Get the running game going. Our special teams and defense will all take care of the rest. The key is consistency and get Rex to do that. Wherein lies the problem. Rex doesn't do that.
But, it's amazing what you just said.
That's what they're looking for. That's what they want.
This is what he did when we beat the New York Jets last year 10-0. And this is what he did when we beat the Rams.
Right.
It was the
He
same
had to
kind
come
of
back,
game plan.
but same game plan. They
Right.
came back to the
Absolutely.
dink and dunk game and run the football.
You did. That's exactly what they did. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Jiffy Lube postgame show, Sports Radio 670. The Score. 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Steve in Broadview. Steve, you're on The Score.
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up, Stevie?
2 things. One, nobody's mentioned it, but why did they muzzle Hester last week? And secondly, the difference between Rex of early last year and this year, last year he was going through progressions. He's not going through progressions this year. He's tunneling in on the one option, and that's it. Last year with Berrien, he would look at one, and then he would go progress and see Berrien and hit him. He's not doing it this year.
Well, it seems to me, they put the word in his head, the fact about turning the football over. And depends what, kind of plays they do give you. And obviously, if you saw the plays were all designed for short yard plays. I mean, there were passes to the back, there were to the tight end.
No. The thing that this with Hester, he fair caught 4 times last week. They muzzled him, and to me, they cost the game. You saw what he could do from this week. He could have done it last week. He had the last fair catch. He had a 6-yard cushion, and he slammed the ball in his hands because he knew that he could have done something. They muzzled him.
Well, whether they did or not, and the fact is if he has a 6-yard, he's going to go. And last week I thought the coverage was pretty good. But you're right about one thing. You could take that opportunity and take a chance. When I say take a chance, not inside your 10-yard line, but outside of it, take that shot with a guy like him, and he can make that play. Now, you saw him make the returns on the sidelines. You saw him make the returns anywhere. He's going to make it. And I agree with you one thing. Hester, whether you want to talk about returns on kickoffs, punt returns, or even once in a while trying to find a way to use him in the offense, this guy is a playmaker, and this guy can turn a football game around. There's no question about that. Let's go out to John in Elgin. John, you're on The Score.
Hello, men.
Hello, John.
Hey, I want to toss something out to you, and I want your opinion, and then I want to give you the reasons why I'm tossing this out to you.
Go ahead.
Now is the time, especially after a win and not a loss, when everybody is all screaming about Grossman. Now is the time to trade him. Give Greasy a chance to come in, take the team over a little bit, and get his scent on this team, especially with this defense. No quarterback could ask for a better defense to run an offense on when you've got that type of strong defense. And when is his value, Rex's value, going to be any higher than right now? Of course, unless he starts playing out of his keister. But when is his value going to be any higher? Because I guarantee you, he screws up next Sunday night on national TV, he's worth a sack of balls. That's it.
You know what? They don't care if he's worth a sack of balls. After that point, if he proves to be worth a sack of balls. First of all, you couldn't trade him because it'd be too late for him to join another team to be a part of. Number two is that even other teams will doubt. And I know what you're saying is, you know what, don't let him get any worse, then you won't be able to trade him. I don't think they're worried about that. I think they're worried about is that they have so much invested in this kid time-wise. They're trying to make it happen with him. They're trying to make him be the guy of the future. but they only can go so far. And I think that's why if they do use Brian Griese, it won't be just because they want some value back for Grossman. They're trying to find out if he is the guy, so the Bears don't have to worry about a quarterback for the next 4, 5, 6 years.
John, lest we forget here, don't forget, this is Rex Grossman's 5th year. Now, this is not Doug talking or me talking or the presser talking. They would not bring anybody in. I'm talking about the Bears. Hierarchy would not bring anybody in to challenge Rex Grossman for the job, even after him being hurt for 3 years. Their total devotion to Rex Grossman is well documented. And to get rid of him, that's something I don't think you'll ever see. But don't forget that their devotion to this kid, Doug, and dedication to him is unprecedented.
But they will bench him this year if he does not perform. You can take that to the bank because it's a contract year, and it's a year that, in fact, they're asking him to show what he has. If it doesn't work out, and it's not going to work out, they will replace him with Brian Griese. Let's take a break. You're listening to The Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win today, 20-10 over the Chiefs. Eddie, let's head back out to the phone lines. They're still lit up. Let's go out to Craig in Aurora. Craig, you're on The Score.
Hey, hi, guys.
Hi, Craig.
2 comments. Listen, Ditka, if he was still the coach with Kreutz, he's being the captain of the offense. That silly, stupid 15-yard, penalty they had. I think Ditka bring him on the sideline and put his nose in dog doodle. The second comment says, why do you think that Grossman, if he doesn't do the job, that he's going to be going, he's going to be replaced by, a second backup, Griese. I just don't. Come on. The only way he's going out of the game is that if Grossman gets hurt. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
I think you're wrong on the second part, and I really believe this because the fact is that this is a contract year for Grossman, and they're looking to win this year. And if they feel like that he is not the guy, they took him this far and this long, that they will make a move. Now, it's next 2 games, maybe not. I don't think that'll happen then. They're going to take a look at this. But if it gets to the point where they feel like that, it's going too far the other way, they will make a move. As far as Kreutz is concerned, Olin Kreutz, it was a stupid thing. Then it turned into being a 38-yard field goal, which Robbie Gould, by the way, made anyway.
Right.
But, Robbie Gould's doing a hell of a job. But you're right. You got to control yourself out there and not make stupid penalties. Now, there was a fight that ensued and back and forth and this and that, and I imagine a couple things happened out there. But you have to learn that, it could really hurt your team. And basically, it turned out well because Robbie Gould hit the field goal anyway at 38 yards. Let's go out to Spike in Appleton, Wisconsin. Spike, you're on The Score.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on. I just got a few quick questions for you. Well, first of all, I got to say it's pretty obvious the Bears are not taking defensive signals because their offense was just brutal today. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. Second of all, what do you guys think about the possibility that Belichick was taping defensive signals against the Bears last season? Third, I know you guys like bow hunting, so give me a call back. Give you a great recipe on marinated venison. Thanks.
Well, Doug hasn't. First of all, Doug, you haven't been tracking Bambi the last couple of years, have you?
Well, no, I track him, but I have to go in the off season because I can't get out during the football season. But basically, I try to get back after.
Do you use a bow?
Season's over. I'm going to use a crossbow.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they going to set out an alert to
yeah.
Pennsylvania?
Everybody
in the foothills of Pennsylvania.
They get out.
Scatter.
They get out of their way. Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
As far as Belichick, there's no question he used that. I don't know if he used it against the Bears, but apparently he must have. He was using it every game, but it didn't help him. He must not be using it tonight, and they're winning 24-0.
Well, I think he probably wanted to do this, hoping this would happen to San Diego, and that'll probably shut up a lot of critics, I would assume.
Well, here, you may shut him up, but what he did was absolutely wrong. He was a cheater, and the fact that it does give an advantage to the quarterback when you know the defense is there, Ed, And I just don't think it sends a good signal.
Well,
Nobody's beating up the other players.
Right,
you know,
Doug. The
for
thing
doing bad things.
The thing that comes into question is not this year. Last year, they sent out a letter to every team. The letter officially went out last year.
I got news for you, little buddy.
Yes?
They sent it out 1 week ago again.
But the official letter went out last year.
Right.
But it hadn't gone out in prior years.
But again, it went out right before this game. Now, can you imagine you get a letter, you're Bill Belichick. You got one from last year.
You know what category that falls into?
Moron?
Or how dumb is dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on.
Let's go out to James in Beloit, Wisconsin. James, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
All right, James.
Hey, I guess while I'm sitting here listening to everybody worrying about whether or not Rex Grossman's going to become the man, I'm really worried about whether or not he's going to make it through the season with the beating that he's been taking the last couple of weeks. With, the offensive line, I guess that's my biggest concern. They really had a tough time stopping the blitz today. I guess that's my biggest concern. I'll hang up and listen to your comments. Thanks.
Well, the fact is, with the blitz coming, they're going to come every direction because I know that's the way to go after Grossman. There's no question about that. But like I said, that's not unusual. In the NFL now, what's happening, you watch these teams, they're all going after the quarterback. But it is the calls that are made. A lot of times what's discouraging is the fact that, like today, we saw Adrian Peterson missed the block, but he knew who he was supposed to block, but he missed the block.
He didn't get there. And I said earlier, he's got a hedge. He's got to cheat up on a block.
The ones that kill you are the guys that don't even block. That comes from the outside, like what happened to him in San Diego. And there were 3 times today he caught the blitz and threw the right play, went to the hot read, went to the slant. A couple other times it didn't happen. So the fact is, that's the whole offense's fault in that deal. They all got to look at that.
James, you're going to see this for the rest of the year, so get used to it.
Yep. Let's go to TNT in Dixon. TNT, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. TNT.
I loved watching you play, by the way.
Thank you.
Why is Muhammad starting on this team? Bradley's on the bench. I guess Muhammad's a good blocker, but I don't see him getting much productivity out of this guy. He dropped a big pass today.
You know what? You're right. Facts are facts. He's not catching the ball. And when he had an opportunity to catch, I think he caught one pass today, but you're right, the time it was, and I think it was crucial. I think it was 3rd down. And the ball, and Rex put the ball right on the money. The ball was right in his hands and didn't make the catch. And, I'm starting to question what's going on with their wide receivers. Can they get open? Can they get separation? I mean, we know Berrien can. We know that for sure. So maybe it'll help if Greg Olsen gets back into that lineup. That'll help them with some speed at the tight end spot. But my question is with you also. Where is Bradley? Is he injured? I mean, can he run or he can't run? Or, hell, he hasn't caught a pass this year. This is the 2nd game, and we like his speed. We like the way he can separate himself and get open. We saw what he did against the Jets last year and caught that one pass and went, 50 or 60 yards for a touchdown, which was basically the winning score. So, I would like to see something go on with their wide receivers and get guys out there that, can get open.
Well, Doug, I you wonder where, like Rashid Davis, I really don't remember too many plays last week, but he had 3 receptions this week, and Musa had 1 reception. Des Clark had 3. Gilmore had 1. The other tight end, Bernard Berrien, had 5. And, it's just not there. We're just not clicking. And I thought maybe, today we would get well on this team. I mean, really well. I mean, I know we'd win. Thought very much we'd win the game. But maybe it'd have our offense get well, get some continuity, get some stability, and really move forward and make a big step forward, especially with Dallas coming in a week from now. But it didn't happen. But the good thing is we did win, and next few weeks are going to be very interesting, my friend.
It is.
Very interesting, Doug.
Most people thought that the Bears would blow out Kansas City. And I had my score on them was I had the Bears 20 and Kansas City 9. But again, this game is singing so crazy. You take a look what happened with Cleveland and Cincinnati. Whoever thought that Cleveland could score 51 points against Cincinnati?
Yeah, Cincinnati's a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, whoever thought that? I didn't think that. If you asked me who would you have taken, I'd have taken Cincinnati any day of the week. But just some crazy things going on out there. Let's go out to Andrew in Panama City, Florida. Andrew, you on the score?
Doug, OB, it's always great to chat with you on the score.
Thank you, my friend.
I just got home, and, I'm 35, and I'm QB, but I am not questioning Rex Grossman in this at all. I am really starting to question our offensive coordinator, and the main example I have for this is our opening series in the third quarter. What the hell are we doing passing the ball when we've got a 20-7 lead, when we have a stud or a supposed stud in Cedric Benson in the backfield? We need to run Cedric and just cram the ball down their throats. In your words, Doug, we were up against a tomato can today.
Yeah, well, there's no question, yeah.
And it doesn't matter. We could have Joe freaking Montana back there, and if we get the play calls with Joe Montana in there that we got today, it's going to be darn near the same result. And this isn't something that, Bears fans have not talked about before. We were talking about this last year with both of our coordinators. We got rid of one, and look at how our defense responded. And it's frustrating to me because I know I'm in the minority here, but I like Rex, and I think he can play. But Rex's strength is throwing the ball down the field, and these 6-yard, 7-yard throws are tough for Rex because he's not tall, which we all know. And it just seems like we are trying to grab defeat out of the jaws of victory. When we throw these crappy throws, like the zero route to Devin Hester, we have not completed that at all. We tried it 3 times in the preseason, and we tried it today, and it never works. Why do we keep – it's like there's a wall there. Why do we keep banging our heads against this wall? We know it's going to be there, but let's bang it anyways. And it just doesn't make any sense to me, Doug. I mean, I'm a diehard Bears fan, and I don't care who the hell the quarterback is, to be honest with you. I want to win. And today we should have won. We should have had 50 points with the defense we had today.
Andrew, real quick question for you, buddy. Remember last year, the first 6 games? Andrew, are you there? Oh, he dropped. But I was talking about that's exactly what he's talking about, Ed.
Right.
That happened the last 6 games. Defenses.
They opened it up. We wanted them to open up, and they did open it
up. They opened
it
up. We asked them. We kept saying, hey, when are you going to go downfield? And now they pulled back their horns.
Well, you know why? Well, it's very simple, Doug, why they pulled their horns back. They went after him. They weren't going to let Rex sit back there. So they went after him, and that's when problems started happening,
Let me say this, though, and this is not the defense of anybody, but the objective.
This is no defense. We're just telling what it is.
But the objective is to win the football game and find out how to win that football game. Apparently, and you said it, the fact is they said, look, we can beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's what we got to do. We can't turn it over. We'll do short passes. We'll run the football. For example.
It's exactly what they did.
That first drive, the Chicago Bears got 7 first downs. 7 first downs. Took it down to the 2-yard line and called a great call when they had Sinclair in there at the tight end spot. Everybody thought they were going to run the football. He comes out, and then Grossman hits him for a 2-yard touchdown. That was the plan. How do you beat Kansas City? Don't turn it over. Short passes. We'll run the football, and we'll stymie him with our defense, and we'll take Larry Johnson out, and we'll take Tony Gonzalez out. That's exactly how it was going. And then it started to blow. It started to go sour because then the interceptions came. Then thank God, too, that Hester did it with the special teams. Maybe when they go against Dallas, you may see more of the opening it up, that they have to do that to win the football game, that particular football game. They did the same thing against San Diego, Ed. They backed up on San Diego. They were just, we don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to go deep because they'll come after us. We'll get the sacks and all that. Let's stay away from that. Let's stay away from the interception. Let's stay away from the turnovers, and we can win the football game. That was their mindset today. We'll see what happens against Dallas. Let's go out to Tim in Michigan. Karuna?
How we doing, fellas?
What's up, Timmy?
Good, Tim.
Not much. I'm actually a Rex Grossman supporter. It's kind of hard because I defend him up here in Michigan with all these Lions fans, but I just got 2 quick questions for you guys. It's just I want your guys' opinion. Do you think Grossman can take us to the Super Bowl again and win it this time? And do you see Grossman as our quarterback in 3 years from now?
Well, the answer to that question is the fact that if you do believe he can go to the Super Bowl this year, then, yeah, I would see him as your quarterback for the next 3 or 4 years. I got to be honest with you. I don't know. I really don't know. And why I say that is there are times everything is unbelievable, excellent. Then there are tremendously bad times that things do happen. I don't know the answer to that. But if there is a question, then I'm willing as a fan, or I'll be willing as a coach to see what Brian Griese can do. If there's a question considering how Grossman plays. Because I have to find out. I have to find out what the hell I have. Is it Grossman's fault? Is it Turner's fault? Is it the lineman's fault? And if I put Griese in there and all of a sudden he falls apart, then I'll say, wait a minute, not so fast here, little buddy, because maybe that could be not Grossman's fault.
Timmy, do me a favor, Doug and I a favor. Call us after the sixth game. After the sixth game. Trust me, we will know one hell of a lot more, Tim. So please give us a call.
Let's go out to David in South Bend, Indiana. David, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, Doug and OB?
All right,
up,
Dave.
Hey, I've been a fan since '65, and we haven't had many good quarterbacks. Our defense has been good for years and years and years. But if you don't score points, I tell all my buddies, if the Bears score 21 points a game, they would lose 1 or 2 games per year. Rex is just too up and down. You need to have a steady quarterback. When he's good, he's okay. When he's bad, he's terrible. I mean, I don't know if it's the offensive play calling, but the quarterback has to make adjustments. And if he doesn't like the play, he should talk to Turner and say, I don't care for this play. Let's do something else.
Well,
if it's not, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would say if it's not working, I mean, it's not working. And, if it wasn't for the defense, they would have lost 7 or 8 games last year. So everybody keeps saying he was a quarterback going to the Super Bowl. That's fine. But I could have almost after the first 5 games, I could have quarterbacked just as good as Rex. And I'm 50 years old.
Let's don't forget, too, and you talk about the defense, and it didn't happen today, but normally what happened, and this has happened a lot last year, the defense set the offense up for short fields. In other words, they'd take some kind of takeaway. They would get there with a fumble or interception. We had 44 takeaways last year, and we also had 36 turnovers. Well, I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for those 44 takeaways, put a fork in it, we wouldn't have got anywhere near the Super Bowl. So what happened was last year was that we set the offense up to go ahead and score. You saw today's game. We didn't set them up to score. We protected ourselves. We didn't let them score. We got those interceptions and the fumble is closer to our own end zone. So that's where the problem is. You know what? If we don't get that from the defense, then you're going to ask your offense to do that. And on top of that, you're going to ask your special teams to also contribute, which they did last year. What if the special teams don't contribute, Ed? And what if the defense does play extremely well, but do not set the offense up in short field? Then you got a problem.
Absolutely. Well, what Lovie Smith is counting on is the special teams playing like they have.
Exactly.
Okay, and the defense playing like they have. The only thing that's fallen short is the consistency with Rex, and we'll see in the next few games. We'll know.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Buffone, Obradovich, 312-644-6767. That's our phone number. Bears 20, Chiefs 10. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, get the hot or get the mild. Make sure you pick up a jar of the best jarnier in town from Marconi Foods. Give them a call at 312-421-0485 or go to marconi-foods.com.
Doug, lest we forget, we should give our congratulations to Jim Tomei. He's only 23rd person in the history of the game to hit 500 home runs. So to Jim and you for a great job and your family, congratulations, young man.
That is amazing. And, you got guys probably coming up, young kids, and they're starting to hit home runs and they go, geez, he's got 500.
But the way he did
I don't think I'll ever get there.
Full count. Wasn't it full count, 9th inning, and I think 2 out, man on, and he belts a homer, and it's 500.
A walk-off homer.
Wow.
And they win, yeah. No, that's a hell of a feat. And to me, 500 home runs, Hall of Famer, no question about it. Let's go out to Wild Bill in Hyde Park. Wild Bill, you're on the score.
My 2 favorite Chicago Bear legendary legends, Doug Buffone, who matriculated in Western Pennsylvania, and my man Ed O'Brien, who matriculated right out there at Proviso East.
You got it.
That's right.
Hey, Ed, I heard you just like me, and you went to college to drop your cousin off. No, you're a very intelligent man, OB. I'm joking. The game today, gentlemen, that one man stole my thunder. The offensive line is getting old, fellas. First of all, and I know you guys said prayers for that kid on the Buffalo Bills. It looks like his long-term prognosis is going to be okay, man. I'm happy for that. I never played professional football, but I love you guys, and many a boring Sunday afternoon with Wild Bill have had, if not for you gridiron greats. Now, OB, where is Mark Anderson this year? He played pretty well against the run. I think the league is getting used to him. Also, OB, thank God for Charles Tillman with big hands, because I thought Kansas City was going to score again. Listen, OB, Doug, I predicted 31-17. I thought Barron would catch a couple of touchdown passes. And correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. Grossman's contract is up this year. I see a fat guy named Byron Leftwich, and we can get Byron to the gym to work out. He's got a shotgun of an arm, and I'm going to shut my big mouth. Chicago Bears 32, Dallas 31. T.O. going to score 3 touchdowns, kiss 2 women in the stands and sell popcorn next week.
Thanks, Wild Bill.
Wild Bill.
Wild Bill.
He's the best.
There. Yeah.
He's the best.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone taking your phone calls. Let's go out to Brad in his car. Brad, you're on the Score.
Hey, OB and Doug, always enjoy listening to you.
Thank you.
Me on my way to work.
Thank you, Brad.
And got a couple comments, and I'm hoping to get your thoughts on them. I am really, really tired of watching Ron Turner call such a conservative game, and he's putting Rex in a bad position. You know, Rex grades out, I would say, maybe a C-, maybe. But Ron Turner's got to step up a little bit. I understand the line is old, and the defenses are scheming all the same. It's blitz and put pressure on Rex. But Ron's got to take some shots going down in the middle of the field. And when is he going to be accountable for what's happening with the Bears offense?
Probably real soon, because Ed and I were going over the numbers, Ed. And in 8 quarters, how many touchdowns do we have, Ed?
In 8 quarters, we have actually our offense has put up 1 touchdown, and that was a pass today to our backup tackle, St. Clair, for a touchdown. And our other TD in 2 games was Devin Hester.
That's it.
We've scored 2 touchdowns in 8 quarters.
And the 1 touchdown was a special team, so that means our offense in 8 quarters put up 1 touchdown.
One touchdown.
Yeah, and so surely that Ron Turner's going to be taking part of this problem too.
No question about it.
No question. I mean, that's part of his deal. I mean, that's the offensive coordinator, is to put points on the board, and he's going to have to try to find out what the problem is. Let's go to Amazing Larry in Cambridge. Amazing Larry on the Score.
Hello, Levitra.
Hello,
Doug,
buddy.
OB, it's an honor to be on the show.
Hey,
Long-time listener and a big fan, really. The
Thank
show
you.
means a lot to us, and mad props to the good people at Jiffy Lube for making it happen.
Thank
I
you.
wanted to say, listening to a lot of these fans, I'm a little ashamed to be a Bear fan listening to this community. A lot of these fans don't sound like they're fans of football. They sound like they're fans of Far Out. Everyone wants to throw Ron Turner under the bus, but OB, you mentioned it. That's John St. Clair. If I built a time machine and I said to you two, I bet you a Nordstrom suit that John St. Clair would lead all Bears on offensive touchdowns, you would have taken that bet, and I'd be wearing a nice suit from Nordstrom.
Yeah, what do you think the odds would have been in Vegas?
Exactly. You're
800 billion to 1.
living in France.
I would have taken those odds, Doug and OB, and the 3 of us would have had a good time with some Jordanaire.
There you go.
I'll hang up and listen to my answer, and there's no question about it.
Yeah, well, the fact is, who would have ever thought, be St. Clair? But that's part of the imagination. That's a great call. It's an outstanding call. Because if you really look at it, St. Clair is a tackle. But don't forget, I think when he was in college, he also played tight end. So he knew how to catch the football and was perfect. He set the guy out perfectly. He hit into him, looked like a running play, and Rex does a great job when the play action. He just slips off and there he is for the touchdown.
For people that don't think that we have a problem offensively, just go back to our game a week ago. And we lost the game 14-3. Our offense scores 3 points, Doug. No TD. After 2 games, 8 quarters, we've scored 1 touchdown. Okay, and you think there's not a problem? We got a big problem, folks.
Well, sometimes if you look at it and you say to yourself, let's compare it. Now, for example, right now in the 3rd quarter, same team that we played last week, San Diego, although they're on the road. I mean, New England's got 31 points against them. It's not like San Diego can't be scored upon, but we couldn't score upon them. New England, and then somebody say, well, that's New England.
Makes the scenario worse, Doug.
Yeah, we're trying to be New England.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, hope we go 8-8 and hope that we can do this and do that. We want to be the part of the elite. And we're going to have to start scoring some more points for that to happen, because one touchdown by an offense in 8 quarters won't cut it. Let's go out to Rob in his car. Rob, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight? I just want to say, first of all, thanks for taking my call tonight.
All right.
Second of all, congratulations to Jim told me tonight. I was there.
Yeah.
Oh, how was that?
Was awesome.
The place go up for grabs, Rob?
And third of all, I want to say, you know what? I want to be a Bears fan, but until the anvil hits this organization in the head, that Brian Griese might be better than Grossman, I have no respect for him. I mean, if Griese was put in last year, we might have won the Super Bowl. I can't take this team at Grossman. I mean, I don't know what to do no more with this guy. I mean, they just don't get it that Griese might be better than Grossman.
Rob,
I mean, I just don't know what to say anymore. I mean, I want to be a Bear fan, but I just think if Griese was in there, we would have done so much better. And, I was in San Diego for the Bear game. And I'll tell you what, honestly, I bet on San Diego. And obviously I won, but I don't want to. But it's just a thing that Grossman, he's not good in the clutch. He gets nervous. He's still a young quarterback, and he can't perform under pressure. And, I think Griese proved himself with Denver when he was there. And I think they really need to give Griese a chance.
Well,
go ahead, Eddie.
Rob, let me just tell you, the one thing, we have, as far as Griese goes, we haven't seen him. And if a change comes, it'll be because Grossman is just absolutely, there's no defense anymore, okay? That's when they'll make the change. Now, what is the guarantee that Bob Griese is going to come in and walk on water? There is no guarantee. If he comes in, will we open up our passing game? Will we move the pocket? Will we do more bootlegs and sprint outs with Griese? These are all unknown things. So we just got to wait and see here, Rob. And by the way, I do understand your frustrations.
Well, there's no question. And if this continues and there's doubt, then I think, and I said it, I'm going to keep on saying it, you're going to see Brian Griese. Myself personally, I think Brian Griese can do the job. You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and
But the
Buffone.
fact of the matter is, Douglas, you truly don't know. You don't know what kind of offensive set pattern for Griese they're going to do.
If you kept the defense the same, the special team the same, and your running game was going.
Everything goes the way they're doing. You feel he can do it better.
Absolutely. I think he can do the job. I just got that gut feeling with this kid. I watched him enough and whatever.
Okay.
But they're going to have to run the table with Grossman and find out really for sure if he is not the guy to see, because Brian Griese is not going to be the long-term answer for the Bears. That's what the Bears are looking for, and they're hoping it's Grossman. But if it's not it, and they want to look at this year especially because of our strong defense and our special teams, that means we have a great chance to go to the Super Bowl.
There's not a lot of great quarterbacks in the National Football League,
No.
Doug. You can't even count on one hand out of the 32 teams. Kyle Orton.
But fact is this, the best teams have the best quarterbacks. And we're talking about New England, and we're talking about the Colts.
But there are not a lot, Doug. That's just a fact.
We want to be one part of it. That's all we want to be. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears win 20-10 over the Chiefs. Eddie, let's go out to Bob in Geneva. Bob, you're on The Score.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
How you doing, Bob?
Great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your show as always.
Thank you.
I had the pleasure of driving back, dropped my daughter off at school today at the original home of the Chicago Bears.
Lake Forest?
Decatur.
Oh, Decatur. Okay.
Staley's.
I thought maybe you were talking about even Rensselaer, but yeah, okay.
Hey, well, that goes way back, doesn't it?
Yeah, really.
Boys, I'm just wondering why. I've been listening to all the Grossman talk, and I agree with most of what you're saying, your conclusions. Doug, I'm right on the same page with you. I don't think we're going to go far with this guy. We're talking about Griese. What about Kyle Orton? He's a big boy out of Purdue. He had an excellent record with the Bears. He went through the School of Hard Knocks 2 years ago. Where did he have, an 11-1 record, something like that?
I think he won 10 games with the Bears.
Was it 10 games?
Yeah, as a rookie,
why
coming out.
Why are we talking about Kyle Orton at all?
Well, first of all, you take a look at this. If you're really serious about going into the Super Bowl, you would certainly look at Greasy first because of his experience factor, because of what he did in the past. Kyle Orton may be a development guy. I don't know how this is all going to shake out. It could be that Grossman will turn it all around and everything will come into right into form, and all of a sudden it's going to be Grossman again. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know this. If it doesn't do well, if it's not going well, they're going to make a change. They will make a change because they have to make a change. They can't try to kill a whole season just to find out about Grossman. Sooner or later, if it doesn't work out, it is not working out, they will make a change. I believe they'll go with Greasy. But Kyle Orton's sitting there. Maybe they think about he could be a development guy down the road.
Well, Doug, I just think, who knows what they're going to do. You look at the history of them for the last 5 years with Grossman, their undying loyalty to this kid.
But that's changed, though, Ed.
Huh?
That's changed because of the contract or no contract.
Okay, well.
That could be it.
All we want to do is you and I and fans, all of us do, for the Bears to win. And by the way, he was talking about Decatur, Illinois, where the Bears started in the old Decatur Stadies. I tell you what, thank God for a guy by the name of George Halas. Because everything you see today, 32 teams, multi-billion-dollar business. Guy in Dallas is building, Jerry Jones, the first billion-dollar stadium. Who in the hell would ever have thought of that? And rest assured, there's one guy that everybody should tell you a big thank you, and it's George Halas. Because what you see today that was one man's vision. And, Doug, he fought hard to keep it alive.
It's amazing because the Dallas Cowboys are worth $1.5 billion.
Building a billion-dollar stadium.
Washington Redskins are worth $1.4 billion. And the Chicago Bears, a paltry $994 million.
But I tell you
what George Halas did.
That's the pride of the Bears, the monsters of the Midway. You go back to the Luckmans and the McAfees and all the guys that have played, George Connors, Bill Georges. So it's a great franchise with a lot of history.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. The Bears 20, the Chiefs 10. On behalf of Ed Obradovich and myself, Doug Buffone, our thanks go out to our producers, Tim Bach, Mark Joliffe, Herb Lawrence, and our guests, Lawrence Holmes and David Schuster. Updates with Brian Peruk. And thanks, a special thanks, to all our great callers tonight. No show next Sunday, but Ed and I will be back on Monday after the Bears-Dallas game from 12 to 2 p.m. Good night, everybody. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Doug Buffone, Ed Obradovich. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. If you have not heard, the Chicago Bears lose 37-27 to the Detroit Lions, and what a piss-poor game. The best I could say. I mean, you can't say it any better than that. The Bears quarterback, Greasy, brutal! 3 interceptions, 2 going into the red zone, 1 interception returned for a touchdown. Benson, brutal! 50 yards on 15 carries. Stop yourself. Offensive line, brutal! I saw St. Clair get turned around 6 ways from Sunday from this DeVries, the left defensive end. He had 3 sacks. Our wide receivers, brutal! Catch one, drop one, catch one, drop one. And then Ron Turner, some of his calls, give me a break. And Lovie Smith, also a part of this thing. Brutal. 3 interceptions, piss poor blitz pickup. What kind of blitz pickup do we have? Drop passes. How about this one? Stupid penalties. We have 14 penalties for 102 yards. Let me tell you something right now. If you got your plane and hotel reservations for the Super Bowl, cancel them. Because what I saw out there today was absolutely brutal. Now, the defense came on to give it the best shot it could give, I believe, for what it had. But when I take a look at this offense, I can't believe how bad it is. I mean, it was terrible today, absolutely terrible. Not taking advantage of anything. The defense hung in there as long as they could. They ended up, obviously, at the end, I thought, giving up a lot of running yards they shouldn't have given up. But all in all, this game plan should have been simple. They should have been taking Benson and running the football. Benson gets one time where there's a hole a mile long. He runs through the hole, which is great. You pick up 16 yards. With a hole like that, with a back like that, with a fourth-round pick in the first round, that should have been 40 yards. We're not getting big plays whatsoever from the offense.
Well, Doug, there's a few bright spots.
Yeah, don't tell me one.
Yes, okay. How about the special teams, Doug?
I love that, Hester,
I want
no
to tell
question.
you what, and the great thing about the special teams, and we got all the yardage, but all game long, Doug, we had great field position, and offensively, we didn't take advantage of it whatsoever. But the special teams did a great job, great field position. What were we not able to do, Doug? We run the football. We were not able to run the football. We have 8 yards on 9 attempts the first half for a 0.9 rushing. We attempted 26 passes and, 9 runs, Doug? Where are you going with that? Who's at fault? Offensive line, the running backs, Doug. I look at Cedric Benson, and I want to see him hit up in there hard. And anybody that watched the game today and watched it last week, it's just not happening, Doug. And again, you alluded to the fumbles, Doug. 14 penalties for 102 yards, of which we had 7 in the first half. We shot ourselves in the foot the first half. And for us to be a running team and to say that we're a running team, Doug, and to throw 50 passes in a game, when we throw that many passes, Doug, we're going to lose.
Well,
we have to let me just finish here just quickly, Doug, on the thing. So basically, the special teams did great, put us in great field position. We should have scored in the 30s or the 40s, especially against a team that is ranked in the bottom. What are they ranked? 29th, Doug, in defense after 3 games in the National Football League, and 31st against the run. And we only gained, 8 yards on 9 carries the first half. We never set the tone the first half the way we should have. With run the ball, Doug, then come with the play action, then go downfield and run the football. That was totally abandoned from day one. And if anybody that we could have ran against and got some yardage and established it was the Detroit Lions. They were set up, again, 31st against the run in the league. For Christ's sake, there's only 32 teams in the league. And we rushed for 8 yards, Doug, in the first half. And that's how we want. That's the game plan. That's how we're going to win football games. I don't think so. Special teams great. Defense got to rethink what they're doing. Defense got to rethink what they're doing is right, Doug. I think we have to come and be a little bit stronger in the blitz and offense. We have to run the football. We just got to go back to basic, simple things, and that's what we do best and get back to it, Doug. Because if we don't, Doug, and we come up with a game plan like we had today, we might not win another football game, my friend.
Well, here's the problem. The problem is maybe we don't have the guys to do that. You and I have been talking about this running game, which we're absolutely correct about. We got a team that supposedly, as soon as they run off the bus, they start running the football. That's what Lovey says. We throw 52 passes today. For example, right before the half, we got the football first down on the 6-yard line. Okay, first down on the 6-yard line. Back goes Greasy, throws the interception. But that's not the point. The point is it's first down on the 6-yard line, and you got your big back, Benson, not on the field. Now, come on. If I'm playing defense and I don't see Benson in there, I'm saying to myself, they're going to throw it. When you get down there, you still have plenty of time. You're a power team. You're supposed to take it over and push it down their throat and get it to the end zone. That was number one. And number two, the fact is, you take a look at this defense, there were a ton of guys missing. There is no question about it. A ton of guys were missing. And so they caught up with them. You play the cover 2 as much as you can play it. You cover up, you make the tackles, but you're going to get beat, and so they did get beat. But when it comes down to it, you can't throw 2 interceptions and then throw an interception for a 64-yard touchdown.
Throw 2 interceptions in the red zone,
right.
Doug. It's
a killer. It's an absolute killer. And that's the whole thing what's going on with this team. And you look at it and you say to yourself, yeah, well, they should run it more. Maybe they can't run it. Maybe that line can't block anymore.
Doug,
maybe Benson's not the guy. I don't know, Ed, but I saw one hole
Benson
today.
Benson is the guy, and the offensive line is there. There are guys, Doug. And
they're there.
I'm not giving up on the offensive line. I still think they can get the job done. Benson is a question mark, guys. I mean, come on, and I'm not running the guy down. I'm just trying to tell you. I mean, just look at him, watch him, see how he runs. what he's supposed to be and what we get are two different things.
Ed,
I mean, it's right in front of you.
If the offensive
it's just not
line,
happening.
If it's not the offensive line, then they will not find another opponent that's as bad as this
Doug,
Detroit defense
that's
is.
right. 31st against the run after 3 games. Going against, and what do we do best? We run the football best. They're probably second worst in the league against the run, stopping the run, and we gain 8 yards and 9 carries the first half, and that's when we should come out and set the tone, run the ball down their throat, go with the play action like we've done, and that's how we win football games. It didn't happen. And the damn shame about it all is, Doug, is the special teams were terrific. Devin Hester was terrific, put us in great field position, and do we take advantage of it? No. Now, whose fault is it? Is it Ron Turner? Is it Greasy? Is it the offensive line? Is it the receivers dropping the footballs? Is it Centric Benson not running hard? Okay, all of the above is correct. And one thing, Doug, to get back to our running game, which is very bothersome, there's a thing called speed in this game. Okay?
We don't have it.
We do not have it. And like our opponents don't know that we're not going to go wide, they come up and smother us to death, Doug. And that's what they did today.
Benson took 2 running plays in the first quarter. I mean, they were both losses. He takes a running play, they lose 2. He takes another running play, back-to-back losses. And so all of a sudden, if you can't get a running game going, what do you got? When we throw the football
Doug,
52 times,
they know. That's what they want. That will stop the Bears running. It's right in front of us. But damn well our listeners understand that. We stop the Bears running, and they're looking at them and say, come on, Bears, now pass the football, and you're going to beat us. We'll eat you alive. That's exactly what they're saying.
And they, in turn, the Lions are a passing team, threw the football 24 times. 24 times they threw it. But they averaged 10 yards every time they threw the damn football. So when you look at this game, I didn't think, believe me, I knew the defense would struggle. I knew they would fight like hell.
Well, they had all the guys missing.
Yeah, but I was looking for
thought the defense
from the
was
offense.
in there.
Hey, Ed, you know what's time? It's time the defense stops covering that offense's ass like it's been doing for the last 3 years. They've got to stop this crap. Because you can't, this defense doesn't walk on water. We had 5 different guys in there. And make it even worse, that kid that started, Kevin Payne, got hurt in the second quarter.
Doug, the thing is what happened is what we're not getting this year from our defense. And
takeaways.
We're not getting the takeaways.
Absolutely.
And that's what's hurting us. Takeaway for a touchdown or takeaway and bring him back, shorten the field for our offense. Offense get down there and give Robbie Gould a chance to get a three-pointer or whatever have you. That is not happening this year. Why? Maybe because of the injuries or for however we're playing defense. But the key has been our offense, Doug. Again, the ability or the inability to convert on third down, to get the first downs, to eat up the clock, to help the defense. It does not happen. And brother, if obviously we're heading towards a passing mode here, if we don't get back to the run, Doug, I'm telling you, it's really going to get ugly.
Eddie, I heard Greasy this week when he took over, and he said, "You know what? I'm tired of the offense being treated as second-class citizens." I don't know if you heard that quote.
No, I did not.
Well, let me tell you something. You deserve to be called second-class citizens. You can't have it when your defense loses 5 or 6 guys, and now you have to take over. It's got gut check time.
They step up to the plate.
Step up to the plate. That defense threw everything they had at them.
Yes.
Until the end, they folded. But the fact was, during the course of that football game, everything was tossed at him. Every one of those guys, I saw McGowan make tackles, Urlacher make tackles. We had 6 sacks. The guys were coming from the outside, busting their ass to get there. So
Tommy Harris played a hell of a game.
Yeah. So now you're not up to par. What is it asking their offense to take over and do something? Where's the cry for it? Nobody on that offense is a playmaker, number one. Number two, crucial situations, dropping the damn football.
The key is here, what's happened to the running game?
It's gone. It's
but
gone.
That's what
when
Lovie
Thomas
Smith,
Jones left, it left. It went bye-bye.
But everybody said Benson was the guy.
And I thought so,
He's
too,
the
Ed.
guy.
I'm
Doug,
just as guilty
that
as
after
anybody
the first
else.
quarter, and we get into the third quarter and fourth quarter, Benson's the big back. He's going to pound them, and he's going to run everybody into the ground, and we're going to tire out the other opponent's defensive line because Benson is going to run at him and run over him. Well, in your dreams.
Absolutely. Let's take some phone calls. Who we got on the line? We got David Schuster. Let's go with David Schuster, the Scores beat reporter. David, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB.
Hey, Dave.
I couldn't agree with you more. I thought certainly the front four played really an outstanding game through three quarters and just finally tired out, and most of the defense played pretty well. Devin Hester was extremely good and really could have returned quite a few of those punts for touchdowns on top of the kickoff. And I thought the two kickers did well. And that's about it, guys. I think the rest of the guys should have probably walked home today because they really didn't play well. The offense just didn't carry the load. And you're right. Brian Greasy did say that earlier this week. I was standing right in front of him when he said, well, it's been like we're second-class citizens. Well, when you play like second class, you get treated like that, guys. And, they just haven't done enough. And really the defense can really sue the offense for non-support so far this season.
You know what, Dave, a couple of things that happened again today. And going back, we talk about the running game. It just boggles my mind to constantly see that we're a running team, And, Dave, we played against the 31st worst defense against the run in Detroit. And that's our forte. That's what we do best is run the football.
Well, it used to be, Eddie. I just don't think it is anymore. I mean, since Thomas Jones is not here, the brunt is on Cedric Benson, and he just doesn't do the job, bottom line. I mean, in the first half, 5 carries for 3 yards. That's never going to do the job. He was better in the second half, but overall, when they only pick up 69 yards on the ground, you're not going to win any football games with those numbers. And that actually leads me to a question. I asked Cedric Benson after the game, is it frustrating that you just can't get this running attack going?
Not coming home with wins is frustrating. I wouldn't care if I ran for another yard as long as we were coming home with wins. We got to turn this ship around, and once we get in,
this guy's on another.
Yeah, he's gone. He's shot.
Once we find it, I'm sure everything will start piecing itself together.
But you know what, David Hollett, stop it. Because if we're going to win, it's going to be kind of him. He doesn't care if he gets a yard. See, this is where the problem is.
He doesn't understand.
No, the sense of urgency is on his ass.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. That's how we're going to win.
And in the first half, Doug, and I'm sure you saw it because I know the coaches saw it, they benched him.
Absolutely, they benched him, and they didn't have him on the field. I believe he wasn't on the field when Greasy threw the interception when we have the football on the 6-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are we going to run the football when he's not in there?
Well, you're supposed to run the football from the 6-yard line.
Yeah, exactly. Well, put your back, and they didn't even put him in the damn game.
You know what? I said going into the season it was all on Cedric Benson more than anybody else because if you can't run the football, as you guys well know, if you can't run it and you can't stop it, you're in big trouble. Right now the Bears cannot run it. The offensive line is not doing the job. The quarterback's not doing the job. But I still feel it falls on Cedric Benson more than anybody else because he's not doing the job.
Because he sets everything up. Although the wide receivers dropped some passes today. And here's the other thing, too. I understand about the drop passes that does happen. But when is there going to come a time when a wide receiver makes a great catch? Even the ones, the Berrians that were intercepted, the tip ones, he had to reach back for it. Catch the damn ball.
Yeah, there was a couple. I mean, Bernard Berrian went up. There was one that was a little high, but you got to bring that one in and catch it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one that's a little bit behind him. You got to catch that one, too. You're not going to catch them all, but you got to make – listen, that's why you're paid the big bucks. That's why you're drafted high, and that's why you're in the National Football League. You got to make those plays.
Well, I'll tell you, it's really discouraging. It really is because I thought what the Bear defense had to put together, the guys they had, the rookies they had, what they did, the effort, the game plan for it was to, don't give them the big one, come up, hit them. McGowan come up, make nice tackles, Urlacher nice tackles. The fact was, like, at the end of the game, they did peter out, but the 4 down linemen came from the outside, especially our defensive ends. It was there. All we needed was some kind of an effort from the offense. And once again, see, our offense has been spoiled, David. Their ass has been saved thousands of times for that defense. And now it's time for them to step up, and they can't do it.
You couldn't be more right about that, Doug, and it's no coincidence. I mean, the Bears allowed 34 points in the fourth quarter today. By the way, that's a franchise record, the most they've ever allowed in team history in one quarter. They allowed a lot of points against Dallas last week.
Isn't that Dave, isn't that an NFL record, too?
That I'm not sure about, Eddie. It very well could be. I know it's a Bears franchise record. And what's the reason for that? Because they've been on the field so long, because they had to carry this team through 3 quarters. They finally petered out in the fourth quarter.
David,
no question about
I
it.
have one question for you. Greg Olson, do you know who he is?
I was saying that during the game. Now, he was on
Greg,
the field.
David, do you know who he is?
Yeah, I know who he is. The Bears' offensive coordinator knows who he is. And he was on the field, and he was in the middle. Now, I can't tell you if he was open or not. And Desmond Clark had a decent game with 7 catches. But, he was out there.
Wait a minute.
Olsen was on the field, and I never saw the ball once thrown to him this afternoon.
Not even close.
This is the guy to catch the ball and run after the catch, and he's the one that'll loosen up the offense, loosen up the passing game, And the only time I saw him on the field when they went to two tight end formation, to two tight ends, and I never saw the kid on the field. Was he hurt? Does anybody know, Dave?
No, he wasn't hurt. He played out there, Eddie. He was, not every play, but he was switching, coming in and out of the game with plays from the sideline. So he was definitely in the game. How many plays exactly, I couldn't tell you.
I know.
He was definitely in the game. Now, is he 100% recovered from that injury? I doubt it. But he was on the field, and if you're on the field, throw the ball to him.
It's amazement to me that we draft this kid, and the tight end is every team, on almost every team, the leading receiver is a tight end. And we went out and we drafted this kid number 1, and we're going into our 4th game, and you can't find him. How is that? Why is that, David? Would you tell me?
I don't know. I mean, again, Desmond Clark caught 7 passes today, most of them obviously very short variety over the middle, so he was open, but the other guy is supposed to stretch the defense. That's what we heard during the whole preseason. You guys were there. We also heard that Devin Hester was going to stretch the defense with his presence on the offense. He had 1 catch for 2 yards today. That's non-existent. We heard Garrett Wolf was going to stretch the defense with his presence on 3rd down. We've yet to see him in that capacity. So all the talk that we heard back in Bourbonnais, none of it has come to pass.
Right.
Well,
exactly.
See, the other thing, too, that offense makes so many mistakes. First of all, they're still making mistakes on blitz pickup, number 1. Number 2, watch them run screens, okay? You remember when the time that – yeah, here. But the time that Greasy grounded the football, the whole line got out of there. No, the whole line was out there. What were they doing, the bunny hop? Why were they out there? Peterson was supposed to be there. He's still inside. So what is Greasy supposed to do with the damn football? He has to throw it where he thinks that guy was supposed to be, and he wasn't there. Number 2, then they try the other screen again. They go back, beautifully set up. Remember when Greasy ran for 6 yards? Where was the back? That was supposed to be a screenplay.
Yeah.
What the hell are they doing?
Guys, I haven't seen a good screenplay by the Bears.
For what, 10 years?
Both of you were playing.
Yeah, even then it was bad. I'll tell you, you know what? I'll tell you what's discouraging is the fact that you would have thought that the improvement would have been there. This whole hoopla about Greasy coming to the forefront, Greasy being the quarterback, Benson going to be running the ball. Our linemen are really good.
Playing against the perfect
receivers.
Defense to do it against.
Exactly.
For us to get healthy this week.
And it didn't happen. And I'll tell you one thing. I am not taking nothing away from that defense, the effort they give, because there's 14 points off of that 37 that didn't belong to them.
No, there's no question about it.
That's 23 points.
I'm going back to the 3 games now, actually the 4 games now. In San Diego, really the Bears should have won that game 3-0, but the offense turned the ball over twice. There's your 14 points. They beat Kansas City. Against Dallas, the defense held the fort for most of the way until finally they crumbled in from exhaustion in the 4th quarter. Same thing today. The front 4 was outstanding. Mark Anderson was outstanding.
They played terrific.
Adewale Agunleye, Tommy Harris, certainly not anywhere near 100%. These guys played out of their mind. Brian Urlacher played out of his mind today.
Outstanding. And you'll tell you another kid to come up and made some hits was a defensive kid, McGowan. He made some good tackles. I mean, these guys, even Williams come up and make some nice tackles. So the guys that stepped in were giving their best effort. Now, they got beat a couple times. But the fact is, it all comes back down to that offense. If they don't change it, then we're in huge trouble this year.
Well, guys, I hate to say it, but I think you're in huge trouble then because I just don't see much of a change. Would you like to hear from a couple more players, by the way?
Real quick. Go ahead.
All right, real quickly, I'll tell you Brian Greasy. He basically critiqued his own play.
We win the game, and I look at myself first, and when you don't win, you got to look at yourself personally and see what you could have done better and learn from that and go forward.
And basically go forward. We'll see if he does go forward next week. He did say he was rusty, but I don't know how much of an excuse that is. And then finally, here's Tommy Harris, who just can't understand when he looks up at the standings tomorrow morning that the Bears are 1-3.
This team is one of those that's so good it's scary. We shouldn't be losing games. It's one of those things. We shouldn't be. We're too good for this, and I don't understand it. So. We'll find a way somehow.
The only way somehow, guys, though, is if the defense scores some points.
Well, yeah, put them on offense. That's my key. All right, David, thanks a lot,
Thanks,
buddy.
Dave.
Appreciate it, guys.
David Schuster, our Scores beat reporter, and the thing comes back, and it'll always come back right now, and it should even came back last year. It came back to the offense. And so if they can't correct that, let's say, for example, you and I are right about run the ball, play action, do the things you need to do, control it, move it. What if the guys can't do it? I mean, what if we don't have these guys? What if because of a year now the offensive line is older? Benson is not running anywhere near what Thomas Jones did. And I thought
Doug,
he would, Ed.
Here,
I actually thought this kid would run.
Let me tell you something. We should have found that out in the exhibition season, okay? Are they ready?
Find out?
Are they ready to play? We were not in sync offensively. We didn't. You take advantage of the 4 exhibition games, and as you saw today, we are still not in sync in the passing game nor in the running game. And again, Doug, if you look, you want to talk about what happened at this game today, it's a very simple thing. Special teams put us in great field position all day long, and we played against the 29th worst defense, 31st against the run, worst in this league, and what did we come up with? A huge egg, my friend.
Big egg. Let's go out to Maurice in Palo Alto, California. Maurice.
How you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Maurice.
Guys, what I want to say is I think it's an attitude on that offense. That defense is carrying this team and has been carrying this team, and I think that they just think that this is something that they're gonna just gonna fall into their lap. I look at the play of Berrien. I mean, you're looking at his counterparts across the league. I just don't see any kind of urgency on that offensive side of the ball. I don't see, granted that Greasy was a little rusty, but the running back situation, I think they made a very big mistake as far as letting Thomas Jones walk away. And why do you not use Devin Hester, one of the most electric, most explosive players in the league? Why you don't incorporate him more into your offense? I also think that, why do you draft a guy, number one? This guy is proven. I mean, Miami is a tight end factory, and these guys don't even, they don't even throw to him. It's just nothing. I mean, I just don't understand, and a lot of things that you guys were saying. I mean, there's so many things on the offensive side. But I will, however, say that this defensive team, the defensive side of the ball, they played a hell of a game, considering the fact that they had a lot of starters out, and they just can't keep the game in and game out going, doing the things that they're doing, and no one is helping them out.
Maurice, that's exactly right. And I'm telling you, our offense got spoiled. They got spoiled from last year. They got spoiled because the defense set them up on Shorts Field, as Ed was talking about. You know what? They're not doing it now. The fact is they took 44 takeaways last year. Did the Bears get any interceptions today? They didn't get any interceptions. They were normally doing it. But on the other side of the coin, they got 6 sacks. They were there fighting for it. They were clawing. They were making – I didn't see that urgency either with our offense. And the Benson interview kind of bothers the hell out of me. Because, I don't know if I got 1 yard, it wouldn't matter. He doesn't get it. The fact is, if he gets 1 yard, we're going to lose all the games. What he doesn't get is this thing is on his back. He's got to do something about it. And if he doesn't do it, who in the hell are we going to use? Who are we going to get? What are we going to do? Let's go out to Reggie in his car. Reggie, you're on the score.
Reggie.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Reggie.
2 things. First, I want to talk about Cedric the Bus Benson. And how long are we going to go with him? How long Lovey's going to go with him as a starting running back? And 2, what do you guys think about Greasy in the long run? Do you think we're going to be getting a quarterback in the draft next year, first or second round?
I don't know, Ed. What do you think? If this continues down the road, then I'd have Kyle Orton in there. If you're going to lose there, you might as well get ready for what's going to happen next year. But like I said, I don't care what quarterback's in there. If we don't get that going, if that's not part of the Bears' offense, that running game, it's going to play hell for that Bear quarterback, because our offensive line is not great. Everybody kept talking about a greater offensive line. Our offensive line is not great. Maybe good, but today they weren't nowhere near that. And so there's a reason for why we're getting blitzed, sacked. 6 sacks though. We got sacked 6 times, right? And so all those things add up, Ed. And I don't think if you can't change those things, then you're better off putting your young guys in there and see what you can get on some of your young running backs or your young quarterback.
Well, we can talk about all these, whatever the hell you want to talk about here and go in every direction you want. But the only way that we're going to win football is to make a commitment to that running game. We do not, Doug, we don't have the ability. But by the way,
now we're talking.
It was nice to see. Isn't it amazing that we can't get Rex Grossman to run from a shotgun?
And Greasy can't.
And Greasy, in 5 days practice, how many steps did he take in a shotgun?
A lot.
A lot today.
And it's amazing also that Olin Kreutz snapped the football to him.
Olin Kreutz snapped to him perfect every
snaps,
time.
yeah.
Every time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, but here, Reggie, and to everybody listening out there, we're going to look at, how can we get better? What can we do? Well, whatever. We've got to run the football. We don't run the football, we're going nowhere. And when we do, utilize the tight end situations. We have a couple of tight ends that are quality people that we can get it done. And that's the only way we're going to win. If we totally abandon and I'm talking to our listeners, Doug, if we totally abandon the running game, Doug, this is going to be, it's going to be, it'll be brutal, Doug.
See, you got to have
and that's the only way we have a chance of winning.
Exactly. You have to have a mindset to run the football. When I say a mindset, I mean you have to come out there with fire in your eyes, and you have to be able to say, if they block the first one, they stop the second or third, I'm coming back and doing it again. I'll do it again. When you throw the football 52 times, you are not a running team. No.
No question about it. But I want to get these guys, Doug, that with these multi-million-dollar contracts up front that are blocking, multi-million-dollar backs running the football, and you go 9 yards on 8 attempts the first half, when you want to start and establish what you're going to do, pathetic. It's pathetic.
Give it a shot.
Yes, it is.
He's Obradovich on Buffone on the score.
Sports
lost? Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Chicago Bears lose to the Lions 37-27. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644. Talking football, Mr. 6767. Bears lose 37-27. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Ron in Columbus, Ohio. Ron, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Legends, how are you guys today?
All right, Ron.
What's up, Ronnie?
Hey, thanks for having me on, and I need your help understanding a couple things.
Go ahead.
I'm having flashbacks to when Turner was coaching for Wani, and it's just blowing my mind. And I'm trying to avoid sticking a pen in my eye because I'm seeing the same things I saw back then. And candidly, you know what? When are the fines and the benching going to happen on these receivers dropping the passes? And when is this offensive coordinator going to be held accountable for stuff that, you know what? He's the root cause of it. When is that going to happen? Because there's a lot of good things going on in offense, except he's the designer, and I don't understand why he's not being held accountable on this.
I think eventually he'll have to be. But you talked about Turner back when he was with Wanstead. It's the same situation. Do you have the players that can do anything or make a play? Do you have a playmaker? Do you have guys, and I think Eddie brought it up, was a great thought, was the fact of speed. The difference take a look at different guys in the backfield. The hole he had today, we saw him run up through the hole. There was nobody there. But what'd you do with the hole? You got 16 yards. Should you not got more? That's what we're talking about. If you don't have that speed, then you know what? There's a problem there, Ed.
There's no question about it, Doug, but we'll get into that after the break.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, talking about the Chicago Bears loss 37-27 to the Detroit Lions. And Eddie, you can't get your footing in the morning. Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field. Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's, caffeine with cleats since 1913. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jason in Rockford. Jason, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Jason.
Bear with me a little bit. I'm very passionate about what I've heard you guys all talking about. Hey, guys, you can change Greasy. You can change Grossman. You could put Dan Marino behind that damn line. I'm telling you right now, you keep saying about a 16-yard run by Benson. That is the only hole. I challenge anybody there at the score to watch that game again. There was no holes. They don't pass block. They don't run block. That is the worst offensive line I've seen in football, and I've watched over 35 games already this year. Okay, guys, thanks.
Jace, you're right. I mean, that's the first hole I've seen in a long time, and I agree with you. Benson needs a hole. He needs to go through a hole. All I'm saying is this, that then you better find a line that gives him holes, because he's not going to give you or create you runs. And nor when he does get through that hole, you're not going to see a run longer than 16 yards. So what's happening here is the fact that the offensive line is falling down. You got Benson, who thinks that no matter what happens, if he only gains a yard, as long as they win is the most important thing. He just doesn't realize how important he is to this whole operation.
The reality of it is, Jason, we played again so far. If you're talking about you watched 35 games so far. Well, I want to tell you what, Chase. We played against a team, the Detroit Lions, 31st worst against the run. Okay? And look what happened to us today, running the football. is it the offensive line's fault? Is it Benson's fault? Or is it all of them? Or is it the offensive coordinator? Or is it Lovie Smith's fault for this offense not being in sync? Somebody has to take the blame for this, okay? You can't blame it on injuries, on this, on that, on the line, and on this, on that. Somewhere it's got to fall on Lovie Smith's head and on Ron Turner's head. When you had 4 exhibition games to get in sync and get your team ready to play football, and we go out to San Diego and we stink it up, and we stunk it up ever since, So it's going to start coming down, Doug. It's going to start falling on some of these coaches' head here of what's going on here.
I'd like to
How
know,
can you play against a defense like this and do nothing?
But I guess that's, the point is then, are we calling the wrong plays? Is that part of the problem? Or is the fact that our guys don't block? And the other thing, too, is like even with Benson.
Doug, for what the hell I'm talking about, we're waiting until the 4th game in the league to find out they can't do this?
What are we going to do?
They should have found this out before.
What
do you pay these coaches millions of dollars for?
To find out.
Offensive coordinator. How many coaches do we have on the sideline?
It's the same
15,
team.
16, 20 coaches?
It's the same line last year that Thomas ran for 1,300 or 1,400 yards. That's what they're looking at. And maybe because of the fact that Thomas curated a lot of those on his own. For example, Benson coming out of the backfield catching the football. I'd like to see one time, just for the hell of it, just so I can feel happy about myself, somebody break a tackle and go an extra 15 yards or 20 yards, just for the hell of it, because that's what the game is all about. It's not only making the routine plays, it's also playing where you make a play where all of a sudden you bust one or do something spectacular.
Doug,
we do nothing spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely, but I tell you what, with our special teams going, and
that's what we do.
The defense for basically 3 quarters, Doug, they played pretty damn good football. And it's
I have no problem with
and I'm going to tell you something. When you had those special teams, give us that. And you folks, believe me, you have no idea how important that is. When you get that field position from those special teams, that looms large. That's huge. And to not take advantage of it, that's a crime. That's a crime.
That kid busted his ass today, returning punts and kickoffs to put us in position to make scores and
Doug, we were
do some
there.
Points.
Put in position. Yeah. How'd you like that?
He's O'Bradovich on Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Give us a call. We're talking football. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our number. Eddie, let's go out to Andrew in Panama City, Florida. Andrew.
Hey, Uncle Fuzzy, OB. It was a painful day. And the thing I want to talk about is, when we watch football games, you're not like normal people who sit there and get all waxed like 97%. I'm sitting there and I'm writing stuff down. And the first thing I wrote down was Cedric Benson, when he catches those screen passes, he doesn't turn up field. He's running like a madman for the sideline to get the hell out of bounds 2 yards. Complete waste of time. I watched Cedric. I lived in Oklahoma for 5 years, and I watched him 3 years. And in every big game, either when he was playing Oklahoma or in a big bowl game, he's non-existent. Against the tomato cans, he'll show up. And that's all I got to say about him.
Well, what's sad about that, they were facing a tomato can today defensively. And he didn't do it again either against them.
No, but he's playing even tougher competition now.
Well, yeah.
And when we drafted him, Uncle Fuzzy, I got to tell you, I was really sad, and now it's just terrible. This whole Greasy versus Grossman thing, I know it's only one game, but if Rex Grossman would have had 3 interceptions, a pick 6, and 2 fumbles, would have made a difference. It doesn't matter who we have at quarterback, Uncle Fuzzy and Obi. We can have Joe Montana, Joe Namath, Johnny Unitas. You roll them all up into one and make a super quarterback, and it's not going to matter. Why? Because it's all about Ron Turner, and we've seen this not only when he was here with Wani, but when he was at the University of Illinois, and here again. He has 1 year or 2 years where his plans work, and then after that he figures it out, and he cannot go ahead and mutate or make those changes at halftime to try to get an offense that works. And my example of this is one where if you watch on our passing plays and you watch what the receivers actually do, whether they're running ins, outs, flies, down the seam, whatever, they don't create space. When you watch somebody like the Colts, you'll see receivers cutting across and creating space for the tight end to run in there or the running back to run in there and go ahead and make that catch. With the Bears, it just looks like a giant mess of, I don't know. And I'm sitting there looking at myself, and I'm talking to my friends. I say, do you see that? And it's like, it's just a mess. It looks like they run into each other, and they have 3 or 4 receivers all in the same spot with 3 or 4 defenders, and it's not working. And we've already kind of touched on the whole – remember we had this whole set in training camp where we had Greg Olsen out on the field with Devin Hester and Mark Bradley, and we had Garrett Wolf in the back. Mm-hmm. What happened to that?
Well, that's the biggest question now, and that's what everybody's asking. We saw Hester in the game today, and I'm with Ed on this one. I thought Greg Olsen was hurt. I thought maybe they put him on IR. I don't know what the hell I thought. Where's he? Where's this offense we're talking about? We're stretching the middle of the field.
We probably mentioned his name between you and I today more than he was in the game.
I didn't ever heard his name.
Right.
Didn't even see him try to catch a pass. So yeah, those are great questions. And why have Hester around out there as a decoy? Maybe you should put something that says, "Hey, hold it. We're going to try to make a play." Now they try to slip screen all the time, but they're ready for that. There's a lot of things that have to be tightened up. He's Obradovich on Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. Jiffy Lube postgame show. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone. That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. And Lovie Smith, you're absolutely correct. It's everybody's fault. And you know what? Can you change it? Can you turn it around?
I can't agree with that. I'm going to blame the special teams for this loss. I'm going to put it squarely on the head of the defense who played their hearts out like for 3 quarters, Doug, and then everything just blew up the fourth quarter for whatever the reasons, whether it was the offense caused it or whatever. I don't think so. I think the guys on the special teams did a great job. They put us in great position all day long.
Well, that's team speak.
Well, Doug,
I know.
It is what it is. They did a hell of a job. No, they all didn't stink today. I'll tell you who did stink, though. You got some of those coaches got to start taking a long look at themselves instead of taking a look at some of those ball players.
Well, the one thing for sure, and Lovie talks about turnovers, and I had said it before, and I said it last week, the Bears are on pace to have 56 turnovers. 56 turnovers. And on pace to have maybe 28 or 30 takeaways. That is called a disaster. Let's go out to John in Wheaton. John, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, it's great to be on with you guys again.
Thanks. What's up, John?
Yeah, even if it means I miss my dinner hour, I'm happy to hold just to talk to you guys about Bears football.
Thank you.
All right, a couple points here. Basically, I'm called in just to talk about the offense as everybody else has. All right, It's pretty obvious. I got 3 things I wrote down, and they seem to spiral into each other. First of all, there seems to be no real urgency on offense, although Lovie Smith's press conference sounded like he was starting to get agitated. 2, it seems like our ability to game plan or even adjust a game plan is really ridiculous. And 3, we have no playmakers on offense. Now, with that being said, you guys can see it. All Bears fans can see it from what I've heard on the Score and, with talking to people at work and whatnot. I think the rest of the NFL teams are starting to figure this out, too. All in all, I think one stands out more than others. We don't have any playmakers on offense right now. We either don't have the talent to do it, or we are not putting the people with the possibility of having that talent on the field. For example, Eddie, you and I have talked before on the phone, and we have gone back and forth. Where the hell is Greg Olsen? Put this guy in the ball game. Put him in the game. I can think of an example today. In the game, now it may have been late in the game. Maybe you guys remember they were throwing in the end zone to Berrien, and the pass was high. I'm thinking maybe, possibly, if Olsen would have been there, he could have gone up with his size and snatched it out of the air. I don't know. I mean, I really think the burden of this whole thing falls on the entire organization. We made mistakes by letting key people go. We don't have a running attack. And our offensive line, though it's not the worst in the league, right now they're looking pretty close to it. I mean, something's got to change here, and if it doesn't, we're in for possibly, and I never thought I'd hear myself say this, possibly a 4-12 or 5-11 season. And
where's John?
He's
gone.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll tell you, John, what I thought. My prediction, and Doug and I, we did a preseason show, and I thought I gave 3 scenarios. I thought the best they could be was after 9 games, because I thought the 10th game against Seattle was going to be the pivotal game because we got 6 games after. But let me tell you my short scenario of what I thought. I thought the best we'd be 7-2. Thought the worst we would be going into the 10th game was 5-4. I thought probably the reality of it would be 6-3. Well, Doug, that's all out the window now.
Well,
I mean, I thought the worst scenario would be 5-4 going
Yeah.
into the 10th game, which we play at Seattle, and this is not looking good at all.
Well, the first one, I thought about what was going on with the Bears. I said 10-6. Okay, this is before training camp. I get down to training camp, and all of a sudden I'm saying, hey, hold it. Look at this offense. This offense is cooking. See, John brought up a great point. It's a terrific point. And the point is this, and this is where it comes into Turner. If you're getting down near the red zone, what is it if you take Olsen, who is a bigger, stronger guy, and split him out and have him work somebody over and come across the middle? Because he's
have
got
Des Clark
size.
in at tight end and put him either in the
Split
slot
him.
or at the
Exactly.
wideout. Greg
Split
Olsen.
him. And then you got the guy out there, try to cover man for man now in the end zone.
Which would be, Doug, just like you've got Devin Hester, putting him on at the flanker back or out at the wideout all the time. Put him in the backfield.
Sure.
Put him in motion, which we talked about last week. Do something with him, for heaven's sakes.
And with Olsen, you're right. You could do all kind of things with him. Other guys use Heath Miller that way. The Colts do that. The fact is, you spread them out. All of a sudden,
Doug,
you got man for man.
These are mind-boggling situations.
I know that.
I mean,
I know.
These are common sense things. I mean, Jesus.
You would think that
Yes.
adjust. Let's go out to Mike in Aurora. Mike, you're on the score.
Yes, man, this is brutal. This is killing me. Thank God that they made the switch to Greasy, because now it finally illuminates for everybody just how many holes we're talking about on this offense. I mean, it goes down to just about every last man out there.
Yeah.
We got one offensive playmaker, and that's Devin Hester on special teams. That's it. That's
no
all
more.
I see.
Mike, we have no difference makers on offense. Defense we do, offense we have none.
What a difference you could see last week against Dallas when you got a quarterback who can move and make plays downfield and a big old receiver who's going to run out there and snag the ball out of the air. Makes a big difference.
It sure does.
Anyway, I got an observation about Cedric Benson and then a question for you about Lovie Smith's time management at the end of the game. First of all, when I watch Cedric Benson play running back, it's like watching somebody play Madden, the video game, except all the juke buttons are broken except the one that makes you put your head down and run straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
It's just infuriating. I mean, I think maybe that's the solution. We just got to get them like a circle button and a triangle to go with it, and we'll be fine. My question about time management, at the end of the game, at any point do you consider kicking the field goal first when you've got, a minute 40 left in all your timeouts, so that if you don't get the onside kick, you can at least maybe try to get the ball back one more time? And also, if they were willing to go for it there from like the 2-yard line, why didn't they want to go for it from the 4-yard line? And why did it take them so long to call the timeout when they finally did? Thank you.
Well, the one thing that bothered me was the fact of calling the timeout. They wasted 6, 7, 8 seconds. There was no question in my mind. So you could make the choice, and I thought that, kick the field goal.
I think they wasted 15 seconds, Doug.
Whatever
at that
was
particular
left,
spot.
yeah.
I think it was 15
instead
seconds.
of one's looking at each other, he's looking at him, should we, shouldn't we? Finally call timeout. You wasted all that time. And the thing about Benson, though, maybe he doesn't have it. I thought he had it. I really did. But I'm seeing something that's bothering me. I'm seeing an attitude that's bothering me. A fact that, it seemed like there's no urgency whatsoever, Ed,
right.
To pick up that first down or make the big play or make some guy miss or do something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, Mike, I think you're talking about when they, on that particular ball where I think Garza or was Reuben Brown caught the ball and whatever was illegal, and I kind of was with some people and I was by my son-in-law and daughter's house, and I just mentioned that, well, that's an illegal play, that it will not be their ball. It'll be the Bears' ball. Well, all that time, Doug, guess where Greasy should have been? Because they were going back and forth, replay, looking at it. He should have been talking over on that sidelines, talking to Lovie Smith, talking to Hamilton, Pep Hamilton, talking to somebody about what plays it should go in there. Then when it finally make the decision that we have the ball back, then in that instant, Doug, you could see there was confusion with Greasy. I don't know if all the listeners saw that, but I saw it. All of a sudden, they had all this time, and now, bang, offense has got the ball, and then it's like, what the hell do we do now?
Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me.
They are not in sync. There's no question about it. Now, they did take the football, move it down the field, but, Detroit was in that pass defense. A lot of that yardage was racked up. The passing yardage was racked up there because they're all playing deep. They're just killing the clock. Let's go out to Dave in Riverdale. Dave, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey,
It's a real pleasure to talk to you guys.
Thanks, Dave.
See you from time to time. And my whole thing is I don't understand. Some of the callers already touched on the fact that, the play calling seems a little suspect. We had like almost 60 pass plays and like 20 run plays, but we're supposed to be a running team. And I don't think we commit to the run like we need. So I don't care if we run the ball and get 1 yard, 2 yards. We got to commit to running the ball. We got to keep that defense honest. And when we on first and goal, we need to run the ball there. We can't just think we're going to pass the ball every single time, especially when everyone knows what we're going to do. My wife don't watch much football, but she's sitting there teasing me because I'm such a huge Bears fan. She's sitting there teasing me saying, we know what's going to happen. Run on first down, pass on second down, pass on third down. Everyone knows what this guy's going to do. And that needs to change. The fact that we changed from Grossman to Greasy, like the last caller said, really does point out the other issues we're having with this offense. And it all goes back to the coaching. I think Lovey needs to have it in him to go to Ron and say, hey, look, we need to make some changes here. We can't just keep doing the same things over and over and over again. It's quite frustrating. I'm waiting a whole week, to watch the Bears game only to have this garbage, and it's frustrating. We need to commit to running that ball. We need to go ahead and just say, hey, we can't be so predictable here, and that's what I see. I see that, 31st ranked defense, it don't matter because early in the year, it doesn't matter what your ranking is early in the year. I mean, that doesn't say anything. The fact of the matter is if you know what the offense is going to do, and these are professional $1 million athletes, I mean, it doesn't matter. We need to, from the top down, look at ourselves as a football organization and say, hey, the coaching needs to be a whole lot better. The play calling definitely needs to be better because the defense did a hell of a job for all those, new personnel in. The special teams step up as it always does with blocks, PATs and so forth. That offense, Ron Turner needs to really go ahead and think about what he's doing out there because Mark Martz made this guy look like he was going up against an amateur here.
Well, that's the fact is, though, if you take a look at average gain per pass, and that's a big part of when you talk about a passing team, and you look at Detroit today, 10.2. What was the Bears? Half of that, making 5.3 or 5.4. So they're not extending downfield. That's one problem. But to do that, they have to come back to who the Bears are. There's no question about it. And I'll go back to what I said. It was right before the half. The Bears are winning. They're going in to score. They're on the first down on the 6-yard line. You think they would take the football and shove it down somebody's throat. I'll tell you how bad it was. Benson wasn't even in the game. That's how bad it was. So if I'm playing defense, I got to figure they're not going to run it. Yeah, he throws the football. So that's a part about adjusting and saying to yourself, we are going to take the football and we are going to shove it down somebody's throat, especially when you get in the red zone. Let's go to Jerry and Skokie. Jerry on the score.
Hey, guys, listening to you is the perfect remedy after a Bears loss.
I'll tell you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Two quick questions. What will Ron Turner's priority be come tomorrow in preparing for the Packers next week? Does he focus on the Packers' weakness on defense, or does he concentrate on the Bears' weakness on offense? And the other question is, do the Bears know how to run a sweep?
Jerry, a couple of things. Green Bay's got a pretty damn good defense. I believe they've got they're quick, they're fast, they got a lot of speed. And what did he say? Do we have an in sweep? Yes, we do. But unfortunately, Jerry,
you're not going to see it.
Well, you're not going to see it because nobody can run it.
Okay,
that's a fact.
The fact is, again, you have to play with what you have. You got to call for what you have. So now, obviously, you need good blocking and that, but you still come up with certain things. And we'll go back once again. There's nothing says you can't take that kid Olsen and spread him out. Have him down, especially when you get in the red zone area. That's tough to cover. You're going to have to either a strong safety or a linebacker to cover a kid who's 6'5", 255 pounds.
You put him in a slider at a wideout, and some of these little shorter cornerbacks that they're out there, Doug, as big as this kid is, and you got Des Clark in there, and you put him, and however you want to work it, and it's amazing that y'all can come up with that, Doug.
San Diego does it all the time with their guys.
They do. Exactly.
With their Gates.
With Antonio Gates, they put him out in the wideout. Because you only
they'll give you that. Then put him out in a slot somewhere. You can get that guy.
Right.
Do something with them. try to get some guy open in space and make a move, because there is no one right now on the Chicago Bears offense. And Ed has said it very well, because the only guy you're talking about is Hester. Then if that's the case, then you best maybe make Hester one of your guns on offense, because there's no one there that's going to bust the game open. You take a look at it. And Berrien was the guy we were thinking about, but here's the deal with even with wide receivers. I understand that a lot of those passes were behind or this way or that way, but let me tell you something. You have to do the spectacular. If you want to be a playmaker, you can't be a regular guy. You got to be up and beyond that to make the spectacular, make the great catch, do all those things. Those balls could have been caught.
Doug, what is a receiver paid to do?
Catch the ball.
Let's go to the next caller.
Let's go out to Don in Byron Center, Michigan. Don.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Hi, Don.
Good. We just are on our way back home from the game, and there was a lot of Bears fans there and a lot of Lions fans, obviously, but there's just two comments we wanted to say. One of them was, win or loss, when we would have left that stadium, we would not have gone up to Lions fans and got in their face and started really cutting them down, but that is all we got when we left that field. Those Lions fans are just rude. I have my 12-year-old daughter walking with me, and they don't even care. They just walk up and they just start getting in your face and fighting, and last time I checked, none of us were on the field. We don't have any control of what happened. We're a fan. Everybody was there to watch a game. My other thing we wanted to say was Greasy wasn't going to fix the game or win the game, and not having a running game wasn't helping us either. What killed us was all of the penalties that we achieved during that game. Penalty after penalty after penalty is why we lost. It was nice to have Greasy there, but Greasy, Rex, Orton, that wasn't going to matter. It was the penalties.
Well, yeah, the penalties had a lot to do with it, but the fact still, he threw 3 interceptions. And in fact, one was turned for 64 yards. And I understand, and you're absolutely correct, 14 penalties for 102 yards it'll kill you. There's no question. Just to topple that onto everything else. And that's what even made this game so poor. As far as the fans up there in Detroit, I mean, they have nothing to scream about, because it's been 50 years since they've been to a championship game. In fact, they haven't won a playoff game in 50 years. So I wouldn't worry too much about them.
Well, the only thing that Don's talking, she's talking with a 12-year-old daughter.
I know that.
And they get in her face, and God knows what they might have said. But I tell you what, there's no reason for something like that. Dad, you got a lady walking with her daughter, and somebody's going to come up and taunt her or get in her face because she's a Bear fan. I mean, come on. You're talking about a bunch of lowlifes.
There it is. Let's go out to Richard in Hyde Park. Richard, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
How you doing?
Richard.
Oh, look, I'm so upset, but I'm trying to put this thing in some type of perspective. When you have Ron Turner versus lack of speed versus aging offensive line and versus a team that does not use their tight end, I equate those two defensive players. So every time the Bears come on the field, the offensive line come on the field, you have 11 players versus 14. The 4 defensive players are always available, and that's why we can't get anything done. They can put 8 or 9 people. Benson can't do anything because they can put 8 or 9 people for every single hole. He can't do anything because they have 3 to 4 people always free. We have to do something. We have no speed. We have Ron Turner as an offensive coordinator. 2 losses right there. We don't use Owens as a tight end. That's another player that's lost. So now instead of 10 offensive players, you now have 10.
Richard, let me tell you something. When you sit and everybody's looking for this magical answer now that we're 1-3, and I know the listeners are, and Doug and I are trying to come up, trying to make some sense of why we're 1-3, and why are we almost dead last in offense again. You know what? These things are not a mystery, and I'm going to say this again. We are basically come from under center, but although today this was the first time I've seen us run several plays from shotgun, and that's because of Greasy, okay? But until, Richard, we can incorporate the ability not only for the quarterback to come from under center, okay, but to utilize sprint outs or bootlegs to go from a no-huddle offense, run your offensive scheme from a no-huddle offense, and to go totally from a shotgun, to give these looks and to get into the year 07, we are not really going to be a threat offensively to anybody. Why? Because they figured our offense out. We come from one way, and if we don't run the football, we're dead in the water. We're dead in the water. We don't run from the multiple sets, and that's about as simple as I can make it.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. The Chicago Bears lose 37-27 to the Detroit Lions. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Blues Bar, the Northwest suburbs' newest entertainment venue, is proud to present the Booze Brothers, opening weekend October 12th and 13th. Blues Bar, located at Bussey and Route 83 in Mount Prospect. For information, visit blues-bar.com. Hey, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in DeKalb. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug and OB. It's an honor to talk to you guys.
Thank you, my friend.
I have to rant for a second and
Sure.
just listen to me. I'm mad as hell. Is that the fact is that Greasy is not the quarterback that everybody think that he is. Grossman could have done a better job. They can't run the ball. They have no receivers, nothing. And you might as well have John Shoup calling the calls because all you're doing is 10-yard passes, this and that. And it's just annoying to me that you cannot throw the ball downfield. You cannot do anything. And bring Greasy, which was supposed to be the great, the god for the Bears to take over from Grossman. It's baloney. If Grossman was in there, he would have, I think, put up more points than Greasy did. And bring back him in. You're messing up his money by talking, by having Greasy in there, and it just annoys me.
Well, Mike, thank you. I don't know if it would have been a different in this game. I don't know if Gorton would have been a difference in this game. What has to happen here is the fact that running back, wide receiver, offensive line, they've got to help the quarterback out. And we saw what happened today. We saw what happened with the pressures. We saw what playmakers not making plays, not making catches. See, to be a playmaker, you have to do something up and above the normal. That's like what Hester does. So you tell me who does that on our offense. Who does that on our offense? Up and above the normal. And I can't think of anybody. Because a lot of times you see wide receivers making great catches to help out their quarterback. We get drops. If the ball isn't perfect, they're not catching them. We're not going downfield. So there's a lot of things going on here that maybe even Grossman's still back in this football game. The same thing would have happened to him. Until they change the rest of it, the quarterback has no chance on this team.
Mike, they did things. We went out offensively. We drafted Greg Olsen, number 1 at tight end from Miami. Number 1. The reason why we drafted him is to make our passing game go. He was going to be the key. He was going to be the catalyst because he can split the seams, split the zones, and the great thing about him as a big kid in the tight end was his speed, running the ball after the catch, okay? After 4 games, Mike, does anybody even know if he was in the game today? Think about what I just said.
I didn't see him, but
Doug, he was brought here and drafted number 1 to make a difference in our passing game, to make our passing game go. That's why we drafted him, and we can't even find him on the field.
See, that's the whole key.
It's
upsetting.
Where's your rhyme? Where's your reason? Where's your philosophy? What are you trying to do offensively? I said it, Doug, after the San Diego game. What was our game plan? What were we trying to be? What are we trying to do? What are we trying to accomplish? The second game, same questions. What do we want to be? A running team, a passing team? We don't know what we want to be. We're not in sync in a running game. We're not in sync in a passing game. Third, now the fourth game, Doug, we're 1-3, and the question still looms large. What does our offense? What do we want to do? Where do we want to go? How do I want to attack somebody? We play against the Lions. We have the 31st worst defense against stopping the run. And what do we do best? We run the football, and we get 8 yards in 9 attempts the first half. What do we want to do, Doug?
Well, see,
now, who's calling these shots? Who's calling them?
It's got to be Turner calling the shots.
Greg Olsen was brought in to improve our passing game, not unless somebody knows more than I know.
That's what pisses me off. What pisses me off, I saw the offense down in training camp. I saw they had Olsen in, they had Garrett Wolf in, they had Hester in. There was a package. It's called the package. Why not use it? Why not try to use some of this stuff? Why not have the guy in the flanker? Why not go from, if you're going to go from it, if you're going to try to do some of this stuff passing, why not put all these guys in together? Instead, we look like we're running in mud out there. We look slow. The best our offense moved was when Garrett Wolf was in the backfield.
What I'm telling you is for 4 games. We don't know what we want to be offensively. If we could figure out exactly what it is that we want to be, maybe we could zero in on it and get better. How the hell do you draft the kid number 1 to improve your passing game and he's not on the field or he's not utilized in the passing game? Now, you answer that one for me.
Well, maybe he's hurt. I don't know, Ed. But if he's not hurt, then they're dead wrong. Because number 2, the other thing is you don't draft Garrett Wolf, the 4th guy, and not have some kind of use for him in that offense either. But Olsen is a gimme. Olsen is a total gimme.
These are
6'5",
questions.
250 pounds, they're fast. I would find a position. Or find him somewhere to get the football to him.
What did he was brought in to do what? Improve, make the passing game go.
Absolutely.
He's not even on the field. If he is, you can't find him.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. OB and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And Swanson Tool is the inventor of the Speed Square and makers of quality level and layout tools. Check them out at SwansonToolCO.com and enter the exclusive Score Listener Weekly Drawing. Swanson Tool, building customers' trust for more than 80 years. Let's go to Kelso on the south side. Kelso, you're on the Score.
Doug and OB.
What's up, Kelso?
It's very funny to hear the fans now and the callers call in and talk about Ron Turner. I've been on this guy since last year.
Yeah, you have, Kelso.
I've been on it since I knew this was going to happen. Look, before I get to that, look, Brian Greasy, this your favorite, right? This is the guy I told. He's a journeyman check-down quarterback. Just like you said last year, Doug. Greasy could have did the same thing in the St. Louis game. Well, Grossman could have did that crap. You can't get turnovers from him. If he does that next week, there's no reason to play him. You're not winning. There's no reason to play him. I hate to say, you might have to put in KO. You might have to put in Cal Orton because Greasy is a veteran and 2 interceptions in the red zone.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Kelso, let me ask you another question. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How good do you think our wide receivers are?
No. Trust me, we don't have no game breakers. I already know that. But you got speed, Doug. I mean, Greg Olsen came out the fastest.
Oh no, that's the one I want. Yeah, we're LB19. You're right, Kelso. Incorporate. I mean, here's a guy, your number 1 pick. We're talking about this. If a guy's got that kind of ability, and he's, he's 6'5", weighs 250, runs like a deer. Why wouldn't you find plays for this guy to do?
Especially when you get in the red zone. If you still want to use Des Clark, you use Des Clark or Gilmore, the other tight end. But, boy, get this kid, Greg Olsen, on that football field in the red zone. Just get him. I mean, my God, he's got all the talent in the world, and nobody knows where he is. Jesus.
He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. It's the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone.
Just quickly, Doug, I just mentioned Steve Stone.
Yeah.
I tell you, does he do a hell of a job?
Yeah,
or
he
what?
does.
I tell you what, he
knows those Cubs inside and out.
Boy, oh boy! I tell you, he knows baseball. Either that, or he's one of the great whatever.
He does a great job.
Yes, he does.
Let's go out to Brian in Aurora. Brian, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, longtime fan, longtime listener. Love the show. First off, I want to know why we got rid of Thomas Jones. Why? Why did they do that? Everybody could see that Thomas Jones was the catalyst to that offense. He is the one that got him started. As long as he was running good, Rex felt comfortable, and then we got the short passes, the deep ones to Berrien. And what's wrong with Berrien this year? How many passes has he dropped this year?
He's dropped quite a few. Moose dropped another one today, too, that was important. And the one to Berrien, obviously, he got out-fought for one in the end zone, which turned into an interception. The other one was behind him and tipped up in the air. Yeah. So really, he's not been making the real tough catches.
Brian, the other answer is a very simple answer for you. Like, why is Thomas Jones gone? It falls on two persons' head. It's the head coach and the offensive coordinator. Because if our general manager went to them and said he's got a trade to go to the Jets for Thomas Jones, we can do him for this. Are you sure that Benson is the guy that's going to answer our problems going into the future, our $16 million man? And it has to be on Lovey Head Smith and Ron Turner's head, both of them. That's where it came from.
Let's go to Daryl and Allsip. Daryl, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I've been watching you for years. I've been season ticket holder since 1954, a little child. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that bothers me now is that I watch you guys, and there was never any question about attitude. You guys were ready to play. Everybody was ready. Now, Rex gets handed his spot with a silver spoon, and there's an attitude with our running back. Now I'm thinking, is this going to spread to the rest of the team? What do you guys think?
I don't think it'll spread to that defense. I saw an effort today that was outstanding. I mean, when you talk about changing 4 or 5 starters, and all of a sudden these kids come in and play, and they tried, and they busted their ass the whole night. I mean, the whole day. So I don't think that'll happen. I do believe this, though. You know, somewhere along the line, there's got to be a spark. Whoever that spark is, they thought it was going to be Greasy for this game. It didn't happen that way. Someone's got to step up. And I always thought it would have been Benson. I really did. But I don't see it. I'll be honest with you. I don't see it. He's going to have to show me. And I got to tell you something. They're going to have to show a hell of a lot, Ed, next week when they go against the Packers, because the Packers' defense hell of a lot better than Detroit's defense.
Oh, there's absolutely no question about it, Doug.
Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hello?
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Hey. Yeah, I think all the pieces are starting to fall to the organization, and I'm starting to see what Lance Briggs is talking about. You know, it seems like they're making bad decisions. You know, you get rid of Thomas Jones, and, I mean, how can you get rid of somebody who's, you know, showing you year after year that they're getting the job done?
Well, you know what? It's kind of interesting, Mike, when you sit there, and it's not a mystery that Grossman this job was handed, and nobody could challenge for that. I mean, they made no bones about it, and that's pretty hard, and especially when he's there, and then nobody can challenge for that. And then we get Benson, and for 2 years he couldn't beat out Thomas Jones. And how did Benson become a starter? Well, they got rid of Thomas Jones. So you basically have a couple of guys on offense, and you talk about, you know who gets it kickstarted, who gets it going, is certainly number one is the quarterback, and then you have to have a quality running back. And I think if you take a long look at it, Doug, not unless I'm mistaken, those two guys pretty much had their jobs handed to them, didn't they?
Oh, they did. There's no question about it. You know, they said,
I don't know if it's right, wrong, or indifferent.
Right,
but.
And the big reason, obviously, you know, Benson was making the money. They had to find out what he could do. They thought he could do it, and that's why they drafted him the 4th pick in the first round. But you have to take a look at your team now and say, tell me, who can help us? Well, if I look at this team, I say to myself, I know Hester can help you. Let's see. I know that Greg Olson can help you. I know that Garrett Wolf can help you.
But how
find a way.
There you go.
Find a way.
There you go. And if you're going to run with the same, if you're going to have the same thoughts that you have offensively that we run the first 4 games, Doug,
you're going to lose.
You're going to lose. We have to make some drastic changes in our offense and how we attack a defense.
Let's go out to Vinny in his car. Vinny on the score.
All right, guys. Good evening. Good show.
Thanks, Vinny.
I had some concern even this year and last year about the cover 2, just by design how it works. Now, I don't know about how it's all supposed to work, but it always seems it opens itself up for the underneath pass because you're covering the deep zone. But the last couple of weeks, and if you trace it back into the second half of last season, these average to good quarterbacks are taking advantage of that, throwing the crossing patterns underneath, and they're getting a lot of yards after the catch, too. Now, when Tampa actually did play this defense, they were some of the best tacklers I've seen, so that is a shortcoming. I think the Bears haven't tackled very well recently. But, I mean, this cover 2, isn't going to be burned by Favre next week by just these underneath crossing patterns to Driver and Jennings? How is it supposed to work, and how is it supposed to stop a team?
How it's supposed to work at cover 2, the basic idea of a perfect cover 2 is to have 4 great down linemen, 2 defensive tackles that can get up and create the havoc, and you have a couple of ends that can constantly put pressure on the quarterback. Therefore, when you drop back in coverage, you got 7 people. You got the linebackers taking care of the middle of short passes, and you've got the deep back so nobody can get 7 points on you. That's the ideal to coverage, but it's all predicated on 4 great down linemen.
Ed, we got to go. Thanks to you, buddy.
Thank you, Doug.
I'll see you next Monday.
Next Monday will be from noon to 2. And
talking about the Packers.
Let's hope they can straighten out their problems and get a victory here, pal. We need it bad.
Thanks to David Schuster, live from Detroit, our producers Tim Bach, Mark Joliffe, Herb Lawrence, and thanks to all our great callers tonight. I mean, it's unbelievable the way you guys call, and Ed and I really, really appreciate it.
They're the best.
I'll be on tomorrow night from 6 to 7:30 p.m. on Chicago NFL Live with Lawrence Holmes. Stay tuned for Sunday Night Football as the Philadelphia Eagles take on the New York Giants. Good night, everybody.
And now, with a special Monday edition of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, here's Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this hourly sponsor is Jimmy John's. That's right, this hour is brought to you by Jimmy John's. OB, what a glorious evening Monday night was. There it was, right in front of us, pal.
I have to tell you something.
Glorious.
There's only two people. I thought it was only one this morning when I did the Mike North show, and I congratulated Mike North for picking it. But then when I was listening to Mully and Hanley, and they do have a hell of a show, and I found out that Big Doug also predicted the Bears would win. I have to tell you this, Doug. You're the only two people
in the United States.
On this planet. Not in the United States, on this planet that picked the Bears to beat the Packers.
Lawrence Holmes picked them also. Lawrence picked them.
He did?
Yeah, Lawrence picked them. There was three of us.
Well, now there's three of us.
Yeah, there's three of us.
There's three of you.
Well, how'd you think? What'd you think?
Then there was a threesome. I tell you what, Doug, I've been so disillusioned by what's been going on with the difference makers and the coaching staff the last few games. I didn't give them very much of a chance. And the reason why I say that, if it had been somebody else, but I was just thinking of Brett Favre. Brett Favre is not going to be at home 4-0 and going the way he's going, and he's not going to lose to the Bears. He would find a way to win. But fortunately for us, Doug, they came out the first half, they wrecked us, and then the second half, we retooled, and it looked like to me, Doug, and maybe to our listeners, they can chime in on this, looked like, and which was hard to believe, but it looked like the Packers played not to lose the game. And which is the reason why I say it's hard to believe, because I don't see Brett Favre. The fire was gone in his eyes the second half, Doug. He looked like he was very passive, and he played a very passive game on offense. So that's basically what I saw. And if in fact that was the fact that they did play not to lose, good for us.
Yeah, here's what I think happened, and this is what I saw. The first half, as you said, we got annihilated. The second half comes in. You're always talking about adjustments in the locker room.
Biggest thing in the game, Doug.
What they did was they came out the second half and said this: look, we're going to run cover 2 forever. We're going to take away the passing game. Now, what's going to happen is that our 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers must take care of the run. Now, Green Bay sees that. Conventional wisdom tells you the fact that if someone's in cover 2, you run the football at them. Well, Green Bay tried, and they tried.
They ran it the first half.
Second half, they didn't.
No.
19 yards they got in the second half.
Yes.
They got 101 in the first half. So they couldn't do it.
102, Doug.
I'm sorry, Ed.
Don't ever do it again. Okay.
But they couldn't do it, all right? So all of a sudden, that adjustment happened. And going into the football game, in my mind, while I'm making these picks, I'm saying to myself, these things got to happen. One, they've got to get Greg Olsen involved. Well, they got him more than involved. He got in there and made some nice catches and a touchdown. 2, Benson has to carry the football 25 times. He did do that. I wasn't impressed about half of those carries, but the fact was he carried the ball 25 times. And Greasy got to stay away from interceptions, had 1, but had 2 touchdowns. But I got to tell you, the game in itself, there's no question in my mind, I think in most people's mind, if Tillman don't make force those 2 fumbles, Ed, the ball game's over.
Right, but that's what he does do, Doug. He does. He's very proficient at that. He does do it. And I will tell you this, Doug, kudos to the Bears coaching staff, offensive, especially, Ron Turney, he takes a beating. But I tell you what we said last week, Doug, that they have to run, they cannot abandon the running game. That's what we do. Now, are you going to run for 150, 125 yards every game? No, you're not to. But you can't abandon the run the way we did a week prior, Doug, where we threw the ball 52 times. And the first half we ran 8 times. That cannot be. The reason why it can't be, and the reason why in the second half that the play-action pass worked, especially to Des Clark and to Greg Olsen, because we didn't give up on the running game in the second half, Doug. We had patience. We ran the ball, and for the listeners, when we talk about play action pass, you have to have the running game going. When you use the play action pass, the defenders, they have to, what they defense against first and foremost is against the run. So if the quarterback can put a good fake in on play action pass, that'll hold the linebackers and basically the defensive backs and also the defensive linemen, Doug, for maybe 1,001 count. Well, that's all you need. And it worked. Why? Because we didn't abandon the running game in the second half, and that's why the play-action pass worked, and that's why we got Des Clark that big touchdown.
There's no question that you take the offense, take the running game. This is what the Bears are about. Take the defense. And the one thing we knew about the defense was the fact in the first 4 games, we understood it, they weren't getting the takeaways. We're not getting the takeaways. We end up with 5 takeaways. That makes the big difference in the football game. And I got to tell you, 2 guys that played defensively I thought were outstanding was Lance Briggs and Tommy Harris. Those 2 guys, they made plays. They made plays during that whole football game. Now, Urlacher didn't have his best of games in that first half, except when he came up with the interception, and it seems like a turnaround. But when you talk about football, besides Tillman, what was going on here? Tommy Harris and Lance Briggs were outstanding.
I'll tell you what, if Tommy Harris did one heck of a job, Doug, in getting off on the ball, getting up into the gap. He played a terrific game, basically on a leg and a half. He's got a bad knee, but guess what? He's gutting it out. And I'll tell you something. Tommy Harris, Doug, I think right now if he's not one, he's the second best tackle in the league. Maybe the kid from Detroit is number 1. But I would say Harris, in this whole league, out of all these 32 teams, if he's not one, right now he's playing at a level of the second best defensive tackle in this league, and I'm glad we got him.
You remember the Urlacher interception? That was Tommy Harris. He came from the outside. Urlacher, I mean, you had Favre going way to the outside. He comes from his defensive tackle position, charges all the way to the outside, gets in Favre's face. He was the one that really threw Favre off. And of course, Favre throws that football, trying to make something happen, and Urlacher intercepted.
And you know what? The thing about him, everybody wants, they want the linemen. They want him 6'5", 6'4", 6'6", 6'7". They want him 350, 320, 335. Tommy Harris weighs what, 190?
Soaking wet.
Yeah, soaking wet, 190, maybe a little bit less. But what does he have, Doug?
290.
He's got great, 290,
yeah.
Doug. Well, what does he have? He's got great quickness and speed, and there's nothing you can't. That's the way to be, pal. And nothing's better than that.
And the other thing too, he's a football player. I mean, that has a lot to do with when the guys are out there and they make moves and they make plays. I got to tell you, and this goes to the coaching staff too. And I don't know why, maybe it was a little late, but what Greg Olson, you drafted the kid number 1. You know what he has, but let's don't take away. And I basically said this has got to happen. Olson's got to be a big part of the win, which he was. But don't take away what Des Clark can do either. Des Clark is out there catching that football and doing a pretty damn good job.
Well, here's what Ron
averaging
Turner,
20 yards a catch.
Right. Here's what Ron Turner figured out. That the week prior, we basically saw very little of Greg Olson, and if we did, it was in a two tight end situation. That was pretty much what you saw for a few plays. To truly get, if they really want Des Clark to be the tight end, okay, and we draft Olson number 1 as the tight end, and if Des Clark is having a fine year, Doug, what did we say last week?
He did it.
And the week before.
Last night.
Take him, put him in a slot or in a flanker position, or put him at a wideout. Sometimes take him, put him in motion, especially in the red zone. And lo and behold, this week, what did they do?
That's what they did.
That's exactly what they did.
And if you get down in that red zone, that's exactly when you really want to use them too. Because first of all, how in the hell are these guys going to go up with this kid trying to catch the football? You saw what he did when he caught the touchdown.
Doug, we mentioned that. We were loud and clear about that last week.
3 weeks ago.
There's no question about it. But I'm going to tell you also, Doug, like it seems to me like I think all of our wideouts only caught like 1 ball. Berrien caught 1, Musa Muhammad 1.
Yeah. Not good, Ed. Not
good. I know. But here's what I saw. If what I saw was the right and true thing yesterday about Olson, Doug, playing at wideout or in that flanker position, why not put him in the regular downs between the 20s and see what the kid does out there? Have Des Clark at tight end. You can come with your 2 tight ends, but put him in the slot or the flanker, put him at the wideout, put him in motion, have him run down. Kid 6'5", weighs 250, and run against these little defensive backs. And try it. See if it works. Because I can tell you right now, between Musa Muhammad, Berrien, whatever they're doing, they're not doing it, Doug. So why not take a look at it?
It's a great changeup because
you're damn right it is.
Gates does
and it's a smart changeup.
All the other tight ends do it. Sure, well,
it's smart
that
football.
guy out there, how are you going to cover the damn guy? So there's a lot of things they can do. They even tried it with Hester with the reverse. They had Garrett in there. So, I mean, do all these things you have to do in order for this thing to work. But the basis is, you said it, all these things that were happening, the basis is attempts of running the football.
That's it.
And we had 32, I think, or 33 attempts.
33, 25 passing, 33 rushing.
And I know this for sure. They did a little survey, and I did it too. They found out that if you run the football 32 times a game, attempts, that you have a great chance of winning that football game. And that's what the Bears did. They didn't quit. They could have quit on it because, let's face it, it wasn't going that well. That running game wasn't going well at all.
You know, Doug, I was on with Mike North this morning and trying to explain a little bit about Brian Urlacher, what I saw about, Lance Briggs had a tremendous game. There's some guys that did, but Brian, second half, he came alive a little bit, okay? But, Doug, what I see with Brian Urlacher, and you played the position for 14 years and enlighten me and enlighten our listeners, is that, Doug, what I see with him, as opposed to last year, that he would go through the 2 and 3 gaps, the 4 and 5 gaps. He would fire up right in between those gaps and run down the running back, either on the line of scrimmage or in back. What I've seen yesterday and last week, especially last week, Doug, and I watched him, he's overrunning the play. But how he's overrunning the play, Doug? He's coming down the line laterally. I don't see Brian firing, using his quickness and speed to get up into that 2 gap or that 4 gap or that 3 gap or 5 gap. I don't see him doing that. I see him going laterally, and then sometimes he's overrunning the play, which he doesn't have to because there is containment. He's got to fire up inside, and he's not doing it, Doug. And you could tell me, I don't know.
Yeah, you work inside out. In other words,
because you have containment.
Containment. Now,
yes. Well, if you saw what he was doing, Doug, he was going out.
See, when you have containment, you know you can fire up into that gap because Absolutely. If he's going to bounce anywhere, the containment's there, and you're there to pick him off.
And nobody did it better than him,
what
Doug.
happens is when you start sliding down the line, which is a very difficult thing to do, and when you overdo it, all they do is they got to put a body on you. All they do is string you from the inside, and they cut inside, and there they go.
Because what you're doing, you're not going really when you're going along a line of scrimmage, Doug. As if you're a linebacker, you're not really going like at 100% speed because you're kind of like gauging your timing. You're sliding across, and what better time for one of these big linemen? And by the way, they are get paid to take you out. You know, I mean they're paid to stick you, stay with you, and bury you into the ground. That's what they're paid to do. So when he's sliding along, he's an easy target to hit. But when Brian reads the play, sees it, in which he's good at, I want to see him fire up and inside and go get him like he did before.
Just have faith and have confidence that you do have the force guy, because the force guy is a real key in this. And you're right. Send them loose. Get up into there, because I'm telling you something. I don't care. Dick Butkus is one of the best we ever played with. Even he would have major problems. These guys are so damn big, Ed.
Sure.
They don't even have to block you. All they got to do is just get on you, and you can't see anything. You can't fight through it.
And that's and Madden mentioned that when Brian Urlacher gets blocked, he can't come off the block. He stays blocked. Well, the way he's playing the game, the last few games of him shuffling along the line of scrimmage, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have these big linemen are going to stick you. And to stick you hard, and they're going to bury you.
Right.
But when he comes with that quickness, I want to see those big linemen try to fire out and have their timing and take Urlacher out. Ain't going to happen.
Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go to Andrew in Panama City. Andrew, you're on the score.
Hey, Dougie. Hey, OB.
All right,
What's up, Andrew?
It was a pretty good game. I'm looking at this differently. I'm looking at this like the defense saved our butts again.
Yeah, that's true,
half.
Andrew.
And I watched the whole game, and I was so disappointed with our play calling, especially in the first half. I know we got that touchdown, but that touchdown was given to us because of a fictitious penalty, and I'm taking it because Lord knows we need some good luck. We should have never got that. We should have had a field goal. And I'm tired because we just continue. I see the standard running formation. It's like, oh, here we go running again. And to Benson's credit, he made that touchdown run was pretty much all Benson. He got that blocker on him at about the 6.5-yard line, and he took him into the end zone with him, and he got hit again. So I was happy with that. But it just seems that at halftime, I don't know if it was Lovey was the one who came in and not only yelled at the defense, but basically told the offense to get it in gear. But our offense in the first half was completely pathetic, and we can't do that. I mean, the Packers, yeah, they're a good team, but if we go up against like a Dallas or we go up against a Patriot, we can't have the offense waiting 2 quarters or 17 minutes to get our first down. We got our first down 17 minutes into the ball game. The first 3 series were 3 and out.
Well, Andrew, there's no question our offense is not there. I mean, let's just face it. And the fact that you talked about Benson, Ed and I talked about the 25 carries. Watch Benson. Benson runs when he wants to run. And a lot of times, and most of the times, when he's in a red zone, he's running. He's going full bore. Did you see the time he tried to run to the sidelines and ran out of bounds?
Well, I'm going to tell you what.
How about cutting up and going up into the field? Well, that's what I'm saying. He's choosing his times to run. He's not going to create anything. But down in the red zone, he wants to run because he wants that touchdown.
Well, the thing that I saw, Doug, he ran out of bounds twice in the fourth quarter and took himself out. But, Andrew, addressing the situation on offense, was it a terrible first half? There's no question about it. Okay, we should have been down by 20, 24, 25, 30 points. We should have been down that first half. But the fact of the matter is that we weren't. But when the game was done and over with, Andrew, what you should have liked to have seen and what we saw for the first time, we're running more from the shotgun. Okay? More from the shotgun. Obviously coming from under center, but we're seeing bootlegs now. We're seeing Brian Griese move out of the pocket. So we're seeing a shotgun. We're seeing him move out of the pocket. We're seeing from under the center. Hopefully we can come with a no-huddle offense, and we'll be more diversified on offense, and we will probably, Doug, hopefully give the defenses, whoever we're going to be playing, obviously more headaches. But when we can run from those different offensive sets, it's going to be better offense. And, Doug, it started this week. Yesterday. It started yesterday with shotgun, the bootlegs, the sprint outs.
And what you hope, Ed, is that the Bears buy time. When I say by buying time, why do they need to buy time? That's why this win was so important, to get some of their guys back. Get Tate back an offensive tackle, to get Vasher back. Get some of these guys back so they can get going. Now, while you're buying time, you hope that your offense now is starting to get better. Griese's back. Now you take a look and say, okay, fine. What didn't he do that they've done in the past? Well, crucial situations. He threw 1 interception. But other than that, they're not turning the football over. Griese's quarterback rating was like 97. 97. Favre's was like 85. So you're talking about now getting the turnovers or the takeaways on defense, which they did do. Then the fact the running game, run the attempts, which they did do. Don't turn it over. And then on top of that, use your tight ends. Now, the main question is what you brought up. Our wide receivers are not involved. Now, I don't know where in the hell or what happened.
Right.
Not involved.
They have not involved almost all year. Bernard Berrien came out with maybe the first or second game. He caught about 4 or 5 passes. But he also, when he was catching those 4 or 5 passes, Doug, he was dropping 1 or 2. But I'm going to tell you something. Up comes along Greg Olsen. I'd love to see him out there at a wideout, Doug. Put Des Clark at tight end. Put this kid out there between the 20s, and let's see what the hell we can do.
Let me tell you something. I watched the Indianapolis Colts. They got a tight end called Dallas Clark. Watch what they do with him. They split him out in that slot position.
Sure.
That's brutal, especially if you're going the 20-yard line in.
Too?
Gates is out the wide receiver.
They do it. We've got a kid that can run like with the best of them. Get him out there.
AJ in Bartlett. AJ, you're on the scoreboard. Obie and Doug.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to talk to 2 Bear legends.
Thank you, my friend.
I have an observation, and it seemed to me that Benson, there was one time in the second half where they pitched the ball to him, and I haven't seen that very often, and it seemed to work quite well. I think he gained like seven yards in that play. Is there a reason why they don't utilize that as opposed to just a direct handoff?
AJ, they've tried the toss play before. They have. And has it really worked? No, because the fact of the matter is, AJ, that if you're going to use that, you hopefully try to catch somebody off guard, but you got to have the back that has that acceleration second to none. If you're going to toss the ball to your back and let him go wide on you, whether it's to the strong or the weak side, he's got to have great quickness and a lot of speed. And you want the fact of the matter is Benson doesn't have it.
Yeah, and no question.
He just doesn't.
You're right. They're trying to catch him in a position where they're pinching in, where everybody's trying to come up the middle. But here's the point. Even though the speed is not there, what you're hoping with him, which I was really disappointed, is the fact that when they do come outside with him, I want the one cut and then blow it upfield 100 miles an hour.
He can't do that, Doug.
But he could do it. Dad, he was running to the sidelines. He's not making that cut. That cut's not no big deal. He's taking all that power. Now you put it on them. You put it on the secondary. He ran that football. I'm telling you, I was screaming in the television. He's running it, and then extending it, and he goes out of bounds. That ball, that carrier has to come after the toss, one step, and flying up in there. If he does do that, he's got a lot of power.
Don't natural
behind
runners do that, Doug? Then the Walter Paytons of the world do that.
Sure. But
Okay.
see, what I'm saying
Marshall
is,
Faulks of the world.
Right.
Don't they do that?
But what I'm saying, though, Ed, that to me, you're saying it's instinctive, which
Sure
could
it
be,
is.
but here's the other point.
Can it be taught? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is
But let
instinctive.
me tell you something. You take a look at that, and if coaches get it, why do you think Denver has their running backs are so good all the time? Because they teach that. One step, get the hell out of the way. Don't go.
But they also have
sideline.
offensive linemen that can move out of Denver. They
Well,
don't have
sure.
a lineman over 300 pounds.
I understand that. But when the time comes, you better make that cut. I understand about, hey, no one was
Doug,
born
this is his
instinctive.
third year.
Well,
and
sure.
he came from running the football 4 years at Texas. Wouldn't you think?
I would think.
In your wildest
But
dreams,
that-
somewhere along the
that
way,
maybe I'm
that
going-
he could figure this out?
Maybe I'm going somewhere I shouldn't go. Maybe I'm going somewhere I shouldn't go. Because the fact that if he does know it, and maybe he doesn't want to do it. Like I said, there are times he takes time off. When he's down near the goal line, do you see him?
So are you saying he doesn't give 100% every time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you ask a question, you get an answer.
Yeah. But I see him down the goal line, boy, it's Ben, he's barreling. He's running. There was a time we needed a tough run in that fourth quarter. He come up with it, 7 yards, barreling. But there are other times there's nowhere to be found.
Where he doesn't show up.
Yeah. He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube post-game show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bear Fan Bob, Rick, Patrick, Tim, Tom, Mike. We'll get to you. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Hey, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bear Fan Bob in Kenosha. Bear Fan Bob.
Hey, guys, how are you? Long time no talk.
What's up, Bob?
The play that really impressed me, it showed me professionalism, and it showed me that the team is starting to grow up, was the play right after the Brian Urlacher interception, when they went in, and the next play was to throw the touchdown pass into the end zone for Greg Olson. We haven't seen that kind of drive, or what do I want to say, attitude all year, and finally we saw it. And how about your comments?
Well, Bob, you're right. First of all,
The old striker.
The old striker.
The old striker.
Well, as soon as you get a turnover, I mean, everything now is confusing. Guys are coming out in the field. Go for them. Go for their throat right away, especially you're down there, in the red zone.
Yep.
You go for it, and you go for the touchdown. You don't screw around the running act. Go for the big play, and you go to your best guy, and that was Olsen in the red zone.
Yeah, Bob, quickly, I'm going to tell you something. I couldn't tell you the times when our offense, when Doug and I, when we were playing, and the offense would throw an interception or a fumble, and we'd have to run on the field. In the huddle, it was either Bill George or Dick Butkus would say, all right, here we go. Watch out for the play action. Watch out for the deep pass. Watch out for the striker. They're going to go for the touchdown. More often, and that's held through, Doug.
Works every time.
Held true back in the day,
Yeah.
and still does it this time. For some reason, when you get out there defensively and they go after you that first play, and there's a letdown, there's a breakdown, even though you know it's coming, Bob, it's still.
It's Mike. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. This hour is being brought to you by Jimmy John's and Eddie. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Rick in his car. Rick, you're on the Score with OB and Doug. Rick,
are you there?
Rick, are you there, buddy?
You're on,
Yeah,
Rick.
I'm here.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just trying to make a comment real quick of one thing I noticed about yesterday's game. The
Go
first half, if you noticed that they were hitting us with the 3-yard slants and the 5-yard slants in,
Mm-hmm.
in the second half, it seemed like the defensive backs actually moved up to about 3 yards off the wide receivers. Now, why would they play so conservative when last year that's all they did was play like 3 yards off the wide receivers? And that took away the slant. They were more physical. This year it seems like they're more tempered. They sit back and wait to see what they're going to do first, and then try to make adjustments in the second half.
Depends what defense they're in. And like I said, you go to a cover 2, you can do that because you know you got help deep. If you don't go up real tight, then you're a man for man. You're scared because you get beat. They'll go run right by you. So you'll notice in that second half, the Bears went to cover 2 almost the whole second half. That meant they could come up and play tough and tight on those receivers. Why? Because they could take the inside away, number one. Number two, they know that they got help deep by the safeties. Big difference.
But that's the key, Doug. You said the key words, take away the inside.
And they do that.
That is, if you're going to come up, one of your main reasons, if you're going to bump them, but you also take the inside away. period.
And that's because they run slants and crossing patterns.
It.
So you got to hand it to Lovey for doing that, saying, hold it. We're not sitting back here play man for man, let this team chew us up. So the fact is come up and play tough. See, this is why I'm telling you the cover 2 became in existence. Because there are no longer guys that really basically can cover guys. Although I'll say this, the Packers have 2 good ones on the outside. But to stay man for man most of the time, you're going to get fried.
Well, we've got one, and Tillman, I'll tell you something, I put my money on his nose any day of the week. He's a hell of a football player,
and
Doug.
Especially when he knows if he's playing and he's got help deep, he's going to smother you. He's going to come up because knowing he has help deep.
Doug, he's a tough kid. He's mentally tough.
He's a big kid.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go out to Patrick in Tinley Park. Patrick, you're on the score.
Ed?
Yes, sir.
Ed and Doug, it's my pleasure talking to you, gentlemen. Ed, you really made my point for me. I called in and I made a comment to your the person who answers the phone for you, is that I thought one of the keys of the game was the fact that the Bears, although they weren't particularly effective, they stuck with the run, and that sets up the play action passes, and that really set, as Ed had mentioned, that really set up that touchdown pass to Clark at the tail end of the game there. And to me, that was the key. I have a follow-up question along those lines. It does seem as though their line is having a little problem with the pushing the other defensive line off the ball. Are there certain formations they can line up in that can give their offensive linemen a help along those lines? I'd like your comments along those lines.
Well, normally what happens, too, when you take a look at the Bears, a power team. In other words, they have a lead back or fullback coming in. A lot of times with their biggest play is they pull the offside guard, Reuben Brown. They got to call a power O. And they come in there and they'll kick guys out, and that's how they try to do it. But the fact is, a lot of times it's just a matter of wanting to do it. I mean, I don't understand. Everybody says, well, you can have the blocking scheme is this or blocking scheme is that. Basically, you got to have your mindset that you're going to go, and especially during that week, during the course of practice, that you're going to block somebody, that you're going to go out and hit somebody. It doesn't get much simpler than that. Yeah. Now, you can do the X's and O's and get a little bit better as far as maybe advantage of where you line up, but still, it comes down to Lovie Smith said this. We are a running team. We come running off the bus. Well, last night, they came running out of the hotel, and they were more than a running team. That's what, and the more you do it, the better you get.
Well, what's happened, Patrick, what we've seen prior to this, up to this game last night, is they know that we don't have a throwing game. We just don't. Okay. So what do? They're going to come up. We know we like to run the football, so they're going to come up with whether it's a blitz combination or you got your down linemen with safeties, like everybody shooting up into a gaps, and they're going to stop our run. Now, how do you stop that? How do you beat that kind of a situation? How do you make it where your passing game is formidable and take these people and maybe back them off a little bit? The only way that you can do this, Patrick, is run from multiple offensive sets. That is the only way. Because if you think you're going to sit there and come from under center for 4 quarters and run and pass in today's game, they're going to eat you alive. So what you have to do is what we saw happen yesterday, shotgun, bootlegs, rollouts. It's coming. It's looking better.
And also, too, the fact that, and Ed said when they bring the guy up, the 5th guy up or the 6th guy up, or how many guys
sure,
in the
Doug,
box.
they know, and that's what I'm telling you.
See, here's the point, though, and you're absolutely correct. You've got to show the other team, if you do that, you're going to pay the price because I'm going to throw the football somewhere.
And the only way that you can do that, Doug, is run and go from those other different sets, okay? And because that's what they don't want you to do. That you're sitting back there, you're 11 ducks, my friend.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. That's the one he's talking about. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. But no.
No, you were wrong. No. Okay,
I'm wrong again.
It's got the Tim in Naperville. Tim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, it's an honor to talk to you guys.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Timmy.
Hey, I'm looking at this a whole different way, I guess. I kind of think last night the Bears got lucky, and they actually took advantage of a coaching staff that's worse than they are. The way that Green Bay came out the first half, the Bears couldn't do anything.
Right.
And the past couple callers have stated, Doug, that you said how the second half Bears came out and adjusted for the quick slants that Fred Favre was throwing.
Right.
But it took them a whole half to adjust to that.
Yes. That's exactly right, Tim.
Man, and the other thing is I just noticed in watching the game, Madden even said the second half about how they should put him in charge.
because it seemed like Green Bay came out and was totally flat, like what you guys said about them going into a prevent. So can we walk away from this game being all fired up and all positive, or did they just get lucky that it was handed to them?
Timmy, I'd say they walk away from this game feeling good about themselves and fired up. We were 1-3. Timmy, Jesus, if we'd have went up there and lost this game, and I'm going to tell you something, obviously it's right in front of you. It was not looking good before the game even started going up there because Brett Favre was on fire. We knew they didn't run the football, but he was hot as hell, passing the ball all over the lot. And anytime you can go up to Green Bay and pull a win out, and boy, did we need that one, because if we were 1-4, that probably would have broke our backs. But I tell you what, Tim, they stood up, they were accountable, and at the end of the game, the coaching staff, all in all, did a good job. The players responded, and we came out with a victory. Now build on it. Build on it.
The fact is, it was a do or die. And it was a do-or-die situation, and the Bears were not at full strength. They had to go on the road to play a team that has won 8 in a row, a team that was 4-0, also into the division. You do what you have to do to buy time so you win this football game, then hopefully you get stronger as you go down the road. Did the Packers help give us this football game? Yeah, they did. They certainly did. There's no question about that, but I'll tell you what.
Mike McCarthy, the head coach?
I will take it. I will take it.
Yeah. My first name is Mike, isn't
it?
Mike McCarthy, the head coach, Doug. Mm-hmm. There's a guy coaching, failing. I tell you, for them to come out with the way they were throwing that ball, they've been throwing around for 4 games, Doug, and what they were doing, and to totally go into a shell, that was unconscionable to me. I mean, I'm just talking about, I'm looking at the game, trying to analyze it. I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is he doing? What are they doing out there?
He fell into the trap, the fact that if you're playing cover 2, you're supposed to run the football against the cover 2. That's what the Bears did. He couldn't do that. So then you have to say that your defense, your 4 down linemen and your 3 linebackers did one hell of a job in that second half to only give them 19 yards.
But actually didn't do that good, Doug. The first half they ran for 100 yards, 102 yards.
Exactly, but that wasn't the second half. You see, with the cover 2, they weren't playing that. They were playing the second half. So the pressure, maybe the guys need pressure. Say, look, you got to stop the run. They did do that. In the first half, they were also worried about Favre, that they knew coming in. Slants and crossover patterns were there. They didn't take those slants and those crossover patterns away at all, did they?
Right, no.
And so that was a major problem. Come out the second half, they play a whole totally different defensive game. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Jocko, Scott, Tim, Tom, Jeff, all you guys will be right there. That's Peter Gunn.
Now wait a minute. Hold on.
I know Peter Gunn.
Listen to this. So we break for commercials. So I says, so our crack staff, Cy and Joe came up with it. People text in, and it was the theme from Peter Gunn. But before that, Doug told me, he says, Ed, you and whoever called Texas in are the only people that know what it was, because that was way back in the day. I tell you, it was a great TV program, Peter Gunn.
I remember
and it's
Peter
a great
Gunn.
theme. Okay,
but
now
it's not the same song, though.
I know. I said it sounds like it, but I thought it was. Okay, all right.
Let's be clear about that.
Now, Doug, to bring you up to date, and just talking to Joe and Cy, our crack staff behind the window, behind the glass.
Yeah.
We are in excess of 500 Texans that remember that. Now, I may be embellishing a little bit. I think two people called in. No. That was Peter Gunn. We're approaching 500.
I was so bad. I guessed Hawaii 5-0, but I was trying to think about this.
Hawaii 5-0, Doug, would be Sweet Leilani.
No, it's not. It's a more tougher thing.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Now this is the NFL one. See, this is the NFL.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's a takeoff.
Different.
No. Well, that's a takeoff on Peter Gunn. That's right. Plagiarism.
No, you always had a great ear.
Thank you, Doug.
You're listening to the Score.
Embarrassing.
Of course it is. Sports Radio 670.
Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Buffone, Obradovich. Take it in. What a voice.
I don't know the words to the song.
Peter. Thank you, Peter. 312-644-6767. This has been a terrific weekend, except for the Cubs losing. Everything was going my way. The Illini. win. I wish we had this Mendenhall kid put on a uniform.
Mendenhall, yeah.
Run for us. Then you got the Bears obviously winning. The only letdown, the only down thing, the only thing that threw water on the fire was the Cubs. Who would ever thought they would get swept? I guess if they couldn't go beat the Marlins down there in Florida right before the playoffs, it could happen. It did happen, but what a letdown that's been.
You know what, Doug, quickly on something like that, you think that, they got into the playoffs. However, the Cubs got into the playoffs, and, they won their division where they backed in, or whatever you want to call it, they were there. And you know what, and we always talk about the moment, seize the moment, it's a short window, et cetera, et cetera. But this team, a few days ago, had a chance to break a 99-year curse.
Huh.
A 99-year curse. They would have been remembered in the history of baseball, Doug. All these players on that team are the team that broke the 99-year curse. Okay, and however you want to look at it, maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not a big deal. But boy, when you get in a chance to get in the playoffs and to make something and win a world championship, there is no tomorrow. You must seize the moment, and nothing else counts but that.
I suppose, too, though, the fact if you want to look at the bright side, then maybe you can break it at the 100-year curse next year. Maybe 100 sounds better than 99.
Well,
kind of.
No, 99 would be better because you didn't let it get to 100. You kind of broke it at 99. Anyways, that's the way I see it. And again, Mitch is probably having a heart attack now we're talking baseball.
Right now he's got a pencil right near his throat. He's pushing.
Don't jump, Mitch! Don't jump!
Pull the pencil away from the throat, Mitch. You'll be okay. It's got to Tom in Rogers Park. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, good thing you're entertaining,
Tom.
Listen up. I think the story of the Bears game this is Lovie Smith's win. If you look at the three big elements, in my opinion, to win the game, they all go back to Lovie. Tillman strips. Lovie comes to town preaching strips. During the week, Lovie said, we're going to run the ball. Hester Olsen. Thank God Turner finally, took a directive from his head coach and got that done. And then, of course, Lovie's fiery speech in the second half, in the half that got the defense, really fired up. And the way I look at the season, and also Lovie's success in this game, also to me emphasizes Turner's deficiencies, because I have a hard time ripping on a player, especially the offensive line. I mean, I know, and doing the grunt work, if the coach is calling some play, you're going to the line, and in your heart you're thinking, oh man, we're going to run this again, and they're going to bury us. I just have a hard time really ripping on Kreutz and Tate and those guys, because I think Turner sabotaged the defense or the team with his predictable play calling. Finally we get Hester and Olsen. What a shock! They actually, changed. They actually moved the ball when they threw to the tight end, and then used Hester as a decoy. So I really think that Lovie Smith is a terrific coach, and he showed his stuff. And I think that he really needs to take more, to light more of a fire under Turner to be less predictable, and to start using his brain and get his head out of his butt.
Well, the fact when you talk about Turner, and let's face it, guys, you want to talk about calls. It was a terrific call, 3rd and 2, and all of a sudden, he was going to go to the flat, because this is the play I thought in my mind: do the play action, go to the flat to the fullback. Well, that was covered. The next thing you know, he looks downfield, and there is Des Clark going downfield, and, of course, they hit him. That was a great call. There were some calls during that course of that game that were good. Obviously, the question we all had, going into this football game, you had drafted a kid number 1, Olsen, and you're saying to yourself, where is he? Why isn't he playing more?
He was non-existent, Doug.
He got hurt the first game, but that was it.
We were 1-3, and in the games we never saw him.
But I'll go back to this. Don't cut this kid, Des Clark, short, because he averaged 20 yards a catch, and this guy can play. So like Ed and I were talking about, maybe you had Clark in there. You're going to use the other kid.
Take Olsen to put that
wide receiver.
Absolutely, Doug.
Everywhere. Move him around.
And even, we want him in the red zone so we can pick up the points. But let's try him. Let's put him in between the 20s, and let's see if he can put the fear in God of some of those safeties and those little side backs, my friend.
Absolutely. There's no question in my mind. You better find a spot for him to be on when you're in the red zone.
Absolutely.
Let's go out to Jeff in Oak Park. Jeff on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Jeff.
Hey, just to stick with the play calling for a second, I wanted to ask you guys about twice last night on 3rd down, they opted to run Adrian Peterson up the middle, basically. And I think one time it was like with 9 minutes left in the third quarter, and they kicked a field goal. The other time it was in the fourth quarter, and I think they kicked a field goal as well. But I mean, can't they at least try if they're gonna keep the ball and play conservative and go on the ground? Can't they at least try and run them to the outside, seeing as we have such a good field goal kicker? I mean, to run Adrian Peterson up the middle just makes no sense whatsoever to me, to an average fan. But and also, I mean, is Cedric Benson? I mean, is he ever going to be a starting running back in this league? I mean, I just can't see it with this guy at all. I'll take your guys' comments off the air. Thanks.
Jeff, the only way that we can get around on the outside, whether we're going to run wide to the weaker to the strong side, with the running backs that we have, it's just not going to happen, not unless we catch somebody sleeping. Now, how can you get out wide? You can get out wide with reverses, okay? Even if you put Devin Hester in there, or Bernard Berrien, he can fly too, or come with reverses or double reverses. If you want to get wide, that's about the only way that I can see us going wide. Because with the running backs we have, we do not have the speed to put the fear of God in any defense that we're going to go running wide, strong or weak side.
No, actually, that was a good call with the Peterson call on third down. That was the one in the fourth quarter. He picked up the first down. Remember, they measured it and they came back and we got the first down. It was a quick hitter. And a lot of times those quick hitters, because teams now are playing pass defense. The linebackers are getting out of there. The defensive linemen are in a pass rush mode to get out of their gap. You hit him real quick, bam, he hits him for 4 yards. That's a good call. I don't mind that call. The other time he come up short that was wide, he can't go wide. So there are times, though, you have to switch up. You can't consistently do the same thing over and over and over again. I didn't mind that call. In fact, I thought it was a good call with Peterson on third down. Now, like Ed said, if you had a guy that could go outside, we don't have that guy.
No.
What we have is straight ahead power play. We don't have, even Thomas Jones could do it once in a while because he cut back and all that. But as far as Peterson's concerned, I thought that call was a good call, and they picked up a first down. They kept the chains moving. Let's go out to Dave and St. Charles. Dave, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Doug, OB.
Hey, Dave.
Talk to you.
Thank you.
Dougie, I used to listen to, or actually go down to your Aurora when you taped your show down there.
Oh, down in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was always a good time.
No question.
I met you there.
Yep.
Hey, the reason I'm calling is I'm just concerned. Do you think that Green Bay may have exposed the way to defense, Devin Hester, at least on kickoffs, the way they were kicking off to them? I'll hang up and listen to your answer, because every kick was something that would be very easy, any kicker could do.
I got to tell you, you're right. They come up with something unique, and I think it was good. But still, take a look at your starting position for your offense. I can understand that. Go ahead.
We were still around the 35, 40-yard line right in there. So
exactly.
It's
as bad as that would be, because Hester didn't have a shot to run back for a touchdown, Ed.
Right.
But the fact is, you're putting us in good field position. I'll take that all day long with a starting position for our offense. Let's go out to Jocko in Champaign. Jocko, you on the score.
It's always a pleasure and honor talking with you guys.
What's up, Jocko?
Hey, two players yesterday showed me they had zero heart. One was on the field and one was off the field. The one that was on the field was when Benson was running for the sidelines. He could have made a cut in and said he just didn't want to get cut, or he didn't want to get hit. And then Grossman. I don't know what this deal is with this guy, if he's off the team, but he is not listening in to what the coaches have to say. He wasn't there. Just listening. I don't know what that guy was doing. I don't know if he was just trying to get like a broad or what he was doing, but he was not in on the action, and that kind of really made me pissed off, because I guess he's done. I don't know.
Jocko, I'm going to take your first question, because your second question was brought up to me by Edo, and I'll let him answer that one.
Right.
The first one you're talking about, and I believe it. I don't know why in the hell, and I don't believe this, running out of bounds. You're right. He could have made that cut. Was he too tired to make the cut? Did he want to make the cut? That in itself, every time you see something,
or did he not see the cut?
Yeah, and I think that he knows the cut was there. I just think he was tired, or he didn't want to make the cut. I hope it was the other way around. He didn't see it, but the fact is, he should have made the cut. He should have been upfield on that play.
I got to tell you something. We're 1-3 going into that game, and I don't care if it's a third quarter or fourth quarter, and if he's our running back and he's tired, still playing in the game in the fourth quarter, we got the wrong running back, pal. We got the wrong running back. Get tired later.
Isn't the fact that what Benson said, he gets tougher and stronger as it goes on?
That was the question. Those are words. Well, those are words from his mouth.
This Grossman thing, you talked to me about that.
Go
ahead.
It came up on a show when I did a show this morning with Mike North, and this has been before about Grossman, about when he comes off the field and he makes a real bad mistake, a real bad turnover or whatever, and he just wanders around the sideline, and nobody really talks to him. Actually, what happened, I think what everybody's talking about, Doug, it happened a couple of times when Ryan Greasy came off, and Orton was there, and you really couldn't see Grossman in there. But I think what everybody's talking about, what Mike North was actually happened in the fourth quarter, and I believe I've got it written down there, Doug, it was about 2:11, exactly 2:11 in the fourth quarter, 2 minutes, 11 seconds to go. There was Greasy and Orton with Pep Hamilton, the quarterback's coach, on the sidelines, and they drew back and everything, and you couldn't find Grossman in the picture at all. Mm-hmm. Now, you talk about a critical time, whether you're going to sit there, if you can, help out in a situation, give some advice, give your opinion, you should have been there. Now, because he wasn't there, okay, now whose fault is that? You can name it on a lot of people, but you've got Pep Hamilton. He's the quarterback's coach. He's on the sidelines. He's right there. Doug, I believe that should be mandatory, that when we're on offense and there's a timeout called, obviously because it's critical, because somebody got screwed up on or didn't get the play right or whatever, they call a timeout, the quarterback comes over to the situation. You've got to have your quarterbacks and your obviously your quarterback's coach and even the head coach talking to our offensive coordinator, Doug, and getting down what's supposed to be there. Why Grossman was not there, I don't know. It'd be a good question to ask Rex Grossman, would be a good question to ask Pep Hamilton.
Well, see,
where was he? Why wasn't he there?
The other part of that is there's no question about the knowledge and learning what's going on just in case you need to be used. But the other part,
just the helpful part of it, Doug.
The other part is being a teammate.
Yes, exactly.
The other part is being a part of the team. I understand you got demoted. I understand you got put down. But the fact is,
but you may have to come back in.
Well, yeah. Yet again, too, there's something about, it must have been a disastrous thing for Rex Grossman to get benched. Had to be in his mind. But the fact is, you still got to bounce back. You got to fight back, and you still belong or are a part of a team.
The good ones do, Doug.
They do it.
The good ones do.
You didn't hear Greasy say anything last year, did you?
No.
Did he say one damn word? When I thought, personally, he should have been in a lot of those football games.
When they asked him, he said, I'll be ready when it's time.
Did you hear Kyle Orton do anything?
Okay.
You saw him on the sidelines all working for it? It's up to Grossman's turn.
Well, again, just to answer his question again real quickly. Again, it was Orton and Greasy with Pep Hamilton, 2 minutes, 11 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Critical situation, and they moved back, and there was no Rex Grossman to be found.
Let's go out to Rick and Cary. Rick, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. Great to talk to you guys. It's a pleasure. My biggest concern is the offensive line. I still do not see them opening a lot of room for our running backs, either Peterson or Benson. I know Benson's coming under a lot of fire. I don't think he's been running very hard personally, but that's my biggest concern. I just don't see the offensive line opening any gaping holes at any time during the game. You'd think once in a while you'd find some kind of hole being open, but it just seems like it's a wall of people there, and then our running backs trying to go around the end, and they've got the defense waiting for them. I don't know what you guys are seeing. Thanks a lot.
Rick, I see the same thing. I mean, in fact, if you want to saw a gaping hole, that was last week. That was the first hole I saw a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was. He ran for 16 yards, talk about Benson. They just blew a hole wide open. You're not getting many big holes. But I got to tell you, very few times in the National Football League you're going to see gigantic holes. You got to take advantage of that. But you're right. A lot of times it seems like it's stacked up before it even gets going. It just seems like there's a big pile and mess of bodies all over the place, and no one can move through it. You don't have a back that can create. So in other words, if all those bodies are piled up, you don't have a back that can bounce out or go to the other side or cut back. You've got a back that goes forward. So that means your offensive line's got to put some holes in. And they still need a lot of damn work putting some holes in. There's no question.
I just agree with what the caller said, Doug, and I agree with what you said here. But the fact of the matter is, you think the defense doesn't know that we can't go wide. What are they going to do? Plug up the 8 and 9 gaps, out wide? They're going to plug that up and let them run up the middle. They know we can't go wide. So it's going to be struggle. Guys, it's going to be a struggle all year for us to run the football, but we can't abandon it because it still is our bread and butter.
That's right, because exactly what you said at the beginning of the show. What do you do best? What they do best, and they did it with Grossman, they do it with Greasy, is the play-action play. And you only can make the play-action play work
if you run the ball.
If you run the football. And you got 33 attempts, that will give you the right to throw the play-action in later part of the game.
Again, sometimes you might not get 100-plus yards or whatever. But if you can get into 65, 70, 85, 90 yards, somewhere in there with around that 30, 33, 35 carry mark, we're going to be in every football game if we do that. When we're not going to be in a football game is when we throw the ball 52 times.
Won't happen. Will not happen. Let's go out to Scott in downtown. Scott, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Scotty.
I want you to make a comparison here for me. Now, I might be way off, but you see all these wide receivers in the league, and I can't name one single receiver that's not wearing gloves. Now, do you think these guys are having problems because they're wearing gloves? And I bet you there's more drop passes nowadays than there ever was before. Or do you think it's because they kind of have the rock star attitude and they're more worried about their fashion look and their wardrobe after the game instead of catching the balls on the field?
You know, Scott, to me, it's not the second part. You know, to me, once you get used to wearing those gloves, you got to put them on because that's how you feel you can catch them. Now, you take a look at those gloves. So you're not allowed to use stick 'em anymore. Back in the day when OB and I played, these guys loaded up with the stick 'em. I had to stick 'em on their hands. They had them on their shoes. Used to wipe that around in your hands. Well, I'll tell you what, you could snag that football. There's no question about it. So they outlawed stick 'em. No more stick 'em. And so what happens is, the fact these guys now put these gloves on, these gloves have some kind of a coarse, I think, whatever it is, it helps them catch the football. It really does. And especially, too, though.
Tremendous grip.
Tremendous grip. Then when you get into cold weather, it also helps them. So, yeah, it's not for show. I honestly believe that. What it is for, they think they can catch better with it, and then possibly the time when you get into cold weather teams, they'll go out there and they'll wear these gloves. Let's go out to Bill in Grays Lake. Bill, you on the scoreboard, will be and Doug.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up a couple of things that I haven't heard that much about. That Devin Hester helped win the game without touching the ball.
Sure he did.
They had good field position almost every kickoff and punt.
Absolutely.
And he'd go in motion with Greg Olsen. They couldn't ignore that.
Right.
And he didn't even have to touch the ball.
Well, you know what, Bill? If I'm let's say we put
something they should have done with Gale Sayers after his knee went bad.
I'm gonna tell you something. After we put Olsen in the slot or in the flanker back position, and you put him in motion. And let's say you got him on the strong side, you put him in motion to the weak side. You got your weak side safety or your weak side cornerback, and here's a kid coming in motion on the run at you before the snap of the ball, and 6'5", 255, it can run like a deer, and I'm the cornerback, and I'm 5'10", and I weigh 185. I'm going to tell you something. That's the last guy I want coming after me. That's why I want to see Olsen in the game more, as opposed to Musa Muhammad or Berrien, I think between the 20s, because have they been doing anything? Have they gotten separation from the defensive back so far? Not this year. They have not. Let's put Greg Olsen in there. The kid obviously looks like he can get it done, and let's hopefully see if they can put him. And Doug, I think he'll fill the bill.
No question he'll fill the bill, Eddie, and I think a lot of people are saying probably what I'm saying, what you're saying. Why not before? Why not? I knew Olsen was hurt.
Doug, how many times do we call it on this show?
I mean, why not
before they even?
Why this night? Why Monday night? Why not do this before? When I don't know the answer.
You want to know why? Well, I give you an answer because it's common sense, Doug.
Well, I know it's
especially in the red zone. We've got Des Clark, who's good, and we've got another kid that size that can run like that. Where are we going to put him? Keep him on the bench? No, you put him in the game. Put him in at one of these other positions where you can get 6 points, where you have a viable chance. Now we've seen what he can do. Now let's put him in the regular situations.
And here's the other thing too, and I'm hoping this is going to happen. We saw Bradley catch one catch last night for 17 yards. I want to see him play more too, because the guys are not getting separation or getting away from anybody. Musa Muhammad's not getting away from anybody.
No.
And so that's why you said Olsen, because the fact is he can, at least if he does, he's going to make the catch. He's big and strong.
And he's going to put the fear of God in those defensive backs. They may say not, no, that doesn't bother me.
Does. Yes, it does.
You make damn well sure he does.
And Bradley maybe coming in will add that little spark. Why he got on the wrong side of Lovey, I don't know, because Bradley hasn't played that much. But now's the time to start looking and starting to find out how to improve that offense.
Absolutely.
Let's go to DJ in the South Side. DJ on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, DJ?
Hey, Dougie. I haven't seen you out at the soccer field this year, man.
I was there Friday night.
Well, you were? Okay.
Yeah, my girls lost the game. I was hysterical.
like you were last night.
Yeah, right.
Hey, real quick. Now, good things happen when we run the ball. Okay, granted, we're not going to get 100 yards
exactly.
every game, but you know what? Benson, he sustained drives. When you needed a couple of yards, bam, he got them. And it's just a sustained drive, so that's why the yards per carry is going to be a little lower. But he sustained drives with that 27 carries. You're not, like you said, you're not going to win throwing the ball, 50 times a game. You got to keep that balance. And last night we kept the balance. Greasy kept his head. He made the one bad throw, but when it came down to it, hey, those double tight sets. Who scored your 2 touchdowns? Your tight ends, get them involved. And I think Ron and the coaching staff, Lovey, guys, don't be so afraid to, okay, if this isn't working, don't abandon it. Stick with it, and it's going to be there.
DJ, the thing about...
DJ hit it right on the nose. You cannot abandon, Doug.
But it's amazing,
That's what we do.
When you run the football, you best better play defense, too. Because let me tell you something. If you're down to 20 or 18 points or whatever it is, you're not running that football as much. So there's a combination of things working together. The fact is you got to play defense, get the turnovers, and run the ball.
Doug, we've got Des Clark, and we've got Des Clark and Greg Olson, 2 guys that are 6'5", in excess of 250 pounds. One's got good speed, the other one's got great speed, and there's only 4 defensive backs, and you got 2 big guys like that coming over the middle, Doug, or on a fly pattern or something. I'll tell you, you got to scare the hell out of those defensive backs.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Brad, Mike, Greg, John, Jesse. We'll get to you right after this. Back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Buffone, Obradovich, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Brad in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Brad, you're on the Score.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
I almost had a hat trick of losers this weekend. I went to the Badger game, and I'm a big Badger fan. They got whipped, and then I drove up to the Cub game. Not good results there. But I was at Lambeau Field last night for the Bear game, and it completed a perfect weekend.
So you're a Packer fan?
Oh, I'm a Bear fan.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you sarcastically it was a perfect weekend. Well, you got the Bears, buddy. What else you need, Brad?
Well, I got a comment about the game. I thought Green Bay got out of their game plan, and they probably Favre got very conservative, or their offense got conservative, and that really shot them in the foot because they didn't really take any chances going downfield like they did in the beginning. They just were dinking and dunking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one thing, when they started doing that and the Bears defense stepped up, it really took the crowd out of the game entirely in the second half. But the thing that frustrated me as a Bear fan was I thought Turner he fell in love so much with trying to run the ball up the middle, and when he brought in Hester and Olsen, I think they were like 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6, and they ended up kicking a field goal in the second half. It didn't make any sense to me. I'm just not sure where Ron Turner is calling his game plan from. Maybe you can enlighten on what's going on a little bit and how they can improve.
Well, I think, first of all, what Ron Turner's trying to do is to get his running game going with Benson. He's trying to find out. Everybody's saying, you know what, run this kid. You don't run him enough. And even me, I said 25, 27 times, run him. He did. He ran him. So he's trying to find out. See, because down the road now, let's see what's going to happen here. So you can say about Benson, what was his game? What would you say that his game was last night? Average, below average? I mean, he wasn't certainly running for, per carry is like 2.2 or 2.5, something like that. So he had to find out about that. But the one thing that sticks with me is the fact that OB knew, most people knew, that Olsen should be a part of this. We were down in training camp, we saw that. We knew he was hurt the first game. What happened before? Now in this game, they finally said, and they come out and said it, we're going to get these guys involved. And they did do that. So at least now we're pointing in the right direction. 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the lines. Let's go out to Mike in Monroe, Wisconsin. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hi. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thanks, Mike.
You made a comment about Benson's run last week, 16 yards. The only reason he had that run on was it was a spread offense. Mm-hmm. They did the same thing when he had a touchdown run of 10 yards. It was a spread offense. and my wife was sitting there going, they're going to run up the middle. And everybody knew where they were going to run with the ball. Benson's going to have a spread offense in order to get a decent run at the ball.
Well, there's no question, Mike, diversify it. If you want to do that, and the play you're talking about, there's no question you get everybody spread out. You get a quick hitter in there. The center in that play you're talking about, Kreutz made a hell of a play. The guard came off of the block, came up and got the linebacker. Yeah, that's part of it. And you have to try to figure out. It's almost like a baseball coach trying to figure out a lineup and what to do. And all of a sudden, once you get it all together, it can start to roll.
Right.
The Bears have not gotten it together yet. I think they're still working on it.
Mike, they're just giving them different looks. There's only so many places you can run on a football field, so many places you can pass. But the key is, can you do it from how many different looks, how many different angles? And I tell you what, Bears are moving towards it, Doug. Or let's hope they continue to. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. They're identifying who are the players that can really help us
out.
Well,
we know now that we can get out of the pocket. We can move the pocket, and that's huge.
And it's just what your play calls are for that player.
Absolutely.
You certainly got to do something to put the guy in position to make the play. Let's go out to Craig and Aurora. Craig on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. Listen, I'm going to try to get this right, okay, about the offensive line. I would like to see the I formation with Greasy dropping back, faking right, and then going left, either right or left, and pulling the guard, to shift the defense to one way, and then pulling the guard the other way to get that extra blocker to open up the hole.
Greg, are you what you're talking about? A sprint out is to the strong side. Okay. And that's where the blockers stay in and a pocket smooths with him. A bootleg. There's two bootlegs, a regular bootleg and a naked bootleg. When you bootleg, it's either a fake to the running back going into the line, or he's going to flare out, and you bootleg out with the offside guard comes around and he's your blocker. A naked bootleg is where you make the fake, or you just come out, reverse and peel out, and there's nobody there.
Okay.
So a sprint out would be to the strong side, bootleg is to the weak side, either naked or you got the offside guard.
Okay.
And that's exactly what he did last night, and it was the bootleg to the weak side, I think was naked, when he hit Bradley.
Yes.
And that itself, you move the pocket. It's called moving the pocket. And see, I think Greasy has enough speed to do that, enough stuff to get outside.
There's no question. And then you got if it's a bootleg, whether it's naked or just a regular bootleg, Doug, going out, you've got the tight end coming across from the weak side. I mean, and there's so many things that you can do. But, boy, when you don't do that, when you don't give, when you run from that one set, the defense it's easy to defense against, and that's what we've been talking about. Now with Greasy, for whatever the reason or reasons, Doug, we're able to sprint out, to bootleg, to go from a shotgun. We couldn't do that before. Again, why, I don't know.
It's another part of the offense that puts problems or gives problems to the defense.
Yes, exactly.
That's what you need to do. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Come back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767.
I think Mully, isn't he great?
Muggs? Oh, I'll tell you, he and Hanley are unbelievable.
Aren't they?
They're terrific.
I tell you, they work off each other. They are. But Mully with that. And
Muggs. Another great guy is Mike Murphy. OB and I are in his spot right now, and I know what Mike Murphy's thinking right now. Oh, the Cubs are nothing but a loot. And you ask me, what is a loot? A loot is tool spelled backwards. And that's what I imagine he's thinking about the Cubs at this point in time.
Now, you see, that's my partner.
That's right.
That's my partner. Right. You cannot slip anything by him, not a chance. Now, you know what? Let's really get Mitch going. Let's talk about the White Sox.
I think, Ed, if we're going first of all.
Mitch, don't jump. Somebody check Mitch out, see if he's still there.
And how about hockey? They beat Detroit. I mean, they did a good job of that.
Doug, I think we're pushing our luck. We better get back. No, we better get back to you.
Let's go to John in Norwich. John, you're on the Score with OB and Doug. John.
Hey, nice to talk to two true gentlemen of the radio.
Thank you, my friend.
Here's my fear with the tight end, and I guess it's just being a Chicago fan. We know that the tight end sets work, whether it's a double tight end set or you're moving Olsen to the slot. My fear is that Turner is going to get too cute and outthink himself and not use the tight ends as much anymore, or he'll fade him out in the next couple games and bring him back. And I remember a quote, and I'm going to totally botch this phrase from Vince Lombardi. He said, we're going to run it down your throat till you can stop it. Hey, if the tight end set is working, use it.
Yeah, John, I don't think that's going to be a problem, buddy, because first of all, you don't have that much talent on the outside to compete against the tight ends. In other words, I think they're having a problem on the outside right now, trying to figure out what.
You're speaking about our receivers.
Yeah,
our receivers.
Our receivers.
Berrien, though listen, every one of our wideouts only caught one pass.
Exactly. You may have to go to the tight end. This is part of the problem with San Diego. Although they came out of it a little bit, they always went to their tight end. You're talking about Kansas City, always to their tight end.
Well, guess where they're playing now?
Yeah.
They're playing out the wideouts.
Move them around.
They're moving them around.
So it would help if our wide receivers would come to play, or they find ways to get them open. But until then, like I said, you buy time. You find a way to win. You try to put this all together, and hopefully that maybe Bradley comes through. Hopefully the Berrien gets back to what he was doing before. Musa Muhammad, I'm not so sure of anymore. That's something he's going to have to decide. But you do know this. You got tight ends that can catch and tight ends that can run.
Yes,
and
we
that's
do.
The key. Let's go out to Ralph in Bloomingdale. Ralph, you're on the score.
Hey, I love you guys. You're the best.
What's up, Ralphie?
I got a comment, then a question. My comment is this. You know what? I've been a Bear fan since I was a kid. I'm 50 years old, and they've always been a running team. But you know what? I can't believe that people, and I'm not saying you guys, but to think that we're a running team because we can't pass the ball. Here's the problem with Benson. He's great if he's got a hole. If he doesn't have a hole, he's not a runner who can create like Jones. That's the one problem. That's why you see this guy running into his own lineman base because they're not opening the holes. So
See, that's
Ralph,
go ahead.
Yeah. You know, Ralph, the difference between Thomas Jones and Benson, when both of them are running into the 0-1 gap, the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, if it's closed, Benson will still try to hit it, and basically really goes nowhere. What Thomas Jones gave you was, if it hit there and there was nothing there, he had the quickness and the speed to get out and around and try to make something happen. Benson cannot do that. Or let's put it this way. So far, he's shown that he cannot do that. He does not have that move at this particular time.
The idea is to get Benson into the secondary, and have him punish the defensive backs. That's what he does. Right. That's what he's supposed to do. If the hole is not there, and all you see is a bunch of legs and elbows and knees, and nobody goes anywhere. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose 34-31 to the Minnesota Vikings with a piss-poor effort defensively. Let me start right there, okay? I don't know. I guess tackling is a part of the game. It should be a part of the game. If you got guys like Manning back there and McGowan back there, not even coming close to making those tackles, I understand this Peterson's good, but it doesn't walk on water. So where in the hell was our defense?
Effort on that touchdown run.
Please.
Doug, for McGowan and especially Manning, I'm going to tell you
Danielle Manning, by the way.
That is right, Danielle Manning. That was pathetic isn't even a word, my friend.
That defense.
That effort was,
yeah. I mean, I saw make the one run, too. Peterson make the long run. He got missed. There's missed tackles all over the place. It happened last week, too. To shut the run down. I mean, that's key. Shut the run down. That's basis of football. Basis of defense. Shut the run down. Tackle. That's part of it. You have to be a tackler. Tackle the guy. Do something. They may get some yards for him, but don't let him rip off 80 yards, 70 yards, whatever. Unbelievable. Unbelievable defensively. And offensively, until the end of the game, we were nowhere near to be found. The fact is, we weren't trying to go downfield. They go with that old premise. You know what we're going to do? We don't want to make a mistake.
Right.
Offense was designed not to score. It was designed not to make mistakes, and your defense will come through for you.
That's correct.
And the defense did not come through for you.
And the special teams, what we do? Do no turnovers, manage the game, do nothing spectacular. The special teams and defense, with the defense getting the turnovers, and that's how we're going to win the football game. Last year, maybe. Not this year, my friend.
No question about it. The fact is, last year we got the takeaways. We got 44 takeaways last year. Today, how many takeaways we get? Try 0. And that, in fact, is our offense can't survive without takeaways. So they got to learn to score themselves. Now, at the end of the game, out of desperation, Moose makes a touchdown catch. So does Hester. But the fact is, when you take a look at this football game, this thing should have been over a long time ago if they would have went after him. And defensively, I don't understand. The Bear defense became a punching bag after the 14-14. after the score was tied, 14-14, a punching bag. You know why? You didn't get aggressive and go after him. Who says you can't blitz when a guy's running the football? You go up into the lanes. That in itself does something different than sitting back there and letting this guy run the hell over you. I don't know how many yards it was. I don't have the stats in front of me. It's 250 yards this kid ran for, some damn thing like that. Not only that, on top of that, Ed, we tied the damn game at 31-31, and you let him run the damn football back to help set up that field goal for 55 yards.
Who ran the ball back on the kickoff?
Yeah.
Who ran the ball back on the kickoff?
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Peterson.
I'm going to tell you something. You know, this is going to be a long year, guys. It's going to be a hell of a long year when you take a look what's going on out there.
Doug, I've said before, and I don't understand why we don't blitz. You know, we have, again, and I still believe we have the best trio of linebackers in the league, and we have them sitting there going laterally along the line, Doug, or dropping back in pass coverage. We don't blitz. Why we didn't go after them? Stopping the run the way we were playing, Doug, our 4-down linemen, and having our linebackers go laterally. You know, they're going to mop it up. Well, nothing got mopped up. The people that got mopped up, we got mopped up. So what you do, you got to change. And one of the things that this coaching staff on both sides of the ball does, Doug, or they don't do very well, is they can't make changes during the game. Well, we'll look at the films after the game's over, and then we'll make the changes. We'll correct the mistakes. No, I don't think so. You got to correct them while you're playing. Why they didn't go to a blitz package, I have no idea, and I can tell you exactly why Adrian Peterson got all those yards today, especially on those 2 long runs, Doug. No pursuit, no backside pursuit. He cuts back. There was nobody there. And if one of the things that's the most important things for a defensive team to do, especially when you come up against a running team, is practice your pursuit angles. That should have been practiced every day in practice all last week, Doug. And what did we have show out there? No backside pursuit. You people out there listening, go home. If you see a rerun of it or if somebody taped it, see what I'm talking about. Absolutely no backside pursuit, Doug. He cuts back. He's long gone, Dupree.
Yeah, the fact is, without the pursuit, think about this, what happened. If you take a look at those reruns, you're going to find, first of all the Bear defensive backs all on their ass lying down. They all slipped, except for Manning come up and missed a tackle. McGowan missed a tackle. All the guys fall. They all fall down. And the fact is, our defensive line was non-existent either. Where were they making some plays? So when you get into that situation, and if you get tired of somebody punching the hell out of you, try to become aggressive. Try to go after them instead of them coming after you. Peterson sat back there so comfortable, so nice, the life was just wonderful. Go after the guy. Go after him. And a blitz doesn't have to mean just because of a pass. It can help with the run game. Go after these guys. So when you have tackling like you had, you don't blitz, you don't become aggressive. You know what happens? Minnesota scores 20 points in the second half. That's exactly what they did. And so I think this is not, hey, hold it. This is one of the most brutal called football games I've seen in a long time. I'm talking about both sides of the ball until the end of the game. Of course, we opened it up. But the fact is, if you're not tackling, you got to get aggressive. You got to get in their face. And
Doug, Babbage, our defensive coordinator, he's got to see that, Doug. You can't sit there and wait till the game's over with.
To beat up and what, to take the punches? Yeah.
I'll tell you what, were we blitz it? No. And we just sat back on our haunches and let this guy run all day. And if you can't tell me, Doug, if they can't figure that out, then we got a real problem here, my friend.
Well, we got a problem because
we've got a real problem with these coaches, because if you can't figure, if you're going to sit there for 4 quarters and let them ram it down the throat without trying to attack and try to stop the tide of them blowing you out of there, and how you going to do it? The only way you can do it is by doing blitzes. And number 2, and if you can't see, Doug, that your backside pursuit is not there, then you got a one hell of a problem. A defensive coach, whoever he is, our signal caller, Babbage, has got one hell of a problem, pal.
Well, see, that's the whole fact. Is because of the fact that they didn't blitz him, didn't go after him, because we all know now that our defensive backs can't tackle. That's a fact. They can't tackle. Manning, McNown, all these guys, McGowan.
That effort by McGowan and Danielle, Manning, Doug, I tell you, that's I tell
absolutely
you what,
terrible.
I've seen guys get cut for less.
Wrong angles, not even any kind of football sense for angles coming in on this. So if that's not working, you're getting your brains. They were smart enough to get Archuleta out of the damn football game going into the second half. Archuleta couldn't cover you, Ed, and they had him in there, and Williamson goes blowing right by him. We said that from day one. and he can't tackle because the hand's busted up or whatever in the cast. He can't cover. Williamson comes up with a 60-yard touchdown, and you know he can't cover.
God.
So they changed it and they put McBride at corner. But the backs then, and then also, I don't know, Urlacher, I guess he played this game. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, he was kind of missing in action today. Missing in action.
Stop it. Only one guy who was making plays was Lance Briggs.
But, Doug,
Hillemar, I didn't see him either.
I can tell you. There's a beating going to come in the press, and I'm going to tell you something.
They deserve it.
And I'm going to tell you something. Lovie Smith, to come back from Green Bay and come home here again, play in front of your home folks, and hope again, and hope and pray that your offense does not make turnovers. Special teams are going to win the game, and our defense will get the turnovers, get us in good field position to kick a field goal or whatever, and that's how we're going to win football games. That's almost – am I not correct in that,
You're
Doug?
Correct.
Okay. And, folks, it's just not going to work. Did it work last year? Not going to work this year. Why? Last year we got the turnovers.
We're not getting
this
them.
year
we're not
getting the turnovers. And I'm going to give you another little fact here.
Adjust if you don't get them.
In the second half last year, our defense in 06 gave up roughly about a little over 8 points a game. Okay? So far, not including today, folks, in 07, in the second half, our defense has given up almost 18 points in the second half. About 8 points a year ago, almost 18 points this year in 07. Huge difference, Doug.
You know, Ed, you can't win a football game when your defense gives up 444 yards. Let me say that again. 444 yards. And here's another little tidbit. Out of that 444 yards, 311 were on the ground. You tell me how you're going to win a football game. Then on top of that, you don't get any turnovers. You give up 444 yards. You give up 311 yards on the ground, and you're a dominant defense, and your defense is supposed to be one of the best in the National Football League? Stop it. That's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. I was on some bad football teams in my life, got my brains beat in many times, but not like this. 444 yards, 311 on the ground? My God. That's not even coming close to playing football or playing defense. You know, you wanted to talk about Benson. We got all of him. This has nothing to do with Benson this time. Benson did his running.
Doug,
they did what he had to do with him.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here we go again, okay? We threw the ball. We attempted 45 passes. 45 passes, Doug. Approximately 2 weeks ago, was it 52? Now, and in running, Doug, rushing attempts, we had 24 rushing attempts. It should be just the opposite. I don't understand Lovie Smith. I don't understand Ron Turner. They say, didn't Lovie Smith say before this game today, they're going to establish the run today? Didn't those words come out of his mouth?
Let me tell you something, Ed. He was averaging 6-7 yards a carry at the beginning of the game, Benson was. They were doing well.
All right, what happened?
I'll tell you what happened. They got 14-14, but here's the difference. See, usually what happens in these football games, and you said it.
Doug, you know what the hell happens? That they just don't commit to it.
Well, here,
they will not commit to the run.
They're so used to the Bear defense getting them takeaways and setting them up for short fields so they can score. They've been spoiled. Then Hester even helped them out. Hester comes and runs a punt return. That's exactly how we won last year. Get the takeaways, get the punt return, the kickoff return, and our offense maybe will go 30 yards for a touchdown. They didn't do that until finally at the end of the game, they stretched it out, and they got one from Moose, and they got one from Hester.
Adrian Peterson again. How do you manage? Those guys rushed for 311 yards. I never heard of that before.
Me neither.
Doug.
Come on.
I don't think I have.
No.
311 yards.
311 yards between him and Chester Taylor and him.
Yeah, that's right. 311 yards. You know, I'll tell you something. What we did offensively, the game plan, and what we did offensively for the game plan was a game plan, a huge game plan for disaster, Doug. And I'm going to tell you something. You can't sit there and tell me that when you don't blitz, you can't change, and when you don't blitz, and when you don't even see that your pursuit is not there. Now, don't tell me that's something that cannot be changed. You sit with your defense on the sideline and bring them over here, and when the ball goes to the strong or the weak side running the ball, here's what the backside, here's your angles of pursuits. I want to see you guys there. Why? So when he cuts back, there is no lane for him to cut back, Doug. That is so huge and so important to have pursuit and everybody take the proper angle. Just because the ball went away from you, that doesn't mean you sit down and sip on a cup of tea. You got to go after him and take the proper angles. It's only being a professional, period.
Don't you think, Ed, that during the week you would work on that and say to yourself, you know what, guys?
I would ask Bob Babbage that question. I would ask Bob Babbage, why the hell didn't you blitz?
Did you have a guy that you said, watch the cutback? Do you have a guy containing on the cutback for the guy not to make a long run?
Exactly.
So if he picks up 8 or 9, okay, fine, that's the way it is. But not 60, 70, 80 yards.
And that's how he got it, because he cut back and there was nobody there. Why? Because of the backside pursuit, period.
Ed, when he was there, when the guy was there, they weren't even making the damn tackle.
Well,
they were falling down all over each other.
Well,
you can't have defensive back safeties and strong safeties not know how to tackle. I don't care how good Peterson is. He's not that damn good.
Doug,
You'll have to learn to tackle to bring him down.
Doug, do you think that maybe a couple of our defensive backs take scared to death pills?
I'm telling you, it looked that way. It looked exactly how it looked. They come flying up. That one run he had, there were more guys, more Bears laying on the ground by his cutback.
That effort by Daniel Manning on that last touchdown by Peterson, that was, Doug.
He's trying to strip the ball, drill the guy.
Oh, Doug, that I wouldn't even give him the pleasure of that. That was a pathetic effort.
Let's go out to the phone lines, Ed. Let's go out to Greg in the north side. Greg on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Greg.
First of all, pleasure to even be talking with you guys. Doug, I think I'm going to see you Tuesday in Plainfield. So I think you're going up there. We're looking really forward to meeting you in person. But listen, you guys, I love listening to you talk, because you just break it down so perfectly. And, today what I want to talk about is actually the offense. The defense, they came up, they didn't do well. And the coaching really right now is scaring the hell out of me, because you've got a team that normally the defense does step in. We're banged up a little bit, but most of the time we were pretty much 80% as far as our defense goes. But we just spread it out at the end of the game. You know what? A little too late. And I don't know. I'm getting really scared as I'm looking in. But we're at our 5th, 6th game right now, and offense not doing anything. Now we were complaining about Cedric Benson. Well, guess what? He did his job.
Yeah.
But then they stopped it.
Cedric did a good job. He was averaging 7 yards a carry.
Yeah.
There they are. They're running the football, doing what they're supposed to do. But there are times when you start doing that, then you try to take a shot or try to go down or try to score. They didn't do that. You know why? I'm telling you, they're spoiled, because they thought the defense would come up with the turnovers and that would get them in position to do a short field. They went on that premise. Well, that premise went up in smoke today, because our defense got 0 turnovers. And we turned the football over 4 times. You can't win that. How are you going to win a damn football game turning it over 4 times, not getting any takeaways, giving up 440 yards, and letting the team run on you for 311 yards? Houdini couldn't do anything with that. It's unbelievable. You can't do that. You can't play football that way. You're talking about the Minnesota Vikings, who lost 3 in a row. You're talking about playing at home. You're talking about a lot of damn things here. And all of a sudden, everything explodes. This goes all the way down the line. And I'll tell you what, I don't know what they're going to do up there, and I don't even know if they have time to do what they're going to do. But I got to tell you what right now, this is going to be a long season, whatever we saw today.
Doug, I would have a lot of questions for Lovie Smith.
A lot of questions.
A lot of questions for Ron Turner, and especially Babbage. Bob Babbage, the defensive coordinator, and I'm going to tell you something. But I was asking these questions, and I wouldn't let him off the hook either. I don't want those Sunday afternoon cruising through the tiptoeing through the tulip answers. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
I want answers. You ask a question, how can you sit there defensively and let this guy run down your throat for 4 quarters and there's no adjustments? How do you not do that? How do you see mistakes that your defense is making, and how come there's not on the run? How come we can't make a change? This defensive, our staff seems to, Doug, well, the game's over with. Well, we're going to correct our mistakes and we'll come back next week. Guys, coaches, by the way, there's only 16 games, okay? Not 162. You don't have a week or 2 or a month to make changes. You have to be smart enough. If it's not working, then what do we do? And you have to do it while the game is being played. If you can't do it between quarters or on the run, do it at halftime. To sit there and let that defensive line and those linebackers go back laterally. I watched this all game, Doug, and I just was mystified. What are they doing? You're not stopping the run. How can you? The only way to go after him, Doug, is blitz him and go after him, and hope that works.
Do something different. Don't let them sit there. Don't be the punching bag. Don't keep taking the punches. Deliver a few blows. Thank God that wasn't New England we played today.
When is the last time you saw Brian Urlacher shoot the 0-1, the 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, or the 7 or 6 gap, Doug, on a stronger weak side, whichever way? Remember, he used to do that quite efficiently. When's the last time you saw him do it?
I don't remember when he did it, but I'll tell you one thing.
Long time ago, my friend.
I've been doing it today. I would have been doing today. I would have been going after Peterson. I would have been getting him before he started.
Doug, you can't do that. Well, what you got to do what the defense is called, Doug.
Oh, I understand.
You know that.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about Babbage. I'm talking about the guys who are making these calls.
Oh, all right.
The fact is that your defensive backs can't tackle worth a crap. You know they don't come up and tackle. So you know your defensive line is not playing that well. You got to do something. So send your linebackers. Briggs made about 3 or 4 plays today, and you saw at the end of the game there when he made that tackle.
He shot the gap.
Right.
He shot the one
him.
gap. He shot the one gap and stuffed him for a 4-yard loss.
Let's go out to Mike in Chicago Heights. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, great show. Listen, I kept my cool today. I didn't throw anything at the TV. Did the Bears even blitz at all?
Well, I didn't see it.
I tell you what, I think at the absolute end there when we had to stop them, I think what you saw was Lance Briggs come in on a blitz and he came up through, I believe it was the one gap, and but I saw no blitzes, and if they did, they really camouflaged it pretty good because they just sat there and they took a beating for 4 quarters, Mike.
Yes,
I mean, not unless one of our listeners out there or some of the people that were at the game, not unless they saw something that Doug or I didn't. We were very passive all game.
Let me tell you something. You let a back have 20 carries against you, Adrian Peterson, 20 carries for Minnesota for 224 yards, right? Don't you think during the course of this game, somewhere along the line you're going to be pissed off about this? As a player, as a coach,
but Doug,
somewhere along the line you're going to say, I've had enough, I'm going after this guy.
Right, Doug, that is my point. My point is he's sitting up there, Babbage is on the sidelines. The other defensive coaches are up in the box. Now, you mean to tell me that they could sit there, Doug, for 4 quarters and watch Adrian Peterson run back, cut back, constantly cut back, and you don't make any changes? Are you kidding me?
At least tell the backside, look, you guys, he cut back on you, so you gave him the 80-yarder. You can't let him cut back on you. Come on, come up and tackle. Come on, Manning. Come on, Danielle, get up there. Come on, McGowan. Come on, Purr.
Angle of pursuit, Doug.
Their
it's
angles
so
were
important.
terrible.
Absolutely.
Their pursuit angles were terrible, and on top of that, the angles coming up for the defensive backs to prevent that something, they were all over the place.
Doug, that's something
they didn't know where the hell they were.
That's something you can cure with basically a sentence. I mean, you can sit them down here
cut
and show. Yeah,
that's my sentence.
I'll tell you what, Danielle Manning. Woo! Oh boy! What a god awful effort that he made when he went for that touchdown, Doug. That's
did you see
Doug, that's unconscionable.
The first one, the Peterson run. McGowan comes up, gives him the Olay. You've got to put your head right in it. You've got to drive him back and take him down and bury him right on the track.
And then what happened, Doug, when he cut back? Was there anybody there?
Nobody. No.
Wide open.
They were all laying on the ground. They all slipped. Tillman comes
across.
He falls down. Yeah, so I'm talking about the backside. They all fell down. He misses the tackle, and no one's going to catch us, Peterson. I will say that he has a lot of talent. He's fast. He's big. He's strong. But that doesn't mean that you have to play piss-poor defense.
And Lovey, he comes up, and he's talking all weekend just before the game. What is he going to do? The main thing he made is we're going to stick with the commitment to the run. And here, Cedric Benson is running good.
He's ripping the yards off.
He's running between the 6 and 7 gap. We're going outside of the 2 big defensive tackles that Minnesota had. Good game plan. And then all of a sudden, Doug, it disappears, and we throw the ball 45 times. What the hell are they thinking about?
He's Obradovich on Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Bears get blown sideways 34-31. We'll be right back. You listen to Chicago NFL Live. No, this is Jiffy Lube postgame show. I'm so pissed. On the score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Hey, Ed, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever played in a football game? You played many years, 12 years, right?
11
years. Did you ever play against a back that you had 20 carries for 224 yards and averaged 11.2 yards per carry?
Never.
Yeah. That settles it. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's the whole thing. And 3 touchdowns on top of that.
No.
In 2 long runs. I mean, it's just I can't believe it. I know the Bear defense, last year it started, they couldn't stop the run. We saw some of that. But not this massacre. Not this massacre from the Vikings. When we're playing at home and the Vikings lost 3 in a row. Can't you adjust to what you're doing there? You got Tavares Jackson, who hasn't played in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, who has thrown 1 touchdown and 5 interceptions. And the fact that there you are, you can't shut the run down. You can't do that. Every team should shut the run down. The Bears defense should shut the run down. When I say shut it down, okay, fine. We'll give them 200 yards rushing, 180 yards rushing, 150 yards rushing. Not a total of 440 yards total offense with 250 or 260 yards rushing. It's almost, I can't believe it's real. I really can't believe it's real. I can't believe that happened out there. I don't know, in your wildest dreams, if I told you, Ed, this was going to happen, would you bite on it?
No, I would not. I know Peterson is a hell of a back, Doug. He's got speed and size, but I had no idea what that defensively, how we were going to attack him. And I had no idea that was going to take place. But again, the basic overall theme that Lovie Smith has is our offense: don't make mistakes, don't give turnovers. Special teams will win the game, keep us in the game, and our defense, we will win the game because of turnovers. And that's just not a recipe for victory in this league. Week in and week out, month in and month out, year in, year out, Doug. It's just not going to happen.
See, for 3 years, Ed.
Not going to happen.
It's been the recipe for the Bears. We've gotten away with it. We've gotten away with it.
That's right.
Last year I kept telling everybody.
Because the defense got the turnovers, Doug.
Exactly. Last year I kept telling everybody, they said, well, look at our offense. I said, well, offense turned the ball over 36 times. You know what saved our ass? We took it away 44
times.
Take a look what the ratio is now. Last week, we don't win the Green Bay game unless we get those 4 or 5 turnovers.
Right.
Takeaways, I mean.
Right.
And we didn't get them today. And now on top of that, we let them run the football for all day long. I mean, it's
and make no adjustments.
Make none. All I know is this: if I'm out in the field and someone's kicking the hell out of me, I'm going to find a way to go after them. I'm going to find a way to attack. If I'm going to go down and smoke, I'm going down in a full blaze of glory.
Doug,
not sitting there taking punch after punch, body blow, punch, body blow. It's not. I can't take it, Ed.
To sit there and to see that defensive line get pushed around and the linebackers visibly, and you could just see it. There was no change, and it's again, to me, it's mind-boggling. I tell you, if I'm Mike Mulligan or any of the rest of the writers in Chicago, I'm sitting right at Bob Babbitt's. His first name is Bob. Is that not correct?
Right.
I'm sitting right at his desk, and I'm firing these questions at him. You mean to tell me you're going to sit there and let those 7 guys up front get pounded on all day without changing the game plan? Is that what you're going to tell me that's what you did?
Yeah, and it's, like I said, especially. See, when Mike Brown got hurt, I know the kid cried and everybody go, oh, what a baby, he's cried. You know what? That was a huge loss to us. That was a tremendous loss to us because our safeties right now, they really don't come up and tackle. They don't make big plays. They should have made them today. Now, again, go back to it. They're not doing that. The line's not playing that well. So what do you got left? What do you got left in your gun?
You got to go after
blitz them. Go after them. Send those linebackers to cause havoc. You weren't going to get it from the defensive tackles. You wasn't getting it there. From the outside guys, not getting it there. I saw Goullier running all the way across the field. Did you see the play? Hits the guy, bounces right off of him.
Right.
Missed tackles.
Let me tell you.
All missed tackles. Last week, the same damn thing.
We go to the Super Bowl last year, and we led a 1-3 team with basically almost nobody at quarterback, pretty damn good running back, and their pass defense is horrific, and they come in to our ballpark and walk away with a victory.
Not only walk away with a victory, carved us up. Yeah. Carved us up with this dominant defense we're supposed to have. What these guys are supposed to be able to stop the
dominant
run.
defense days are over with, Doug. Let's get to the callers.
Let's go to Bob in Lake Zurich. Bob, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Oh, I tell you guys, Ed, first of all, how you guys doing anyway?
All right, slugging it out.
I know. Anyway, I preach this. You and I, we've talked about this last year with this coaching staff. They're a joke, and I'm sorry, but last year we talked about it. You talked about it, Ed, just a little while ago. Never make adjustments.
We don't.
Why is it that every time when we're at halftime, when we're like neck and neck with the other team, that other team always makes adjustments, and we never do, and we get ripped. And then I'll give you 2 examples of the plays. You tell me if I'm wrong on this. At the end of the game, You go ahead. You have 2.5 minutes left. You got 2 timeouts plus you got the 2-minute warning.
Onside kick, yeah.
Why do you take an onside kick when you haven't stopped the team all day long from running it, and you run a risk of another field goal to put the game out of the play? That's number one. Now, they got lucky on that. Number two, why do you make a kick down to the end zone to Adrian Peterson for him to get a chance to run it back, and he runs it back almost to the Bears' 35, and then when I was on hold with you, my son told me, he says, Dad, you know what Lovie Smith said in his arrogant tone up there? One of the sports writers asked him, why did you kick it to him? He goes, well, we're going to kick it to him no matter what. It's our player's job to stop him. You know what? I'm sorry, but you don't kick it to him when he's been running roughshod against you all day like that. This coaching staff is a joke, and they will not win a Super Bowl as long as Lovie Smith's a coach. I'm sorry, but that's all I have.
That onside kick, I didn't understand that at all either. You had plenty of timeouts. You wanted to put them back in bad field position. If you don't get the onside, you're in bad position. Go defensively. I don't understand that at all. And also, too, you know what? Try to kick it away from him? Sure. There's no question about that. But the other thing, too, is cover. Why not? Try something new. Go down there and cover. This whole game was wrong. And here, if we would have won the football game, we didn't deserve to win it. I'm not so sure the Vikings even deserved to win it, except for what that kid Peterson did, because it was outstanding. I'm not going to take anything away from this kid. But I got to tell you, we gave him a lot of those yardage because not doing what we had to do.
Doug, quickly, let me run through for our listeners out there. In the Super Bowl, the loser of the Super Bowl since 2001. Giants record 7-9. In 2002, Rams 7-9. 2003 Raiders 4-12. Panthers in 2004 7-9. Eagles in 2005 6-10. Seahawks in 2006 9-7. And we are on a pace right now. We are 2-4.
Yeah, we're on a pace to get our ass kicked for the rest of the year. If we saw anything like we're going to play like we played today, don't even think about it. He's Obradovich on Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Bears lose 34-31, and I will be right back. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Frank in Tinley Park. Frank, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug and OB. You know what? This game just made me disgusted. I mean, where do you start? You start with Bob Babbage? I mean, letting the guy. I mean, I'm not saying Adrian Peterson's not a bad runner, but you let him run all over us all day, guys, all day.
All day long.
This is terrible. I mean, this is a defense from last year who was shutting teams down. I mean, not letting anyone run on us. And then we go over how about 5 seconds left in the first half, we let Jason McKee run a running play, almost breaks his neck. It's bad enough we can't run the ball as it is. Now we're going to put a fullback out, possibly for the season. This team needs to get their things together. I don't know what it is, but it's terrible, and I'm just disgusted. And we're 2-4, and this season is going downhill. And you know what? And last but not least, I love Urlacher, but you know what? Someone needs to call him out, guys. And you know what? He's being stopped. He's making no plays, and if it wasn't for Briggs, what do we have? This team would be bad. If not bad, it's terrible. Thanks, guys.
Well, Frank, let me tell you something. There is something to feel good about it, and it's a kid by the name of Hester. All right, I'll tell you what, he touched the ball 9 times, guys. Listeners, 9 times. 4 in kick, 4 in punt. He caught 1 pass. 4 kickoff returns, 86 yards. Punt returns 4 for 108 and 1 reception for 81 yards. He had 9 touches, Doug, for 275 yards, which comes out to about every time he touched the ball, roughly around 30.5 yards per touch.
See,
he's a special player.
Well,
I mean,
no
he's the shining light. Thank God we got him.
If you got a play like that, why don't we use it earlier? I mean, why do we wait to the end of the game to use it?
It was a hitch and go.
Yeah.
It's actually a fly pattern with a hitch because you go straight up the field, and that's a fly pattern. Yeah.
Couldn't we have tried it before? I don't know. I guess I'm just talking out of my head here, thinking about what we should have done. But here's the one premise, though, when you play defense. And this is something that happened last week, by the way, against Green Bay, in the first half especially. You trying to tell me that you don't know how to tackle yet? You trying to tell me, why don't you tackle? Give me a reason why you don't tackle. This is the first thing I would ask all these guys, including Urlacher, too, by the way, because he has not been playing well at all. Why don't you tackle? You're trained to tackle. That's what you do. Is that guy that good? Sure, he's good. Well, no question about it. But aren't you a pro also? Isn't that part of your demeanor as far as a defensive back or linebacker or a defensive lineman tackle? I've seen guys just literally, I don't know, it seemed like the moment of truth, Ed, that, like you said, I think they took one of those pills. You know, one of those pills you...
One of those famous scared-to-death pills.
Scared-to-death pills?
Yeah, he took scared-to-death pills.
And all of a sudden, they're nowhere to be found. Poof, gone like a puff of smoke. And that you can't do. And that defense never did do. But the last 2 games, and starting a little bit in the Super Bowl, we saw it, where we don't tackle, or we don't come up and make plays. Somebody's got to change it.
Doug, we used to be an aggressive defense.
Not
we used
anymore.
to get takeaways. We're not an aggressive defense. And again, Doug, you know our listeners, we love them. And if maybe our listeners saw or know something different, I tell you, we are just not an aggressive defense. And I don't understand why we sit back with all that speed that we have. We have a couple of defensive ends, or 3 of them that can fly. We got 3 linebackers that can really go after people. And we just sit and we take a beating, and we don't attack. We don't go up and through the gaps. We don't mix up our defensive line tricks, and we don't blitz up the middle. We don't come with the corner blitzes. It's kind of like we've given up on the blitzing part of the game, which you never can do. I don't care how good you think you are, Doug. We are just not attacking. We're sitting back, and we're taking a beating. That's what's happening.
And the other thing, too.
And it's a philosophy.
Yeah, sure it is.
Obviously from the coach.
But it worked before. It's not working now, so get away from it. You're not getting the turnovers anymore. You don't have the guys back there getting the football for you anymore.
Right.
And
it's just not happening.
The other tidbit, the Vikings, you know, they come out, they play, but you see the slants they dropped? They dropped one with Sidney Rice. The guy would still be running for a touchdown. Williamson dropped one, a slant. These slants are wide open. If you don't want to run it against us, throw a slant. I mean, that's all you have to do. And all of a sudden you're picking up first downs or possibly picking up big touchdowns. And like I said, I'm glad they benched Archuleta. He can't cover. And he benched him in the second half. But things didn't work out any better. But against the pass, they did that cover too. Archuleta can't cover deep. That's why Washington let him go. That's why he can't cover here in Chicago, is the fact that he can't run. And so all these things are adding up now. Our defensive back situation at one time was supposed to be an advantage to us is not an advantage anymore. Let's go to Nick in Des Plaines. Nick, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, Doug and LB, how you guys doing?
All right, Nicky.
Hey, we scored 31 points. 31 points. And we can't hold these guys? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
With this vaunted defense?
Nick, we know.
Watch how I use that word.
We can't.
Vaunted.
I know.
I mean, we're supposed to be the best against the run, the best against the pass. And Brendan McGowan belongs on the practice squad. There is no way he is a pro player. I could be out there.
I tell you what,
Nick, I think you're right.
Nick, he's got the frustration of all the fans.
Well,
there.
sure, you got to even ourselves. You know?
Well, I mean, too, Doug. Well,
it's hard to
work
something like that.
You know, how can you? You know, it is what it is. What you're seeing is what it was.
But you can't believe it. I mean, saying, look, you have bad days. Everybody has bad days.
Listen,
this
Doug,
wasn't a bad day. This is more close to horrendous.
This was a beating and a half.
Yeah.
And what it is, Doug, if the coaches do a good job and the players do a good job, and it's about reporting what was on the field there, and that's what we basically do. And are we right all the time? No, we're not right all the time. But you played 14 years. I played 11, Doug, and there's a lot of experience here. And if things are good and they're right, we're going to point them out and we're going to say it and give the kudos. But boy, I'm going to tell you something. This coaching staff today, listeners, my Lord, what I have no idea what they were trying to accomplish offensively, Doug, and defensively to sit back and to take a beating. That's the mystery to me.
Yeah.
That's the real mystery.
That's a total
and how
mystery.
The defensive coaches can't figure that out in 4 quarters of football and change and try to do something and just let them pound on you all day. That Doug, I don't understand that one bit. Nor do I ever want to either, by the way.
All you have to do is take a look at the stats and look what this Peterson kid did. And I'm going to repeat it. 20 carries, 224 yards, averaged 11.2 yards per carry, 3 touchdowns, and his longest run was 73 yards. They did 444 yards. 444 total yards
like
against
quoting Nick,
defense.
one of our listeners, what did you say, our vaunted defense?
Our vaunted defense.
Well, they're going to be prepared for a beating, guys, because you deserve it.
Let's go out to Lawrence. Lawrence Holmes, you out there, buddy?
Hey, Doug and OB. This one was about as ugly as it gets.
Ugly? You couldn't get any more ugly.
Hey, Lawrence, long time no see.
Hey, that's right. My buddy OB and I got to hang out yesterday, and I know neither one of us thought it would go like this. The rush defense for the Bears today was absolutely horrendous. They took bad angles on almost every play. And you saw that they made a change in the second half.
Archuleta.
To Danielle Manning going back to playing safety. They put the rookie Tremaine McBride at corner. Archuleta went on the bench, and I asked him after the game if he had been benched or was it because of his hand. He said, look, I got to make plays, and I wasn't making plays, so I had to sit on the bench. And I said, could you have played? Because Lovey, when I asked Lovey about it, he said, we needed a sure tackler. And Archuleta said that he could have been out there, but he was letting guys get by him, and he can't let that happen. And I think maybe we're seeing with him that they made a bad investment, because now you got three safeties. Two of them are really just kind of in the box safeties with Archuleta and McGowan. McGowan took some bad angles today, too. And as much as you want to criticize Daniel Manning, I don't know how fair it is to ask a guy to play two different positions in the game and expect him to be in top, at a top performance. Lots of weird stuff in this game. The Bears special teams unit has been the number one special teams unit in the NFL for a year and a half. Robbie Gold said there was never any thought to not kicking to Adrian Peterson on that last drive that Minnesota had.
Hey, Lawrence, first of all, let's talk about the defensive backs, and let's talk about Archuleta. The Washington Redskins knew it. We knew it coming. The guy can't cover. I mean,
there's no doubt.
Let's lay it like where it is and what the story is. He gets beat on the cover two. He's supposed to be deep outside when Williamson runs right by him.
You saw on that play, Charles Tillman
was
gave
up
him the
guy.
inside leverage.
Right.
He released him to the safety, and then I swear, Doug, it was a replay of something that we saw the last 2 days of training camp where Mark Bradley and Devin Hester spun Mike Brown and Adam Archuleta around on some big plays that they made, like the last 2 days of camp. And at that point, you're going, is this going to be a problem, or is this something that can be fixed? Now we see that after a few games, why Washington Redskins were so easily ready to get rid of Adam Archuleta, because he is having a very rough time covering anything. And on cover two, the whole idea of that guy is to not let anyone get behind him.
Exactly. And the other thing, too, with Manning, moving back and forth, I understand it. But that, as a football player, tackle. That's what you do. You tackle. McGowan came up one time. These guys, I don't know what the hell they're doing. They didn't do it last week either, by the way, against the Packers in the first half. And that's got to be a big problem, because I saw more piss poor tackling. The pursuit angles were terrible. You really didn't get anything from your defensive line. And OB and I were talking about, why didn't you send your linebackers? At least go after them. Urlacher was non-existent. I don't know if you know.
Yes, he was. Lance Briggs had another nice game. But
Lance played.
Brian Urlacher was a guy that kind of disappeared from the defense. And you talked about the angle that Daniel Manning took. He was going for the strip, Doug.
Yeah,
that's
great.
what he was doing.
How about a tackle?
Play.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? Hey, Lawrence, you have to go a little harder to make me believe that one.
No, that's what Lovey said. He said he was going for the strip and that he should have gone for the tackle.
Well, you know what? Okay, let's let it go with that.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, now I get back to the offense a little bit. You're running the football. Remember we talked about spreading it out? They did that. They come out, they spread them out, lone back. Benson gets 12 yards. They're working on the I formation that's coming. It's moving. The kid's averaging 6 or 7 yards a crack. I mean, he ended up with 67 yards and 3.7 yards per carry.
Doug, I had a huge problem with the way Cedric Benson was utilized in this game.
Absolutely.
Early on, it seemed like he had come to play. He was running the ball, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's gone, and here's an obligatory Garrett Wolf series. Here's Adrian Peterson. The guy sat on the bench for 9 minutes, in the second quarter after having a pretty good start. At one point, he was
a great start.
6 yards of carry,
right.
and they couldn't find him. And I got a huge problem with that. And Ron Turner said, we don't designate times for guys to get their series in, but it sure seemed that way when you have a back that seemed like he was finally catching a rhythm and running downhill, running with some purpose. To go away from that back, I thought was a gigantic mistake.
Well, I tell you, the offensive plays were a good call, because we attacked the 6 and 7 holes on the strong and weak sides, Lawrence, and you had Olin Kreutz sometimes would pull out, and also he was the second lead blocker, running off the tackle plays, and that was good because we were running away from the two big tackles, and he was running the ball. Benson looked good, and then all of a sudden,
nowhere to be found.
And I had a problem, too. There was one series, I want to say it was in the third quarter, where they ran a pitch play with Benson and it netted him, I think, 12 yards. And on the same series, they run another pitch play to the outside. I don't have a problem with them doing that, but 2 in one series seems like a little much because he's had trouble kind of turning the corner. And I know what you're saying, OB. You want to attack that outside.
But it was working.
Because of those 2 fat men that are in the middle that make plays, it seems like on every down. But it just seemed like a weird time for some of the calls that we saw. You finally see Devin Hester do what he can do to the fly route. But, all sorts of issues. This team on all phases today failed. They absolutely failed in all 3 of the phases. There isn't one side of the ball that you can put this on more than the other because Brian Griese made mistakes at critical times that forced them into having to try and rally later on. Now, he did the job when it came to rallying them, but then the special teams and the defense give it up. It was all over the place today with how bad this team was overall.
There's no question. Also, too, I thought it was a mistake to do the onside kick at the end of the game. They got away with it. But the fact is you still had 2 minutes and, 40 seconds left to go. You want to kick it down or maybe cover it, and then all of a sudden you play your defense. It's exactly like they did after that after they got the onside kick.
Or you give your guy Devin Hester another crack at it.
Right. I saw there's so many things that happened today. But the fact is I saw when it was 14-14. What was interesting was that they did try to put Benson in a position where he could run. They come out with a split wideouts. They've got him lone back. He goes 12 yards. He's coming back again off the eye, that trap play to the outside, 12 more yards, 10 yards, pounding it, hitting, a couple good passes, to Greg Olsen down the sidelines. But then all of a sudden, it's just like, where was it? But all along, and I still say this offense has been so spoiled for so many years because this defense did everything for them. And they would have the ball for them. They would get them the takeaways, just like the special teams did, which they did today. They did not do it today. You cannot win. This team cannot win unless we get 3 or 4 takeaways. And we're not going to do it. We're not doing it. We're not even close to takeaways.
Doug, what's so discouraging is that you were playing against an inferior quarterback today, too, in Tavares Jackson. The scary part is that the Vikings actually could have scored a lot more points than they did.
They dropped 2 slants. And I'm going to tell you something, though. This kid has an arm. This kid can throw the football. And he threw 2 slants, and I know Sidney Rice will still be running if he'd have caught that 1 slant.
Yeah, he's a guy that they were very high on, and you can see some of the potential, but they dropped a lot of easy passes today.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're right about the turnovers. What we found out about the Bears in the past few weeks, fellas, is that this team is not good enough to overcome its mistakes. They almost have to play perfect football now because of some of the issues, whether it's guys getting old, guys getting injured. They're not the same team that they were last year where they could make mistakes like this and somehow rebound and win the game. They came real close today to pulling that off, but you kicked the ball off to Adrian Peterson, who Lovie Smith said during the week that I didn't even ask him about it. I asked him about him catching the ball, and Lovie Smith offered up how good of a return guy Adrian Peterson was. Came into the game averaging 30 yards a return, had 32 yards a return today. Total yards for this guy are absolutely ridiculous, and near 400 yards for Adrian Peterson. They couldn't find an answer for him all day long.
He ruined us. The guy by himself ruined us. And not only that, Taylor didn't do so bad either. They took turns taking pot shots at us. And the fact is, we saw Tavares Jackson, not one time did he run the ball. Not one time did he take off. He could have ran for a first down a couple times. They were well disciplined to play this football game. They knew what they needed to do to come out to beat us. They said, we're going to run the football, and we're going to run it. And I'm going to tell you something, they ran. I've never seen a running I haven't seen a game like this in I don't know how many years, where back averages 11.2 yards a carry.
I'm pretty sure, I have to check, but I'm pretty sure this is the most rushing yards that have been given up by Bears defense in the history of the team.
Well, it has to be.
For one guy.
I remember one time we played, and I was part of it. I forgot it was. Maybe it was in 76 against somebody, but somebody ran the ball real well. But the fact is, when you take a look and see, going into the game, you knew what the story was. This is where I go back to the coaching staff. And OB brought it up, which I think is a great point. You didn't know this? Don't you have something to counter it? Why don't you blitz and send the linebackers after him?
Absolutely.
Since your backs aren't tackling, your defensive line is not playing worth a crap, then go after him. Do something. Change the pace. Do something that's different. Maybe you'll get lucky and get him in the backfield and cause a fumble. Something. We stood there like a punching bag and kept taking the punches until we couldn't take no more. And that was it.
It's really sad, and you did see the difference that Darwin Walker makes with him being gone.
Sure.
And those guys and Tommy Harris getting double teamed and guys gashing through there. But I can't believe that some of these runs, as talented as Adrian Peterson is, and I think that this guy, beyond Rookie of the Year, he may be a guy that's going to represent the NFC in the Pro Bowl.
Well,
the way that he's playing, that the angle of the defensive backs trying to make plays down the field was just atrocious.
Well, Lawrence, what happened was, and this is exactly what happened on his runs when he cut back, there was a wide open field. That automatically tells you the angle pursuit of the backside was not there. That's exactly what it is. It's no more. It's no different. And that's something that could be corrected in a New York minute. And it was not corrected. Period.
OB, the numbers are ugly. 43 rushes, 311 yards, 7.2 yards a carry. Here's something scary for you guys. Until midway through the fourth quarter, keep this in mind, it's an NFL game. Through midway through the fourth quarter, no team had been in the red zone.
Neither team.
Neither team
had
been in the red zone because they scored all the big plays. No one got into the red zone until midway through the fourth quarter.
See, this is the problem right now. What do you do? It's okay. We got whipped today. You have bad games, but what do you do? Well, how do you correct any of this? I mean, you're talking about coming on. You're playing Minnesota Vikings at home just after beating the Packers, playing a bad first half, playing a good second half. Now, what do you do? What do you change? What do you look at? You say to yourself, we got to get better here. We got to get better there. There's so many damn places to get better. Maybe you just can't get better.
They have so many personnel holes right now, Doug.
Gigantic holes.
You look at who are your safeties right now? Because I don't know.
I don't either. I'll tell you what, they better go out and get some.
That's kind of where you're at this point, because Adam Archuleta doesn't look like he's going to be the answer. And people joke about the loss of Mike Brown. It's not a big deal. And now
what a big loss.
You see why a guy like that becomes so important to your run defense and being able to line guys up in the right spot and helping out with the angle of pursuit. On the offensive side, there were some bright moments where you look at the way the offensive line, I thought, blocked a lot better than was expected against this rush defense, which was number one in the NFL. But then it comes down to, are you getting the right guys on the field at the right time? And the distribution of the ball, if you look at what Brian Griese was able to do there, he got the ball to a bunch of different guys, and guys did make plays. Bernard Berrian made a big play. Desmond Clark. We have Muhsin Muhammad. I count 5 plays that were 30 or more yards by this offense in the pass game. That tells you that you're at least getting opportunities to make plays. But as good as Griese played, he also had some picks, and those picks ended up costing him in the end.
Yeah, there's no question, too. He threw 2 picks. The one pick was this ugly. I mean, I don't know what the hell he was doing. He threw that one pick. Of course, the touchdown was good to Hester. The touchdown moose was nice. But the fact is that everything goes back. When you take a look at this football club, you're dependent on the defense. I never, in my wildest dreams, ever thought that this defense could fall apart so badly as it did today. It's never looked this bad in maybe 20 years. I'm talking about even more, even when I played. This team looks terrible defensively at this point in time.
Why didn't they make the change?
That's the point. I don't know
why.
why.
Why didn't change the philosophy during the game?
Try to do something different.
Okay? There is an answer for that, Doug. There is an answer for that.
Yeah.
And Doug, you talked about it on the pregame show, and the idea of put it in quotation marks, the run blitz.
Run blitz. Yeah, I mean, you can use the blitz against the run. There's not a law that says in the National Football League, hey, listen, if you don't want to get to the quarterback, if you want to get to the running back, you're not allowed to use the blitz. Well, that's not the case. But I'm so stymied about how they handle themselves and how they can let one guy ruin them.
Dominate for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Yeah, put a Superman cape on that guy because he's pretty special, but he shouldn't have been able to do what he did to the Bears today.
Lawrence, I'll see you tomorrow night at 6, buddy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a long afternoon, Doug.
All right, Lawrence.
Take care, pal.
All right, guys.
See you, buddy.
Lawrence Holmes, live from Soldier Field. OB, yeah, I guess that's the case. I mean, the case is that if you can't adjust during the course of the game, if you can't use what you have in your hands, then certainly this is going to be the outcome. But even that, you never would thought that they would take such a beating.
What is that always, that standard theory, players play and coaches coach?
Coach, yeah.
Okay.
Do something.
Yeah, you got it.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone, _, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767. Bears lose 34-31 to the Minnesota Vikings. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Ray in Rockford. Ray, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, Ed.
What's up, Ray?
Not much, man. I got a couple points to make. Just one on defense is that, Daniel Manning, he was picked before Hester a couple years ago in the draft, and he is not playing like it, period. I don't care if they change him from cornerback to safety, wherever you're at, you need to make some plays, and he's not doing that. On offense, what I wanted to say is Cedric Benson. He's running the ball good. You say you're going to get him the ball, and then you stop giving him the ball. Garrett Wolf's in there for a series. What's going on? They give him the ball. He's not doing anything. Benson's making some plays. They'd stop. When he's not making some plays last week, they keep running them. Why didn't they do it this week? And then on Greasy, 3rd down and long. What's he doing? He's checking it down 5 yards. Yeah, that works sometimes, but then it doesn't work a lot of the times. And you know what? You need to make some plays downfield, and you need to do it before you're down 14 points with 3 minutes left to go in the game. And it just pisses me off, man.
Well, your fact about Benson, and we've been all over Benson and talking about him, but he was running. You're absolutely correct. I mean, he was averaging 6-7 yards a carry at the beginning of the game. Then what happened? All of a sudden, he faded away. The fact about that running thing, if they'd have kept up that same attitude, maybe that's what would have been the difference in the football game. But that they didn't do. So we know that. We know that was wrong. My other question is, you had a great play to Hester at the end of the game. Where was it before that? Didn't you have the same thing in your playbook? You mean you couldn't call that play? Why couldn't you call that play? But it called and it worked fine. It worked at the end, but kind of late, isn't it? And the other thing, the one thing that you're really going to put your hat on is this defense was just absolutely piss poor. I've never seen a defense this bad or embarrassing. I've never seen a guy should be more embarrassed. I'd wear a brown bag on my head if I come out of that locker room when I get into my car. For someone to run that many yards against you, to give up 444 yards, to have a back that averaged 11.2 yards against you, to give up 224 yards to Peterson and 3 touchdowns just on 20 carries. Come on. That's embarrassment. Let's go out to Jim and Justice. Jim, you on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Jim.
Listen, I'm getting sick and tired of Lovie Smith using that turnovers as an excuse for poor play in every aspect of the game. That's all he does. He talks about turnovers. What about the defensive line? What about the defensive backs that can't tackle anybody? And I want to say something about Ron Turner. I called before to you, Doug, about Ron Turner.
Yeah.
He is incompetent. There was a play, and I'll give you something in particular that made no sense whatsoever. At the end of the first half, there was 2 seconds to go, and instead of Greasy taking a knee, he hands the ball off to McKee, which should do nothing but have something bad happen, and he coughed up the ball. What the hell is Ron Turner thinking by handing the ball off with 2 seconds to go in your own end? You tell me that, fellas. I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Yeah, if anything, you're going to take the last 2 seconds, drop back into a shotgun, and just heave it.
What's that, the caller of the day?
Yeah.
The caller of the day?
Mm-hmm.
Jim just hit it right on the head. With 2 seconds to go, what you do, you sit down, you take a kneel.
Because
kneel
you're
down.
not going anywhere with the draw.
Right, exactly.
Unless you want to take a shot at it, and they said you
what if
down the field.
He fumbled the ball in the air, they catch it in midair, and they're running for a touchdown against you, okay? No, that was really, I tell you what, Jimmy, that was a hell of a call.
And a lot of plays. The onside kick, I didn't understand. The one he was just talking about at the end of the first half, I didn't understand. So defensively, I totally don't understand. I mean, I am totally mystified about what happened to the Bear defense and why certain things weren't done in the course of that game. Let's go out to Sal on the north side. Sal, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
All right, Sal.
Good to commiserate with you guys. There's so much that happened bad in this game. Let me say, in the defense, wouldn't it have been possible to sort of spy Brian Urlacher and Adrian Peterson? Didn't they kind of do that with Reggie Bush last year or against some team last year? Then the other thing was, I got out of work at 1 o'clock, so I missed the first part of the game. I hear Cedric Benson's running real well. I get to my friend's house. We're watching the game in the second quarter, and I don't see him run the ball once. So what happened to the Cedric Benson running the ball real well? And then as far as the last one, whoever tried to make that tackle when he tried to strip the ball, I saw Lovie Smith bench Mike Green for much less than that even last year.
That was Danielle Manning. Manning.
He's going to get benched. I mean, you know what's going on. What kind of, what can we expect to see out of this? I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Well, see, first of all, you can't expect better play from whom? I mean, you've been trying Manning, you've been trying McGowan. This is defense now. And taking a look at different guys playing out there. And, obviously they missed Vasher. Archuleta, forget Archuleta. I mean, I don't know why you even think about it. He benched him, too, going into the third quarter because he got beat deep on that cover, too, by Williamson. They've got major problems here. And the other thing, too, is we're not getting to play out of Urlacher either. You can watch, and I'm not the kind of guy to go out there because I know I played enough to know the fact that there's certain games you're not as strong or, you play your game.
You're going to have some bad games. Yeah. There's no question about it. But if you're going to go down swinging, guys.
Send them loose. Turn them loose. Find something to do. I'll tell you what, Briggs made some textbook plays today as a linebacker, and I want to talk about that when we come back. I mean, these are things you teach linebackers to do. It was a beautiful thing to watch him pull off about 3 or 4 of those plays. Other than that, I have nothing good to say about the defense. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back. I don't remember the last time the Bears had 444 yards on offense.
And 311 yards rushing.
I just
Lovey.
Passed my mind. I don't know when it is.
Excuse me.
Yeah. If you're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Fadi in his car. Fadi.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Good evening.
Sorry to sound redundant, but I'm going to have to hop on the Daniel Manning sucks bandwagon. I don't know. I think it was Lawrence Holmes a couple weeks ago that said Daniel Manning is as fast as Devin Hester and that we're going to be okay. I don't know where they're talking about the depth in the secondary and at the corner position. Oh, my God, we are just horrible. And is Brandon McGowan the model that the Bears had? He does modeling on the side. I remember there was a Bears secondary corner because he should go back to modeling because he is horrible. He cannot tackle. I don't know why we got Archuleta. I'm just disgusted with the secondary and our corner positions. Charles Tillman is not even a premier corner, and he's our best corner. It's just really bad.
Well, Fadi, if you take a look at it, there's no question our defensive back situation is poor. That's why all of us, most of us, that knew and understood what was going on with Mike Brown, that was a bad situation for the Bears to lose him. Everybody said, well, we got Archuleta from Washington Redskins. You're seeing what this is all about, what most people said before we even got here. You think the Washington Redskins are stupid?
Archuleta's best days are behind him.
Behind him. He can't run no more.
His best days are behind him.
And so you take a look what's going on with McGowan, a young kid. He doesn't tackle. He used to tackle, not today. And you talking about Manning? Forget it, both sides. Corner, he gets fried. Playing back your defense, his angles are all wrong. Their angles of pursuits are wrong. The whole thing sucked.
When they're playing the way they're playing, Doug, the weak players that come in there in a system, whatever the system might be, is when you have players and you're playing bad, it really shows up big time.
Oh, huge.
I mean, there's, Manning, he cannot hide out on that football field, okay? He's got to step up to the plate.
And because the other fact is you're not getting really the play out of your linebackers anymore like you were getting before out of Briggs yard, but the other two you're not. And your defensive line, you're not getting that.
Doug, let me quickly, is that the scheme?
I don't know if it's a scheme.
Or is Brian?
I don't know. I'm used to Brian making big plays, being a difference maker. He was a difference maker last week against Green Bay. Remember he had the interception?
Yes.
But you get a game like today when you got star versus star. Your star on defense has got to combat the star on offense. That's the way it is.
How many times Peterson went wide on us and made those long runs, and there was an angle, and none of our linebackers really got there. Nobody was shooting the gaps to try to get in there to catch him. It was sad. What it was sad because it said to you, this is all we got. And we're talking about getting to the playoffs, and we're talking about going to the Super Bowl, and we're talking about the fact that Lovey depends on the defense to get turnovers, and none of this has happened. We're going to get a beating if this continues. His philosophy was good last year. His philosophy is not good this year.
It's not working.
No turnovers.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Jiffy Lube postgame show, Obradovich and Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Want a great haircut without checking your masculinity at the door? State Street Barbers, an old-fashioned barbershop with contemporary style and convenience. Open 7 days, evening hours, and located in Lincoln Park, Old Town, and Wrigleyville. Visit StateStreetBarbers.com.
OB, let's head out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Gino in Milwaukee. Gino, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How you doing today?
What's up, Gino?
A few things I want to say, then I'll turn it over and let the listeners get some feedback from you. Well, first of all, Mr. Conservative Turner has to go. When the was about 2.5 minutes left in the half there, he's going at running plays. I thought he was just going to go with some passing plays just to get down to the field to put a couple of points up on the board, to get back in the game there. Second of all, I like to see, I know this sounds kind of idiotic, but I like to see Lovie Smith go back to defensive coordinator and hire Mike Ditka as a coach. Or you could bring Chuck Cecil in or Fensick back. And who's going to win games is teams that are well-disciplined. And right now, Chicago doesn't have it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Gino.
Well, the fact is, the defense in itself had many, many mistakes. There's no question about it. And Lovie Smith talked about the fact that they weren't tackling. They're not tackling. They didn't tackle last week. But you know what? The proof of the pudding is this. This is not the same defense anymore because we are not getting the football. We are not taking the football away. So two things got to happen. Either you got to get back to that where you take away a lot like you did last week against Green Bay, or you have to have an offense that scores a lot. That's going to go out there and try to put points up. You make the call. And Lovey's got to make the call what to do with this football club coming up because you're running out of players. The defensive backs have not really been playing that well. You're not getting the takeaways. You're not getting your linebacker in play. Maybe you should start blitzing them more or do something about that. But when it's all said and done with, this is not the same football team. And everybody says, let's go back to the Super Bowl. It's not the same team to go back to the Super Bowl because they're not playing that well.
You know what a lot of people do? You always bring up that point. People last year, our offense gave up the ball 36 times.
36 turnovers.
36 turnovers, folks, last year. Even though we went to the Super Bowl, but we had 44 takeaways. And the special teams always gave us great field position offensively. So we didn't have to go far to get 3 points or 6 points. Not happening this year.
Yeah, and the same thing. Remember the year that Orton took over and won 10 games? Well, the same thing happened that year. The defense took everything. The defense was making all these plays, the short field, the special teams. Everything was going on with that, the defense and the special teams. It's not there now. And you could see now what's going to happen in football games if you don't get that. So that means offense has got to come up with some way to score. Our 2-minute drill right before the half was
We don't have one. We don't have one. No. We
Absolutely horrendous.
Doug, let me just jump and stop you right there.
It's horrendous.
A 2-minute offense, no-huddle offense is non-existent here, period.
The one we have is horrendous. We can go to the shotgun. We did that. But you're right. No huddle, getting up. No
2-minute drill.
There's no urgency whatsoever. Let's go to Jim in Suffolk, Wisconsin. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, how you doing? Hey, it'd be too easy to rip on the offense here. I want to talk about the defense.
Sure.
How did we fall so bad so fast? We got injuries in the secondary, but it's the front seven who stopped the run, and obviously they didn't stop much of the run today. So I guess I'd like your comment. Is it personnel or is it coaching? It seems like we can't make an adjustment to save ourselves here, Doug. I'll hang up and listen for your answer. All right, Doug? Thank you.
Very simply, in fact, there's a little bit of both. I mean, the personnel itself out there, you got personnel. You got guys that can play. I'm talking about the linebacking spot. And, again, I'll say this about Urlacher. I'm not so sure you got the best game out of him today. In fact, I'm positive about that. There's certain plays. You remember, of course, when the Bears were moving defensively? When you would turn, and all of a sudden you turn around, and it was Urlacher making the play. Urlacher making the interception. Urlacher knocking the ball down. Urlacher making a tackle like he did against Arizona last year. Remember that? Well, you need that from him. Well, right now, maybe you're not getting it. And the fact now is somebody else has got to take over or somebody else has got to do something. But when you start seeing the tackling, I can excuse a lot of things in defense. A lot of things happen. Some guys are bigger than you are. They blow you out, whatever happens. But to me, that's almost like walking. Tackling should be such a part of you defensively that should be the first thing in your mind, I'm going to tackle. All tackling is wanting to do it. That's all it is.
Urlacher, Jim, has earned the name of he's a difference maker. And throughout his career so far, Doug, I would say pretty much that he has shown that
majority of it, yeah.
That he is a difference maker. He's going to have bad games, bad quarters. Yes, it's going to happen. But I'll tell you what, this is not the same guy that I've seen the last several years here. I don't see I don't see him firing up the gaps. I don't see him. He always had that nose for the ball, Doug. I mean, when you blow through a gap and run the running back down, I mean, he's got the speed and quickness to do it. But I don't know if it's the scheme that we're running, Doug. But I tell you what, he has not been the difference maker that he has been, and that's the thing that I notice about him most. He is not the difference maker that we know of as Brian Urlacher.
In most games, when you take, like I said, you take your best guy in defense, which is Brian Urlacher, at middle linebacker, usually is your middle linebacker. That's that competition between him, that middle linebacker, and whoever the best runner is. And obviously it was Adrian Peterson. And there's supposed to be a war between these two.
Right.
And that's what the middle linebacker is for. We didn't see much of that today. We saw Lance Briggs make some plays.
Yes.
But Urlacher did not. And then on top of that, our defensive backs are horrendous tackling. They cannot tackle. Let's go to Mark in Champaign. Mark, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Mark.
All right. If everybody's wondering why the defense is down the tubes this year, I think I have an idea. Over this offseason, we got rid of 2 of our defensive tackles. Now one of them had a problem, so we had to get rid of him. But we lost 2 defensive tackles. We replaced them with somebody who keeps getting hurt. Then we didn't sign Lance Briggs, which isn't going to hurt us this year. But if you're Lance Briggs, do you come back next year?
Well,
I don't think so.
Well, you know what? You're talking about the tackles, which is a good point. And the fact is, when they brought Walker in here, a healthy Walker was better than anybody we let go. That's not even a question about it. But you're right. He's not healthy. You can't make the club in the tub. I mean, that's the bottom line to it, and you're absolutely correct. Then you want Tommy Harris to cover it? Well, he's getting double-teamed. You're not getting to play from the other guys. You're not getting, the Adams and Garay. You're just not getting to play from them. So it all adds up all the way down the line. And Mark Anderson's another one. I expected a bigger day from him today. I didn't see it. This McKinney handled him. I thought he would get from the edge to come in and do something about it. It just was all in all, it was a total bust-up on that defense. Nobody can average 11.2 yards against you and gain 224 and run 311 and go 3 touchdowns unless that whole defense is playing poorly.
There's no question about it, Doug. And you talked about Mark Anderson today. I thought him and Agunye would have a big game today.
So did I.
Because I didn't think their quarterback was really up to snuff, Doug, and he's susceptible to a sack. And we never really got to him.
Never did.
No.
And then the other time I saw Gunlier coming all the way across the field. I mean, he had a tackle dead on, misses the tackle. You say, well, it was just a miss. But yeah, but it's a difference in a loss of 4 or 5 yards and a guy gained 10 yards. So defensively, they've got to take a look at it. And what I'm irritated about is that, hey, listen, if someone's beating me up and I'm a punching bag, I'm going to fight back. You know how you fight back? Blitz those linebackers once in a while. When you know when they're going to run the football, you basically know when Peterson's coming in that football, maybe you take a shot at it. Send your guys upfield.
That's the mystery, Doug.
Yeah.
That's the mystery today. Why wasn't there a change of philosophy?
Let's go to Richard in Hyde Park. Richard, you're on the score.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
All right, Richard.
Thank you for taking my telephone call. I called last week. Listen, which is more important? Because I'm lost and confused, but I don't know. Which is more important, tackling or takeaways? Because we seem to be sold that, I'm thoroughly convinced we're going to be 4-12 this season because I don't see us taking away 4 takeaways per game.
That's, it's a good point. The fact is, the Bears defense is so used to getting the takeaways. Understand, again, let me go back to it. 44 takeaways last year. That's pretty damn good. 44 takeaways, that's about 3 a game. So if you get those, you say, okay, fine, I can miss a couple tackles. But now, if you're not getting the takeaways, then you're right. You better tackle. You better put somebody down. You better not let them run for an extra yardage, whatever it is.
Well, this is our philosophy. I mean,
it is.
We're sold on the fact that takeaways is more important than tackling.
No question. Because you know why? Because we were getting them, Richard. We were getting the takeaways. We covered the offense's ass for years. And say, well, we're a takeaway team. We take the football away. Well, you're not taking them away anymore.
Richard, this coaching staff, their theory, defensively, obviously, is the takeaway.
Yes.
And offensively, we're a running team. What we do, that's the bottom line. You can say anything else you want. Lovie Smith, we're a running team offensively, and defensively, we live by the takeaway. Well, it's not happening. And that's what his theory and philosophy is. Is that not correct, Mr. Buffone?
That is, because takeaways cover up all the garbage. It covers up the missed tackles. It covers up not scoring. It covers up a lot of bad things when you take the football away.
Well, I mean, if you had to come up with one thing offensively Lovey wants to do and one thing defensively, he says it. One thing. We could talk about 10 things. Let's talk about one thing. Running the ball and defensively takeaways, and it's just not happening.
Now here, what if it's not working? What if you're not getting the takeaways? It's called adjustment then. Then you gather the troops together and say, hold it. We're not getting the football. Then certainly let's let them run for 311 yards. 311 yards rushing the football.
Then philosophy has to change.
Well, something's got to change.
Okay.
Absolutely. Let's go to Chad in Bourbonnais. Chad, you're on the score.
Hi, how you doing today,
All right,
guys?
Chad.
What's up, Chad?
Obviously a really upsetting loss today, but I think as fans we have to be careful when we're critiquing. We have to kind of make sure that we stick to the basis of what really is or isn't wrong. And I think that it's important to remember, and the last two callers kind of touched on it. We are a takeaway defense, and quite frankly, I think it's in vogue nowadays for fans to criticize the coaches, but they did make adjustments. I mean, the defensive line was getting hammered off the ball. So what do? They take Archuleta out of the game. They put Manning in at strong safety. That's not working as well. They put Manning at free safety. So they did make adjustments. I mean, the truth of the matter is, when you got two stud linebackers like you got, and I know you guys think Briggs had a pretty good game, but unofficially, I think Urlacher had 5 tackles and Briggs had 7. That's not acceptable when a team runs 30, 35 times. I mean, that's not a good game. I don't care if Briggs had a couple good plays or not. That's just not a good game. 7 tackles? I mean, that's crazy.
And 5 tackles for Urlacher? That's not crazy?
No,
and
that's
also,
terrible.
Hillenmeyer, how many tackles did he get?
That's terrible.
But see here, Chad, here's the point. If it's not working out, then get your guys revved up. Do something differently. You know how you can do it? Because I know. I played 14 years playing linebacker. When things are not going well, then I'm taking the fight to them. I'm not sitting there while being a punching bag while somebody slaps me around.
Well, they were trying.
Well, no, they didn't blitz. They didn't go after the guys.
The defensive line is
Chad,
problem.
here's what you made a statement that they changed they made a personnel change, okay? Not a philosophy change on how to play defense, Chad. What you're saying, the change was a personnel change. The philosophy is what Doug is talking about, is blitzing. We didn't blitz all day. Basically, it was almost non-existent, and we got pounded for 4 quarters, and there was no philosophy. It never changed from what happened for 4 quarters.
Put the pressure on them once in a while.
I agree with you, but they did blitz. They blitzed a little bit at the end, too. Sometimes the blitz is how you lose backside containment.
Yeah, but here's the point, though. When you have blitz and there's containment rules, there's guys that are going up. See, what happens is you hit the gap. And a lot of times when you hit that gap, you're catching this guy maybe in the backfield. You're getting a shot at him. If you sit there, and become a sitting duck because they know exactly where you are and where you're going, I guarantee you they will pick you off. And so you got to change your mind, change the philosophy, change their thought process a little bit. Make them sweat instead of you sweating. And that's the difference in ball games. That's what happens in ball games.
Chad, what happened, you saw it last week, and you probably saw it again today if you were watching either the center or either 2 guards or their tackles. Our linebackers are basically going laterally along the line. And it's easier for an offensive lineman to take aim at a linebacker and hit him when he's going laterally along the line. It's a timing pattern. What it's difficult for an offensive center lineman, if your linebacker who was in front of you, whether it's weak, strong, or middle, when he's shooting the gaps and when there's blitzes, when there's a lineman that comes up into your gap and you got to take him, and behind him comes the middle linebacker in a blitz scheme. It's a whole different thing. But if you don't blitz and we see our linebackers going laterally, what you saw today was a lot of the Vikings linemen in our linebackers' face, if you watch the game pretty good.
And a lot of times when you blitz the linebackers, you change the line of scrimmage. It's moved back because now you're across the line of scrimmage. That's a big difference. If you're off the line and playing and you're sliding down the road, you're given the opportunity for the back to cut back a lot. So all I'm asking you is to make that offensive lineman think, make that running back think, and change up a little bit. If you're in some kind of a battle and all of a sudden things are not working for you, certainly you say, wait a minute, let me try another way. And also, this is important. When you start blitzing, linebackers become more aggressive. They become being aggressive, then their play increases. They get better. But if you sit there and keep taking the punches and then the guys behind you are missing tackles, it's dead meat.
And then
dead meat.
Also, Chad, too, if you're going to blitz, you blitz, but also you come up and you camouflage. you can have your 3 linebackers or a stronger weak side safety or cornerback coming
Get out of
up
it.
like they're coming with the blitz, the full blitz, and you're there. But if you don't blitz, and so there's no play there. So what you have to do is when you come up and you change your package, you blitz, but there's times when you fake it, you camouflage it, and then you drop back. And that can that confuse an offense, a quarterback, or a center who calls the line calls? You're damn right it can.
I saw them do that against San Diego. They didn't do it today. They lined 3 linebackers up like statues. All 3 of them lined up like statues. And against San Diego, they had Urlacher up into the line, out of the line, into the line. How'd they do against San Diego? How'd they do against the run?
Stop the best running back in the league.
You didn't even see anything close to that today. Let's
no
go
camouflage, no dodging, nothing.
Right. Let's go to Rich in the cell phone. Rich on the score.
Hey, Doug Obie. I agree with everything you said about the defense having to be more aggressive and being more intimidating. And I think that just goes back to the philosophy. That's why Ron Rivera is no longer here. He wanted to change the philosophy, become more of attacking. Lovey kiboshed it. He brought his guy in Babbage, played a cover 2, play soft. You look at the last 2 years, we've had injuries in key spots. He made adjustments. Our defense hung tough for 2 years, got us to the playoffs and the Super Bowl last year. So a lot of it's coaching, like you said, guys. I just want to hear what you have to say about that.
You know, Rich, I thought of the same thing. I really did. But until I saw the first 2 games. Because if you take a look at our defense the first 2 games, especially against San Diego, we were up there challenging them. We were up or after them. And we said we did that because of their wide receivers. Well, the Minnesota Vikings wide receivers are not any better. Their offense is not any better. They don't have a better quarterback. And so that's what I thought too. But this game was different. They were not out there to take the football game. In other words, they were not out there. They were passive. And sometimes you get into that passive rut, and then all of a sudden Peterson takes the game over. You let him take the game over. Most backs are good backs. You got to go after him right away. You got to make him earn it. This guy's ripping off 60-yarders, 70-yarders. He's doing what he wants to do. You can't let that happen. Let's go out to Kevin in Lansing. Kevin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you doing?
What's up, Kev?
Hey, I noticed I was at the game today. I was sitting up in the suites, and you could see you have a real clear view of the field, and I noticed that they did not blitz the linebackers at all.
No.
And they tried to send Urlacher. I noticed a few times they tried to do that fake where they're gonna blitz Urlacher up the middle, and then Briggs comes around off the corner or through the side of the line, and it just didn't work. You got a rookie, basically a rookie quarterback back there, sitting back there with all the time in the world, and if they would have caught 3 or 4 of those slants, you're talking
wipeout.
They're beating them by 50. It's 50 points. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I was screaming. I was like screaming out. I'm surprised they didn't hear me on the field. I was screaming, "Why don't you blitz this guy? Get in his face." And that's how you cause turnovers. If you're not in his face, how are you ever going to get an interception? How are you ever going to get a fumble? Maybe you catch the back getting the handoff in the backfield and you get a turnover. You're not going to get a turnover if you don't do something on the line of scrimmage.
Kevin,
period.
You're correct. You know what? This game should have been a welcome to the NFL to the Minnesota Vikings quarterback. That's what it should have been, Doug. When you got a rookie quarterback,
Absolutely.
and what they normally do, Kevin, is whoever the rookie they go after him, they throw everything at him, confuse him, have him throw the ball up for grabs. That's actually the norm. When there's a rookie quarterback, you go after him. Welcome to the NFL. Didn't happen.
Especially if the defensive line is putting no pressure on the quarterback, which our lineman did not.
You saw that. You saw him. He had a lot of time today.
To throw.
But I mean, Doug, we've said it so many times. It's right in front of there. Why weren't the changes made? That's the big question.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Hey, let's go back out to the lines. Let's go out to Jim in Antioch. Jim, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. Hey, this might seem a little bit off the wall. I'm not a Rex fan, per se, but why didn't he come in with 11 seconds left in the first half? We knew he could throw to the end zone if we had to.
Jim, you don't want to make that move at that point in time. You know, you started with Greasy. Greasy's your guy, and you go with him.
I'm just saying he can throw it 60 yards. I don't know if Greasy can.
I don't know, Jim. You know, I thought, first of all, with 2 seconds left to go and they run a draw play, they should have taken a knee. He saw what happened to McKee. He got racked up. The ball went up in the air. Could have fumbled the football. But if you're right, about one thing, though. If you're going to take a shot at it, don't run a draw, spread everybody out, and throw it 500 miles down the field. And you're saying they should have brought in Grossman. I wouldn't have did that, but I certainly would have maybe taken a look at the fact of throwing it down the field. Let's go to Joe in the South Side. Joe, you're on the score.
Joe.
Listen, here's first of all, it's obvious that these teams aren't even worried about the running game. And Benson looks like one guy, they just reached their hand out and stopped this guy. I don't think he has any heart, and I think that's really screwing up the passing game. And I think Ron Turner's play call, I just don't get it. I never saw anything thrown up the middle, very little. It was everything to the sidelines. Greasy has said he likes to go in the middle, mix it up, get it going. I just don't get Ron Turner at all, and Benson should be ashamed of himself. He's got no heart at all. So that's my feeling. They blow on him and he goes down. I just don't get it.
Well, Joe, actually, in the first quarter he ran pretty good, and then for some mysterious reason, he was not on the football field for whatever, I don't know. But sometimes he can. Does he have some bad games or run some like he's not really running with passion? There's no question about it. But I'll tell you what, he was running good today, and then he disappeared. Joe, and for what reason, I don't know. I can't give you an answer on that one.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Ready? Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Drew and Waukegan. Drew, you on the Score.
Hey, guys, I was just wondering, everybody's hammering the secondary for not tackling. I wonder if the Bears regret trading away Chris Harris and Dante Wesley in the offseason, because I know I'd rather see Harris especially out there instead of Archuleta remaining.
Drew, it's a great point. You see, when they went out and got Archuleta,
can't agree with you.
No, when they went out and got Archuleta, that meant one of the young kids had to go. They made a mistake getting Archuleta. Now you don't have Chris Harris, nor do you have Dante Wesley.
The mistake was letting Chris Harris go, period.
Yeah, but they had to because they had Archuleta. They have all these defensive backs. They thought Archuleta was going to be so damn good, Ed. They thought they would have to worry about nothing else.
Chris Harris was young, promising. Archuleta's days, even at Washington, they knew it. They benched him.
They did.
His days were well behind him, my friend.
And why'd the Bears go get him?
He's Lovey's boy, one of Lovey's boys.
There we go. Let's go out to Jim in Rockford. Jim, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, I got two things. One, watching New England and Dallas, you realize how far behind we really are as far as being a good team. They play a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. They're not afraid to go across the middle. They run a lot of routes that are 5-10 yards deep, maybe even shallow. I always have an outlet with a receiver and uses the middle a lot more. And we have the receivers to do that, and Garrett Wolf would be a back that, and Peterson would be a back that we could run more 3 wide receiver sets and have a more controlled but spread out offense and look vertically.
Well, Jim, there's nothing wrong with the wide receiver. I mean, the wide receiver set, and I agree with it. They came out with it today a couple of times, and they ran from it once, they threw from it. But the time they bring in Garrett Wolf, they bring him in, they run him up the middle.
Yeah, I know.
What are you doing here? Figure something else out. But, yeah, we're not even close to being a playoff team. We're not even, obviously, Super Bowl's out of it. We're not even close to any of that.
You know what, Doug, though, and the Jimmy, I can't put all this on the players. Whatever. I know Urlacher. He's just Doug, for whatever the reason. Last few games, he's not been playing up to snuff. Now I don't know if you mentioned he might have a bad back or
I don't know, but it's not the same.
He's not. Yeah, you don't see that fire and brimstone in him. Him pointing to the sidelines and pointing here and doing all that's kind of like gone away. But I'm going to tell you something. This coaching staff has a lot to answer for what's going on here. They really do, Doug. They're the ones that are coming up. They're talking about the game plans, what Dallas and New England's doing when they're playing today, how they're moving the ball all over the field, running from different sets, etc. This coaching staff has a lot of answers they have to come up with, Doug, because I can't put this all on the players. I can't do it. Are they playing bad? Yeah, they're playing bad. But I'm going to tell you something. They haven't been put in good positions. So I think the coaching staff has to take a lot of the responsibility here.
Well, there's no question the fact that a lot of times responsibility also is you chose those players to be here as part of your team.
That's correct.
And that's part of your problem, too. And that's part of where you made a mistake because you thought that these young guys could play defensive backs. And you thought that
But you had a young guy in Chris Harris.
They got rid of him.
That played well for us. A young guy. And you got him for not a lot of money either, by the way, okay? And got rid of him and go with the other guy.
Let's go out to Alvin in Rockford. Alvin, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Alvin?
Good, good. I want to start off by saying that I definitely agree with a lot of the callers and you guys when we talk about the coaching. It's been very suspect. First of all, I see a lot of potential in these players. There's a lot of talent on the Bears, and it's just being wasted. I mean, how long did we cry out for Devin Hester and Greg Olsen to be on the field for offense? And for whatever reason, it took forever just to get that. But one of the things I want to talk about is on the offensive side, one of the things that I see with the successful teams, the dominant teams that move the ball successfully, Indy, New England, Dallas, those teams, they set up the run by setting up the pass first. And it's like the Bears are stuck in the Stone Ages. Last week we saw the Bears in the first half against Green Bay run the ball first and second down, get nowhere, and then you're set up with a 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9. This team should never run on 2nd and 10. If you don't get any yards on first down, you should not run on 2nd and 10. Your running back is averaging 3 yards a carry. Do the math. If he gets 3 yards, you're forced with a 3rd and 7. Why would you want to put your team in that position? The other thing is the coaching. You just had this great win off Green Bay. You got to have your team prepared and ready to go to put away Minnesota early. Minnesota coming in with a 1-3 record, and you're facing a rookie quarterback in Tavares Jackson, and you got 2 running backs that pound the ball and run the ball, and Chester Taylor and Adrian Peterson. You know they have to run the ball to win the game. So, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know that, if you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me with Tavares Jackson. What happened to the way they were stopping the run against LT and Larry Johnson in the first couple of games of the season? What happened to the way they had those formations and those guys in the boxes? So just a lot of questions. I'd like to see him open up the passing game. Greasy, I guess he's speaking to reporters that he wants to open up the passing game more. And, it's there. I mean, at the end of the game, they just drive down the field with no, I mean, you're talking about a couple of minutes. They score 14 points just like that. I mean, so it's just, I think a lot is on the coaching, the play calling. It's just horrible. So.
Well, there's no question. If you take a look at this, the Vikings had a bye week. Do you think they weren't prepared to run that football? You think that for those 2 weeks they had to work on the Bears, know exactly what the Bears were doing, how they ran their stunts, where they ran, where they're supposed to be in their gaps and everything. You think they were not prepared for that? They were ripping holes.
Doug,
they were beating our ass
defensively,
every way, 6 ways from Sunday.
Even when there was a passing situations, our defensive linemen let the 4 guys try to fight up into the gaps. That's good and well. But you got to couple that, Doug, with line tricks, defensive line tricks, where you switch with the tackle in the end or the 2 tackles. And these are things that are standard operating procedure. Is it going to work every time? No. But could you confuse the offensive line and the center and who's going to pick up who? Yes, you could, and you could get to the quarterback. And what better quarterback to go after and do some line tricks, even if you don't blitz, do some line tricks and get after a rookie quarterback, get in his face, and hopefully he might make some mistakes. Did that happen today? No, it didn't.
And the story's getting old, too, about not being in your gap. I about had it with that story.
Well, that's Lovey's theory, that you got to be in the gap.
We weren't in our gap. What happened, Love? Well, we weren't in our gap. Why weren't you in the gap then? I mean, how many times we've heard this story about not being in your gap? What's the mystery of this gap thing? I don't get it. Anyway, all I know today is 311 yards rushing football for the Vikings. That's all you got to know about gap. He's Obradovich on Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Tom on his cell phone. Tom, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. How you guys doing?
All right, Tom.
Hey, I just came from the game, and there's a big point in the coaching side of why I feel that really hurt the Bears. It really cost them the game. Obviously, we talked about the defense and the offense, but 3 things that happened that I just really don't understand. I'd like Lovie Smith to explain. One is late in the game. First of all, we didn't feel like they needed an onside kick at that time of the game. Mm-hmm. 2, when Minnesota was punting that far down, that late in the game, why they didn't have 11 guys rushing? Because they were going to kick the Hester anyhow. It was going out of bounds. And 3 is the fact that why in the world would he kick off after we tied the game to a guy who's just burned us for 225 yards and 3 touchdowns? Minnesota stopped doing that to Hester when he burned them.
Yeah, Lovey answered to the last question was, well, that's what we do. We kick to them.
Yeah, he said he wasn't afraid to do that.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, I agree with you on the fact what it worked out for us, but, the onside kick. I would have kicked it, then went into my defensive mode.
Doug, I would have kicked the ball, too, but I would have squib kicked it.
One way or another, yeah.
That's what I've done. Not an onside, but if he's back there, I would have squib kicked it, and hopefully bounces off somebody bouncing down the field kind of goofy, taking it. That's exactly what I would have done.
Let's go to Tony in South Bend. Tony on the score.
Oh, you could have kicked it out of bounds for crying out loud. Hey, I know you guys don't like Benson, and everybody's been on Benson, but if
not
you
today,
watch,
no.
I understand, and
Tony
I call all the time about Benson because if you watch the games, this is nothing new today, what they did with Benson. They do it every game with him.
Tony didn't do it last week. Tony ran him 28 times.
That's the first time, Doug.
Right, I know.
That's the first time. But if you look since last year and every game this year, typically he'll start running, and then all of a sudden he just disappears for 3 series.
Well, he disappeared today, and I thought, Tony, he was running good through the 6 and 7 gaps, which we're trying to get away from those 2 big tackles inside, and we had success.
And Lovie Smith needs to be criticized for this because that's what he does with the kid all the time. So if he's a head case, that's part of it. That's what I think. Anyway.
Well, they should have never taken him out of today's game. I mean, today's game, he's on fire. He's averaging 6 yards a crack. I ride him. They rode him last week, and he wasn't running that well at all. But this week, they start out that nice formations, the traps, coming out to the single backs. They took the kid, the tight end Greg Olson, put him at fullback. Those things all work.
But there is one difference, Doug, and Doug pointed this out. And if you look at what happened today with Peterson from the Vikings, he ran 73 yards, 60-some yards against us, and we didn't have anybody that could catch him, and he outran the angle. This kid's got some speed. Now, do you think that Cedric Benson could run a 73-yard touchdown?
No, not at all.
He doesn't have speed.
No.
Okay.
And that's the one thing about him. We know what he is. He's a power back. He couldn't have ran those plays that Peterson did today for touchdowns. That's a fact. But he is who he is. So you use power play, you control the football, and maybe give him more cracks at the football. Yeah. He's Obradovich on Buffone on the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Sports Radio 670, The Score. 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone. And thanks to everybody. Thanks to Eddie. Thank you for calling in. Great callers. I know it's on a bad day. Bears lose 34-31. Thanks to Lawrence Holmes from Soldier Field, our producers Tim Bach, Bill Zimmerman, and Herb Lawrence. And I'll be on tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 on Chicago NFL Live with Lawrence Holmes. Stay tuned for Sporting News Radio, followed by Sunday Night Football on The Score as New Orleans Saints take on the Seattle Seahawks. Good night, everybody. Hey, welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. That's right. Put it on the board. Yes. Bears win. How about this, 19-16? How about the Bears moving that football at the end of the game with about a minute and 37 seconds left to go with no timeouts? How they moved down, hit the guys, hit the receivers. Big play by Hester with 23 yards, and, of course, then going into the end zone to Moose. And Greasy making a great throw. I'll tell you, it was a crazy game. And the defense in itself, I think, played the game it wanted to play. And it changed a few things. They went after the guys a little bit. They blitzed their guys. They blitzed Briggs. They blitzed Urlacher. So they held on there. They played well there. But come back, the offense, the one thing the offense obviously wanted to do was not turn the football over. And I don't think they did turn the football over, Ed, and that was a big part of what the Bears did do. But come down to the game like that, at the end, you get the football on the 3-yard line with a minute 37 left to go, and you have no timeouts, which they blew up their timeouts. One time with Hester not knowing where he wanted to go, so they called timeout. The other time, Des Clark wasn't on for the field goal, and that was another timeout called, so that hurt him. But I thought Greasy did one hell of a job of moving that football team in the last minute and 37 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, for the whole game, I think it was kind of nice to see. I mean, the defense, did they come back? Yeah, they did, Doug. I was watching the pursuit angles because I just wanted to see if that problem was corrected. And any time they tried to run wide, well, who was there? The backside pursuit. I saw some mistakes, though, defensively. Anderson, Doug, a lot of times taking an inside move where he does have containment and they wheel out and go around him. But offensively, again, it comes down, you watch the whole game, and it comes down to the last minute and 37 seconds, 97 yards to go, and they have Greasy go 7 of 11 for 97 yards, and that was really something. And it was nice to see, Doug, that it wasn't a miracle from our special teams, and it wasn't a miracle from our defense. What it was our offense, and really put in a pickle with no timeouts left to go, 1 minute and 37 seconds, and having the wherewithal not to lose their cool. Greasy didn't lose his cool back there, and march us down the field and get us the win. The key, and the point I'm trying to make is that the offense did it. They won the game. I'm saying our defense kept us in, Doug. But, I mean, it was nice to see not a miracle play with an interception run all the way back by our defense or a Hester return on a kickoff or a punt. Our offense marched at 97 yards, so kudos to Greasy, kudos to the offense. One hell of a job.
Yeah, in this football game, there's no question the fact that the Bears did not turn the football over. And that in itself says, okay, fine, that's good. That's on one way of winning. But, see, offense didn't get any help either for the defense because there were no takeaways. So there's no takeaways. But the point being is that the defense itself, when you looked at it, you saw what Urlacher played one of his better games again tonight. What he did was he was going after him. They were sending him. He was making plays in the backfield. They had him coming from the outside on the blitz.
Doug, remember I was talking about watching how he has changed? He was going laterally along the line to the weaker, the strong side. Did you see him knife in and fire into the 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 gaps coming at? So not having a chance for the big offensive center line or guards or tackles to attach to him. He fired in. I tell you what, good adjustment by Babbage, good adjustment by Urlacher.
And Babbage turned them loose a little bit. He made those guys play linebacker. He let them be aggressive, let them blitz. And I saw Urlacher come from the outside. And the one thing, like I said, was we did not get the takeaways. But he held the football team to 16 points, which is outstanding. And maybe we've been talking differently if the offense of the Bears did not make that move at the end of the game. And I know one thing we would have been saying was the fact, well, hell, they needed those two timeouts. Didn't get them because they screwed up because of Hester didn't know where to go, and of course we said Des Clark not coming in on the field goal team. But when you take a look at it, Hester was a big part of that. Hester had a screen on third down situation, a quick screen. He made a first down, gain 11 yards. Another time in this drive, he picks up I think 21 or 22 yards. So, but this is where important is for a quarterback to have a quarterback
to have the wherewithal about him.
Exactly.
Keep his cool.
And throw timeouts, throw the football down, take your time, get yourself going. But with no timeouts, it's very difficult to do. Eddie went 97 yards.
With no timeouts. And I want to tell you what, Doug, that pass into the end zone to Musa.
He put it up perfect.
He put it up perfect.
Right.
He lobbed it up over the head of the defensive. Either's going to go out of bounds or we're going to catch it and win the football game, and he did it. One hell of a thing. But I'll tell you what, Doug, you go to that first half. We had the ball, about 10 minutes and 52 seconds. They had it 19 minutes and 8 seconds, but we hung in there as a team, and I think that's what this team needed, Doug. They needed a team win because what you would hate to see, Doug, is that the offense start to get on the offense and the offensive guys get on the defense, special teams guys, and it looks like it was starting to break that way, Doug. There was going to be, if you blow this game and a few other games like this coming after going to the Super Bowl, Doug, I'll tell you what, it could have really got ugly, but I'll tell you what, coaches brought him in. They did a pathetic job of coaching last week, a good job of coaching. Everybody kept their composure, and we came out of Philadelphia with the win.
What I like about the offense, too, they started to incorporate Greg Olsen more, and they started incorporating Hester more, and they put Olsen in the slot, the wide receiver, back at the fullback spot.
Put him in the eye position and put him in motion from all the different places. Yeah. Nice to see. How long we've been talking about that.
And even Hester in the football game. Every time he would come in a game, they were looking at him. They're wondering what he's going to do, and he made a couple nice plays, but especially during that last drive. And here's the other thing, too. I don't think Hester had any return yards today, But I'm going to tell you something. We had great starting field position because of them trying to punt the football out of bounds, except for that last punt the kid got. He got it down on the 3-yard line. But prior to that, even on the kickoffs, we're starting at the 35, 40-yard line. What a big difference it is for an offense to get the football at the 35 or the 40-yard line. So Hester still, no matter him not returning, still affects what's going on out there. And like I said, with Greasy, I got to hand it to him. No turnovers, no things that are going to cause you bad problems. And eventually they start to come out of it a little bit. They start throwing downfield, making some plays. The defense itself, we'll talk about them. You were so right about last week. Totally different team. Totally different. They didn't give up the big play, Ed. There were no big plays.
No, I tell you.
Like that was last week where they just got ruined. So they played within themselves. I would like to see them get more takeaways. Maybe that's down the line. But, hell, you beat a team 19-16, and besides that, the Bears needed this game desperately.
Yeah, Doug,
this was a desperate football game.
We had the rushing attempts. We had 23 attempts for 72 yards, and in passing, Doug, we had 314 attempts in 41 passes. I'd like to see a little bit more balance in there, but that last drive of 80 yards, basically, that's what really got us the win and got us to the 314 yards passing.
It's not a game to write home about, offensively or defensively, but it was consistent and it was smart, and they didn't blow it up with doing stupid things. Now, there were a couple false starts there that cost them, but other than that.
Yeah, Garza didn't have a good day today.
And so you get those, okay, you got those. But the fact is, did not turn the football over. And like I said, I'd like to see our defense come up with the takeaways.
Well,
but the important thing is we're not throwing the ball all over the damn place, and all of a sudden somebody's taking it and running it back for a touchdown. You're not giving away easy points. It was a close to the best game. The Eagles played the same way. There's no question about it. And very rarely will you see Robbie Gould missed a 37-yard field goal either, by the way.
Well, let me tell you here, Doug, the total time of possession, they had 30 minutes and 30 seconds. And we had like 29 minutes and 29 seconds, almost just the even game time-wise, and it really came back in the second half. And the key here that I think, Doug, that was really nice to see is that the all-important third down conversion, third down efficiency. Doug, when the hell was the last time you heard this one? We were 8 of 16. Mm-hmm. 8 of 16. Nice to see.
Absolutely. What a great game for the Bears to win. A game that, especially how they won it, this could be the catalyst. This could kick them off and get them going, in the right direction. Because I got to be honest with you, and I don't know what you guys think out there. After that punt on the 3-yard line, I started writing down Bears lose 16-12. I would never thought they would move that football 97 yards with about 1 minute and 37 seconds left with no timeouts. Job well done. Let's go out to Mike in Glenview. Mike going to score with OB and Doug.
You guys are totally surprising me today. OB, I always hear you say, I'm mad as hell about this. I'm mad as hell about the way the coaches were today. Terrible. I mean, we're ending up in the fourth quarter, and we're completely out of timeouts. And thank God, the only thing that happened was that the radio signal from Greasy's helmet to the bench didn't work. So Ron Turner couldn't blow the game, and we had to put the ball in the hands of Greasy, and God bless it, he got it done. I am so happy. They should take Ron Turner and send him home. He's not worth anything, guys. I don't know what else to say. I mean, the coaches were killing us today.
Up to that point, Mike, obviously everybody wanted them to go downfield. Now, whatever happened in that drive, whether the was coming from the sidelines or where it was Greasy, I really don't know. I do know this. They moved the football at the end of the game. Now, right up to that point, the only thing you could say good about this football game was the Bears didn't turn it over. And that's what you're looking at. And really, Benson wasn't having a terrific game, but the running game wasn't that great.
No, Benson, Doug had 17 carries for 46 yards, a 2.7 yard average.
That's nothing to write home about either. But what I'm saying is that finally, in a situation when you play a type of game like this, when both teams close to the vest, you get an opportunity and do what you did. To me, that's so important that you could move the football like that. Now, like you said, I never heard this about Turner not calling those plays. I don't give a damn who called them. But the fact is that quarterback's got to make that decision on his own when he's out there what to do with the ball and get that team lined up and get him down there so he can spike the ball to kill the clock. So he go to the sideline so they can go out of bounds. Once again, a lot of times you see what happens when defenses go into that prevent mode. It prevents you from winning, and that's what the Eagles did. I mean, they went into that prevent mode thinking, put it on the board, it was over with. It was not over with. I got to hand it to the Bears for what they did. Now, you're going to chew up this game. There's a lot of things to talk about. But I want to talk about the positive end of it right now, and that is that last drive. That made, to me, I haven't seen that with the Chicago Bears in years.
Well, again, Doug, the point of that last drive is that the offense did it. They took control of it, Doug. It wasn't a miracle return by our special teams. It wasn't a miracle interception where we run it back and win the game with a couple of seconds to go. Our offense finally stepped up to the plate. And, Doug, which brings up another thing. You know, I'm going to tell you something. You know, this. I know you've made many times that. What's that statement, Doug? Our offense is built not to score points.
Exactly, and that's the way it looked in the first half.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is, Doug. You know, you have this short window to win a Super Bowl, and we've had a tremendous defense here for what, 4 years now, somewhere in that area, 3 or 4 years. We've had some guys, difference makers, and really doing a hell of a job with the turnover situation. Actually, up until this year. But you know what, Doug? If you're a head coach and if you think that you have 3 phases, obviously your offense, defense, and special teams, and what Lovie Smith seems to think that he wants to win with our special teams, bringing it back for a score or getting great field position, our defense getting turnovers, run it back for touchdowns if you can, give our offense great field position. But there was nothing asked of our offense, Doug. Nothing asked of our offense to step up to the plate. He always believed in special teams and defense. That's how you're going to win the game. Well, I don't think you could take and put the pressure to these guys game after game, year after year, and think you're going to win consistently that way. You're going to have a breakdown, Doug, sooner or later.
Well, the thing is that you're right, and I think maybe this will mentally change who the Bears are offensively, knowing that you have to score points. There's no question about it. The Eagles went very close, too, to the vest. They weren't making any moves. Once they, especially, well, they're terrible in the red zone. We all knew that going into the football game. But the fact is you still got to score points. You still got to go out there and score. Now, maybe you hurry it up a little bit. Maybe they coming out of the huddle, a hurry up offense. They were moving. They were throwing downfield.
A minute and 20 seconds ago in the fourth game, and they finally showed a no huddle offense.
Yeah.
Never saw it before.
And they did it at the right time. Now, does this make them going to win the division? No, of course it doesn't. They need a lot of improvement. First of all, that running game is nowhere near what it should be. And when you read the numbers, what did Benson do, Ed?
Benson had 17 carries for 46 yards, 2.7 yard average.
What was our total running the football? How many yards?
Our total rushing was 72 yards.
72 yards.
And the Eagles got 123.
Right. 72 yards is not going to cut it. We know that. But what I'm saying is that let's give credit where credit is due, what they did in that last drive. Now, if they can build on that, I mean, let's face it. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I thought that football game was over. I thought it was over, put a fork in it, call it a night. That was over. 16-12, Bears lose. With an offense didn't have one touchdown from its quarterback, but it had no turnovers. And I was thinking about that. You can't do that. You have to score touchdowns. He did it on the last drive. Let's hopefully now this can start something, because the one thing I did like, they moved, like I said, Olsen around, Ed. That's going to be one kid who can be part of your deal.
And Hester, both both around, and we've been talking about that forever.
And now they're doing it. Let's go out to Billy and Danville. Billy on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I don't know if it's because of the type of season we've had or not, but I was completely unimpressed by this win. I'm glad we won, but I'm just being real here. We eked it out. The coaching staff, I got to agree with the last caller. They are outmatched every single week. And there's one play particular at the end of the first half there where we had one timeout, and we had an opportunity to try to get 20 to 30 yards there to at least give Gold a chance to get 3 points on the board. What did we do? Wussy game plan. We have no guts whatsoever, and I love Lovie Smith as a person. I think he's a great man, but this team has taken on his personality. We have no fiery leaders, and I'm just disgusted. Even though we won today, I was unimpressed, and I don't know. I'm speechless, and I can't believe I'm saying this after a win.
You know, Billy, everybody may have that feeling. I mean, there's no question, because let's be honest with ourselves. This team is not the same team we were talking about we saw last year that went to the Super Bowl. There's some major problems with this football club. But you try to win as best as you can. You try to do what you can to win this game, and hopefully that somewhere along the line you get better. You no question. The Bears have got to get themselves going where they can score points. They got to start going downfield. And maybe Ron Turner will see that. the Greasy's capable of doing that.
Yes.
They're trying to pull this off, and maybe the defense will understand now. We'll get some help. These guys will play. The offense will play. We can't score. I'm not completely happy about this football game, like nobody should be, and nor should they. But it's the idea in competition, when the odds are against you and there's nothing says that you should win this football game, I will guarantee you, including myself, everybody that went into this football game, every expert, every person in this town, 95% of them, said the Chicago Bears cannot beat the Philadelphia Eagles. And I said that at the end of the game with 97 yards to go, and I said, boy, I'll tell you what, I was right, because they could not beat them. They can't beat them.
Hey,
well, they beat them.
What did Big Doug predict?
Big Doug predicted the Philadelphia Eagles were going to beat the Chicago Bears. And that's what I predicted. But they turned it around. And I understand you're going to say, well, Jesus, terrible, this and that. You know, there were times I almost fell asleep in that game myself. I wanted to put a pencil in my throat. I mean, I couldn't. What were you doing offensively? And I'm going to tell you another thing. Well, you talk about plays, and I love football, watching football, but what was that at the end of the game with Don McNabb throwing the football? What was he doing? There was 4 seconds left in the game.
You got to pitch it up, throw it all the way down, hope for a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, so, all these things, there's a lot of things to complain about. The one good thing, and I am so tired of complaining. I got to be honest with you. I really am. Well, B and I have been doing this for many, many years. I get no feeling of anything if I got to continually say how bad this is, how bad this. Like I went all week with that. I want to say something good for once, and I saw something good. I saw the last play when you drive the football, because what you did there was something that's almost impossible.
Absolutely, Doug. Okay.
You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Give us a call. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone on the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score 670. 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Doug, before we go out, it was really interesting to see Jimmy Johnson, who's their defensive coordinator, and I think he was the first $1 million defensive coordinator in the National Football League. And his theory is that of like a Buddy Ryan, just blitz, and when you're done blitzing, keep blitzing again.
Yep.
And when you go on that last drive, Doug, they went to the prevent defense, 3 down linemen, and really didn't come with anybody. That all the way down the field, and that is not that's not Jimmy Johnson. So, and by the way, he's a local product. He went to Proviso High School out in Maywood.
Same school you went to.
Yeah,
right?
Same school. Yeah, I think he was a
year
or two behind me. But I mean,
a lot of guys fall in that trap.
He was a very passive defense. He didn't commit any blitzes. Normally, what you'd see when we're on a 3rd-yard line and we don't have any timeouts, he'll come after you with everything you have. And somehow he fell asleep at the switch, and we took advantage of it. They were very passive in their defensive sets, Doug. And thanks, Jimmy.
Absolutely. You have to take advantage of that, too. I mean, it's something that in a 2-minute drill, you learn to do. They practice it all the time, but you learn to go, get out of bounds, spike the football. And like I said, to do it with no timeouts. And the Bears were stupid because they had to use two timeouts prior to that. And, one was Hester didn't know where to line up, and the other one was Des Clark didn't run into the field goal.
Hey, Doug,
wingman.
Doug, you know what? We won an ugly football game.
Well, sure.
Okay,
there's no
period.
question about it. But see, the point is that when you look at this, you say, well, this is ugly. And then you look at the running game. That was ugly.
Yes.
You take a look at prior to that point, we had no touchdown passes thrown by our quarterback. That was ugly. And then you take a look at our defense, no takeaways. That was ugly. We didn't get sacks until Tommy Harris in the 4th quarter got 2 in a row.
How do you go in your 7th game and somebody can't figure out what we're doing on the field goal team?
I don't know. But see, all these things are there. And all these things say, okay, that was bad. But you look and say, wait, what happened? Oh, the Bears won 19-16. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl with this. I'm not saying they can beat Detroit next week, because if they play like this today, they won't beat Detroit. But the fact is, there was one thing in that football game, one thing that you have a hell of a time doing. You name me teams that can start on their own 3-yard line and go 97 yards for a touchdown to win a football game without timeouts. I got to give kudos to that. Let's go to Andrew in Madison, Wisconsin. Andrew, you're on the Score with Obie and Doug.
Thank you, Obie and Doug. I've sat here for the last 6 weeks, and I'm absolutely tired of watching Bears football. It's not fun.
They don't do a lot, do they?
It's ridiculous. I'm tired of watching Ron Turner's version of football. It is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot stand to watch this football anymore. I am tired. It is awful. It's tiring. I don't know what to do.
You know, it's amazing you say that, too, because they won the football game. And even though they won, a lot of people call this feel like you do. So I really don't care they won the football game. But
a lot of people are fed up with the coaching staff.
Yeah, they think the coaching staff
You're absolutely
is
right, Doug and OB. I don't know. I'm tired. You know, it's like I go out and I watch these guys, and I know the Bears' version of football is running the ball, and I have not even seen that. What is that? We've not even done that.
Well, no, and today, if you take a look at it, I think we got 72 yards total offense, and I think, Benson maybe averaged 2.7. Is that what it is?
No, 72 yards rushing, Doug.
Rushing, yeah. But
total yards, we had 386.
But I'm saying, rushing we had...
Right, 72, correct.
Right, but how many Benson had? Benson had 46?
Benson had exactly 17 carries for 46 yards.
Averaging...
2.7.
Well, that's not going to cut it.
No?
It's not going to cut it. We know that coming in. That's not going to do it. Nor with the defense not getting takeaways. That's not going to cut it either. Very rarely you'll see the Chicago Bears win.
Doug, if we lose this ball game, there's a lot of negatives to talk about.
Well, the negatives are still going to be there, but at least what it does is give you a little more hope to say, okay, fine. Try to correct them if you can. Coaching staff, correct yourself. I thought the defensive coaches corrected themselves a little bit today. They did things they didn't do last week against Minnesota. They turned some guys loose. They had their guys, Archuleta, up in front, blitzing him when they had to.
And what was very obvious, Doug, was the angle that Brian Urlacher took. He took a beating in this town, and as a matter of fact, across the country last year. Last week, Doug. Everybody went after him. Corrected it. He changed his angles. He got it. He made some very, very good plays today.
And they blitzed him. They blitzed him. They went after him. They didn't sit there. So those are positives. Give me some positives. Give me some bad things. But if you take a look at the football game, let's do this. Let's eliminate the last drive. Now what do you think?
What do you think?
Yeah, now it's 16-12, and pretend now the last drive did not happen.
They'd be crying for Orton, number one, as quarterback.
Yeah, right.
All right. Which probably we would be too.
Yeah.
Ron Turner's head, and you know what?
Get rid of Benson
get rid of Benson, and maybe rightly so.
Yeah.
And maybe rightly so, Doug. You know what? Hey, listen, these guys. You got guys making $16 million a year, $8 million, $5 million, $10 million. Okay, and we can't convert on third down. We can't put touchdowns up. We can't even average scoring 24 points a game. We can't even come close to it. Can't make a first down. Enough is enough sometimes, pal.
Well, sure. That's what you say, and that's what you say about this football club. When you're going to say this when they go play the Detroit Lions next week, and you're going to say, what today was, they won, but it's not good enough. You're going to say it. Everybody knows it. That's why people are calling angry, thinking, well, okay, they won the football game, but what the hell does that mean? Well, the idea is to win the game, and they did do that. But I'm telling you, that last little piece was art when they went to 97 yards. That's all I'm saying. Prior to that, it was pretty bad.
The one thing that really has to improve, and that Lovie Smith puts his hat on, is the running game. And we don't have a back, Doug, with speed to do what he wants to do in the running game. We just really don't have it.
I don't know. And I told the story the other day.
Doug, we don't have a back that can get around out. We don't have a back that can outrun the angle. It's just not here. So we're just going to have to do and pound it away, and hopefully we get 75, 80 yards, and hopefully that Greasy doesn't fall apart and our defense stays in there. Because every game we have from here on out, Doug, is going to be a struggle.
Ed, can you imagine the Chicago Bears
You can go make book on that one.
Meeting up with the New England Patriots. What would you think would happen in that football game? The same thing happened today with Miami.
It would be a train wreck.
It would be a train wreck. You're not talking. Don't even tell me about
First of all,
playoffs and Super Bowl. This team is not closely ready to even go to the damn Super Bowl, nor to even go to the playoffs. It's impossible. You have to be able to score to do all of that. You have to be able to go out there. And I watched some film of Benson. And I'm telling you, when he was at Texas, it was the other day. And Jason Golf was watching, so I sat down and watched with him. I had told the story. Now I know why I took him in my mock draft. Now I know why the Bears took him in their draft. It's a totally different guy. Basically, it's not there. It's not there what he had. Again, too, you have a guy that's running the football, and his longest run was 16 yards. And maybe on top of that, too, maybe we're not blowing that many guys either out of the hole. We're not just doing it. We're not doing it. We're not knocking people off the line of scrimmage, Ed.
Doug,
I mean, that's
when
part of it
when
too.
you've got a defensive safety coming up and puts his right arm out and grabs you by your ankle and you go down,
yeah.
Okay? No, I don't think so, my friend.
Well, that's what I didn't see in Texas. That's what we're seeing right now with that kid. Let's go out to John in Norwich. John, you're on the score.
Hey guys, yeah, obviously the running game is weak at best, and I think that's a compliment. But does Lovie Smith have some sort of rotation? It seems like he plays Benson for a series and then Peterson for another couple series, and it's this in and out. And I just wonder if not getting consistent carries hurts one or both of these ball players. I'll hang up and listen. Have a good show.
See, but Benson did get consistent carries. He held that first half. He come into the third quarter. Now, you saw Peterson at the end of the game. And what they wanted to do there was they wanted to get some plays throwing the football to him. I will say this, though. They came back with a great call on that play-action play, and they ran a screen to Benson, and he ripped off maybe 12, 13 yards. But I would like to see Benson in the game totally more also. But they thought coming in that now Peterson could catch the football coming out of the backfield better than Benson could.
Well, Peterson, Doug, had three receptions, for 33 yards, of which on the screen was 18 yards.
Yeah, which was pretty good.
Yes.
But you're right. Our running game is nothing. It's nothing.
By the way, we finally ran
a screen well,
yes.
But off the play action. Yeah, which, let's go out to John in Wheaton. John, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, Eddie. Doug, how are you?
All right,
What's up, John?
Good to talk to you again. Hey, Doug, you weren't the only one that was writing down in the notes with a minute
John,
ago.
think me about it, John. Did you say that it's over? Put a fork in it. They're on the they're on the 3-yard line.
Well, I did.
I did.
You're watching the game, Doug, and you're looking at it and you're saying, with this offense, the way they've been
no way
all year long, well, for this year anyway, so far, to this point, they haven't really produced a whole lot. And, positive, you were just talking about that, Dougie, though. Credit, that last drive was impressive. They did a good job. Greasy took what the Eagles' defense gave him. He used his targets efficiently, which was great. He managed the clock real well. I mean, they had no timeouts. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Yes,
none. It was unbelievable. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. A couple things, though. A couple negatives, though, too. Of course, we're going to find negatives all year with this team because they're not the same. But just watching a little bit, the offensive line still having problems. They're still putting the Bears-O in precarious positions with penalties, a couple of 3rd and shorts, and they end up getting back at 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 9, some holding calls. The D-line still looks like they're getting washed out of their gaps, too. What do you think about that?
Well, I thought, and OB can relate to that, OB, of the defense.
Well, I'll tell you, Tommy Harris played a good game.
Yeah.
And most of the time he's getting double-teamed, but Tommy Harris had a head of a game. The guys that didn't have a good game were Gurley and especially Mark Anderson. Mark Anderson, the last 3 games, Doug, he's really had a difficult time. When he's not being blocked or smothered, he tries to come with an inside move all the time. And there's a lot of times where he has containment, and he'll come inside, and they'll just push him inside. Quarterback wheels out and goes right around him. I would like to see Alex Brown start. Bring Mark Anderson 2nd and long, 3rd and long, either for Gurley or for Alex Brown, Doug, at either end. But bring him in when he's fresh. It seems to me when he's fresh, he's a little bit more effective. Again, let's go back to Alex Brown starting at the end, because we really haven't seen that much out of Mark Anderson. As a matter of fact, this whole year, Doug. Okay.
He's Obradovich. Eddie, I think I agree with you 100%. And then other times when he does go take the outside release, Pat Rush.
He wheels out so far to use a big, huge alley.
Did you see one time the tackle didn't even block him? He just turned around and said, okay, good, goodbye.
I think it's time to put Alex in there and keep him for the 2nd, 3rd and long.
He's OB. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. We'll be right back. Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears win this football game over the Eagles, 19-16.
We're going to go to the callers today.
Yeah, I think I want to see what they got to say, and let's face it, the last drive saved the day, and for a lot of people. Let's go out.
If they didn't win this,
please.
What do you think we're talking about? We're talking now. Jerry Angelo comes into the picture.
Yeah, fire
big
everybody.
Time.
Let's go out to Andy in Charleston. Andy on the Score.
How you doing, guys?
All
What's
right,
up, Andy?
Good. What a sigh, what a just breath of fresh air it is to finally just have a win again. It's been a few weeks. Yeah. It's good to be back in the win column. But really, what I want to talk about today is we got a lot of talk about the offense not coming up to par. What really disturbed me about this whole thing was in the third quarter, the Bears started off with the ball. They moved all the way down the field, got a few lucky breaks with penalties, and they get a goal line situation. And why is Adrian Peterson still the back in that situation? He's not a more physical back than Benson is. We drafted Benson because of his power up the middle. I don't see why they took Peterson out, or they took Benson out, but Peterson in for those plays.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And I said that last week. I think the best time Benson even runs is when he's not near the goal line.
You know what, Andy and Doug, that you go back to the prior week. He was missing for 20 plays.
Straight.
In the first half, straight. He's a guy who got drafted, the fourth player taken. And he's our guy.
$7 million a year.
You got it, and he's our guy. I mean, they're period, okay? We get rid of Thomas Jones, and for 20 plays last week, he's on the bench. I mean, those are questions, Andy, that I would love to see one of these writers or somebody in this town ask Lovie Smith or our offensive coordinator.
Well,
guys,
thank you. You talk about Adrian Peterson. You mentioned those numbers. He caught the passes. But when you get down there, it's grind time. And I tell you, I thought Benson runs better when he's down near the goal line. And a lot of times I wish he would have been in that football game. But there's a lot of things that, if you want to be truthful about all of this, I mean, they got a lot of things to straighten out. I'm not, next week against the Lions,
Doug, let me tell you
something.
I
mean, the Lions could score, who knows, or if we don't score points, we can't win.
Doug, we lost the Super Bowl. We went into training camp, and everybody's running around in shorts, looking great, how great the offense is, how great Grossman is. They're putting Hester in. They're doing all this. They're doing all that. And you had 4 exhibition games to work out, get your timing, and your sequences straight. We didn't take advantage of that, Doug. We let our offense come in for a few plays and come back, and then think. The audacity to think you come out on that first play, the first game, and you're going to dominate everybody when you don't have your timing down. What's the most important thing in a passing game? Timing of the routes. Number one. How much time did we spend in the exhibition game, Doug?
Well,
not very much, did we?
No, but the thing about it, you talk about timing. Maybe they should have started out with Greasy. There was no competition for the quarterback position in that training camp whatsoever.
Doug, I know, and every fan listening to us, that Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo made it perfectly clear that nobody is to come and contend for that quarterback job.
Absolutely.
The one guy was safe. The other 52 didn't. But he was the one guy. They were perfectly clear about that, Doug.
Maybe we'll find out that was a mistake. We'll see what Greasy does do. There was no touchdown passes prior to that last drive. A lot of that, too, was what was called, what was done out there. They did not have the turnovers, though. That's the one thing that did not hurt this team with is the turnovers. But how many games do you think you can win? Let me ask you, Ed. How many games do you think you can win with the type of play you had today offensively?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Doug. Passing 314 yards, rushing 72. Can you win a football game? Yeah. But I'm going to tell you something, Doug. We gave up 344 yards. We gave 211 passing and gave up 123 yards rushing. That's not all that good, my friend.
No, and didn't get any takeaways.
Right, exactly.
You didn't take the ball away.
So we're lucky we came out that win.
Absolutely. Let's go to Bob in Palatine. Bob, you're on the score.
Yeah, Doug and Ed, I want to tell you something. No one's mentioned this, but I feel that the offensive team plays much better under Breesy than under Rex. I think they respond better. I think they execute better. I think they have a better spirit. And I don't think Rex Grossman could have taken that team down the field this afternoon from the 3-yard line for a touchdown. And I want to give a lot of credit to Brian Greasy. I think he's a field general. I think the team respects him because he's got all his years of experience, and I think they respond better. And when they respond better, of course, this then transcends to the defense, and they respond better. What do you think?
Bob, Ed and I talked about that, and we said the same thing. We thought that if it was Grossman was in the same position, it would not have happened.
Right.
And see, Greasy, the way he plays and what he does do, they still have to, and we have to go back to Ron Turner with this a little bit too. there's not going to come a time. Let me ask you something. Why is it at the end of the game you see these big plays? You get the Moose catching the play, touchdown.
Devin Hester
last week, touchdown bomb.
Like
Moose Muhammad, touchdown.
Like these plays weren't ending in the first quarter?
Yeah, exactly. So are they afraid to take these shots? You've got to be able to take these shots downfield, and maybe that will help out. Maybe they'll start to understand what's going on with Greasy. But the one thing they're probably telling them, look, Brian, don't throw the thing away. I mean, don't throw a turnover. Be careful. Well, we saw that. Even McNabb, I mean, that game, I told you I almost fell asleep watching the damn thing at the beginning of the game.
Doug, it's there. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Same thing.
As mentioned, their offense, you said it, our offense is not
designed to score.
Not designed to score. Don't make mistakes. Hopefully, special teams again and defense, and I hate to say it again, but it's a fact. But the way you just take a look at Indianapolis, you take a look at New England, Doug, some of the teams that pepper that ball around and the continuity that they have and the different offensive sets that they run from. That's the way you play football in the year 2007 in the National Football League, not coming from under center and praying to God that you don't make a turnover and you can rush and eat up a little clock and have miracles happen with your other two teams.
Because you won't win many football games the way you won today. It's almost impossible. No. I mean, so you came out of this, you caught break, okay, fine. But now you have to really take a look at it. Again, I am not taken away from what they did on that last 97 yards because to me, that's
something that I thought was totally incapable of ever happening. Never happened.
Never happened. In the wildest dreams, I'd have bet my life on it. I sat down there and said, it's over. Put a fork in it. It's cooked. Let's go out to Norm in the South Side. Norm, you're on the score.
Hi.
Hi,
Norm.
All right. The biggest cancer to this Bears team, in my opinion, last year and this year is Ron Turner. He has the most predictable offensive schemes I've ever seen in the National Football League. I'm 64 years old. My son is 38. We watched this game today, and we predicted every call before it would snap, who it was going to and how it was going to be thrown. Except for that last drive, that's because it was all Brian Greasy, and I don't believe Ron Turner had a thing to do with it. What's your opinion on that?
Well, probably the last drive, usually what happens, since there's so much going on, that quarterback's got to take it over. And they have certain plays they run. And obviously they'll say to themselves, get the guy to the out-of-bounds marker. We have the time, so they throw to the outside. Try to get Hester on the inside, the guy that can make a play for you, a big play. And that last play, like Ed said, he just put that football up there in a perfect spot.
He knew exactly how to get it done.
Perfect spot how to get it up there and caught the touchdown. It's what you call professional football on that last drive.
Well, I'll tell you what, too, Norm, on that last drive, you had the offensive line that gave Brian Greasy a chance to view the field. He looked to strong side, weak side, and he has the wherewithal to do that. And, I don't want to use the word miracle that we got down there, Doug, but I'll tell you what, I'm still scratching my head on that.
Well, and also, too, you had coming out of the shotgun. Remember last year we couldn't figure out why we even did the shotgun in 2-minute drill.
We actually run a no-huddle one.
Right.
I saw it. I couldn't believe it.
Right to the line.
There you go.
Move it out. So what's to say that if you take that same type of attitude, maybe not in a situation that's do or die, that it's just in the course of a game, to change the pace a little bit, you come out like the Colts do, would get up the line of scrimmage, fire, get up the line of scrimmage, fire. I mean, something different, for God's sakes. And the Bear defense did that today. Yeah. They did something different.
Well, I tell you what, I think what Norman, his son, is talking about is like maybe they like to see something what some of these high-powered offenses do, throwing the ball over the middle, stretching the field down, screens, slip screens, and we had a slip screen today. I haven't seen that in a long time to Hester, which was terrific.
Turned out 11 yards, yeah.
Absolutely, Doug. But I'll tell you what, I think that's what everybody wants to see is this offense open up, not abandon the run, stay with the run, but let's open. If we're going to pass, let's not dink and dunk. Let's stretch the field. Let's try to open it up. Let's try to get some plus 20-yard plays in there instead of playing conservative. And at the end of the game, sometimes there's no time left for us, Doug, because we played so conservatively.
Well, the good news is they try to use Olsen today, and I think the more you try to use that kid, the better chance you have. And I love it because you put him at wide receiver, put him at slot, put him in the I-back. You move him around, you put him in motion. Those kind of things are all important. Let's go out to Gary in Champaign. Gary on the score.
Good evening, gentlemen. Now, I might get called for piling on this one, but I've been saying since the end of last year that we re-signed the wrong coach and let the wrong coach go. And
which coach you talking about, Gary?
I wish we would not have given the extension to Lovey, and I wish we would have kept Ron Rivera. I think the heart and the soul of this team for a long time was Ron Rivera, and if you look at these guys play out there, there's very little heart there. They've taken on, as someone earlier mentioned, the personality of who I am calling either Dusty Smith or Lovie Baker, because Lovie Smith is Dusty Baker here in Chicago, and it's just sad. But I think it was also very telling today, too, that when the game came down to the line, who was the back that they had their confidence in that could pass block and catch a pass out of the backfield?
Peterson.
And that wasn't the man that they paid millions and millions of dollars to, and Cedric the overpaid Benson. It was Adrian Peterson, who just shuts up and plays his ass off every week.
Yeah, they love him in those situations, coming out of the backfield, and he had an 18-yard gain in one pass.
Right, and that was on the screen.
Right. And also, too, Benson had a good pass on the screen, too, but they're going to use Adrian Peterson all day long in that type of drill. But when it's all said and done with, most of the people out there, including Ed and I, know that this game is not good enough for the Bears to go into the playoffs, go to the Super Bowl, go anywhere. The most thrilling part about it was the fact of what they did, obviously, in the last drive. Because if you've been around football to know, what are the odds that you could do that? And I'm going to tell you right now, take your best quarterback out there, by the way. Take the best quarterback, even take Brady in that situation. To move the ball 97 yards with no timeouts, very difficult to do. That's the plus. The other stuff we know is there. We understand about the running game. We understand about the pass blocking a lot of times, or the run blocking. We understand about defense not getting the takeaways. All those things are there. But maybe something we can hang our hat on.
You know what? They weren't corrected. They were kept to a minimum, Doug.
Right. And a lot less, obviously, than the Minnesota Viking game. Because that defense in the Minnesota Viking game was just putrid. It was beyond putrid. Tonight, they come back and start doing certain things they need to do just to be in the football game. And they did that. And hopefully now that maybe you can start putting some points up. Maybe they'll take a look at it and say, hey, hold it. Let's let out the reins a little bit.
You know what, Doug? I hope you're right, but I wouldn't hang my hat on it, my friend.
Yeah, well.
Because that's not Lovie's theory.
If that's the formula, it's not going to work.
There's no way in hell it's going to work, Doug.
No way. You're not going to do against the better teams. It's not going to work. You can put a fork in it. You're not going to do that. You can't play games like that. Unless you only play a game like that in case there's a snowstorm. Trust me. If there's just a snowstorm.
We're waiting for the defense to get takeaways and the special teams run a punt back or something. That's what we're waiting for. It is not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Last year we had 44 takeaways. We led the league. But a lot of people don't know we gave the ball up, 36 times.
And we saved what was going on.
We're not getting the takeaways this year. What are we doing? We're coughing the ball up until
the other
today.
part, which is sad, is the fact that in the course of even this game, because of Hester, we got great field position. How many times did he punt it out when you're getting the 35-yard line?
That's going to happen all year.
I know. And that, to me, is a big plus. Your offense comes running out. You get to start on the 35 or 40-yard line.
What's the matter coming out, starting you're on your own 40 line? The first play you come with a play action pass on a fly pattern to Barbarian or Hester, straight down the field. Just run for the corner,
glad
pal.
you brought that up.
Why not do that? Why not try?
That Berrien play and the one McGee should have probably scored on if he'd have made a block on that middle linebacker. And that kind of – did you see the block he tried to throw?
That was awful, Doug.
That was terrible.
That's embarrassing.
I mean, basically, you could have stood in front of the guy and let him run you down.
He would be the poster boy on that one particular play. He would be the poster for scared to death pills.
I am telling you, I saw a whiff before, and I understand it's a linebacker versus a wide receiver.
Doug, that wasn't
all
a whiff.
you have to do is stand there and just let him run you down. It'd been enough for McGee
that was
to
not that was not a whiff.
What was it, Ed? A whiff all
I'll tell you what, not unless you were wearing real dark sunglasses. You got a problem, pal, if you don't know what it was.
Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you on the score?
Hey, Doug. Nice to listen to you guys. Love to listen to you after the game.
Hey, Jeff. Thank you.
I'm going to take a different approach. I'm going to defend Cedric Benson a little bit.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make a point, okay? Lovie Smith is halfway through the season next week. I'm going to take it as he's an intelligent man. We've been having problems with the running game. It could be either the offensive line is not blocking, it could be Benson's not running hard enough, or it could be the offensive coordinator. To me, Lovie, if he knew what the problem was, would fix it. But he can't fix the offensive line this year. He can't fix the offensive coordinator this year. The only thing he can change is the running back. So if he's going to leave Benson in there, maybe he figures the problem is elsewhere. That's my first point. And secondly, a caller said earlier,
Absolutely right. Rex Grossman would have not led this team 97 yards down the field. Even though I defended him from day one, he could have never done that. I'm going to hang up and listen to your reply. Good show, guys.
Yeah, and you're right about Greasy. I mean, Greasy is that type of guy. And I think if you listen to Greasy talk, I think he wants to. Because I heard him the other day saying that basically, we've got to go downfield. We've got to put points up. And there was a situation today, Ed. It was 3rd and 6, right, or something like that. They throw a horizontal pass to Des
Clark.
Des Clark.
Yes, it was.
For 2 or 3 yards.
It was a yard, yeah. Right.
What are you doing? It's a 3rd down situation.
That's exactly correct. Well, that's okay, done.
Yeah. Let's go out to Rob on the south side. Rob, you're on the score.
How you doing?
What's up,
Rob?
I'm glad that guy got to it before me, but, he kind of stole my thunder. I'm going to tell you, it's not Cedric Benson. Cedric Benson runs hard. There are no holes in that line. And I watch him run into back after back after back of offensive linemen who's not getting out one push. There's no separation on the line. I've yet to see it. He can hit the sweeps, and that's the only time he ever gets any yardage. And he only gets a little bit because he's not an outside runner. He's an inside the tackle banger, but if there's not one gap between the linemen, there's nothing for him to do.
Well, first of all, you talk about the holes, and I agree. See, the offensive line, our offensive line is zone blocking. In other words, with zone blocking, basically you're sliding. See, I'm for the guy that fires out and creates the line of scrimmage a little bit down the road here, so now that when the back does get the ball, you don't have everybody hanging all over him before he gets started. There's no question that's a part of it. That's a big part of it. There's also no question about Benson being a straight-line runner, and straight-line runners need holes. Like I said, I watched him back, and I went back and watched the tapes of him in Texas. He had the holes. But I will tell you this, he was quicker than he is now. He was quicker when you're talking about trying to go to the outside. I saw him go to the outside. So it's a combination of both. But what I don't agree with was the fact that when you're down near that goal line, especially, why wouldn't Benson be in the football game? And why wouldn't you have him down in 3rd down situations? Because now the defense don't know if he's back there by himself, if you may run the football. And so there are certain situations they got to figure out, whether it's Turner, Benson, offensive line, Lovie Smith, I don't know.
Well,
but I got to tell you, you've got to do a hell of a lot better than you did today scoring points.
Rob, I'll tell you, what you're talking about, and he is, he runs straight Doug.
Line.
I mean, he's that straight line runner, and Rob and I agree with you. But what a runner has, if you're the premier runner, you're the ace running back. What you also have to have, are those holes going to be clogged up sometime? Yeah. So you got to be able to hit in there.
Can't do it, Ed.
And then after you hit in there, it's closed up. You got to have that ability, that quickness to leap and get out and around. Okay, Benson can't do that, Rob.
No,
he doesn't have the speed.
Today, one of his better runs, if you watched it, it was a cutback. That was the first time I seen him do that.
Well,
cutback.
Yeah, but Doug, the
that
fact
was the
of
only
the matter
time,
is,
Ed.
but I understand that. But
he
he's
doesn't
basically
do it.
a straight line runner, and when it's
Right.
clogged up, if he tries to bounce outside because he doesn't have the quickness or the speed, it ain't going to happen.
He can't create.
No, it's just not.
He can't create.
Yeah.
I mean, so you understood what you bought and what you got. So obviously, then if you want to get better stuff out of Benson, get some linemen, give him bigger holes. Let's go out to Mickey G in Palos Hills. Mickey G, you're on the score.
Guys, this is Mikey G. It is an honor to be on the phone with Mr. Buffone and Mr. Obradovich.
What's up, Mikey?
And, Doug, I want to say you helped me out today. Had a nice family day before the game, went out picking apples, and I was listening to your pregame on the way home. It was awesome. Okay? First of all, I got 3 things I want to talk about. First of all, with regards to Brian Griese, Mr. Bernstein owes the world an apology for how much he's been saying that Griese's nothing special, he's an average quarterback. I want him to publicly declare that he is wrong. Number 2, Cedric Benson needs to be pumping gas like Brian Herbert. Adrian Peterson is the man. I mean, who couldn't see that? What kind of management snafu's going on? You and Zach were talking about that before the game. Zach seems like he wants to defend the management to no end. It's like they have blinders on. And Ron Turner, I'm not really. How come we never pass to the running back up the gut? We never pass to the running back running straight up the gut. That's a great play that everybody else uses but us. I just want to hear your comments on that.
Well, there's a lot of things, too, and you talk about, the back up the gut. I mean, the one thing, and they did it better today, was the screens, Ed. That's the one thing the Bears could never do, and that's one of the biggest weapons out there. And to me, I'm really shocked that you haven't seen a middle screen with the tight end so far this year.
Especially against a blitzing team.
Yeah, exactly. So you sneak him in there, you got a big target, 6'5", you dump it over and you let him run. But, the thing about Griese, I think he's been underrated. I'm not saying he's the best quarterback out there, but this is 2 games in a row now. Think about this real quickly. At the end of the football game, even against the Viking game, what did Greasy come through for you? How about a touchdown to Musa Muhammad? How about the touchdown to Hester? And then how about today? Those are qualities that you talk about good quarterbacks. They've got to be good when it really counts at the end of a football game with a 2-minute drill. And so far, Greasy's proven that he is a guy under pressure who can make something happen.
What it has, Doug, it has looked like the past, 3 weeks, he seems like each week he's gotten a little bit better. But I tell you, for Greasy to be truly successful, he looks like he's got to open it up, Doug. That's his style. That's his style. Unfortunately, that's not Lovie Smith's style. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, big game coming up. But the one thing
see what
is
happens.
sure, they've got life now because they won this football game. I don't care how they won it. Now they can sit down at the table and say, hey, this is what we got to do.
Doug, we'll see if we'll go back to the dink and dunk, make no mistakes on offense, no turnovers, or are we going to open it wide open?
Isn't it a shame, though, Ed?
And attack the defense.
Did not we do that last year with the first 6 games with Grossman?
Yeah, we went after him, and then we went into a
What's the
shell.
difference?
Well,
Where
we went
are
into
we?
a shell.
We got the same wide receivers. We got the same deal going. And we went after him last year, and we're putting points up every direction.
Well, let me ask a real simple question here. You think Ron Turner did that? Because if Ron Turner wanted to do that, you don't think Lovie Smith, head coach, would step on him? No, you're not. We're going back to the way we did. Or was it Lovie Smith that pulled the horns in? Come on, we're at 7-0 or 8-1 or whatever we are. Let's play a little conservative. Let's play cool down the field here, okay? I don't know.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670 312-644-6767 is our phone number. That's right. Jiffy Lube post-game show. OB and I will be right back. Doug, Sandhog, Jerry, Amy, Chris, Hank, all of you. We'll get you right after this. And welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767.
Did I hear that correct? What Lovie Smith said?
Yeah, do or die.
This was not a do or die game?
Please stop it.
What?
But I think we was trying to soften it because at the end he said, we know we would have been in a big hole. No, Lovie, you would not have been in a big hole. You've been buried. You know, the dirt would have been put on top of us if we didn't win that football game.
And I'll tell you what, you know what they become? I told you, Jerry Angelo would have come into the fray, and Lovie, big time to both of them.
And I'll tell you now, the pressure increases because they're going to be expected to beat Detroit next week. That's going to be expectation. I'm expecting it. You're expecting it because it's Detroit Lions. And so that should happen. We'll see now what happens next week because each game it gets more and more. And the fact is, we all know, right now, as we look at the Chicago Bears, they do not belong in the playoffs. They do not belong at the Super Bowl. That's a fact. But you got to keep trying and try to improve this team. And maybe, just maybe, they will start scoring points.
Time will tell.
That's right. Let's go out to Sandhog in Ottawa. Sandhog, you're on the Score.
Hey, Uncle Fuzzy, OB, how you doing?
All right, what's up, Sandhog?
Hey, love you guys' passion, man. It really gets me going. I got 2 quick points to make. First of all, I got Tebow when I watched the game, and it looked like there was actually 10 minutes and 21 seconds to go in the game when they took a minute away from us.
Yeah, what happened there? He said 11:21, then he went to 10:21, then he went to 9:21.
Yeah, I don't know. They went back and then went forward, but in the end, it should have been right where it was at in the first place. And my second question, or my question to you guys is, when we got 1st and goal to go, why are we throwing a jump ball to Greg Olsen in the corner of the end zone when we got a $17 million back sitting on the bench? I mean, if we're not going to run him and put it down their throats, I say we get rid of him, give the Lance Briggs the money that we're giving him, and we'll just get an average back that can sit on the bench. Thanks, guys. I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
See, Sandhog, too, if you're going to do something like that, then do play action off of it. You have Benson in the game. Everybody's expecting Benson to get the football.
They have to respect the run first.
They got to respect the run.
Right.
And then you pull the string on them, then you find somebody. You know, there's obviously they've got a lot of work to do. I mean, I'm not saying, neither is Ed saying, hey, boy, they won the football game today, everything is terrific. No. It's not terrific. It's just the fact that it happened. They won that last drive and they won the football game. But you can go through this game, and Ed and I can stay up all night with you guys, and you'll tell me what the hell is wrong, how many things went wrong, what things can get better, because it is not a team that's ready for prime time. It is not. And unless it gets better, as we said, next couple games, next 3 games, maybe it will, but not right now. It's not. Let's go to Hank in Wrigleyville. Hank, you're on the Score.
Hey guys, people that are ripping the offensive line, they're just full of crap because I've documented every single run that Cedric Benson's made the last 2 games. His first 6 carries of the game, each of the last 2 games, he averages 5.7 yards a carry. Thereafter, he averages 2 yards a carry, 2.0 after from the 7th carry on. If the offensive line obviously created holes for his first 6 carries, they're creating holes. The fact is, whether it's his aerobic conditioning or he gets worn down or he's just not tough enough, he's just not that good. And also, the thing is, Adrian Peterson was in for 2 series today. He was in for that one where they went down to the goal line and had it at the half-yard line when Greasy fumbled it, and then they had to kick the field goal. And then that last drive when they went for the touchdown. Cedric Benson had every other series in the game. He played almost the whole entire game, and they only put 9 points the rest of the game. So tell me, I would much rather have Adrian Peterson in the game because it opens up a lot more of the playbook. Cedric Benson makes us limited in the playbook and makes us pretty predictable.
Well, the only thing you can say about Cedric Benson, when you talk about running backs, and the fact is when you take a look at all the running backs in the National Football League, when I tell you that his longest run this year so far has been 16 yards, and last year it was 30 yards, and in his first year was 36 yards. So we've seen a decline there, where it seemed like the arrow was going down with Benson. And the fact that maybe his conditioning, it could be some other things. We know last week the mistake they made was the kid was running the football extremely well, and they benched him for 20 straight plays.
Missing in action.
Go figure that one out.
That was the first half.
Yeah.
After he started out running
20
well.
games. In the second half, they went into the third quarter. 20 straight plays. He wasn't nowhere to be found. So why is that? The coaches know something you and I don't know? All I know is this. The production is not there. And that's the only thing you can judge it by, Ed.
You know what? Adrian Peterson, when he comes in the game, the limited time that he has, Doug, and for whatever the reason or reasons, I'll tell you what, he ran the ball 4 times for 21 yards for a 5.3-yard average, and he caught 3 passes for 33 yards for an 11-yard average.
Right.
Now, for coming in and handling the ball 7 times, running and passing, pretty damn good, my friend.
See, you and I both know the fact that it's a different player. There are some players that, for example, last year, Benson got bigger and stronger as he went on, but he was coming in later. The pressure was off. You got Thomas Jones out there. Now Benson comes in. Sometimes the guy coming off the bench, and that's when they look at him and say, that's what he does well. But if I were to start this guy, maybe I want to get the same production out of the guy. But he's a role player. Peterson's a very good role player. And the Bears,
Doug, here, the fact of the matter is here, we still base our thing on running and how good we can run the damn ball. Okay, we got 72 yards.
Total.
All right, total, okay?
Yeah.
And we're not setting the world on fire rushing, which we're supposed to be rushing. If we continue to go, Doug, anywhere between those 40 to 70-yard, at the end of a game, we got 72 today, it ain't going to be a pretty story.
It's not going to happen.
I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be.
Green Bay's getting away with it now because they have the great Favre. Sooner or later, it really catches up with you. In today's game, that's why it was almost a miracle for the Bears to win today's game. There was no question about that. And then when you see a miracle like that, you say to yourself, oh, now I got hope. And the hope is the fact you won that football game. It did not put you out because it was a do-or-die situation. Let's go to, we've got David Schuster on the line. So we got, Schuster, what's up, buddy?
Well, Doug and OB, to a man, all 11 guys in that Bears huddle said they knew they would score a touchdown on that last drive. But you know what? And
really?
I'm sure you probably agree. They were probably the only 11 guys in Chicago who probably thought that.
David, I thought it was over. Put a fork in it there. I mean, to go 97 yards in a minute and 30-some seconds with no timeouts, I thought it was impossible.
It's really perplexing because all game long, there wasn't a touchdown by the Bears, all the field goals and missed opportunities, blah, blah, blah. And then they go down the field with no timeouts and 97 yards in under 2 minutes. But you know what? It was a big confidence booster, obviously, for the Bears. It saved the season, no question about it. I'm going to let you hear from a couple of guys because they can be more eloquent about that saving drive in the season. Let's start with Desmond Clark.
The game was on our shoulders, and we was able to just go out and execute and put the ball in the end zone when we needed to. And that's something that's big for this team and for this offense to have the burden of winning the game on our shoulders and been able to come out and win it.
Here's Fred Miller on basically the same thing, saving the season.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. We know that, it'll be definitely an uphill battle with 5 losses. So just coming back and winning this one in the fashion that we did gives us a lot of confidence. This team is, really fighting back and really shows what this team is made of. So, it was a lot of fun going out there and doing it.
And one more person I'll let you hear from. Here's Ron Turner, who obviously called a lot of those plays probably.
Confidence thing, and I think our offensively we've been gaining confidence, each week, and we've done some things each week to start getting that, and obviously that's gonna go a long way again because so many people were involved. It wasn't one guy doing something. Brian did a great job of engineering it and leading the offense, but the offensive line, did a great job, and everybody stepped up and was involved in that drive. So step up, making plays.
And one of the things that I like about Brian Greasy, he definitely uses all his players on offense, guys. 9 different receivers caught the football today. Still couldn't run worth a lick, and still Cedric Benson is an enigma at best. And still the Bears didn't play a great football game, but they played it was a great drive by the Bears and Brian Greasy and everybody on that field, including Devin Hester, who got involved. And obviously it saved the season at least for 1 week. So they're back on the respirator.
Well, the thing about it is that's the key is to stay on that respirator. And Obie and I were talking about it. This team is not a playoff team. This team is not a Super Bowl team. But if they can try to make some way they can continue to improve themselves, especially scoring points. And I saw a couple plays today where Greasy really made great decisions on their cornerback blitzes. I saw him get out of the way of Sheldon Brown, make a connection. He was moving around back there, doing everything he can. But, again, you need to go downfield a little bit more. And maybe, just maybe, you take a look what Greasy did. The last game in Minnesota, in this game, these were all clutch, big plays, professional thrown plays. I mean, this was great arm. Maybe during the course of the game, you start a little earlier doing such a thing.
Yeah, Doug, actually 3 weeks in a row, this guy has scored late in games, showing his professionalism. It started in Green Bay, where they obviously won the game with a touchdown pass to Desmond Clark, and then last week, 2 touchdowns in the final, whatever it was, to at least get him in a chance to win, and then, of course, the final drive today. So you are seeing professionalism out of the quarterback position with the game on the line. What I don't like, and I'm sure you've already talked about this, is Cedric Benson still, he's got some holes. Not many, but he's got holes. And he just doesn't pick up the yardage that I think the great backs could do with some of those opportunities.
Well, there's no question the fact that the Bears' running game is anemic. There is no question about that. Now, you can make your decisions. You want to blame it on the line, blame it on Benson. All you have to do is look at production and look where the production isn't, and it's not in running the football. As Ed was saying, he averaged 2.7 yards per carry today. We gained 72 total yards. I think he gained 47. So that's not it. And that won't win it, David. That won't win the games that are coming up. There's no question about it.
No, and I know you two guys are the biggest proponents of running the football and stopping it. In the first half, the Bears couldn't stop it either. So obviously the Eagles changed their offense after looking at the Bears on defense the last couple of weeks and changed their complexion of their offense to run the ball, and they were able to do it. In fact, almost 5 yards a carry here today. But I guess in the second half, the Bears made some changes during halftime to at least slow down Philadelphia's attack and keep them out of the end zone minus that 1 late touchdown themselves. So the defense played pretty decent overall. The offense came up big when the game was on the line. This was not a good Philadelphia team, or certainly not a great Philadelphia team that they faced today. But again, it was a big drive. It's a confidence booster. And as they all said in the locker room after the game, now they have a chance with a win against Detroit to at least go into that bye week at 4-4, get some injuries hopefully behind them, and at least come out for the second half of the season with a chance to make a playoff push.
He's David Schuster, the Scores beat reporter. Thanks, David.
All right, guys.
OB, Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767. Charlie, Doug, Amy, Jerry, Lebo, Antoine, Chris, Dan. We'll be right with you.
Unfortunately, the audio in my helmet went out right before that drive. So, or you can look at it, fortunately, it went out. But I don't know, however you want to put it. But I feel really good calling my own plays in that situation. And before I go out into a 2-minute drill, I kind of look at our play sheet and get in my mind a plan of what we want to do. And so I felt comfortable in that situation.
That was Brian Greasy talking about the last drive, and he called most of those plays. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Well, Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. And Ed, back in the day, it wasn't uncommon for a quarterback to take the game, call his own plays.
There's no question about it.
They moved. There was no intercom going back.
The individual that changed that was Paul Brown.
Yep.
He was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns in the day when Otto Graham in the 50s, when they were winning they were in the old American League and they came in the National Football League, and he started sending in the plays with his guards. He alternated guards all the time. They would come in and bring the plays in, and they kind of elevated from him to where now the offensive coordinator and obviously through the headsets now they communicate.
Well, there's no question, too, a quarterback has a game plan, and a game plan is put in for 2-minute drives, and you have certain plays you run. You got to decide which plays to use and when to use them. And I think he did a great job of putting them all together to get the final touchdown.
Well, he said he looks at it. He was looking at it before he went in. You know, it was also nice, before we go right to the callers, Doug, it was also nice to see when you see Bob Greasy on the bench looking at the pictures, looking at stats or whatever he's doing, trying to figure out how to get better and what to do.
Well,
not after the game, during the game. Nice.
This is for certain. The last 3 games in the last quarter, this guy has come through. In the Green Bay game with that touchdown, in the Minnesota game with 2 touchdowns to tie the game, and obviously with 1 minute and 37 seconds and taking a drive with no timeouts to win the football game. Let's go to Doug and DeKalb. Doug, you're on the Score. Dougie.
Doug.
He gone. Let's go to Amy in Plainfield. Amy. Is she gone too?
Amy?
There's something wrong with our
phones. Something must be wrong with the phones, guys.
Oh, hello?
Amy?
Yes, Amy.
Hi, it's an honor to be talking with you guys.
Hello,
Thanks,
Amy.
Big shout out for all the Bears fans out in Plainfield. My question is, obviously all the other teams are going to be following suit and not kicking to Devin Hester. How important is he to be scoring all our points, because offense isn't really doing anything, and it just seemed a bore to watch the offensive game. How dependent are we on special teams and Devin Hester to score all our points?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If that's the case, then they can do this the rest of the year. And if our offense gets themselves in gear, then with the starting field position, because of the punts and how they're kicking off and the pooch punts and the kickoffs up in the air, we're in great field position. I'll take it all day long for the rest of the year.
But that's not going to happen.
No.
That's not reality. And what also is not reality, too, Amy, is the fact that we're not going to get that constant field position and touchdowns by Devin Hester because they're kicking away from him. But, we wound up today with some pretty good field position by the Eagles doing that. And also the turnovers defensively, we're just not getting them this year. So who has to step up for us to be a winning team, try to win our division and get to the playoffs? From here on out, it's got to be the offense. They have to come in and they have to take command of the game. Hopefully they will.
Yeah, because our defense, I think, is going to be just above
all year.
average.
All year, Doug, we're going to have it.
And it's not going to give us what we had last year. So we might as well count on that. So if the defense,
but we need the offense finally to step up to the plate,
sure,
Doug.
They got to carry the ball. They got to be the ones from now on to do certain things to make things happen.
Damn right.
Let's go to Chris in Miami, Florida. Chris, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
All right,
out here
Chris.
in good old Miami. Huge Bears fan. Love listening to you guys. Hey, I got a little issue with some of these guys calling in, trying to defend Cedric Benson, saying how it's not his fault. It's either there's no holes or it's Ron Turner's fault or whatever. Let's not forget, this guy was the 4th pick in the draft, and you drafted this guy to be the franchise back, and it's his job to make something out of nothing when something's there. That's why you drafted him that high. He wasn't a 6th-round pick or an undrafted free agent coming in, and he dropped 3 passes last week. That horrible pass block attempt, I believe it was on Sheldon Brown. I don't know if you know the play I'm talking about.
Yeah, he went inside for some reason, let Sheldon Brown come to the outside, and I don't know why he did do that, but good thing Greasy got out of the way.
That's absolutely horrible. I played running back in high school and college, and that's the first thing they tell you is to look inside and then outside on pass blocking. But under no circumstance you let somebody come in free. When you see someone coming in unblocked, he completely missed him, and either he doesn't care or the guy's just an idiot. I don't know, but he's got to get that blah attitude going here because, he's supposed to be a franchise back, and he's just not getting it done. So I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say.
Well, basically what you're saying is what most people are saying. We want more production out of Benson. And they're saying also why, because the fact that he is the 4th pick or was the 4th pick in the first round. He was not a 6th-round pick or a guy that you put in there just to hold over till somebody else comes by. So expecting a lot of them and not getting it at this point in time.
Well, Chris, here's the answer. At Texas, he was a straight line runner. With the Bears, he's a straight line runner. And Doug, going back that he was the 4th player taken in the entire draft. And what he would be is the guy that's going to answer our running woes, okay, which I really don't understand why we even drafted him, because 6 months earlier we went out and we got Thomas Jones, who had a hell of a year for us. But to answer your question, it worked in college. It's not working here for whatever the reasons are. One thing we do know, Chris, is he does not have the breakaway speed. He cannot outrun the angle, and he can't get out and around. So if he can't get it done between the tackles, we got a problem the rest of the season. A big problem.
Let's go out to Jerry in Woodstock. Jerry on the score.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, do you guys actually know why the communications cut out?
No, I have no clue. We heard that the fact that Greasy said they just cut out and he was on his own, or maybe you say he cut the wires himself.
Yeah, hey Jerry.
Every game, at the end of every half, after a minute left in the half, they cut them out. The NFL does this every single game. It happened 2 times with Orton. It happened last year with Grossman. Can the coaches figure this out?
Why would they do that? You're not supposed to do that. That's not part of the protocol.
That's that. From what I know, from one of the announcers was saying that at the end of, with 1 minute to go, at the end of the first half and the second half, they cut the communications.
I find that hard to believe.
That's the first time I heard that.
Yeah, first time I've heard it
maybe
too.
You're right. I have no clue on that, but I never thought, why would you do that? Why would you knock out probably the most important part of getting calls to come in? Although you heard Greasy say it might have been, maybe it was great that he did call them himself.
Maybe.
Didn't have to take the calls from Ron Turner.
Maybe he unplugged the plug.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe he took a little scissors out and cut him, whatever he
But
does do.
we should look into that. Jerry, I don't have a definitive answer on you.
I don't either.
One.
I've heard of them going out, but the cases when they go out, then then the next quarterback that comes in on the opposing team, they can't have it either. Let's go to Antoine on the north side. Antoine, you're on the score.
Yes, good evening, Doug and Ed. Thank you, first of all, for having a show that reaches the common people. I appreciate that. Okay, the other thing I wanted to say is I agree with, I believe it was Ed that said earlier, that this team is definitely not ready for the playoffs or the Super Bowl. I just sat there and watched that this week, last week. There's just a huge piece of plays or something like that that is missing that says that, hey, we're ready to go back, and we're not ready to go back. The main reason why I wanted to call is because I wanted to refute the previous callers about an hour ago, I'm sorry, but the guy was talking down on Lovey saying that he's like the Dusty Baker of Chicago. Totally disagree with that. I mean, fans here who are rooting for the Cubs, that's one thing, but they need to get off of that because a baseball team here has already won a World Series, so we need to get off of that. That's apples and oranges. I mean, Lovie Smith has done what he said he was going to do. We beat Green Bay. He's been beating Green Bay. We won the NFC Championship North, or the NFC Championship period. We done that. We got to the Super Bowl. My main thing is that some changes were made by the Chicago Bears team that got us in the position that we're in today, and that is because of that running game. They should have never traded Thomas Jones. So you guys, take it from there. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Antoine. I think what you need to do is look at the body of work and look at the body of work of Lovie Smith. Not just last year, but the first year, and I think he was 6-10 or something like that, but he came back and all of a sudden they were winning a lot of football games, go to the playoffs, then they go to the Super Bowl. It's too early to make any kind of adjustments on anything about this year. We do know the fact that there's no question about it. This team is not ready for prime time. That's obvious. But the fact is, though, by winning today's game keeps them in the race. And just maybe once they start getting their guys back, Basher gets back, maybe Darwin Walker gets back, and all of a sudden you saw Urlacher play tonight, which was a lot better than was played last week. I mean, I don't know how many tackles he had, but he had at least 5 or 6 right away in the first half. So those things have to come around. Tommy Harris, I didn't think the kid had a chance today. I got to be honest with you, because they said he didn't even warm up. Did not come out to warm up. And so all of a sudden they put him cold in the football game. Did not come out to warm up, and he had a tremendous game. I thought those 2 sacks. Remember the one drive? He get 2 sacks back to back. And all of a sudden now you got Tommy Harris playing, because a big part of that defense is Tommy Harris. So certain things have to happen. Injuries got to come around. Players got to come back. There's no question the running game has got to get better. But the one thing about it is that they're still in the ball game. They're still there. Like Ed and I said, that's not Super Bowl, it's not playoffs, but yet you can't count them out. No way can you count them out.
No way can you count them out, Doug, but some philosophy has to change here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They got to do something different.
And maybe, with Greasy coming in, maybe he can sit down with Ron Turner and Lovie Smith and some of the offensive coaches, and maybe he can be a little bit more, in explaining what he thinks that he can do, or how he thinks who his main receivers who he should go to, or how they should attack somebody. Maybe Brian Greasy should be involved a little bit more. I'm looking for answers, Doug, and I know it's for a fact, because I'll tell you what, you go up to Indianapolis, and they count on Peyton Manning an awful lot.
Well, here's the point, and I'm glad you said you're looking for answers, because they should be looking for answers also, and they should also take it. And I don't care if it comes from Greasy or whoever it comes from. If there's some way to improve it, and whatever the suggestion is from a player, I don't care who it is.
Yeah, but you know how
Take
some
a look
coaches.
at. I know that.
You know how some coaches are. You come up with a great idea,
and
it ain't never going to happen.
Right.
Never happen.
And they're so far, when a guy is successful or starts to be successful, we've got to look at Greasy in the later part of the games in the fourth quarter. The last 3 game guys, he's been very successful. Maybe just then you can go to the guy and say, look, let's try to do this earlier.
Well, I like your quote. What you told me, you said, like, in the fourth quarter when he's throwing the bombs to Hester, you said, like, weren't these plays in the book in the first quarter?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Then it changes the game around. Have somebody chasing you for once. There's just an idea. Let's go out to Dan in Round Lake. Dan, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Dan.
It's an honor to talk to you.
Thank you, Danny.
Can't we just start at the fourth quarter?
Well, that would be a hell of an idea,
That
Dan.
would be a
I'm
good
telling
idea.
you. I'd take all the plays we use in the fourth quarter and go from there.
You got it.
Except for
what got my goat is I look with trepidation to every Sunday. I love the Bears. I've listened to you guys, for ages, and back when they used to black it out, when they wouldn't sell it out, you'd have to listen to it on the radio, and I was just screaming at the radio for the Bears. But tonight, I was very upset when there's 3 rushers. 3. And he got to the quarterback. Now, you cannot tell me that offensive line is a good line if they can't keep 3 guys off of the quarterback. I mean, come on. I was so angry. I can't remember the young man's name who called earlier saying that it's a good offensive line. It's Benson's fault. Now, yes, I do know that it's different. Run blocking is different than pass blocking. But if you let one guy through, and there's only 3 of them rushing, there's something wrong.
Well, first of all, let's think about this. Let's step back a little bit. There were, going into the third or fourth quarter, no one had sacks. The Bears didn't have sacks, nor did the Eagles have sacks. And going into the game, the Eagles had 22 sacks. I think the Bears had 19. So there were times in a 3-man rush, sometimes you fall asleep. You think there's only 3 guys going, right? And a guy will come outside you, you're going to have help inside. Yeah, there should be better protection on a 3-man rush. There's no question about it. That's just like how we protected Greasy on that last drive when the Eagles had 3-man rush.
Yeah, Dan, they had the Eagles, which normally would be coming after you with everything. They went to the old prevent defense. And
they couldn't get to the quarterback.
And the 3 guys couldn't get to him, and they went all the way down the field without them coming after Greasy, which I don't understand, but I'm glad they didn't.
Well, see, the thing with the Bears, too, I think part of that problem with that is there's a mix-up, but you're just talking one-on-one, and I can understand what you're saying, and you're talking about...
He's saying that you got
Tate,
5 guys
right.
blocking on 3.
Tate
That should
going
never
against
happen.
Cole, and that's what happened,
Right.
Yeah, you should be able to block him. I agree with you 100%. Let's go out to Brian in his car. Brian, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug and LB. Love your show. I got a couple things. First thing, this is a real football win. I really felt proud of these guys. They got out there. We didn't need any special plays. We didn't need the Devin Hester run back. We didn't.
Yeah,
need
no
turnovers.
miracle plays.
We won it. But I still question the defense. I'm still, kind of looking back at Ron Turner or at switching to Babbage and wondering what's going on with that. I was wondering what you guys think about that.
Well, I thought it was better. And how I thought it was better was the way Ed and I talked about it last week against Minnesota. And I'm blaming, they blame the players. I blame the coaches as well, defensive last week. Because we were not aggressive. We were passive. And today you saw where Urlacher, be it from the blitz or be it from the fact that he was just going downhill, we're making plays behind the line of scrimmage. And so that's what you needed. You need aggressive people. And that's what they did with also when you're talking with Archuleta. Archuleta was put in that box. Did you see now the linebackers' times on the line of scrimmage almost? Are they coming? Are they going to blitz? They're not going to blitz. They're dropping back. They did more of that. Against Minnesota, they were all just standing there. They did change a lot in this football game, and it showed. I understand they still got some yardage running the football, but the big plays were not there. The Eagles did not get the big plays.
Well, the thing that happened, Doug, in rushing, they got 123 yards against us. We gave up 123 yards, and I'll tell you what, Westbrook, he didn't have a bad game, Doug. He had 18 carries for 79 yards for a 4.4. So, did they run on us? Yeah, they did. Did we made a huge correction from a week ago? Yes, we did. But the fact of the matter is we still let a guy average 4.4, gain almost 18 yards and 18 carries, and he ran for 123 yards.
Yeah, and 123 yards is certainly a lot better than 311, which happened last week. Yeah. But also Westbrook coming into this football game averaged 5.8 yards a carry. Good running team. They're number 7 running the football. They're good. But what I saw was there's improvement here. Tommy Harris is getting better. Walker may be coming back. Basher may be there. What happens when you put this all together again? I don't know, but I'll tell you what, we got a better shot at it. Maybe it's a better shot to get to the playoffs. Right now, we're not worthy of going to the playoffs. We're not worthy of going to the Super Bowl. But that's now. We'll see what happens next week. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hi, Doug and Ed.
What's up, Mike?
You guys are defensive guys. I want to know why we don't give Adrian Peterson a chance to be the main back. Can he be or not? Every time I've seen him run the ball, he looks pretty good.
Well, I had mentioned that Peterson, he had ran the ball 4 times, 5.3 yards. 4 times for 20 yards, 5.3 yard average. And I'll tell you, in pass receiving, Doug, I'm trying to find my notes here.
I think he had 33 yards.
Yeah, he had, I think, 3 receptions, for 33 yards for an 11-yard average. So he touched the ball 7 times. He got some pretty good numbers in there.
But he's been with us for 6 years.
Yeah, but so I'll give you an answer.
Okay.
Are we going to have him start in front of Cedric Benson and be our featured back? No. Not that you don't want it or I don't.
Why not?
Cedric Benson's their man. 4th player taken in draft. You think that Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith are going to let that happen? It ain't going to happen.
No, I'm asking you guys the question. If you had the chance between Cedric Benson and Adrian Peterson, better football player, who would you start?
Well, first of all, here's how
Thomas Jones. Let me jump in quickly.
Yeah.
Thomas Jones would be here. Cedric Benson would have been the guy traded.
Well, see, the way I look at it is this. The fact that I would have put pressure on Benson because the way Thomas Jones put pressure on Benson to compete, you may have wanted to start Adrian Peterson as your starting running back. But I don't believe that Adrian Peterson can go the distance or game after game after game being your lead back.
But why do you have to play those games, Doug? This is professional football. It doesn't get any better than this.
I understand that.
So you got to play mind games with this.
Sure.
What I'm going to do something. The hell with it. If you can do it, fine, you do it. And if you can't do it, move on.
Well, that's the point, Ed. But you know as well as I do, it doesn't
what
work
do you
that
think?
way.
What do you think the Bears right now, Doug, would get for Cedric Benson? Could they, if they traded him right now? He's only played 3 years. Would they get a number 1 draft choice for him?
Are you crazy?
Would they get a number 2?
Are you nuts? Keep on going. Because it's out throughout the whole league. They're saying this about the guy. It's not just us here. It's not. Oh, here's the even worse part about it. It's the players. Did you hear what Takeo Spikes said about him when he did his little routine? He said, I'd rather play against Thomas Jones because if we play against Benson, he can't cut back. He can't create. I'd rather play against him. And when you know that Thomas Jones last week when they played the Eagles, he ran for 130 yards against the Eagles.
Doug, you and I saw
it.
We
see it there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's out there. There's nothing we can do about it right now. That's right now. And welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Paul in Elmwood Park. Paul, you're on The Score.
I want to thank you both for playing that Bear game, Bear football. I want to say this. I watched these both play, and this for Obradovich. When the Unitas was running good, I think Alan Amici made the whole game because everyone had to watch him dive into the center. And that brings up the running game. I listened to McMichaels last week. He said Benson cannot break a runoff. When he hits that line, he like falls. He's got to be able to cut across the grain and break all that yardage. Now, if there's a thought like this, if abandon the running game, put Wolf in there as an eye back and just pass it all day long.
Well, see, there's certain angles, and, you can't do that. You can't just take it and pass the football all day long with Wolf coming out.
Well, Green Bay does it.
Huh?
Green Bay does it.
Well, yes.
But they got a guy called Brett Favre.
And also a guy named Driver. They throw the ball all over the place. But, I think what will happen now, the Bears are going to sit down, and they're going to figure out and say, listen, our defense is not as strong as we want it to be. We're not getting the takeaways. We're going to have to put points on the board. And I think they're going to come out and start doing it instead of waiting in the fourth quarter. What I would really like to know, the quarterback rating for Greasy in the fourth quarter. They break them up in quarters. That's got to be unbelievable. Because in the fourth quarter, just think of the stuff he's done in the games he's been in. Just between the Green Bay, Minnesota, and this game, the touchdowns he's come up with and the drives he's had. So he's coming through the fourth quarter. Now it's time to come up when the game starts to start doing more as we start the football game. So take a little bit of pressure off everybody else with some points on the board. That's all.
Well, we just got to run. If we got to run the ball, we've got Benson here. I mean, it is the situation is what it is, and we're just going to have to pound it out and stick with Benson until something happens, Doug, one way or another with this coaching staff, and hopefully that Brian Greasy with the passing game can open it up and have our offense step up to the plate and put some points on the board to help our defense. So and our defense needs help, pal. They can't do it anymore.
There's no question. And unless, like I said, when all the guys get back, and then we talk about a different ball game, but they're not back. And I don't know how bad Walker's hurt with his knee. I don't know about Vasher. Is he ready to roll? Those are big. But what was encouraging, though, was watching Urlacher play today, and he was back to being the Brian Urlacher that I knew. Let's go out to Tim in Rolling Meadows. Tim, you're on The Score.
Hey, Mr. Ed, Mr. Doug, thank you very much.
Right, you're welcome.
I appreciate it. You guys, you talk so much about everything since I've been holding on here. But my main thing is I want to stop this Grossman-Greasy controversy. Greasy, totally impressed me today. I mean, that was an awesome – you know what? I think he should cut the wires in the first quarter. You know what I'm talking about?
I got you.
If that's the case, I want him to cut the wires.
Cut the wires early.
I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
Tim, there's no comment after that one. You get caller of the night.
What Timmy was saying was the fact that Greasy said his audio went out in his helmet, so he had to call all the plays on the last drive. So they're saying, well, I'll cut the wires early, like in the first quarter. He's Obradovich on Buffone on The Score, Sports
Good
Radio
call, Timmy.
670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Dougie, get the hot or get the mild. Make sure you pick up a jar of the best jardinere in town from Marconi Foods. Give them a call at 312-421-0485 or go to marconi-foods.com.
Ed, can't get your footing in the morning? Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field? Brew a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913. Ed, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Dave in his car. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
What's up, buddy?
Dave.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. How are you?
Great. Hey, thank you for taking my call. Just wanted to say a few things. First of all, the offense, I think it's pretty simple. There's three basic problems. We've got an uninnovative offensive coordinator. We traded the wrong running back, and we had the wrong quarterback in there. And after turning it over so many times, we've gone back into that shell where we just don't want to get creative and throw passes and open up the field. They're starting to get away from that, and I'm glad they're finally starting to give them the ball. But anyway, what I really wanted to call about was the defense. And, the Bears, we pride ourselves on defense. And, again, today, we didn't see it. And I sat there, I've got my TiVo, and I watch things, and I stop, and I look at what's going on, and we're playing the run on our heels. And I'll tell you, Archuleta is completely unimpressive. Several plays, it's like he's waiting instead of just going and making the tackle. He'll stop, he'll try to break down, he gets blocked instead of just freaking and going and hitting the guy. He just waits for something to happen, and that happens to everybody. I tell you, Westbrook would have had more yards today if it hadn't been for Daniel Manning back there at safety. That was the switch from last week. He saved a few long runs. But what I wanted to bring up was I heard Donovan Darius was let go this week. And I think losing Mike Brown, nobody's talked about it recently, but I think it was a huge, huge loss for that defense, both emotionally and he'll come up and stick somebody. And I know Darius can play the run. I was just wondering what you guys think about maybe bringing somebody like that in.
Well, first of all, it may be too late for that. I mean, and you're right, though. Let me back up here a little bit. I think the move for Archuleta was wrong. And when that did happen, when Archuleta did come here, that meant that Chris Harris could leave. And they did trade Chris Harris to Carolina for a 5th-round pick. Chris Harris has started every game for Carolina. Carolina is 4-2. Chris Harris has 1 interception, 4 forced fumbles. I would have loved to see him back here with Chicago.
That was a huge mistake, Doug.
Yeah.
I could never, when they got rid of him, I couldn't believe it.
No.
Young kid with all the talent.
Everybody thought that Archuleta was going to be this guy that's going to be spectacular, and he's not spectacular. In fact, today, there was a time he had covered deep. Remember when he was in double coverage? And
how do you give up Chris Harris for a 5th-round draft choice?
That's what they
did. When the kid showed promise.
Because they thought that Archuleta would step in there. See, and he's right about Mike Brown. I mean, this whole defense would have been turned around if Mike Brown was still there, but he's not. And Chris Harris is not there. So now what are you going to do? You got to get ready. You got to improve. And you got to find some way. If you can't do it with the guys on that system, then find something else in the system that will work.
Doug, that's going to be hard to do.
Archuleta, do something.
That's going to be hard to do because we had Chris Harris. And we let him go. A young talent. Very young. All he had to do was get better. And we give him up for a 5th-round draft choice. There should have been no consideration of trading him to begin with, Doug.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, and our congratulations to the Chicago Bears for beating the Eagles 19-16. We have to say goodnight right now, and thanks to my partner, Ed Obradovich, David Schuster, live from Philadelphia. Our producers, Tim Bach, Mark Joliffe, Herb Lawrence, and our update guy, Brian Peruk. Also thanks to all our great callers. Ed and I really appreciate it, and you make the 2.5 or 3 hours go very quickly. I'll be on tomorrow night with Lawrence Holmes from 6 to 7:30 p.m. for Chicago NFL Live. Stay tuned for NFL football as we join the Denver Broncos and the Pittsburgh Steelers, already in progress. Good night, everybody. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score 670. Obradovich and Buffone 312-644-6767. Lions 16, Pumpkins 7. What a beating. What a beating, Ed. I mean, as far as this whole thing about being home, get ready for the bye, and all of a sudden we're going to put this team together. Greasy throws 4 interceptions. The defense can't really, lets a team drive the football on them 93 yards. Drop interceptions in defense. We only get 1 takeaway. We have 4 turnovers. And the Detroit Lions came in here, played their defense, and knew exactly what they were going to do. We could do nothing about it. We couldn't run against it. We couldn't pass against them. And then on the other side of the coin, defensively, just gave up too many big plays. I mean, just big plays. Just gouged our eyes out with certain plays that Kitna did do. So all in all, you're looking at a football team that I think is finished for the year.
Doug, I think, what happened today was I never thought would happen. As a matter of fact, I very seldom get I had a feeling that the Bears were going to come in today, Doug, and really make a statement. They're going in, like you mentioned, the bye week. They're not going to play for 2 weeks.
You would think.
They would come back. They'd be 4-4, and when they come back, they were going to Oakland, then Seattle, and for the back half of the season, and especially playing against Detroit. Detroit scoring 34 points against them in the fourth quarter, setting a record in the National Football League, most points given up. I thought there was a lot of redemption to be had here by the Bears defense and the Bears coaching staff.
Well, you can't. You're right. You can't just blame this on the players right now.
No.
You'd be silly just to blame it all on the players.
Let me finish, partner. I get the stage here for a second.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Lovie Smith. Out of what is it? A, B, C, D, E, F. Right? There's nothing worse than F.
Mm-hmm.
F.
Ron Turner.
F.
Babbage.
Way over his head. Let me say that one more time.
That's worse than an F.
That Bob Babbage is way over his head.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about clueless in Seattle, clueless in Chicago, Doug. When I see a defense, individual breakdowns, Doug, not an aggressive defense, and to let Kitna come in here, John Kitna, and tear us apart, that's not only is it not acceptable, Doug. I mean, how do you even make sense of what happened? Where are the changes offensively and defensively? Offensively, Doug, Ron Turner, we throw, it's in the fourth quarter. Oh, my God. We throw the ball. Who do we throw to? Cedric Benson, who can't catch. We bring in the next play. Who runs the football?
Peterson.
Adrian Peterson runs the football. Excuse me. One more thing, Doug. 4 quarters. How many passes did you try? How many times did you see us try to go down the field?
I didn't see that many. Maybe one. Mm-hmm.
So, to the coaching staff, an F. To the players, Doug, I thought really looking for inspired play, even by the ball players. I didn't see it on either side of the line. It just wasn't there. And Doug, I'm going to say one more thing here. I talk about blitzing a lot, and you know what? We have some linebackers that can really get things done, Doug. And sometimes, for some reason, our defensive coordinator must think that we have the greatest 4-down defensive linemen in the National Football League. They're good. Don't get me wrong. They're not that good. When you have got number 55 and 54 and Hunter Hildemeyer, 92, backing off in the pass defense, Doug, and they're running a football, why on one play, Doug, on one play or 2 or 3 plays in a series, shouldn't one of those linebackers be coming in on a blitz?
Mm-hmm.
If it's not Urlacher, it's Briggs in the middle, on the weak side or the strong side. Let those talented players with their quickness and speed get on Kitna, get on the running back on their side of the line of scrimmage. Instead of seeing our 3 linebackers, what do? Drop back, go laterally left, laterally right, drop back. Doug, I tell you what, pal, I just don't get it. And this game plan they had today between Turner on offense and Babbage on defense was a disgrace, to say the least.
Well, let's look at it this way, too, Ed. The Bears gave up 16 points, all right? Now, that in itself, how they gave up the 16 points was terrible. No, here, let me finish. Yeah. My turn.
Okay.
Well, the fact is this. They gave up 16 points. Brutal game, as far as I'm concerned. But you know what the difference is, Ed? The difference is that the Bear defense is not setting up the Bear offense.
That's right.
That's the way it's been for years. But here, I don't want it anymore. Give me an offense that scores points. We scored 7. How did we score to 7, Ed? After Hester returns back 40 yards.
How many times? I've asked our guys.
Because our offense cannot score points. It's not built to score points. And that's a fact. Now, our defense is playing like a crap.
Our offense
They're
is not
playing
built.
like a crap.
Funny as
There's
it
no
sounds.
question.
Right.
It is. But the fact is we're not scoring or can't score points. And as far as Greasy's concerned, I was a big proponent of Greasy. But 4 interceptions today, give me Kyle Orton. Do something different on offense. Do something different. Try something else because it's not working. You score 7 points. And again, for all the years, the last 3 years, the D offense always said, Get the turn-away defense. Get the takeaway. Takeaway. Then what happens? We don't get the takeaway. We don't score. And that's exactly what happened here with Turner's offense, including Greasy, including the running game, including the wide receivers. It's all a bunch of crap, Doug, when you only score 7 points.
Right, you've got Greasy. What do we do again now? What is
we come off
We come off the bus running. You know how many attempts we had at rushing today? 4 quarters, 20.
Yeah,
that's 5 times a quarter. 5 times a quarter. We attempted 40 passes, Doug, which comes down to a total of 60 plays. And you're going to win a football game?
How many passes did Detroit attempt?
Brian, hold on a second. One here. John Kitna, 35 passes.
What was his average game per pass?
7.7.
What was ours?
Greasy was 5.2.
That's the difference.
One
the
TD,
difference
4
is
interceptions.
We don't take the football down and make big chunks and make big plays. Take a look at the wide receivers, what they did for the Detroit Lions. Our offense is designed not to score. It's simple as that. And when you take a look at this, you want to depend on your defense, and you no longer know you can depend on your defense to get you takeaways, to push you in position like they did last year, Ed. Last year was unbelievable what they did as far as their takeaways. They had 44 takeaways. Let me give you a little stat here real quickly, all right? This is last year. They had 44 takeaways, the Chicago Bear defense.
Right.
You know what that was? After all those 44 takeaways, the Bears scored 143 points, meaning that they were scoring 8.8 points per game off of turnovers. You know this year?
Our defense is not getting the turnovers.
Yeah, we got 13. We got 13 takeaways, right? That means that's an average of 1.7 points per game that we're getting. So in other words, last year, every game by the takeaways, the Bear defense was giving our offense by them turning it into scores.
Okay, Doug.
We score an extra 8 points a game. Okay. It's not happening. So get your ass in gear and get the offense scoring points.
Right. Now, how can you make turnovers? You can't get turnovers, Doug, playing a passive defense. Let me just say that. Okay. Well, the other thing, Doug, last year when we went to the Super Bowl, offense gave up the ball 36 times.
Right.
Now, what has changed this year, Doug, is that we are not getting the turnaways, obviously.
And still turning it
over. The
takeaways,
okay, and we're still turning it over. They gave up the ball 19 times, our offense, going into this game. We gave it up 4 today. That's 23 giveaways our offense has done. So what has changed from last year? Not getting the takeaways. What has changed offensively? Nothing. We're still giving the ball away.
Exactly.
And we're still not scoring points. We're still not converting on third down. We still have no consistency in our offense.
That's why I say the fact is that you look at this year. Right now we have 23 turnovers, right?
23 now.
Right. How many takeaways?
Excuse me. Yeah, 23 turnovers, yes.
23 turnovers. We have 13 takeaways.
13 takeaways. That's
the difference. On course last year, 36 turnovers. We were fooled. We were totally fooled because you know why? The offense got covered by the defense getting 44 takeaways. We didn't have an offense. It's starting to show now. We don't have an offense. It's all fool's gold.
We don't have an offense. We don't have an offensive game plan, Doug.
Well, whatever it is, we're not scoring points.
Doug, too, there was a lot of individual breakdowns today, too. I'll tell you, it's going to be hard to try to go after some of these kids. But I'll tell you what, Doug, here in the next few games, if some of them don't start stepping up to the plate here, and I'm talking about multi-million-dollar plates, it's just their play is not acceptable. The coaching, we're in dire straits here, pal. We got 2 weeks to right the ship for what? We're 3-5.
This ship is sunk.
Huh?
This ship's sunk, Dad.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, it's sunk, and I'm very optimistic about a lot of things. You trying to tell me that you got a game was so damn important, what you saw today, there wouldn't be, number one, doing dramatic things out there, making things happen. It wasn't happening.
Did you see any sense of urgency in the
I
first
saw
half,
nothing.
the second half?
I saw
Did you
zero.
see any enthusiasm? You see, nobody extra hard hit. It just wasn't there, Doug. It was like they weren't ready to play or something. I don't know. I saw nothing there. And I'm going to tell you something, Doug.
How could that be, Ed?
Very easy, right from the coaching staff, my friend. What do you think it emulates from? That's exactly where it comes from.
You know?
That's exactly where it comes from. You got to get these kids ready to play football. Players playing, coaches coach. I'm so sick of that. Listen, this coaching staff, Doug, has got a lot of answers, a lot of questions to answer here, my friend. When you can sit there and you're not even getting takeaways and you're playing basically a passive defense, Doug. By that I mean drop back, and we don't go after people, not getting. You got to change up, Doug.
Ed.
We're not. What are we, Doug? We're not. 5-1, 6-2, whatever. We're 6-2 today. What you'd be. or 8-0 or 7-1. We're not. We're struggling on defense. We're giving up long drives. Offensively, great field position, game after game after game from our specialty teams, and can't score points. Change. There's got to be a change in a philosophy, Doug, and it doesn't take a mental giant to figure this out. It's common sense in this damn game.
When you become predictable, let's talk about defense first. When you become predictable, you can be predictable if you're very good. If you have a system and you have players in it that are very good, you can become predictable.
Yeah, right, because I'm going to run this way at you. So try to stop me.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
But defensively, I'm going to stop you, like they did last year. But they're so predictable this year, but they're not as good. So that means somewhere along the line, someone's got to come up with something defensively to change it. Does you do something differently to make
Doug.
it happen?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, offensively, same thing. You want to be a ball control? The first half, Ed, we controlled the football 16 minutes, more than they had it. But we do nothing with it.
Nothing.
All you're doing is killing the clock. I don't want to kill the clock. I want to score points. And everybody says, well, he's looking at fourth quarter. And this is one thing. I'm being honest about this.
Doug,
you can be good in the fourth quarter if you're playing teams that aren't prevent defenses. You got to come out the first half and do something and make something happen.
With the field positioning we had,
Doug,
all they had to do was convert a couple of times on third downs, Doug, and we're right in there. At least Robbie Gould to get a field goal. I mean, that's incredible.
Here's another thing I'm a little aggravated about, and I need a little help from you. It was at the end of the game. It was third down. Greasy was running the football to get a first down. All right? He needed like 10 yards. He got 9. But he slid on the 9th yard. Now, I saw it, but I didn't see it. I'm thinking to myself, why didn't he go for it? Sell out. I mean, it's important to get that first down. But he slid. Now it's 4th and 1. I'm sure I saw him jump up and call timeout. Now, why would you call timeout then? You punted the football right after that. That gave them the extra time. They took the football down and kicked a 52-yard field goal.
Right.
Now, what the hell kind of thinking is that? At least one, sell out, go for the first down. Or if you're not going to do it, don't jump up and call timeout. Now, I could be wrong, but that's the way I saw this damn thing.
Doug, that's thinking of a 3-5 team.
I don't know. I'm beside myself on this because this game, it was theirs. They should have taken this game.
Doug, how did you feel going into this game?
I felt great. I thought,
I tell you what,
they had their stuff in order. They were practicing well. They were going to go out there. They were doing what they have to do. I didn't expect a blowout. It could have been 3 points as far as I'm concerned, but I thought this is it. This is where they're going to show it. Then they're going to go into the bye, and they're going to get ready for the second half.
Yeah, we're going to start the season. The season's gone. And I'm going to tell you something, especially when you had time to do something about it in the first 8 games, Doug, and it just did not happen. And I know, Lovie Smith, we come off the bus running. We come off the bus running. We come off the bus running. We've got a $60 million running back, Doug, and you saw it again today. Defensive back comes up, grabs him with one hand by his ankle, and down he goes. Again, the lack of speed.
Coming off the bus running, they should get back on the bus.
You know what the biggest problem, Doug, on our offense? All around, Doug, there's no speed. We just truly don't. There's no speed coming out of the backfield.
You know what, Ed? I got a
we have three. We have a quarterback, we have a fullback, and we have a halfback, a running back that's in the backfield. Neither one of them are going to set world records. They don't scare anybody, Doug. Anybody.
Now I got a suggestion then. Make Hester a wide receiver then. If we're looking at this, and every time I see him in a football game, he does something or makes somebody pay attention to him. Now, he got clocked down near the goal line today. Maybe they're worried about him getting hurt. They're kicking the football away. But you know what? Play the kid then. Play him. Don't worry about the last 2 minutes. Play him.
Well, Greasy, I thought we'd see a little bit more out of Greasy today.
Here's the other thing, though. He threw those interceptions. But it's like what Grossman did. But why did he do it? Because they got Sims in his face. They're blitzing the hell out of us. Right. We're not picking blitzes up. We're not doing anything right.
Why didn't we blitz?
Well, it's not the cover 2, Ed. It's not the Tampa way of life.
You know what you can do with that cover 2?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. I said it, and I'm going to keep saying it. If in the cover 2, if you don't get takeaways, you can take that defense and blow it up. Because that's exactly what do you keep.
This is a kids program.
I know. I caught myself. But the Detroit Lions, they play the cover 2. What's the difference in it? Detroit Lions is not that good defensively, but what they do, they get the takeaways. They're leading the league in takeaways,
Doug,
like we did last year with the cover 2.
When I was watching Detroit today, there was always somebody coming. I mean, they had the 4 down linemen, and the down linemen did a lot of tricks, Doug. Detroit's linemen. a lot of twists between the tackles and
we'll
ends.
never do that.
Huh? We just
will
for some reason
never,
don't it.
No.
And who was it that made the statement? One of the defensive tackles last week said, "Yeah, we have the twist. We have them in the book between the tackles and the ends, but we don't use it. We don't do it."
I had Anthony Adams on the show.
That's what I'm talking about.
I asked him about twists, the turns, things that we talk about.
Right.
He said, well, yeah, they're in the book, but we don't use them. We feel like we can come right after you.
Doug,
I don't think that's the correct answer.
Yeah, but Doug, is that going to cure the problem? No, it's not going to cure the problem. But I tell you,
we've got to do something, Ed.
Right, but it's going to help because you may break a tackle or an end coming in or around on the inside or the outside, and he just may get there, try to confuse the offensive lineman. And what Detroit did, Doug, they usually coupled when they did some twists. I saw a blitzer. Maybe not all three linebackers, maybe not all two, but it seemed like they were firing somebody in all the time coming at.
No, you saw the one play where they took the defensive end, gave him to take the inside move, which he did do. He ended up with a sack. Now, did you notice the tackle came to the outside to cover his ass on the outside? Yeah. That's all you have to do. It's no big genius move. It's not, hit the hell with it. I'm going out to John in Lombard. John, you're on the score.
Hey guys, I'm very upset right now, and you took away a lot of my points right now. But one of the things that my two sons mentioned, Billy and Jimmy, that there's no tackling either. Besides the terrible running, there's no tackling.
Well, they missed that one run, wasn't it, John? I mean, two guys blew it. Tillman blew it, and Archuleta blew it, and that's when Jones made that big run, which killed us, which hurt us. There's no question about it, John.
The season's over.
Well, I think it is. Prove me wrong. I said, well, the season's done. In my mind, what's going on here. So then maybe I'd like to see Kyle Orton. I'd like to see something different. Maybe you start Peterson. Do something different then, because you've had an opportunity here now in this chance they had to go 8 games to play, and all of a sudden, you had this shot, which was a real shot. So you're trying to tell me that, okay, don't worry about it, guys. Once we get after the bye week, and we'll get back and we'll get a week of practice and we'll be ready to go. No, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that no more. I am not buying any stories.
I'm going to tell you who's going to get tired of buying stories. Is Lovey's story. Once he keeps on saying that same thing, we come off the bus running. We're a running team, and we're throwing 52 times, 45 times, 40 times, running 5 times a quarter, and we're a running team. Something's wrong somewhere, my friend.
Right now we're stumbling off the bus. Let's go to Uncle Meatball in Panama City, Florida. Uncle Meatball.
Uncle Fuzzy, thank you for taking my call.
You got it,
First of all, we do not come off the bus running. Our first series, we went 3 and out, 3 passes. Screen pass, dropped by Benson, followed by 2 complete passes that were short of a first down. We punted. Let me tell you something right now. We will not win as long as we have Ron Turner at offensive coordinator, and here is why. Brian Griese has basically done the same thing as Rex Grossman, except he's experienced. He had 3 picks in the end zone today, much like Rex Grossman.
They were the same.
We're calling the exact same things that Ron Turner likes. Ron Turner does not call plays that are to our players' strength. And let me tell you one more thing. When you run Devin Hester across the middle and you get that man cleaned and have his clock cleaned like we had today, that's an automatic termination right there, my friend, because that man is the most dangerous man in football, and we are not utilizing him to his strengths, which are the up and outs, the seam routes, and the flies. We are running him across the middle, and that is a recipe for disaster. Additionally, we come off the bus running. We don't run. And when we do run, Benson got going in a groove today. I didn't know if you noticed that in the second quarter, but he was running good. And all of a sudden, Uncle Fuzzy, he's gone.
Peterson
Where
comes
does he go?
Peterson.
And this is no excuse other than Ron Turner, and this is Lovie Smith's fault for being loyal to a fault. And one last thing, and I'll get off the phone. Our defense is not bad when Bruce Babich is calling the plays. If you look at San Diego, if you look at Kansas City, he's blitzing the crap out of these people. And all of a sudden something goes wrong, and Lovie all of a sudden puts us back in this prevent-to-win defense. All of a sudden, we start giving up. You know what? I see 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, and I'm calling it. I'm like, this is going to be a first down. We've got our defensive back 12 yards off the ball. We got our guys playing this crap cover 2 defense. And you know what? They throw the ball 8 yards, 1 yard short of the first down, and boom, it's a first down. We are not going to win unless Lovie Smith makes these corrections. And he needs to get rid of Ron Turner, and he needs to either call the plays himself or he needs to have the offensive or the quarterback coach, Pep Hamilton, start calling the calls. Because I'll tell you this right now, and I'm done. We can have Joe Montana back there. We can have Johnny Unitas back there. We could even have the great Satan Brett Favre back there, and we are going to fail just as bad as long as Ron Turner is calling the plays for this offense. Thanks for your time, guys. I'm out.
All right, Meatball. Thank you. Well, sure, because when you take a look at what's going on here and you see where this offense is for example, Greasy has a lot of experience, right? Now, why would he take the football and throw it up for grabs twice into the end zone? It's almost like desperation.
No, it's
it's
a little
like
bit more,
desperation.
Doug. He's thrown into double coverage.
Well, the one was one Eddie. He wasn't even double coverage. It was the free safety who came over. Came over top.
Okay.
But what I'm saying though is that a lot of these times there's not a guy that's open to throw it to. It's hope and a prayer. We don't have that type of wide receivers like a Calvin Johnson or a guy can go up and get the ball.
How many passes do we throw over the middle today?
Well, they threw one to Hester and he got annihilated.
Right.
And
Not too many.
Yeah.
Not too many.
He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. Yeah, all right, OB. Hold it. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. Stop it, Ed.
Something just flew by the window. I think it was a spaceship.
The Blues Bars, Eddie, the Northwest Suburbs' newest entertainment venue. We're starting to crack up here. Okay. Is your football headquarters. Catch on all the action of their 16-foot screen, food and drink special served daily. That's the Blues Bar on Bussey Avenue on Route 83 in Mount Prospect. Ed, I tell you.
Wait a minute. Okay.
What?
I was going to go. I'm going to leave it alone.
Don't do it.
No.
Don't.
I wish we.
Please.
Oh, okay, I won't.
Please don't. Ed.
All right. Okay.
Not now. I mean,
All right. Or we got a series of emotions here.
I'm so pissed that I can't even talk.
Well, you got to laugh, my friend.
Well, I'm laughing, but I'm not.
Lovie Smith
it's not funny.
Lovie Smith in his press conference right after Doug, he just said something very telltale to
me,
which is really
stuff.
not
back
too
to
bright.
the basics, huh, Ed?
Yeah, he said, well, it's 5. Okay, after the first loss, they should have went back to the basics. Lovie, second loss, back to the basics. Third loss, fourth loss. Now after the fifth loss, he said, what are we going to do? Well, we've got to go back to the basics because that's what you do when you lose. And we've got a couple weeks to figure it out. Excuse me? Mm-hmm. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
They should have went back to the basics in training camp. They should have started there. And then they should have went back to the basics after Minnesota ripped their eyes out. They should have went there. So, I mean, there's a lot of times back to the basics. But, see, you shouldn't have been in this position. And by being in this position now, you know what's going to happen, Ed, now in the next 2 weeks? It's pure media hell. What's going to happen is give me Kyle Orton, which I'm already screaming for.
Oh, it'll be.
Yeah. You're not playing the right defense.
You got 2 weeks to get Kyle Orton ready. Get him ready.
Yeah. So
that's
why not?
The word will be.
At this point in time.
It's over with.
Let's go to Buckeye Boy and Justice. Buckeye Boy.
Hi, fellas. So thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I've called before about Ron Turner, so I'm not going to be dead horse. He's incompetent. Everybody knows it. Also, with Babbage, to me, fellas, Lovie Smith's fingerprints is all over this defense.
Sure it is.
And I've always hated the cover two going back. I remember it used to be called, wasn't it the flex? Wasn't it used to be called the flex, Doug?
Double zone.
Okay. There's a lot of names for it. To me, it's garbage.
Yeah.
And the third point I want to make, and then I'll let you guys go. The general manager has been on 2 teams spanning well over a decade. This guy has got one thing in common with every team he's been on: no offense. You got to start pointing the finger at this guy. He's got to be responsible for some of this. And one thing more about the so-called offensive coordinator. He blew up the Illinois program, probably the worst coach Illinois has ever had. What the hell we hired him for is I'll never know. But I'm pissed about the whole thing, guys. I'll let you go.
Thanks a lot, Buckeye Boy. You know, the thing about it is that there's no question when you look at this and you say to yourself, why or how? Let's start with the offense. Could they only score 7 points? And that was after Hester ran for 40 yards back. Where's all this that we were talking about throwing for 300 yards because we got fooled again? Another fool's gold was the fact that those outlier yards were coming in the fourth quarter against prevent defenses when we're losing, and it's easy to move the football. So fine. All right, we'll give them that. In crunch time, you played well. But what about the beginning of the game? Like you were saying, I didn't see anybody going down deep. I didn't see anybody doing anything that says, hey, hold it, let's loosen up this off defense. where was the play action? They had a couple play action plays. That was it. And as far as the running game, it's still a mystery to me, and it's a pattern. They'll get Benson going, they'll get him going, and then in the second quarter, by the middle of the second quarter, they yank him, and Peterson takes over. Maybe he should find out what he can do. Just keep running him and see what happens. There's a lot of problems out there, and I don't know. I can't solve them. I know that. Let's go to Steve in Broadview. Steve, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Ed. A couple points. One, I have a theory of Brian Urlacher's silence, and Doug, you were commenting on the show earlier. I think that he knows or he's disgusted with the system, doesn't want to say anything about it. And on the offense, I think on both sides of the ball, neither side believes in the system that's being put on them. And another thing with Turner, why in the heck, like Meatball had said, why in the heck do you put him in a position to get killed? Why don't you have him on a fly pattern where you throw it down to the corner of the end zone where he can get it, possibly, and just those points?
Steve, let me just take you back to a little over a year ago. The Bears' defense was ranked number 1. And when you have those 11 players out there, and they were playing as good as they were playing, leading league in takeovers, they were great in sacks, great in doing a whole lot of things. There were a lot of people having a lot of great year, a great year last year, okay? You remember we went up to Minnesota? Anybody remember that, Doug?
When they blitzed us.
We went up there, and the defense, Urlacher, no play. Nobody played, Doug. And you remember, I vividly remember Brian Urlacher on the sideline seething. You could see in the defensive guys, the regulars that were pulled out.
Oh, you're talking about 2 years ago in the playoff game when we had.
Wasn't that last year, Doug?
Huh?
Was that last year, or was it 2 years ago? Wasn't it last year with Minnesota?
I think it was 2 years ago.
Okay,
because
whatever.
we played Green Bay last game this year.
Well, when we sit there, and you remember seeing Brian Urlacher?
Yeah.
I tell you what, he was seething on the sidelines, and I'm going to tell you something. When you go year after year after year, and to ask a defense to win basically the football game for you with the special teams, I mean, somehow, some way, that's going to break down. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you something. What you're seeing, we have our difference makers on defense, Doug, are really not making things happen. 55's playing great, 91's playing great, but our difference makers are not really making a difference. One guy, Devin Hester, he's special teams. Offensively, nobody's doing anything, Doug. Our running backs aren't doing anything. Our quarterbacks aren't doing anything. Our receivers aren't doing anything. We don't have a difference maker out there. We don't have speed out there on offense, and we're getting it handed to us 4 quarters every game.
You remember the beginning of the game, and we talk about takeaways and defense and opportunistic. That was what the Bear defense used to be. That one play, and Tillman had great coverage on Johnson. But he should have had the interception, Ed. That should have been an interception. Yeah. Next one was Manning. Danielle Manning came up, should have been the interception. That's 2 interceptions. So what I'm saying is that we're not getting that done. That being said, we'll go back to our offense right now. We no longer can do that anymore for you, offense. We can no longer set you up for short yardage, short periods of plays that you can run and go and touchdown. You're going to have to do something. You're going to have to come up with something on your own to carry your own weight for a while until we figure this defense out. Now, we gave up 16 points, looked bad doing it, but it was 16 points. Is it too much to ask you to score 17? Is that a problem, to ask you to score 17 points? I'll sit down and listen to your answer, because that's the part that pisses me off. I know what the defense, the problem they're having. I know they're not well, but the offense can pick up the slack. I'm asking for more than 16 points.
Doug, there's no excuses for
None.
The starting position that we had in all 4 quarters.
Good idea. Good, Ed.
Incredible.
Starting position was outstanding.
So there's no excuse. I don't want to hear anything about any excuse why we couldn't score points. They had great field position throughout the whole game, and nothing came of it.
And that's been going on for the last two weeks. They get in good field position, and we can't do anything with it. And so we become heroic in the 4th quarter. Big deal. In this game, you knew we had to come out and play football from the snap. And starting there, what's our first 1, 2, 3 and out offensively? That was our first move.
Well,
big deal.
Then, Doug, I go back to I thought that if ever these coaches were going to have these 50-some guys ready to play football, it was today. We're at home. It's a beautiful day, a chance to set it right, get it going on the back half. And my God, to have John Kitten and Detroit Lions come in here and just he had all day long, Doug, whatever he really wanted to do. They wanted to run the ball, they ran. If they wanted to pass it, they passed it.
That's a great point. The sense of urgency, and everybody says, well, come on, you can't play football. The way you got to keep cool. You got to go out there and you got to think. No. Part of this whole thing is a sense of urgency. A part of it is passion. A part of it is intensity. A part of it is going out there and making something happen and not going through the motions. I didn't see any of that today. Today was such a big game. It was an important game. Well, just like the Minnesota Vikings games, they told us, well, we just weren't ready. How can you accept that? I just can't accept that.
I don't know. How do coaches, like we're talking about the Minnesota, Doug, what was last year, the year before, how do you take when you're leading the league in defense and you want to be number one at the end of the year to hang your hat on something, and they pull everybody out because it doesn't matter. And then we play against Green Bay last year, 16th game of the year, going into the playoffs. We have people worrying about where their friends are staying and their family and where they're going on New Year's Eve because the game meant nothing. I never heard anything like this in all the years I've seen and watched football, Doug. Not personally, I've never heard it. Maybe somebody might have thought it, but, Doug, I never heard that. Did you?
No, never. But that's a whole different era. He's Ed O'Bradovich on Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. And baseball fans, Real-Time Sports Bar and Grill is a place to catch all the serious action, featuring 2 big screens and over 40 TVs. Remember, if it's on TV, it's on at Real-Time Sports. Real-Time Sports on Devon Avenue in Elk Grove Village.
Doug, a quick special hello to James and Amy Geyer, my son-in-law and my daughter, my 2 beautiful grandchildren, Olivia Rose and Jasper James Geyer. They went to the game today. And
did you talk to them after the game yet?
No, I did not. I believe
they probably won't talk to you for another week.
Yeah, they're probably in the car. They had the Obradovich jerseys,
it's
87.
Tore off. It's gone out the window.
Yeah, my kids, they're probably got them.
Been burning it.
Yeah, Jasper and Olivia. We don't want Grandpa's jersey.
Who? I never heard of this guy.
Yeah, right. Hang in there, Olivia and Jasper. Don't throw them away.
They used to love you.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Let's go out to Jason in his car. Jason, you're on the Score with Opie and Doug.
What's up, Doug and Obie? It's a privilege and a pleasure as always.
Thanks, Chase.
Listen, guys, a lot of what I needed to say has been said already, but on offense, if we want to call ourselves a running team, number one, you got to run the ball on first down. And if you're not running the ball on first down, you need to be play-action passing on first down. That establishes that you are a running team. They don't do it. They pass on first down, incomplete. Now we're set up for second and long. Then they run the ball. I'm sick of seeing it.
Jason?
Just think of it.
Jason, quickly, let me ask you a real quick question. Give me a quick answer. Offensively, when you see the game after game, do you have any sense of what Ron Turner and our offensive system, what we're trying to do? Do you have any feeling? Do you understand what we're trying to do?
I have no clue at all. And I've been watching football. I'm 31. I've been watching since I was probably 4 years old. And I know that's not that long, but I think I have a pretty good grasp of how the game should be played, and I haven't a clue what he's doing.
Jason,
not one clue.
I could tell
Jerry Angelo needs to be held accountable here. He's hiring guys that just don't do their jobs. Period.
Yeah, and also, too, though, on top of that, though, Jace, Jerry Angelo's got to be accountable for the guys he brought in. I'm talking about players, too.
Yeah,
the fact
absolutely.
that you're not getting it out of Benson, you're not getting out of certain guys that you want.
He's gotten lucky in the third and fourth rounds a few times, and maybe a second rounder here and there. But how many times are we going to lose out on our first round, year after year after year? He missed on Grossman. He's just missed on all these guys. Benson. I just can't understand for the life of me what they're doing in the first round. They're getting these players, and they're just not working out.
Well, Jason, I can tell you this, that if I could see, like, week after week now, all of I see, even though we came back with Brian Greasy did a hell of a job last week in that Miracle Drive, last week, Doug. But I'll tell you something. What I would like to see from the Bears every week, Doug and our listeners, is that we ran the ball 35 times. We ran it 40, 42 times, 45 times. I'll guarantee you, if we see those stats and us passing 24 times and running 40 times, we would not have this record that we have of 3-5 right now. I'll guarantee you that.
And I'd love to see how many points we have scored in the first quarter.
I think we've scored 3 points.
That's it.
3 points. We've scored 3 points.
In the
Actually,
first quarter.
10. I think Devin Hester ran a punt or a kickoff, a punt back for when we got 7. So our offense in the first quarter has put up 3 points.
3 points. That's not going to cut it.
After 8 games.
Not going to cut it.
And we're not running a football either.
No.
Okay, like
haven't
we're not
developed
passive.
anything.
The point is, what are we trying to be? Who are we? What are we? What are the Bears off? What are we trying to do offensively?
You got me. Let's go out to Chuck and Berwyn. Chuck, you're on the score.
Hey, this is actually I wanted to call myself Nickelbag Chuck.
Hey,
Doug.
Nickelbag, how you doing?
and otherwise I was going to call myself Cuffco Chuck.
You got them both, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys, I've known you guys a long time.
All right.
Anyway, I just want to say, I hope Lovie Smith is happy that he let Ron Rivera go, because Ron Rivera did a fine job here. This guy Babich, as another person said, he's as Ed said, he's in over his head. He has no clue. And poor Urlacher, he's so flipped out he can't give us anything but one word answers. So I'll listen to your guys' thoughts. See you guys.
All right, Chuck. You know, in that football game, there was one play I remember correctly, and it was 3rd and I think 8 or 9. We sent the linebackers, and we sent also Archuleta and forced the pressure and made him force the issue. The guy couldn't complete it. But the one thing Ed and I look at, and I don't get it and I don't understand it, we watch our corners line up.
Oh,
we watch them line up.
This
on
is
the
very important here.
We watch them line up on the outside hip of the wide receiver and give them the inside. It's beyond me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the game has changed, but I never would ever let anybody get the inside on me at all, because there's such an opening. It's a tougher throw if somebody's outside you. You let the guy get the inside move on you, the inside hip on you, and you actually give him the slant, Ed.
Yeah, there's no question about it, and we sit there. We've seen it before this year, Doug.
Oh, a lot of time. That's how they're taught.
And if you people watching the game today, whether you're at the stadium or on TV, and you watched it, when our guys were up to pressure him, they're on, like Doug said, he's on his outside hip, and we're sitting there saying, what are they doing? What are this? It doesn't make sense, folks. When you get up on a player, first thing you do, you line up on his inside to take away that quick slant. That's what you do. And you can run with him when he goes to the outside. And if it's cover 2, then you got somebody to cover your backside deep. But when you line up on his outside, you're giving him the hot read, the quarterback. And even if we're going to blitz and you're standing on the outside of him,
that's stupid.
That's the automatic hot read. He's wide open. And we did it all game, and they didn't. Now, listen, here's the key, listeners. They never changed it. In the fourth quarter, guess what we were still doing? Lining up on his outside hip. That's unexcusable. Anybody tells you any different, they don't know what they're talking about.
He's Obradovich on Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Running game-wise, we didn't get anything going. I mean, they were able to run the ball on us. We weren't able to run the ball on them. It was one of those days. We had a lot at stake on this football game. I thought we would play better, but, we didn't.
That was Lovie Smith talking about his team.
He gave up on a running game.
Yeah.
What is he talking about? He gave up on a running game.
They think they're a
to
passing
run there
team
five times a quarter, and we come off the bus running. And what did he just say? He gave up on the run.
Well, you know what happened, don't you? They saw these yardage that Greasy was throwing, this 300 yards a game. They keep kind of forgetting about the fact that most of it was in the fourth quarter. And the defenses, and the Bears were losing. They were picking up a lot of yardage because the prevent defenses were in. But they have to start running better, obviously. I mean, there's no question about it. It's the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. Also in the first quarter, defensively, there it is. It's 3rd and 15, Ed, right? It's 3rd and 15. Now you play back, you watch yourself. How can you get an interference call for 47 yards, which Archuleta got because he whacked the guy because the ball was still in the air? You still got to play with some smarts back there.
Actually, Doug, I think that was Manning when I saw
that. They got them both.
I think the guy that hit him, they called it on Archuleta, Doug, but I looked at that thing real close, and actually
Manning
was
bumped
Manning.
Him too.
Manning hit him first. Doesn't matter, they both hit him.
Yeah.
But the other guy, he hit him first, Doug.
But the point is, though, Manning, Archuleta, whoever it is, or both of them, It's 3rd and 15. Use your head, for God's sakes. And all of a sudden you get 47 yards. That's 3 yards that they pick up. And, of course, that ended up in a field goal. Let's go out to Billy in Danville. Billy on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? I think we're all on the same page today. Here's my take on the Lovie Smith situation. The man is completely in over his head, obviously. When you look at all the coaches in the NFL, like Belichick, they change game plans from week to week.
How about on the run?
Exactly. Very, very well. On the run, week to week, based on who they play. Lovie Smith is either too stubborn or not smart enough to realize that changing game plans is what it's all about. And my second point is, people are going to eventually start to realize that Lovie Smith is a Dick Geron clone. He is too nice. He is not willing to challenge his players, or he doesn't want to throw anyone under the bus. And the players know this. That's why we see him play with no passion, because they don't have to worry about him calling them out. And one last thing, our vaunted defense, yeah, we've had a good defense the last 3 or 4 years, but if I hear one more person say that we ever had a dominant defense, maybe back in '85, but teams are finally figuring out we don't have a dominant defense. We have a bend but don't break defense. Teams run the ball on us. They pass underneath on us all day. In the past, we relied on getting turnovers a game. Teams are smart now. They're going to hold on to the ball. There is no way that we have ever had a dominant defense. A good one, maybe. Dominant, not even close. Thank you, gentlemen.
Billy, let me just say, good observations, Billy. As almost all our callers, I'll tell you today, Doug, they're pretty much everybody's pretty right on.
But with dominant, though, I understand about dominant. Dominant is when somebody can't get an inch on you. You know, that wasn't the case with the Bears. It never was. What the case with the Bears was, they got the takeaway.
Opportunistic.
Right. They got the football. They took it away 44 times last year. Not happening this year.
Now, the 85 team, that's a different story.
That's a whole different ball.
And isn't that amazing?
They dominated the whole
Doug,
all around.
What was it about?
Please, don't tell me they can compare them.
Yeah, about last year, the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They're trying to compare this defense to 85.
Don't even think about it.
I know.
Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, I've been a Bear fan my entire life, and we as Bear fans, we accept in the city that the Bears have been always a defensive team. Where is the pass rush? Kidnick could be drinking a beer and picking daisies, and he could still get up off his butt and throw anywhere he wanted to throw today. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You know what's amazing, too? Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, Jeff, let me give you a quick scenario here. I made a statement last week. I thought it was time to make a change at right defensive end and start Alex Brown. Alex is obviously a little better on the run, and they do run at Mark Anderson. Now, where was Mark Anderson effective? He's in at long yardage, 2nd and 8, 3rd and 6, 7, 3rd and 10, 12, whatever, to bring him in. And if you do bring him in, put him in at left end or at right end, take one of our big tackles out, and either put Agunlier or Alex Brown in at tackle, keep either Agunlier and Anderson at one of the ends or Brown, but keep those 3 defensive ends in there. Why? And then do tricks with them. Do the twist with those guys against these big offensive linemen with their quickness and speed. Is it going to work all the time? May or it may not. But I'm going to tell you something. To mix it up, and you've got 3 guys that are lightning quick and can create some havoc. And do we do that? No. We don't even do line tricks with our basic 4-down linemen.
Well, that's all I want for Christmas is for McCaskey to sell a team.
There you go. So long. But, the other thing, too, we had 4 sacks today. The one thing about it is there are times to get that extra pass rush, you have to send some people, and I think that works better. You got to come up. You have to be able to use your blitzing schemes to help you out with your defensive line. Overall, our secondary is terrible. We can't cover, Ed.
Well, we got injuries back there, Doug.
I understand, but the guys we have now, we can't cover. You can't let guys that wide open. I mean, it's pitch and catch.
Doug,
for God's sakes, on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, hey, here, throw me the ball, wide open.
They started their...
Nobody's challenging anybody.
Detroit had start their drive on, I think it was on, 3-yard line?
3-yard line. They were 97 yards.
And we came in with a nickel package. Now, we don't have enough quality defensive backs to put 4 in the backfield in a standard set. Okay, let me say that one more time. We don't have enough because of all the injuries. We don't have enough quality backs. What do? They come in with a nickel package and take one of our main starters out. And what do? Run the ball, ram it right down our throat.
See, that's when you have
now, what is that all about, Mr. Buffone?
I'll tell you one thing, Ed. A lot of times you have to cover
Did you pick up on that one?
Sure. Yeah, I did. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, You've got to use certain things out there. Once again, though, I'll say the Bears gave up 16 points. You say, okay, well, that's pretty good. You give up 16 points. You should win a football game if you give up 16. But it was just the way they gave up the 16. There was long drives, the 97 yards that went down for a touchdown.
Doug.
And that all adds up. So 1, 2, 3, and get up. And I heard the announcer say, which is true, they can't understand it. The Bears lead the league in 1, 2, 3, and outs. Now, you figure it out. But you know where it is? They're chewing us up with big plays. They're chewing us up just like Kidna did in the first game.
Big runs.
And big pass
and big
plays.
Passes.
Ruining
Absolutely.
us. Let's go out to Connor's dad in Morton. Connor's dad.
Gentlemen, glad to hear from you. First of all, hats off to your production staff for keeping all of us angry Bear fans off the ledge.
Yeah, they're great
Way
guys.
to talk to you.
Actually, they're on the ledge, both of them.
And then I promise we're going to push them. Go ahead. What's up, Connors?
Okay, guys, the thing is that the biggest problem for me is what we did in the off season. We look at our off season, and it was terrible. We got rid of Thomas Jones. Couldn't wait to get rid of him for next to nothing. We got rid of Ron Rivera. What do we have right here? We have 2 guys showing up, maybe 3, to this game today. Devin Hester came to play. Lance Briggs came to play, and I'll give you Brad Maynard came to play. Other than that, I mean, we got embarrassed by this team. 34 points in the fourth quarter. We show up, as somebody said earlier, like picking daisies. Yeah, that's what we look like. I just can't understand how we can continue to go with Bob Babich. You look at the low points of this season, look at some of the stuff that we've gone through, like the Green Bay game. The first half of the Green Bay game, killed. 34 points, NFL record in the fourth quarter. I mean, this guy sucks. We got Cedric Benson, who couldn't run more than 2 yards if you gave him a freaking entire field to run across. I mean, the guy is horrible. We need something to happen, and it starts at the top. We start at Jerry Angelo and work our way down. I'm tired of it. I know the Bear fans are tired of it. I'll hang out and listen to you guys. Thank you again.
Well, yeah, everybody's tired of it, but I guess no one knows what to do about it. You do listen to Lovey's talk, and he's talking about going back to the basics. Hell, you should have gone to back to the basics 3 or 4 weeks ago. I mean, if that's the case, if that's the problem, basics being blocking, tackling, all the things we talk about, as coaches say, we need to get this done before we can win. It's deeper than that.
Yeah, Connors, I can tell you what, when him making that statement that when you're not playing well, you have to go back to the basics. We have played 8 games of a 16-game schedule, 8 more to go. And after 8 games, that's the answer you can give us? That we have to go back to the basics? You didn't know that after you lost the first, second, third, or fourth game, that you have to go back to the basics? Do you have to make a statement that every week we hear from you that we're a running team? We run, and we don't run? 20 runs today, averages out to 5 runs a quarter. We're a running team. We don't know what we want to be.
And that's the case. And the case is that you'll have to learn to adjust and change some things to make something happen. I thought that would happen in these last 2 games, but apparently what's going on is they're saying we have a system, we're going to stay within our system, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And it's not improved. And I'm telling you, our offense has slid. Our defense has slid. There's no question about it. But our offense is not there,
Doug,
guys.
the number one puzzle has to be, after 8 games, I wish somebody would go past Mike Murphy's got a great guy that does all his stats, The offensive, the field position, the starting field position for offense for the last 8 games. And how many points has come from that?
I can tell you
Doug, that's incredible. Could you imagine New England having Devin Hester? You'd have to run him off the planet Earth.
Well, see the difference.
You'd have to run that team off planet Earth.
Oh, absolutely, because and I can tell you where the Bears started, about the 32-yard line, average-wise. That's a pretty good start, the 32-yard line. But the thing about it is that if the New England Patriots had Devin Hester, they would be kicking to him all the time. Why? Because they certainly don't want to give field position to that offense for New England. They can afford to give it to our offense. See, they can afford to do that because we can't even score from the field position we get. Like you said, we had field position all day.
All day.
And couldn't
all
score
day long and couldn't score.
And couldn't score because there's a lack of respect for our offense. Even still, they try to kick away from Hester, but they're going to say now, hey, hold it. Now I'm going to kick the ball for sure. I'm not giving it to Hester. The fact is, what I'm going to do right now, we're going to kick it out of bounds, give it to the Bears on the 35, 40-yard line. It doesn't matter because the offense stinks.
You know what, Doug, what the hell is it that we have the worst receivers in the league? Do we have the worst receivers?
See,
Do we have
scary.
the worst running backs in the league?
Are we that bad?
That's my point.
Yeah.
Do we really have these, or do we
There's
have a really
something
bad
wrong.
coaching staff?
Right.
Or is it all the above? I don't know.
I'm confused.
I don't know.
And I can't give you a legitimate answer either.
But from everybody, Doug, from the get-go to all the football pundits, radio, television, everybody, writers, offense is set to go this year. It's all I heard.
Please.
And all I said, everybody looks good in shorts and tights. Let's wait till the gun goes off, okay?
Didn't work. Let's go out to Lawrence Holmes, who's at Soldiers Field. Lawrence, what's up, buddy?
Guys, just like you, Bears players are trying to find answers. None of the defensive guys seem to have any, except for Brian Urlacher, who tells us that if you want to know what's going on with him, that you have to go to a specific website, because apparently he's not talking. But that website did confirm what all of us here in Chicago knew, that he's got a back problem, that he has arthritis in his back, like we've been talking about for the past 3 weeks. Being in that locker room today, I mean, a lot of the guys are still trying to search, and they're hoping to find the answers of what the problems have been for this team in the next 2 weeks while they have their bye. Offensively, now we've seen Brian Griese make a lot of mistakes into the end zone. We've seen 5 interceptions near or in the end zone. In today's game, that first one that he threw came off of an audible. And when I asked him about it, he said that the job of the receiver is to beat the corner. His job is to beat the safety. And on that first play, he didn't. He didn't look him off. He didn't pump fake him off. And he wasn't able to get the ball in there. From everything that I'm told, Mark Bradley was in the right position for both of those interceptions. This team, as far as moving the ball and scoring points, shoots itself in the foot every time. If you take a look at some of the big plays that happened for the Bears in this game, it was followed up by some sort of mistake, whether it was a penalty or it was a drop pass or whatever. They never seem to be able to catch a rhythm and keep their offense churning into the end zone.
Well, Lawrence, there's no question, and we were talking about the defense, Ed and I, and we know they're not as good as they were in the past, but still they just gave up 16 points. Is it too much to ask your offense to score 17? And I don't know if we can score 17. And we scored 7 today, but that came after Hester running back a 40-yard punt return. So when you take a look at this, there's got something wrong with our offense. And hey, hold it. I'm all for change. I may want to look at Kyle Orton. I don't know what the hell's going on with Griese, but he started to throw that football up for grabs when he should not have done that. He has experience in that. That was 3 points, field goal from the 26-yard line if that ball even goes out of bounds. So if you get sacked or whatever, you still got 3 points.
If you count the 3 that he's thrown into the interception today, you could say that's 9 points, and the game is tied.
Right.
You know, if you don't make those mistakes, and he's made some red zone mistakes against Detroit in the first game, and then the picks in this one too. But I don't want to let the defense off the hook either, Doug, because the cover 2 got carved up today.
Oh, they got buried.
Yeah, and it was everything. It was run and pass. And John Kitna was able to find the soft spot in the zone over the middle to get passes to Calvin Johnson, and they were able to use the run that Kevin Jones set up and use that against the Bears, and they did it very effectively. If you were looking for a tape on how to beat the cover 2, today is a good day to look at it because John Kitna made a lot of throws where guys were sitting down in the zone and making plays.
Well, the whole thing with our secondary, they can't play. They can't cover. I don't care if you're going to be in cover 2, single coverage, whatever it is. They're not breaking on the ball. They're letting everybody wide open. They're not closing up. Ed and I were talking about the corners. I don't know why in the hell the corners line up on a wide receiver on the outside hip and give them the slant.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I don't know why they do that. I mean, their whole thing across the board looks wrong. And so if you're not going to get the pass rush, which sometimes it didn't, even though they come up with 4 sacks, you're supposed to make something happen on the cover 2. And the one thing for sure, we're not – first of all, if you're going to play the cover 2, get the interceptions. At the beginning of the game, Tillman should have had that interception, and also Manning should have had an interception. You cannot play that cover 2 if you do not get the turnovers. Ask Detroit about that. They play the cover 2, but they get the turnovers.
Lawrence, let me tell you one other thing here. What do we do in our passing game? The reality of it, if you look at our receivers, they do not get separation. Okay? They just don't get separation for whatever it's the pass patterns, the timing, or the plays that are called. I have no idea. And when you go back defensively, and you look at, we were sitting there, Doug, and we were just sitting there looking at this in the fourth quarter, and Doug just mentioned it a minute ago, and it's worth mentioning and pounding it again, because these are basic mistakes, or if it's a philosophy, it's a flawed philosophy of when you're going to blitz or whatever, when you can press up, and you're on the outside hip of the wideout, it can't happen, Lawrence. These are things that are happening. Are the players that stupid, or are the coaches not coaching? What is it?
I don't know if they have an answer for any of it, OB. And I tell you what, if you were to look at the statistics and find that you don't find a wide receiver leading in receiving, you got to go all the way down to number 3. Olsen was the leading receiver, followed by Adrian Peterson, and then Bernard Berrien and Muhsin Muhammad. And the two of them together barely make up what Olsen did in the passing game today. And on the defensive side, there were opportunities for this team, and I'm really starting to get what you and Doug were talking about as far as putting pressure on the quarterback with not just the front four. There was a 3rd and 8 situation that the Bears had the Lions in. They went cover 2, they played it safe, and they got charged for it. You know, they got absolutely grilled because they're afraid to send people because of some of the issues that they've had in coverage. And every time, as long as Kitten had time, he was able to get that offense down the field. He didn't throw any touchdowns, but you know what he did do? 24-35, 268, a passer rating of 91.1. And along with Kevin Jones, 105 yards on the ground, he averaged almost 5 yards a carry. And a lot of those runs were up the middle. They got absolutely gashed. Guys were getting washed out of plays. It seemed like on every time Kevin Jones was touching the ball.
Lawrence, let me tell you something here. I'm going to tell you, with our 4 down linemen, and again, to talented, and we do have great talented linebackers. You know, they haven't been looked at great lately, but we really do. And to have those linebackers drop back in pass defense time after time, and with their quickness and their speed, not having it, firing at least one of them or 2 of them, coming every play, trying to get that quarterback or get that running back and get him in a loss for yards, I don't understand it. We rely on 4 guys. I don't want those talented linebackers dropping back and having them throw underneath them. I want those linebackers going forward, going after the quarterback, going after their running backs, coming up through the gaps. Quit being passive. Let's attack. And I'm talking about almost every play. One guy at least should be going, Lawrence.
And the one time where they did do that, where they did attack, they sent Archuleta in on a run blitz.
Exactly. Put the pressure on. It was 3rd and 8, and, he did it.
And, and then they forced the turnover.
Yeah.
And those are the types of things that you want to see from the defense. Lance Briggs had a horrible game. And he was missing tackles left and right. I mean, they have all sorts of problems, it seems like, on every level. And you're thinking that this would be the game that they would be able to turn themselves around. It's just not going to be their year. There are too many issues for this team to overcome. And no one seems to have the answers. Talking to Alex Brown, he's so frustrated that he almost can't talk and trying to figure out why they haven't been able to stop teams and get off the field and do a better job of getting turnovers. It's like you said, Doug, when it comes to the cover 2 and playing that cover 2, you better get turnovers and turn them into points. It's not just enough to get the ball away. You've got to be able to put your offense in a situation to score, or the defense itself has to score, or it's almost like it's useless.
It is useless.
You're giving up yards, and you're giving up a lot of plays, and you're giving them an opportunity to kick field goals. And that's what they did. That's how they won today. They went up and kicked field goals and got out of there with a win.
Lawrence, why is Alex Brown frustrated? Why he can't understand it is because they're fighting from behind quarter after quarter, game after game. That's why.
And also, too, Lawrence, and this is a little tidbit, our linebackers, as gifted as they are, they don't help in pass coverage. How many interceptions do we have with our linebackers? 1 from Urlacher?
They're pitching the ball underneath them.
No, they're pitching behind them, they're underneath them. No one's breaking to the damn ball. I mean, I understand about covering. The secondary covers poorly. But you've got to have help underneath. For example, if I have my outside here, let me give you a real quick scenario here. If I have my cornerback playing on the outside hip of the wide receiver, I send him to my linebacker and tell him, you take the slant. I can't tell you how many interceptions I got from taking the slant because my outside cornerback was playing the outside. This guy thinks he has a slant, and here I come for the interception. I see none of that. And our linebackers are not helping these guys out whatsoever.
It's the system, Doug.
And that's why you wonder why not send them. I mean, because Kitna showed you that with a little bit of time. that you can dissect those guys, and if you have a quarterback who has enough talent, he can get the ball over those linebackers and under the guys on the back four. And that's what they did today. That's what they were able to do with Calvin Johnson and Roy Williams all day.
Lawrence, I'll see you tomorrow night, buddy.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good 2 weeks, is it, Doug?
No, that's what I said when the pregame. You and I talked about it. It's going to be hell for the next 2 weeks. Might as well just gear up, buckle up, and learn to take it. Here it
Lawrence,
comes.
good job.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, Lawrence. He's Obradovich on Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670 Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Mike, Jimmy, Jeff, Gary, Jim, Leo, Hank, Lawrence. We'll be right back. We're here. Obie and I are talking. What's going on, Brian, about what happened, about the Bears, what went wrong. I guess you could probably say anything, Ed. You got a little message here for me or not?
No, I thought I had this read.
Do it, yeah.
Okay. Can't get your footing in the morning. Excuse me. Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field. Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670 Obradovich and Buffone 312-644-6767.
Never make a mistake.
Never.
We never do.
Perfect.
Flaws.
Perfecto mundo.
Yes.
I was looking at some of the stats, and once again, I looked at the offense. This is for sure. Your passing completion, yards per pass, when it's 4.8, you can't win. And that's what Greasy was, 4.8 yards per pass. Also, when your run game is 3.2 yards per rush, you can't win. And also, when your quarterback's rating is, what is his rating, Ed?
38.1.
Can't win. So there, in a nutshell, is the start of something that needs to be corrected all the way down. Because when you have a 4.8 yards per pass, that means that you're not vertical. That means you're somewhere close to being sideways. And that's not good enough. Yeah.
Semi.
It means you're not effective. It means, like we always talk about, our offense is designed not to score. Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug O.B., thanks for having me on. A couple quick points. I always looked at the cover two, like you said, a double zone. To me, it seems like you're using four guys to cover two receivers, and that leaves too many holes for me, just in basic principle. But okay, number two is a few weeks ago, Lovie Smith called out and he said, you know what, we got to get Devin Hester, we got to get Greg Olsen the ball. To me, that he was calling out Ron Turner saying, run some plays for these guys are playmakers. I agree with that. Now I'm calling out Lovie Smith. How many times can you just go in front of the media and tell the fans this is our game plan and then just completely lie to us? Stop running the ball when we have no reason to stop running the ball? I mean, I'm sick of being lied to. I mean, if I want to see the next game, them run the ball 38 times. I don't care if they have 3 yards to carry. Do what he says. I'm going to hang up and listen to your reply. Thanks.
Well, that's exactly what they did against the Packers, wasn't it?
Right.
They ran the football that many times, and
I
they
think they threw the ball like 24 times or something, or attempted 24.
They ran like 30, 32 or something like that.
I think they ran 35, 40 times, something like that, yeah, if I remember.
So,
somewhere in that area, Doug.
That's what it is. We got an interview right now with Tommy Harris that we want to play. Timmy, go ahead and play it.
Keep believing, and we will make it to the playoffs. You hear me say that? We will make it to the playoffs. Keep believing, keep having faith in us. We're working things out, and it'll be a year to remember.
Guarantee, playoff guarantee from Tommy Harris?
Guarantee. We will. I believe that's how much I believe my teammates. We have some little nicks. We have things right now, but we will make it to the playoff. That's my mind frame, and I keep believing in things, and it will happen. So that's all I have right now is my belief.
Well, you know what? Good for Tommy for saying that, and
they should believe that.
And absolutely. I mean, what are you going to go in the last 8 games?
Say we're not going to make it?
Say you're not going to make it. You're going to lose every game. Then you're talking about a total surrender. But no, that I've heard that before, Doug, and we've thought that. I'm sure that Doug, in all the years, 14 years you played, and 11 years I played, that I never went into a game that I thought we were going to surrender. Or that was like a meaning. The game didn't mean anything. Every game meant everything. When it was 14 games scheduled or 16 games, I mean, you had to put everything out on the line. I mean, when you went home, you had to go home on an empty tank. And so kudos for him making that statement. It's a good time to make that statement because all they're going to catch now is heat, and more heat. And so kudos to Tommy for making that statement. Whether he believes it or not, I'm sure he does believe it, but it's a good statement to make. But that statement has been made, believe me, decades upon decades upon decades for many different players.
It keeps hope alive for the player. It keeps you
right. What are you going to come out and
exactly.
say? We're done.
And
we're
so
fried.
You say, let me pull off the big one here. We can do this. We can gather the troops. I know people outside like Buffone and Obradovich don't think so. The media don't think so. But we're going to show them. I can understand that part of it.
That's a great way to feel.
That's a great way to feel.
Yes, it
as
is.
a player. Realistically, when we look at it, I think they missed the boat. I mean, that's what I see. They missed the boat. But they can't feel that way. Or if they do feel that way, they got to change it because they have some football games left to play.
Doug, there's 8 to play. How do you right the ship offensively and defensively? How do you right it? What do you do?
And that includes coaches.
What's your strategy, and how do you do it? You got 2 weeks to figure it out.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767.
Want a great haircut without checking your masculinity at the door? State Street Barbers is an old-fashioned barber shop with contemporary style and convenience. Open 7 days, evening hours, and located in Lincoln Park, Old Town, and Wrigleyville. Visit StateStreetBarbers.com.
You know, Eddie, on Fox Sports on MSN NFL, and they're talking about Urlacher playing through pain. Listen to this. It says, in an exclusive interview with Fox Sports, Urlacher finally revealed he's been fighting through a back injury that caused pain and problems. It's a problem that started all the way back in camp, Urlacher said. We've done x-rays, bone scans, MRIs, CAT scans, and this week I flew to Pittsburgh and met with a specialist. He confirmed what the team told me. They think it's an arthritis type of thing that is so frustrating is there is no clear-cut solution to give me relief. I just have to deal with the pain. The pain is actually worse than when I tore my hamstring a couple years ago, he revealed. The injury was worse because I missed games, but this causes more pain. It prevents me from bending, and if I can't bend, I'm not able to be an athlete. I also cannot backpedal like I need to. Right now, we're trying to find pain solutions. I've got it shot a bunch to try and find some relief and actually to make it feel, it actually felt better last week. Now, we all thought something was going on with him when we saw him playing, and we knew there was a problem. And someone asked Lovie Smith.
You'd mentioned that to me about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, about his back.
His back. I said, there's something wrong. He's not, Ed, when you're playing the game, there's certain positions you have to be, and you have to bend over, especially as linebacker. Well, somebody asked Lovie Smith about that. He said, his back is fine. Most guys have something this time of year. Mm-hmm. His back isn't fine. When you're messing with a back and you're playing linebacker especially, I mean, it is brutal. Think about anybody out there that has a bad back and you're not playing football. You tell me what kind of pain it is. I know my father's going through it right now, and it is brutal, the pain. Now you have to go out and play football with it. And now, like I said, Lovie says, well, he's okay. Well, apparently they were trying to cover up something with Urlacher.
One thing that's really interesting, what Brian said, too, the type of guy he is, he said, I haven't wanted to talk about it. I haven't wanted to talk about that because I didn't want it to be an excuse.
Well, that may be the case, but what it turned around to be is it turned around people thinking he was a jerk because he was giving short answers because there was something going on. And because we all knew that every Friday he would take off, we all knew that in training camp they were working on something with him, masseuse would come in. And so now we know that he has a bad back.
How did Urlacher get on that plane? How did he slide by Mully? Got to ask Mulligan.
Yeah, Mully.
Mully.
Mully and Hanley. I don't know how they did that.
Yeah, Mully and Hanley. We got to grill him tomorrow, Doug. Find out, hey, guys, all right, what kind of job are you guys doing?
I think they knew, but Mully didn't want to say anything.
I think so, too.
You can't get anything past those
Mully
two.
and Hanley, I tell you, they're great. They're good.
Well, if those two didn't catch him, Murphy certainly would have.
The sleuth.
The sleuth.
The sleuth.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. We'll be right back.
So is that report on Fox Sports about your back, is that accurate?
Probably.
If you answer questions then that he puts out on the internet, that goes to the whole world. Everybody knows what goes on that internet site. So, do we have to wait to see that, or can you tell us?
Sure. But for the fans to have something to go by, I don't want to leave them out of this so they can ask me questions anytime they want on the website.
How do you decide on this, Brian? What's your...
Don't know. Brian, could you repeat what you want fans to do? What is that? I just started doing it. Yes, go to FoxSports.com. They can ask questions to me then.
Are you endorsing them?
Not sure.
Brian, why is that? I mean, why not just
No reason.
speak openly now about it?
No reason.
This is once a week?
Not sure.
So you're going to play unless you have a bulging disc in your back? You're going to keep playing until something bad like that happens?
Probably.
Lovey said they didn't know about you going to Pittsburgh. Is he aware of that?
Not sure.
Brian, how long is this going to go on where you're only going to talk about it through an internet site?
Not sure.
Welcome back to the Deep League postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. That was Brian Urlacher talking to the press, or really not talking to the press, but Brian came out on the Fox Sports on MSN, NFL, and talked about his pain, talked about his back, talked about he has arthritis, talked about him going to Pittsburgh last week to see a specialist, and someone said they asked Lovey, he didn't know he went to Pittsburgh. How could that be?
I would say that's next to impossible.
Yes, exactly
that has
right.
To be next to impossible.
That Lovey would not know that Brian went to see an expert in Pittsburgh about his back.
I think for you to do that, I think you have to get permission first. That would be my take on it. And I don't think I'm too far from being wrong. I would say,
that's
Doug,
the same thing that, when they asked Lovey before, was Brian's back okay? And Lovey said, yeah, he's okay.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you, I don't think that you can just arbitrarily, as a player in your contracts, the way your contract gets signed, that you can just up and leave whatever day you want or whatever hour and go visit another doctor in another city without first getting permission. So that's awfully hard for me to believe that nobody knew about it.
And those you haven't heard, Brian on his website was talking about his back, and he said it hurt all the way back in camp. He's had x-rays, he has bone scans, MRIs, CAT scans, and this week he flew to Pittsburgh to meet with a specialist. He confirmed what the team told me. They think it's an arthritis type of thing in his back, and I guess the thing that is the pain. And he can't really get into his football position very well, can't backpedal, really can't run as well. Took some shots on it, although he thought last week it felt a little better. But he's still not answering to the press.
Well, that's Brian Urlacher.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it. That's Brian Urlacher. He is what he is, Doug. He's not a mystery. And I'll tell you what, Brian, if you're listening and you want to get relief of pain, go see Dr. Walega at Northwestern Hospital. The guy's phenomenal. He's absolutely phenomenal. Dr. Walega, he will alleviate your pain, my friend.
Well, as we all know, it's tough enough to have back pain.
Tough enough to play the game.
Try to imagine play the game.
If you're not hurt to begin with.
Right, exactly, especially with your back and a linebacker. Let's go out to Leo in Naperville. Leo, you're on the Score.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Leo?
You guys play the game. Most NFL games are one up front, on the offense and defensive line. And I'm a season ticket holder, and I'm at every game, and I don't have the benefit of seeing replays or hearing analysis. I just see what's in front of me. And what I see on our defensive line, we're not getting pressure, and that's causing us not to get interceptions. And what I see our defensive line is the opposing running back is getting to the second level untouched. And on the offensive side, we're not opening up the holes that we were last year. Our running backs are not getting to the second level untouched. And the quarterback has maybe 3 or 4 seconds. It's first read, second read. Whereas the opposing quarterbacks, they're going through 3 or 4 reads. And our line play is just not up to par.
Leo, I can't argue with you. I like to argue with you, but I can't. You know, the fact is, is our line perfect? No. I mean, are they making more holes? They're not making enough. They made one today. You saw where Benson got 12 yards. You also saw on the interceptions that there was pressure. The quarterback was being pressured, and the linebacker was on him. Sims was on him, and he threw the ball up for grabs. But that being the case, the quarterback still should throw the football away and not come up with the interception. So, yeah, there's no question our offensive lines and defensive lines not the same. Although defensively, we did come up with 4 sacks today. We did have 4 sacks. And I'm not letting the secondary off the hook here because we can't cover. We just can't cover. You can't give that much room to a wide receiver because a lot of times we want to help out those defensive lines make a sack. How about try to cover a little closer when there's no one to throw? And then I'll show you more sacks and more pressure. Let's go out to Jim in Sheffield. Jim, you're on the score.
OB, Uncle Fuzzy, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Jimmy?
You guys got a great show. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, one of the things I notice is, like you were talking before, our linebackers are dropping back, but nobody's hitting anybody. If they're back there and they're catching the ball, nobody's hitting anybody. And these are some of the worst safeties that I've seen since I've been watching the Bears. And another thing about Greasy, I said it when they made the change, there's no difference from Rex Grossman and Brian Greasy. No difference. You're not going to win with either one.
Jim, would you go with Kyle Orton right now?
I would.
Okay.
I would. You're not going to win. I'd go with him right now.
And find out
and
what you have.
I think we got some serious issues with the offensive line and with our secondary. I mean, what are we going to do in the draft? We need to make something happen to start replacing some of these people. And now you're talking with Urlacher with a hurt back. Now what do we do? It's not looking too good, fellas. But let me tell you, my girlfriend's from New Hampshire, and she wants to let the Bears coaches know, you want to see a real team play, take a look at New England.
Yeah, well, you can't argue with that one. You could try to argue with them, but I don't think you go too far.
Jim, looking at, go ahead to the draft. We've got 2 weeks here to get ready for the next game out in Oakland, and you just love to take this team right now, Doug, and hopefully, like all the years that we played and everybody and the experiences we've had, and sit them down and try to talk to them a little bit. But I'm going to tell you something. There's got to be an attitude swing, Doug, and there's got to be a force on offense and a force on defense to change what we're doing. Somebody has to change the way we're going. We're flawed offensively, we're flawed defensively. 2 weeks to straighten it out. Let's see if the coaches can do it.
Yeah, because it's hard to believe that all of this could be put on backs of the players saying, didn't he understand that the Minnesota game was a must game? Didn't he understand that this home game now against Detroit was a must game? I think they understood it, but did they play that way? No. Is there other ways maybe if you put them in position to play better or better calls on offense or better calls on defense? Would that help? There's a ton of things here to think about.
A lot.
And if they don't come up with an answer, the season's going to get worse. Let's go out to Mike and Dixon. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Ed.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, from what I could see here that's going on is I think the Bears got 3 big problems. Angelo, Turner, and Lovey. In other words, the 3 Stooges. There's I just don't see the motivation there in the coaching. I mean, you sit there on the sidelines and you look at Lovey, and all he does is sit there and stare up the sky. It just there's something wrong there with that coaching staff. It just doesn't seem to be right.
Mike, let me ask you a quick question, though. I mean, it's the same guys that we went to the Super Bowl with last year.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just something there just doesn't seem to be right. I mean, as far as Turner today, I think he got out-coached big time by Martz on the offense. I mean,
Mike Martz was good.
Yeah, you can see the difference there. I don't think Greasy. I think there's a big difference between Greasy and Grossman. Between night and day, I think he's done a heck of a lot better job. But, I mean, they run that conservative offense, and if you look at it today, he's been throwing on his heels all day. Look how long Kidna had to throw the ball versus Greasy. I mean, he basically was throwing on his heels. I don't know if there's a breakdown in that offensive line or what, but they got some problems, like you said, and I think a lot of it's coaching, and I think Greasy could be, and then another problem, I mean, they don't have a running back in the secondary. That's where I see the weaknesses.
Mike, if you take a look at both quarterbacks, look at Kidna and look at Greasy. And the one thing you'll notice about Kitna, he would rather take the sack than throw the interception.
Exactly.
And he's not doing that. He's not throwing the interception. That's why he's been sacked almost 30 times. But the fact is, he's saying to himself, I will take the sack. I won't take the chance of guy intercepting the football. In most football games, there's no question about it. It's whoever turns the football over more loses the football game. And that's what Kitna's been doing lately. He's been taking the sack and not throwing the interception.
Well, plus he's got his wideouts, Doug. There's no question they've been getting separation from their defenders. Our receivers, it's right in front of us. They just don't. They don't get separation.
That's the why when you take a look at average gain per pass, when you see Greasy with a 4.8 and when you see Kitna with a 7. In fact,
Doug,
in the first game, Kitna had 10.4 average gain per pass against us when they beat us, and that's the difference.
Doug, when you saw our receivers today, every play, I don't care where they were at, they were covered by Detroit defense people. They were there, Doug, whether it's the linebackers, cornerbacks, weak or strong safety, they were all over our receivers. Now, why can't you get separation? I don't have an answer for you.
See, what's scary about this, Ed, is they run the same defense we do. They run the cover two. And they chewed up our cover two. Why couldn't we chew up their cover two?
Well, if we run the same defense, is that what you just said?
No, same offense. On the same defense.
Same defense.
Right.
We do?
We run the same defense. Marinelli from Tampa, they run the same defense
Doug,
as the Chicago Bears run.
Somebody forgot to tell the Chicago Bears that we run the same defense, okay?
It's the same one, different players.
That's as good as an answer I can give you.
Let's go out to Hank in Wrigleyville. Hank, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen. Cedric Benson, this has got to end. I've been charting the games the last 4 games, and he's only had 23 carries of 4 yards or more out of about 75 carries. That's like 1 out of every 3 carries he gets 4 yards a carry. And the thing is, they're saying, he's not getting to the linebackers without being touched. Well, in the NFL, if you're a good running back, you should be able to break 1 tackle. He can't break that tackle. And the run that really did it for me was that one where it was 3rd and 1, where he got around the edge, and most backs like Adrian Peterson and stuff would have taken it to the house. He only got a 5-yard gain. He started running sideways, lost his balance, and the guys in the secondary tackled him. And it was just like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. I mean, this guy cannot break a big run to save his life. And when you don't have that threat, that home run threat at the running back, and he can't get you 4 yards a carry, well, then that just makes the offense predictable. They give it to him, and then they're in 2nd and 8 and 2nd and 9. Well, of course the defense knows that they're going to pass, and then they can put a pass rush on, and then they can defend the wide receivers a lot better. So it's like, and I don't blame the offensive line. I just blame Benson because he sucks.
Well, Hank, first of all, he's not that type of a runner. He's not a breakaway runner. But what you're asking for is something a little above about the fact that his longest run's only been 16 yards. You would certainly think that he could run 30 or 35 or maybe 40 yards. But he's not a game breaker. There's no question about that. In fact, if you watched him today, he tried to make that stutter step when he saw everything was banged up and tried to get to the outside. He doesn't have the burst nor the speed to do that.
Well, we were a running team with Thomas Jones and Cedric Benson. That's when we were a running team, okay? For whatever the reason or reasons, Doug, they get rid of Thomas Jones. Well, obviously he was the better football player, but he was the guy they were putting all their hopes on him, speaking about Cedric Benson. And so far, it has not panned out, Doug. It has failed, and it's failed miserably. And again, 8 games to go here, pal. And I'm going to tell you something, Doug. This could be a long, long season, pal.
Yeah, because, you know what, let's analyze this a little bit, Ed. They talked about, and Lovey said, well, you have to get back to the basics. Okay, what are you going to do in these 2 weeks is going to change what we should have done in the first 8 games? I mean, what are you going to do? Tell the guys you better tackle better or block better or pick up the blitz better or cover better or whatever it is? Shouldn't have been said by now in the 8th game? How can you come out and say, okay, fine, we're going to come out?
Exactly my points when we started out the show.
Yeah. How can you change?
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. He's not subject to change. You know, and it's what's absolutely baffling is that he still, as we speak, says we're a running football team. How the hell do you run the ball 20 times, again, which equates to 5 times a quarter, and we're a running team and pitch the ball 40-plus times? I don't.
Doesn't add up.
No.
Let's go out to Paul in Northfield. Paul, you're on the score.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon,
I'd like
Paul.
to change pace here a little bit. I'm 67. I've been a Bear fan for 60 years. and look at Bear football, which we have been led to believe in Chicago should be defensive football. And I think that's an inexpensive way of putting a team on the field. I think you can build a relatively good defensive team with second, third, and fourth round draft choices and teach them how to play with defensive coordinators. But the last time the Bears had a dominant offense was when the old man invented the split T. When was the last time they had a good quarterback? Even if you had Billy Wade and Jim McMahon, who won championships, those weren't dominant offensive teams. The problem is you need first and second, good third-round draft choices, but more importantly, you need a coach, someone who can develop talent. What do they draft here? Cade McNown, Rex Grossman, this guy that's running back now, the Sirhan or whatever his name was that won the Heisman. They don't have good first-round picks, and that's why they don't have a good team. And what was the first thing McCaskey did when he took over? He got rid of the man that built that team, and that was Jim Finks. And what did he do? He made Mike Ditka's life miserable. That other fellow before said until they sell the team, and one of the two of you said that's probably right. But that's not going to happen until the old lady drops dead. I'm gonna hang up and listen to it.
Paul, there's one other name you should put in there that was very intricate, very integral part of that '85 championship team, and that was Jerry Venisi. He was the general manager. He was brought in here by Hallis, and he did a tremendous job for the Bears in signing. You never heard anybody complaints about any signing contracts with the Bears. Excuse me. And his evaluation of talent was second to none. Of course, he learned a lot from Jim Finks, but he also had a brother who was also the general manager of the Green Bay Packers in prior years. But Jerry Venisi, believe me, Paul, was a very big part of that championship team putting it together in '85.
I got to tell you, too, though, if you think about it, let's take last year and the year before in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. Lovie Smith's record's been damn good. It's been very good for the Chicago Bears. I mean, they've been in the playoffs. They got beat the first time. They went back to the Super Bowl. They've been there. And now this year the wheels are falling off. I want to see how they adjust and how they try to turn this thing around. And I think that's important.
But the point is, Doug, after 8 games, where do they go to turn it around?
Well, I don't know. But maybe.
Special teams can't get better. What?
Just maybe. Maybe it is the fact that you can get better game planning. Maybe you can turn something around game planning. Maybe food for thought. Maybe changing what you really said this was our success from years and past, but we just don't have the players to do what we need to do in our system, so we've got to change and we've got to adjust, and let's see what we can do.
I just came to me, Doug. I got the first thing, what they should change. Those orange jerseys.
Get rid of them.
Send them out, get them clean, bring them back, and then burn them.
Yeah.
Okay?
Don't even get them clean, burn them.
Well, you got to be nice, Doug.
No, you don't have to be. Come on.
Clean them and burn them.
Yeah. Let's go out to Luca in his car. Luca, you're on the score.
How you doing, Ed and Doug?
All right, Luca.
I want to talk about. I just got back from the game, and I was the one last year saying Cedric Benson's a tougher runner than Thomas Jones. Thomas Jones runs out of bounds. He dances around too much back there. I don't know. It seems to me since he got the job, this guy does not run with heart. I mean, I look at his demeanor on the sideline, and when I watch the games at home, and it's like he doesn't care. And in his interviews, I don't know if he's a passive guy. But I look at him, and this guy's got no heart. I mean, you look at Greg Olsen, who drops a ball or fumbles the ball. He's on the sideline with his head down. Now, that's not good, too, but I don't know, man. I don't know about this Cedric Benson. I hate to say he's a bust. I want him to turn around, but, do you guys ever interview him on a personal level? What do you get from his demeanor? Is he a guy that plays with heart? I mean, how do you stop playing with heart when you get to the NFL, your ultimate dream? I'm going to hang up and listen to what you guys have to say. Thanks.
Well, number one, Luca, he didn't win a job. The job was given to him. He did not compete for that job. That's number one. Number two, I don't see what you were talking about, the enthusiasm. I don't see it from Cedric Benson. I mean, could he be this great, phenomenal runner that he was at Texas? Everything that I've seen goes the other way, Doug. And Luka, one thing where he really, what he does not have, it's a thing called speed. He does not have the speed to get out around the end or the speed to outrun the angle. So we've got a problem, I think, in some of the areas right there, Doug.
Yeah, see,
the other
thing that hurts Benson is the fact the production is not there. But what really hurts him, and this is who he is the fact that he doesn't give you the impression that, one, he cares, two, he's passionate about
you
the
said
game.
the key. He gives the impression.
He gives the impression. Right.
Not
so
you, not Luka. He gives the impression.
But when you see that, then you absorb it and say, wait a minute, he's not getting production. Maybe he just doesn't care. And this is what's happening to him right now. And until he can turn it around production-wise, that's always going to be, the problem. Ryan, Rick, Jeff, Nick, Tony, John will be right with you right after this. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767. Eddie, between the break, you were saying something about you hope that New England goes undefeated, wins 16 in a row. Kind of Miami.
Well, just because the Bears now, it's going to be very difficult, Doug. We all hope they got 8 games. Can they right the ship? It's the unknown. It doesn't look good. Come on. Realistically, it looks very, very bleak for them. But if they don't, I would love to see New England go undefeated. Why? To finally get rid of Don Shula and his rest of his Miami Dolphins. Every time somebody goes like 8, 9, 10, 12 games undefeated, they start having these meetings and conventions and,
sweats.
Oh, my God.
Ed, wouldn't it be something, though?
It'd be like, get Don Shula and the rest of your teammates, get a life.
Wouldn't it be something if New England goes 16-0 and Miami goes 0-16? Because they haven't won a game yet this year.
I know. They're 0-8.
Right.
So is St. Louis 0-8.
So let's think if Miami went all the way and did go 0-16
this year.
And New England goes 16-0.
I'll tell you what.
Scott to Rick in my prospect. Rick, you're on The Score.
Hey, Doug and OB, I love your show, man. We listen to it every after the game. I got a quick question, though. When we're going to run the ball, and yesterday I was on YouTube watching Walter Payton, and I was watching even Cedric Benson, like you were saying. The guy looked great. Of course, please. Walter is Walter. But the thing is, if we're going to go run like heck, get 3 yards, get 4 yards, now we're on third down. Our offense, unfortunately, looks like it's a roller coaster ride. All these I'm watching New England, they're popping, bing, bing, bing. We're holding our breath for 3 downs to see if we can get a first down. What would we do if we're going to run 3 times, run like heck, and boom, the defense is back on and we're going to get shredded in the cover 2?
Here, what happens, Rick, is this. Run twice. Run first down, run second down. Third down, come with play action. Okay, or go to a rollout, or go to a shotgun, do something, and throw underneath and try to pick up 4 yards, 5 yards, and get the first down instead of being third and long, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10, 3rd and whatever.
Yeah, it is. And at the beginning of the show, there's no question that you're going to have to look to your offense now to score more points. And we know the reason why. Because, once again, I think this is very important, so just very closely listen to me. Last year, we scored 143 points off of turnovers. The Bear offense scored 143 points off of turnovers. That was with 44 takeaways. This year, at this point in time, we have 13 points scored off of turnovers. That means we have 13 takeaways. We have 13 points scored off of takeaways. 143 last year, guys. 143 because we got 44 takeaways. We are not getting the takeaways. So what that means, our offense was never that strong. Never that strong. Because they went along because our defense gave them that. And on top of that, Hester did a lot for him even last year to score with special teams. Today's game, remember correctly, how did we get going? Well, it's after 40 yards of return from Hester on the punt. And where?
We had good field position all day from
all
special
day.
teams, Doug.
And we've had it all year. But where will the offense step up and carry the load themselves? And I think that's the problem exactly going on right now. The defense is down. There's no question about that. Can the offense carry us? And I don't think they can.
Well, the offense first got to find out what the hell they're doing on the field, Doug.
Maybe that's part of it. Maybe they don't even know themselves.
It looks that way, doesn't it? You tell me.
Who
what
are
they
we?
trying? I don't know. Who are they?
I don't
what
know.
are they trying to do? I don't know either.
They say we got a better passing game, but if they're the passing game, you're not taking the football down the field. You're not finding guys. You can't average.
You're not stretching the field.
No, 4.8 average game per pass. That's not stretching anything. Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the score.
What's up, fellas?
All right, Jeff.
Hey, I just want to say amen to your comments about the Miami Dolphins there, OB.
Oh, God, isn't that about enough of that stuff with those guys?
I'm so sick of it. I'm about as sick of that as I am the Chicago Bears. But let me say this. The Chicago Bears do not have a running game. I mean, everyone out there, if Benson got 2 yards, then there was 5 yards on the field. If he got 12 yards, then that should have been a 31 yards. And the layman at home watching it on TV can see it. The guy can't take the run to where it should be. There was 100 yards for Cedric Benson on the football field today. They left yards out there running. Detroit is not that good at stopping the run. I mean, it's awful. And another thing that bothers me about this team is that they let the media get in their heads all the time. They can't, if there's a problem with this media guy, then, they can't get it together. Stop worrying about the media and worry about playing some good football.
That's good points. There's no question about it. Eddie, if you can't get your footing in the morning, always feel like you're playing on a muddy field, brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee, buddy. From Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913.
Cedric Benson, 13 carries, Doug, for 50 yards, 3.8-yard average. Longest run, 12 yards.
That's what he's been doing all year, Ed.
But you know what?
I mean, it's nothing. I'm saying that's what he does.
Okay,
Except for one game he had 100 yards.
Let me give you this real quick scenario here, Doug. 13 carries for 50. Why don't we see if we're a running team and committing? I'd love to see Cedric Benson start out when we come back. If we're going to define what we are, we're a running team. When we go to Oakland, have him run the damn ball 35 times and see how many yards he gets and see how good he is. And come back the following week and do it again and do it and keep on doing it until you can't. We don't give him 30 carries. We don't give him 35, 40 carries like some other backs. And if we're a running team, Doug, he doesn't get. He's got 13 carries for 50 yards. Let's give him 35 carries. Let's see what happens. Maybe that helps our passing game with the play action. I don't know. We can't run. We can't pass. We can't get separation. We can't put points on the board after 8 games. Boy, oh, boy. What a hell of a downfall.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And baseball fans, Real Time Sports Bar and Grill is the place to catch all the series action, featuring 2 big screens and over 40 TVs. Remember, if it's on TV, it's on at Real Time Sports. Real Time Sports on Devon Avenue in Elk Grove Village. Let's go out to Tony in Blue Island. Tony on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB and Doug, how's it going?
All right, Tone.
I just want to start out my little rant with all the Bears fans need to stop living in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Stop talking about 59, 85, Thomas Jones. I mean, everything. It's time to live in the present. We knew we were doomed from the whistle blowing in the Super Bowl that we were going to have problems in this season because everything went right last season. That's the reason why we went to the Super Bowl. It's like with New England now. Everything is going right. Everything's going right for Indianapolis. Everything's going right for Dallas. We're a bad team right now. Next year will be a new story. I'm already chalking the season up as a loss. It's not all Cedric Benson. It's not all Brian Greasy, even though he's Rex Greasy to me. It's the offensive line, the defensive line. It starts there, and they're not doing their job.
Well, let me ask you something. Are the coaches involved in this?
I think so, to an extent. Lovey is the same coach last year when he didn't get too high and didn't get too low. Everybody was, oh, Lovey's a wonderful coach. Now that he's not screaming and ranting and raving down the sidelines.
Yeah, he can't change now. I mean, that's not who he is. Right, but I'm talking about your coordinators, you know.
To an extent. You know what? They need to be more inventive of making things happen. They need to work with the guys they have. See, they're trying to put a round peg in a square hole. I mean, you got guys that are out, guys that are injured. You need to change the scheme. And you might not have the guys that can change even to a blitzing scheme to make the defense a lot better, a lot more attack. Maybe your backup guys who you thought were capable backups, then maybe it's just a year or two away. The offensive line, on the offensive side, I don't blame all on Ron Turner. I think it's just the guy's not producing for him. Ron Turner is a basic play-action type guy. The running game isn't there for him. His offense doesn't work, and that's just the simple fact to it.
All right, Tony, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Tone.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, and Eddie, it's about it, buddy, for us.
Doug, I'll tell you what, I never thought we'd be having the show that we had here after our postgame show. I really thought it was going to be a victory day, and never in my wildest dreams that I think that they would play the way they played today, being what was at stake. It's very disappointing, to say the least.
Ed, not only you, myself, but this whole town. If you looked at all the people that were, taking guesses on what the score would be, no one, I'm telling you, no one picked Detroit to beat the Bears.
Doug, I figured the Bears would, because of what happened in the prior game, they're going to shut them out. They're going to score in the 30s or high 20s. We were going to wreck this team. Not happen. And so, again, the show we just had, I wish we never would have had to do it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Dougie, and thank our
followers.
Updates,
Brian Peruk. Thank you. Producers, Tim Bach, Steve Goffman, and Herb Lawrence, and Lawrence Holmes, live from Soldier Field. And also, guys, thanks to all our great callers. We know it was a tough day, Ed and I really appreciate you guys calling in and expressing your feelings. I'll be on tomorrow night with Lawrence Holmes from 6 to 7:30. Come on out and see us at Real Time Sports Bar at 1120 West Devon in Elk Grove Village. Stay tuned. Hub Arkish is coming, guys. Get on it. Get on the phone. Dial up. Hub's got answers for you. Trust me, he'll help you. He'll take you all the way until 10 p.m. tonight. Good night, everybody.